Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 4461 to Chapter 4543. Although the Emperor's letter was priceless, and even experts above the star level would scramble for it, it was incomplete and undecipherable. Only the complete one would be more valuable. Although Xianxia was full of hope, the Emperor Cosmos's letter was not as easy to find as cabbages. It was already a great fortune to find this broken jade slip and jade token. Let's make a breakthrough first. Xianxia was full of confidence. This time, he had already touched the threshold of the seventh heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He had more than 1 billion fifth-grade source stones, so he didn't need to worry at all. Xianxia continued to restore his cultivation and physical strength. He began to devour source stones. The source chi in his body surged and impacted Xianxia's sea of chi in his dantian again and again. The seventh heaven of the Star Emperor realm was just around the corner. 3 days later, Xianxia completely stabilized his cultivation at the seventh heaven of the Star Emperor realm. This time, without the slightest external influence, Xianxia's cultivation became more stable. After the breakthrough, there was one more thing he needed to do, which was to enchant a weapon with magic. Xianxia had 4 hearts of darkness, 1 from the Thunder Cloud Leopard and 3 from the Snow Mountain Demon. He could use 2 hearts of darkness of the Snow Mountain Demon to experiment. Xianxia took out the Heavenly Dragon Sword, refined the Heart of Darkness with the Divine Fire of the Sun, and began to use the Heart of Darkness of the Snow Mountain Demon as a weapon to quench the sword. Xianxia poured all the energy of the Heart of Darkness into the Heavenly Dragon Sword and engraved it with the power of his bloodline. The Heavenly Dragon Sword seemed to reject Xianxia. The Heavenly Dragon Sword absorbed very little of the energy, but it was better than nothing. At that moment, the Sky Dragon Sword emitted a faint blue light. It was very faint, but Xianxia could feel that it was an extremely weak cold air. In the courtyard, 100-year-old Wutong was split by Xianxia's sword. On the cut of the Wutong, there were layers of ice crystals. Xianxia was delighted. On the Sky Dragon Sword, there was indeed a glimmer of cold light. The body of the sword was cold and it gave him a very comfortable feeling. That's it? Xianxia was a little stunned. He stroked the Sky Dragon Sword and muttered to himself. Looks like enchanting isn't that difficult. However, Xianxia knew that the Great Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness had almost no effect on the Sky Dragon Sword, but at least he had succeeded. As for the Heart of Darkness, Xianxia took out a 5th-grade weapon and tried again. He didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. The sword had already turned into a faint blue color, which was completely different from the previous ones. Furthermore, the Great Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness had been completely infused into the sword without any damage. I understand now. Xianxia was slightly moved. It wasn't that he couldn't enchant the Sky Dragon Sword, it was just that the Sky Dragon Sword was too powerful. The Great Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness couldn't affect it at all. However, it was perfect to enchant this 5th-grade battle weapon. Xianxia raised the sword. On top of the 5th-grade battle weapon, there was a flicker of ice. Every ray of sword chi emitted a terrifying cold light. Wherever it passed, everything would be turned into ice. The 5th-grade battle weapon had directly reached the peak of the 5th grade. Although it was still not a 6th-grade battle weapon, it was still a great improvement compared to before. No wonder enchanting masters were so popular. They were able to make divine weapons reach a higher level and reach the true peak. This kind of ability was indeed incomparable. Even the weapon craftsmen couldn't perfect it, but in the hands of enchanting masters, they could reawaken its power. Not simple at all. Looks like I'm also an enchanting master. Xianxia had a calm expression on his face. Wasn't this too easy? What he didn't know was that his divine fire of 5 elements was the key. It was almost the same as weapon crafting, but enchanting was to change the form of the Heart of Darkness to enhance the weapon and achieve the effect of remodeling it. A divine weapon that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times had already reached its peak. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would need an enchanting master. Enchanting masters are unique to the Heavenly Awakening planet. I've never heard of them before, but it seems like enchanting masters are indeed unique. Master, you've taught yourself. The divine fire of 5 elements is blessed by the heavens. Aside from you, it would be impossible to find another person who could enchant divine weapons so easily. the Black King said with a smile. Perhaps this is talent. Xianxia slightly nodded and said with a calm expression. The next day, outside the Colosseum, there was a sea of people. Xianxia, Tong Ling, and the others were already standing outside the gate. There were close to 500,000 people in the square, but the entire street was empty. The Colosseum was hollowed out from a mountain. On the top of the mountain, there was a 300-meter-tall bull's head carved. It looked ferocious and full of fighting spirit. Everyone's face was brimming with excitement and smiles. Everyone was full of passion. Outside the Colosseum, there were many experts. Xianxia finally realized that Norton City was indeed much bigger than he had imagined. So many experts, all at the 8th sky of Star Emperor realm. There are more than 1,000, and there are also dozens of 9th sky Star Emperor realm experts. TSK. No wonder it's one of the 9 cities of wind and cloud. Xianxia exclaimed. This is nothing. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is the true terror. I was fortunate enough to go there once with my father. I will never forget how big and majestic the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was. It was a place that people yearned for. There are 1 billion people in Norton City. These experts are just a drop in the ocean. Tong Ling said proudly. A drop in the ocean? Hee, that's terrifying. Looks like the battle in the Colosseum this time won't be that simple. Xianxia silently nodded, full of shock. Today is the Battle of the Colosseum. This year's 3 arena lords have been defending the arena for more than 10 rounds. Every month, there will be a battle, and the one who succeeds this month can challenge the 3 arena lords. The final 3 arena lords will have the qualifications to go to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. However, it's only the qualifications. If you want to establish a foothold in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, I'm afraid you won't be able to have the last laugh. Balzaha beamed with joy and said with a smile. Don't discourage Jiang brother, okay? I think Jiang brother can definitely do it. Xianxia patted Xianxia's shoulder, full of confidence in Xianxia. The challenge of thousands of experts will eventually eliminate many people. Those people's first battle in the Colosseum is a battle of cornered beasts. Against the demons, it's already good to have 1/10 of them left. The second battle is against the experts who have passed. No matter how many people there are, they will be divided into 3 groups, and each group will only have 1 person left. If there are 100 people, then each group will have 33 people. In the second battle, only 1 person can advance. The most important person is the last one standing. The second round is also the cruelest. The third round is against the previous arena lords. If they can successfully defend the arena, they will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. The second stage is the bloodiest. But in the third stage, although you only have to face 1 person, that person also crawled out from a pile of corpses. In the end, he remained unshakable for 10 rounds. This is a true expert among experts. Xianxia was speechless after listening to the story. It seemed like the beast battle was too cruel. It was even crueler than what he had imagined. In other words, if we want to stand on the final stage, all of these people are likely to be our opponents. Xianxia said solemnly. Waves of cheers rang out incessantly, and the entire square was filled with roars. The place where the strong gathered, the beast battle arena, this place would also be a place of blood and slaughter. Only the final victor would be able to stand on the highest stage, and only the one who completed the counterattack could become the legend of this beast battle arena. The scene of the beast battle arena was extremely grand. There would be such a grand event every month, and it was really enviable. However, there was only battle intent in Xianxia's eyes. He had to put in the most effort to look effortless. You're right. However, there aren't as many people who can gather 100 hearts of darkness as you think. The brave are fearless, that's naturally true. Challengers from all over will appear here, and it's not certain who will be the one laughing in the end. Gathering 100 hearts of darkness will give you an exclusive nameplate. This exclusive nameplate will accompany you for a year. If you can't complete the challenge in a year, then sorry, you'll have to start all over again with the 100 hearts of darkness. This is also to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation. Balzaha said. Xianxia nodded, and the four of them directly went to register for the beast battle. Eldest miss? It's you? A skinny old man's eyes lit up at the registration area. Tong Ling had followed the city lord here many times before, but it wasn't to participate in the beast battle. This time, she was here to participate in the beast battle. Yes, Uncle Su, this time I'm here to participate in the beast battle. This is my friend. Tong Ling handed over 100 hearts of darkness and said with a smile. Eldest miss is indeed a dragon among men. I, old Su, am looking forward to eldest miss taking first place today. He. Uncle Su said with a smile. When he saw Jiang Chen, his eyes were much calmer, and there was no warmth from before. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord. Uncle Su, I'm here too. Balzaha took out a Snow Mountain Troll Heart of Darkness and 50 Flop Hearts of Darkness. Could this be the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness? Su Boxing's pupils constricted and his face darkened. I've never seen the Heart of Darkness of the Snow Mountain Demon before. It's true. Uncle Su sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Balzaha in disbelief. Many people around also raised their heads in anticipation. They had never seen the Snow Mountain Great Demon's Heart of Darkness before, and some people had never even heard of it. Are you serious? What the hell? I've never heard of it in my life. I haven't seen it either. How would I know? Ancient magical beasts? Could it be that he had gone to the depths of the dark forest? I can't believe you managed to kill the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. It's like a fantasy story. I can't believe it. Not to mention you guys, even Uncle Su hasn't seen it before. Look at his shocked expression. Ha, even his beard is standing up. Awesome. Is this the young master of the Bar family? I've heard of him before. He's really a young hero. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness lit up the registration area. Thousands of people raised their heads in anticipation, wanting to see what the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness looked like. Uncle Su said excitedly, I've seen it in the Beast Fighting Coliseum's treasure vault. This is the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. Young Master Bar, you're really amazing. Uncle Su gave Balzaha a thumbs up, his face stern. The young man had a bright future ahead of him. Balzaha was already very famous among the younger generation. He was also the descendant of a famous family. Balzaha's killing of the Snow Mountain Great Demon had made countless people envious. Men admired him, and women worshipped him. Ancient magical beasts had always been legends. Today was the first time they had seen a legendary magical beast being killed, and the person who killed it was even more legendary. Balzaha enjoyed the gazes from all directions, his heart filled with joy. Everyone had their own vanity, and he was no exception. The countless girls chasing after him made him even more excited. And me, I have one too. Xianxia also revealed his Heart of Darkness. It was also the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. The crowd was once again in an uproar. Another ancient magical beast's Heart of Darkness? Wasn't this too awesome? The appearance of the Sang family's young master, Xianxia, once again caused the entire plaza to boil. Xianxia didn't want to be left behind as he looked at Balzaha. The two of them practically attracted the attention of the entire plaza. Even the young miss of the city lord's mansion paled in comparison to these two heroic figures. Tong Ling looked at the two of them silently showing off. She smiled without saying anything, enjoying the attention of everyone. The two of them were very at ease. Indeed, each generation has its own talents, and they've been outstanding for hundreds of years. In our time, there had never been such experts. Hunting ancient magical beasts is indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. This time, Sancho and Balzaha have really broadened our horizons. That's right. I think the two of them are the hot favorites to win the championship this time around. Both of them have hunted down ancient demonic beasts. It's really hard to say who's better and who's worse. That's not necessarily true. Although hunting ancient magical beasts is powerful, luck may also play a part. However, no one can rely on luck in the beast fighting arena. Let's wait and see. I can't wait anymore. Just as everyone was about to leave, Jiang Chen also took out 2 hearts of darkness. At the moment, everyone around the registration area was stunned. This. Are these, 2 hearts of darkness from ancient magical beasts? Uncle Su stared blankly at the hearts of darkness in Xianxia's hand, completely dumbfounded. If he had been shocked when Xianxia and Balzaha had taken out the Snow Mountain Demon's heart of darkness, then this young man who was only at the 7th sky of the Star Emperor realm had taken out 2 hearts of darkness from ancient magical beasts. This was completely unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. He had seen too many hearts of darkness over the years, but this was the first time he had seen an ancient magical beast. Even he had to be careful, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Uncle Su was experienced and knowledgeable. He had been the registrant of the beast fighting arena for many years, but he had only seen these 2 hearts of darkness in the treasure vault. The other heart of darkness was the Thunder Cloud Leopard's heart of darkness. Did you really hunt it yourself? It's impossible. How could he be so strong? The dark heart of 2 ancient demon beasts? Isn't this too ridiculous? I bet he must have cheated. I don't know where he got the dark heart of the ancient demon beasts, but now he came here to swindle people. We can't let such a person go. That's right. For the sake of fairness, I suggest we investigate this guy. Give me fairness. We don't accept cheaters. Mr. Su, please look into the details. For a moment, everyone's face was full of shock and astonishment. In the end, there were even many angry voices, because they didn't believe that Jiang, a guy with soaring Star Emperor Qi, could hunt 2 ancient demon beasts at the same time. This could no longer be described as good luck. Okay, their first impression was that it was fake. It was impossible. It was understandable for experts to hunt ancient demon beasts, but the key was Jiang, an unknown guy. They had never heard of him before. In addition, there was no sign at all this time. So many ancient demon beasts suddenly appeared, which made people's hearts beat fast. And the voices of suspicion about Jiang were also in an uproar. Tong Ling frowned and shouted sternly, "All of you, shut up. Jiang led us to kill the Snow Mountain Great Demon. If you doubt it, you can come at me in the Colosseum. Why are you talking nonsense and blaming others here? If it's fake, then Jiang may die in the hands of the fighting beasts in the first round. Since you want the answer, I'll give it to you." Tong Ling turned her palm, and 2 dark hearts of the Snow Mountain Great Demon appeared in her hand, causing another uproar. Tong Ling didn't choose to be the focus of everyone's attention at this time. If that was the case, she would also become the target of public criticism. But Jiang was different. He only had 2 dark hearts in his hand. That's right. Jiang followed us to the dark forest, and if his heart of darkness was obtained through trickery, then how do you explain our heart of darkness? If you can't do it yourself, don't laugh at others. Xianxia snorted coldly. No one knew Jiang strength better than him. If it weren't for Jiang, they would have been long gone. Jiang had saved them more than once. Xianxia naturally didn't want to hear others badmouthing Jiang. Tong Ling and Xianxia's righteous words made the crowd's doubts fade away. The testimony of Norton City's Missy was quite weighty. Although they didn't believe in Jiang methods, they couldn't not believe in Tong Ling, Xianxia, and Balzaha. You're right. It's useless for us to be suspicious at this time. We're about to enter the Colosseum. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we can just lead it out and see, right? He. That's right. However, this kid who came out of nowhere does have some ability. He's actually able to get the eldest miss of the City Lord Mansion, Xianxia, and the others to back him up. Looks like he's not simple. Isn't that obvious? It doesn't matter if he was the one who killed the 2 hearts of darkness. Just the fact that he was able to get those 2 hearts of darkness is something that you and I can't compare to. Don't just blindly follow the crowd. We still have to see the truth. Ha, this guy should bring us some surprises. Everyone agreed. There were many opinions. Some said that Jiang was extraordinary, some said that Jiang was a snob, and some even said that Jiang was a pretty boy. In short, a large number of people were suspicious of Jiang. They thought that he wasn't a real expert and that all of this was just a self-directed performance. Experts didn't need to hide or explain. Jiang smiled indifferently. He didn't care about these things. At this moment, whether it was true or false, whether it was a conspiracy or not, he had already passed the verification. In the Colosseum, he would soon be able to prove himself. Whether he was a dragon or a worm, it would be revealed soon. Don't lower yourself to their level. Balzaha patted Xianxia's shoulder. He was afraid that Xianxia would be affected by these people. If that happened, he would lose more than he gained. If I could be affected by them, I wouldn't be standing here. I only have one goal, and that is to become the champion. Only then can I shut everyone's mouths. Xianxia said meticulously. Since he had come here, he wouldn't come in vain. Plus, he didn't want to stay here for the rest of his life. His target was the heavenly awakening Silver River City, the heart of the Nine-Wind Cloud City. Norton City was only temporary. If he wanted to obtain the qualifications to enter the heavenly awakening Galaxy City, he must take one step at a time. No way? So awesome? Do you really want to become the champion? Xianxia said with a smile. Although Xianxia's strength wasn't bad, and he had experienced it before, it wasn't that easy to win in the Colosseum. This wasn't the ancient snow region. Xianxia's 5-elemental trigram fire formation might not be effective here. It seems like your ambition isn't small. Many people are participating in the Colosseum battle for the first time, and they're just here to broaden their horizons. You, on the other hand, want to become the champion. He, you've exceeded my expectations. Tong Ling looked straight at Xianxia. This battle was ready to start, and Xianxia was already prepared for it. What about you? Your goal? Xianxia looked at Tong Ling. This little girl seemed to have been hiding her true strength. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had never seen her fight with her life on the line. If she wanted to gain something in this battle, she would surely spare no effort. Xianxia looked at Tong Ling. Tong Ling smiled sweetly. Naturally, I'm also the champion. Are the two of you flattering each other? Both of you want to be the champion. Do you have me, Balzaha, in your eyes? Balzaha said proudly. These two guys didn't put him in their eyes at all. You're all trash, but I also want to be the champion. Xianxia also had a serious face. This battle was very important to them, especially Xianxia and Balzaha. They had already put in all their effort and were determined to achieve good results in this Colosseum battle. This way, Tong Ling would have a whole new level of respect for them. If they couldn't even beat Tong Ling, it would be too shameful for them. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Do your best. The crowd burst into laughter. Xianxia wasn't affected by the crowd's laughter at all. Although they were full of doubts towards him, it wouldn't make him dispirited. Instead, it would motivate him even more. Only by winning first place in this battle would he be able to shut everyone's mouths. Only then would he be able to make everyone shut up. After the registration, the Colosseum began to become lively. In the middle of the mountain, there was a square that could accommodate millions of people. This was the power of Norton City. This was the true tyranny. Xianxia was shocked when he saw the huge square. Norton City was much more powerful than he had imagined. It was such a huge square, and it was able to control the movement and retreat of hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. This was not an easy task. Such a huge venue, it's really unbelievable. There should be over 1,000 people signing up this time. Each of them will be assigned to a beast cage. These magical beasts were all captured from the dark forest. Every one of them has extraordinary combat strength. Some of them are in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. They can easily tear apart experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Tong Ling said in a deep voice. Tong Ling said in a deep voice. He looked at the surrounding thousands of warbeast cages and his eyes lit up. The warbeast battle was finally about to begin. And she was determined to win. Xianxia and the others were ready. After over 1,000 people signed up, they all swarmed into the beast fighting arena. Over 1,000 warriors carried their hopes for the future and yearned for the awakening Galaxy City. Only by becoming a beast-fighting warrior could they be respected and enter the awakening Galaxy City. There was an endless stream of people signing up. At this time, the huge square was gradually filled with spectators. It could accommodate millions of spectators. It was quite a shocking scene. Xianxia gazed into the distance. There was a layer of pale golden light barrier between the Colosseum and the outside. Xianxia found out that it was a formation with an extremely strong defensive power. He was afraid that no one below the peak of the 9th level Star Emperor realm would be able to break this formation. In order to ensure the safety of the spectators were all extremely terrifying experts. If they didn't have any defensive measures, they might be caught in the crossfire. Not all of the spectators were supreme experts with peerless strength. Wow. That's too big, isn't it? It's the first time I've seen such a huge beast fighting arena in my life. Me too. It's time for the sword to move people's hearts. Hundreds of beasts fighting at the same time. I don't think I've seen that many times in my life. I'm excited just thinking about it. Ha ha ha. Guys, look. These are the true heroes. Every single one of them has a majestic aura and extraordinary strength. Do I need you to tell me that? Can you kill hundreds of magical beasts if you're not strong enough? Can you gather hundreds of Heart of Darkness? It's not the time when the atmosphere was foul like before. If you're not strong enough, you'll be killed. You'll be killed by the magical beasts in the first round. Who's tired of living? More and more people were so excited that they couldn't control their emotions. Although they couldn't go up and fight, as a man, who didn't want to fight 1 against 100? Who didn't want to make a name for themselves and bring glory to their ancestors? The arena was a place where passion and hot blood surged. No one could resist that kind of terrifying passion. Beast blood and hot blood interweaved and boiled unceasingly. There were also the roars of hundreds of thousands of people rising and falling. Even though Xianxia had participated in countless battles and challenges, he still felt very excited at this moment. This kind of passion was something that no one could resist. Isn't it very exciting? Brother Jiang, you better watch carefully this time. This beast battle is different from the past. It's even more dangerous than what we encountered in the dark forest. Heh heh heh. Balzaha said with a laugh. That's right. I'm waiting for you to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Xianxia's eyebrows danced as he said excitedly. Looking at the cheers around him and the beasts that were waiting for the battle, his enthusiasm was like fire from the inside out. My father is here. Tong Ling's eyes lit up as he looked up into the void. Silence. A deep voice reverberated in the sky. Everyone's mind seemed to be gently knocked on. No one dared to be the slightest bit negligent or disrespectful. They all held their breath and raised their heads to look at the person in the sky. Tong Wudi was an illustrious powerhouse of the 9 cities, the city lord of Norton City. At this moment, Tong Wudi was wearing a suit of silver armor. He was dazzling and eye-catching. He stood there like a god, proudly hovering in the sky. He didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Tong Wudi's appearance brought unprecedented solemnity to the people present. The arrival of the city lord was different from the past. I am Tong Wudi. I believe that everyone knows who I am. This time, I will be the host of the beast battle. Only true warriors will be able to fight till the end. Only true experts will be worthy of going to a grander stage. Only true overlords will be able to make everyone bow down to them. I believe that among you, there will definitely be such existences. Today, I, Tong Wudi, am looking forward to it. Don't let me down. You are the pride of Norton City. Let me see your hands. Tong Wudi had a faint smile on his face. His majesty was gone, and he gave people an amiable feeling. However, his oppressive aura had never disappeared. Then, countless people shouted and waved their hands. The sound waves once again swept through the entire beast battle plaza. This person is so strong. Xianxia knew that even if he went all out and used all his skills, he wouldn't be a match for Tong Wudi. If there were no accidents, Tong Wudi would definitely be a stellar-level powerhouse. Stellar-level powerhouse. Only by becoming a true stellar-level expert could one surpass the existence of a star emperor and travel between the various astral realms. Once one reached the stellar level, he would be considered a true expert. Stellar-level experts were the threshold for interstellar wanderers. Every interstellar wanderer was an existence that no one could take lightly. One day, I will break through to the Star Emperor realm. That day won't be too far away. Xianxia said in a deep voice. His face gradually became serious. That pressure made it impossible for him to hide. This was the majesty of a powerhouse. Now, I announce that the drawing of lots will begin. Everyone will draw a corresponding number, which corresponds to the magical beast you are about to fight. Whoever can defeat the magical beast will be qualified to enter the second round. From 1 to 100, 1 to 200, and so on. There will be 10 battles, and each battle will have 100 people fighting against the magical beasts. Only those who survive from the war beast stage are the true warriors. Let's start now. After Tong Wudi finished speaking, he waved his hand, and thousands of nameplates appeared in the void. Everyone grabbed the nameplate and drew their own number. Xianxia was no exception. He drew number 523. I am number 647. I am number 122. Balzaha and Xianxia looked at each other, then at Tong Ling. I am number 49. Tong Ling shrugged and said with a smile. They had already finished their preparations. The beast battle was imminent. Tong Wudi left, and the host of the beast battle took the stage. The host was a calm man in his 40s, dressed in white. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Now, I announce that the beast battle begins. Number 1 to 100, get ready and enter the beast battle arena. Number 1 to 100, get ready and enter the beast battle arena. The winner will advance." After the host made the announcement, over 100 magical beasts slowly rose from the stone platform under the warbeast stage. There were all kinds of magical beasts, some of them had huge bodies, some of them had earth-shaking roars. In an instant, over 100 magical beasts brought an incomparably huge shock to everyone on the scene. They were like a never-ending flood that had opened the floodgates. With the momentum of 1,000 li, everyone's breathing became sluggish. Their faces were flushed red, they were filled with anticipation. "Come on," Xianxia said to Tong Ling. "I will." In front of her was a barbaric bull. It had 2 enormous bull horns that were spiral-shaped. They were 6 zhang in length, and it was extremely terrifying. The bull's eyes were perfectly round, and it continuously gasped for breath. On its body, there were 2 enormous iron chains that bound its legs, but it did not stop it from charging towards Tong Ling. It's an iron thread bull. This kind of magical beast has a body like steel. In the 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm, it's the best among so many magical beasts. I didn't expect Linger to draw it. Xianxia frowned, his expression solemn. In that case, this iron thread bull is very difficult to deal with. Xianxia said. That's not necessarily true. I think Ling Er's strength must have improved a lot. This trip to the dark forest must have helped her grow a lot. Balzaha stared at the battle between Tong Ling and the iron thread bull. This battle might be far more difficult than he had imagined, but he was still very clear about Tong Ling's strength. It wouldn't be that easy for her to admit defeat. Xianxia muttered to himself as he looked at Tong Ling. Although she was the city lord's daughter, Tong Ling had an unyielding spirit. She didn't receive any preferential treatment because of her status. Only when the battle reached the last moment would they see who was the real winner. Like father, like son. The city lord's daughter was even more exciting. Tong Ling held the long sword in her hand, and the 3-foot-long blade slashed down on the iron thread bull's body again and again. However, the iron thread bull was extremely ferocious and fearless. Its thick skin and flesh were not weak at all, and it could only leave shallow marks on its body. But because of this, its rampaging counterattack was even more unbridled. If it couldn't even break through Tong Ling's defense, then what did it have to fear? A magical beast like the iron thread bull wasn't any weaker than a human being in terms of strength and intelligence. In this battle, Tong Ling didn't have the slightest advantage. However, Tong Ling's skills were very strong. Xianxia didn't expect that this girl's skills were so good that she could fight back and forth with the iron thread bull. Although the iron thread bull's charging momentum was fearless, Tong Ling also catered to its front and back. She was as steady as a mountain and almost became the focus of the audience. Over 100 warbeasts battles, over 100 experts fought against magical beasts. The scene could be said to be quite intense. Some people fell at the hands of magical beasts, some magical beasts fell at the hands of humans, some were dripping with blood, some were hoarse and exhausted. Fresh blood, sweat, and death filled the arena. In the arena, the cheers were endless. This was a place where blood and bones were buried, but it was also a place where brave warriors were reborn. Here, no one would pity the weak, only the strong. Xianxia was deeply touched by the scenes that happened in the beast battle arena. This world was cruel. There was no need for a reason for people to eat each other. When a strong warrior reached the peak, he would need countless bones to build a high wall for him. This was an unchangeable truth. It was an everlasting truth. Apart from Tong Ling, there were countless experts who shed their blood and fought fiercely against magical beasts. If they wanted to become a hero, they had to put in more effort than others, even with their lives. Tong Ling's face was dripping with sweat. Her battle was definitely not easy, and her luck wasn't very good either. She had drawn the Iron Thread Bull, a powerful wild bull with amazing defense and amazing attack. It was simply a fighter among magical beasts. Tong Ling fought and retreated, but she never admitted defeat. Her sword technique and spiritual power were irresistible. Time and time again, the two clashed, and she narrowly escaped death. Magical beasts also had to fight with their lives on the line. This was because if they won, they would have more food to eat and more training resources. Even if they were captured by Norton City as fighting beasts, they would still have a strong fighting spirit. Failure would only make them struggle on the edge of death. Only by defeating these humans would they have more chances to survive. The strength of magical beasts had never been weaker than that of humans. Therefore, there were countless people who were beaten off the arena by magical beasts. The cruelty of reality would make them understand who was the real brave one. At this time, Tong Ling's attack finally began to change. Her strength had already reached the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. There was no doubt about it. Jade Spring Sword Technique. Tong Ling brandished his sword and a cold light surged out. Compared to before, his aura was even stronger. He was not weaker than the Iron Thread Bull at all. In fact, he was even stronger. A berserk chi wave surged out continuously. The sword was like frost, freezing the 9 heavens. The Iron Thread Bull had no choice but to use his full strength. His movements also slowed down. It's a magical weapon with enchantment. However, the enchantment of the cold attribute is a little weak. It's not even 30% stronger. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. In his eyes, this was a trash weapon, but in the eyes of many people, it was a rare treasure. Enchanted magical weapons could only be called enchantment when they were integrated with the original weapon. The enchantment could only increase the power of the magical weapon by 30%, which was not even a low-quality weapon. The enhancement to the original weapon was negligible, but it was undeniable that there was an improvement in quality. Isn't that the first miss of the City Lord's mansion? She's so powerful. That's right, that's right. Like father, like daughter. This kind of skill is really rare. A treasured sword matches a hero. This magical weapon is also extremely sharp. It has an ice enchantment. It seems that the first miss will win this battle. She was born good, ha ha ha. We can't compare to her at all. Look. First Miss Tong is going to win. Many people's attention was focused on Tong Ling. At this moment, their battle was becoming more and more intense and had entered a white-hot stage. Tong Ling used the Jade Rinse sword technique to suppress the Iron Wire Bull. The bull didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. The moment she displayed her full strength, the outcome was already determined. Tong Ling's 3 swords forced the Iron Thread Bull to retreat, leaving a deep wound on his body. Blood spurted out, and he staggered back with a trace of fear in his eyes. He did not dare to take another step forward, because he knew that if he rushed forward again, he would probably be obliterated. Living, even if it was a lowly life, was better than death. Victory would make his life more comfortable, but if he died, there would be nothing left. Tong Ling's eyes were cold, intertwined with the sword light, and the cold air was oppressive. The moment she withdrew her sword, the Iron Thread Bull lowered his arrogant head, because he did not lose unjustly. 1-1-1. Ha ha ha. Balza's eyes were bright, and he was even happier than if he had won the competition. I told you, our Ling will definitely not lose. Xianxia said proudly. Next, it's my turn. Balza said seriously. Number 122 was about to go on stage. He was also full of confidence. If he could not even pass the first round, the second and third rounds would be like hell. He did not even need to think about it. Next, it's up to you. Don't worry. I won't be any worse than you. Balzaha was ready to step onto the stage at any time. I hereby announce that there are 14 winners in the first round. The host's voice caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. Out of 100 people, only 14 passed. Wasn't this elimination rate a little too high? Numbers 101 to 200, please step onto the stage. Be careful. Xianxia patted Balzaha's shoulder. The latter nodded and stepped onto the stage. The fights were extremely fierce, but Balzaha's strength had increased to the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm, just like Tong Ling. The trip to the Dark Forest had been a big boost for all of them. Balzaha didn't disappoint and returned victorious. There were fewer people in the second round than in the first round. Only 11 people passed. However, the Beast Battle Arena, which was brimming with passion, never lacked hot-bloodedness. Even if countless people fell, there would still be countless people advancing wave after wave. Some people succeeded, some people failed. Those who were disappointed left the stage, and those who succeeded enjoyed the attention of everyone, flowers, and worship. Women's desire and men's envy had always been what the strong wanted to see the most. Impressive, Balzaha. Xianxia chuckled. Not bad. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Balzac laughed. He looked much more spirited and confident. They had waited more than 3 to 5 years for this day. They had fought for this day and made their names known throughout the world. Their journey had just begun. The fights ended one after another. Only 8 or 10 people were left in each round. It was quite fierce. Or rather, the beasts were all extremely terrifying and difficult to deal with. It's finally your turn, Brother Jiang. Don't disappoint us. I believe you are definitely stronger than me. Haha. Balzaha was confident in Xianxia. The latter was definitely stronger than him. Even though Xianxia was only at the 7th sky of the Star Emperor realm, his methods couldn't be measured by common sense. Let's see what beasts you've drawn first. There are also many invincible beasts, such as the 3-eyed green dragon and the 9-headed thunderbird. These beasts are no weaker than the thunder cloud leopard and the snow mountain great demon. Tong Ling said solemnly to Xianxia. Brother Jiang won't be that unlucky. I heard that no one has ever defeated the 9-headed thunderbird before. It's a ruthless character. How high is the probability? Ha ha ha. Xianxia said disapprovingly. Xianxia faintly smiled and stepped onto the warbeast stage. When the magical beast appeared on the platform, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. It's all your fault, Ling Er. Did you jinx it? Balzaha laughed bitterly. What they saw was the 9-headed thunderbird that no one had ever defeated before. This. What should we do? Xianxia also panicked. Xianxia's luck was too bad. Although the 9-headed thunderbird wasn't a stellar-level beast, in the entire Colosseum, it was definitely one of the top 3 beasts. Moreover, no one had ever defeated it. Different situations call for different measures. I'm afraid it's useless. Tong Ling said without batting an eyelid. In his heart, he was cursing incessantly. His mouth had really opened. What he was afraid of had come true. Xianxia had actually encountered the 9-headed thunderbird that had not been seen in 100 years. This fellow was an existence that made them tremble in fear. Wasn't this too hopeless? Even if Xianxia was strong, compared to the 9-headed thunderbird, it still made Tong Ling and the rest tremble in fear. It's over, it's over. This time, it's completely over. Balzaha's face was full of bitterness. Xianxia's hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. This 9-headed thunderbird would definitely make Xianxia suffer a complete defeat. No one would have thought that their nonsense joke would actually become reality. This time, Xianxia would be facing an unknown existence. The 9-headed thunderbird had never been defeated. Isn't this Xianxia? It was said that he had killed 2 ancient demonic beasts. Was that true? Looks like he's met a tough opponent this time, he. That's right. Whether he's a mule or a horse, we'll know once we bring him out for a walk. If he doesn't have the ability, he'll have to admit defeat. Isn't this fellow's strength too weak? The 7th level of the Star Emperor realm? He'll probably be easily defeated by the 9-headed Thunderbird. That might not be the case. Didn't he defeat 2 ancient magical beasts? He might even be able to defy the heavens. Ha ha ha. TSK. Aren't you blatantly mocking him? How could you believe such words? I reckon that this fellow's 2 hearts of darkness were picked up from somewhere. Otherwise, there's something fishy going on. But if there's something fishy going on, he'll definitely die if he encounters the 9-headed Thunderbird. Do you guys know? The 9-headed Thunderbird has never been defeated. 100 years ago, no one had defeated the 9-headed Thunderbird. I even feel that this fellow might be approaching the stellar level. The crowd was discussing fervently. The commotion caused by Xianxia at the registration had also extended to the arena. Whether he could make a comeback or not would depend on this battle. However, the spectators outside the arena were full of mockery. No one thought that Xianxia could defeat the 9-headed Thunderbird because his strength was too weak. So weak that it was unbelievable. Even the experts of the 9th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm had lost to the 9-headed Thunderbird time and time again. In the arena, he was a taboo existence. No one had been able to defeat him in 100 years. Even injuring him was extremely difficult. Xianxia's arena had also become the focal point of the arena. Of course, the focal point was not him, but the 9-headed Thunderbird. Another reckless fellow. In their eyes, the 9-headed Thunderbird was invincible. Many people even chose to give up when they drew the 9-headed Thunderbird. Knowing that they couldn't win, why would they seek their own death? If they were careless, they might be obliterated. At that time, they could only blame it on their bad luck. The moment Xianxia stepped onto the arena, he already felt a trace of surprise. The elevator appeared, and the 9-headed Thunderbird stood proudly. Cheers rang out, completely boiling. To be able to see the 9-headed Thunderbird kill someone, the spectators didn't come for nothing. The 9-headed Thunderbird, as the name suggested, had 9 heads. It was huge, about 15 meters tall. It stood tall and straight, with a well-built body. Its 2 claws were like blades, extremely sharp. You have a familiar scent on you, the 9-headed Thunderbird said indifferently. However, the 9-headed Thunderbird was full of disdain for those who entered through connections. A 7th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm dared to challenge its authority? Wasn't that courting death? I have a principle. Once you enter the arena, I will never let anyone leave. No matter who it is, I will drink their blood. Since you bumped into me, your principles won't work anymore. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. This fellow was indeed more terrifying than the Thunder Cloud Leopard and the Snow Mountain Great Demon. All 9 of its heads were very strong. They weren't just his heads, they were his weapons. He couldn't let his guard down in this battle. You don't know what's good for you. Humph, go to hell. The 9-headed Thunderbird sneered and suddenly rushed towards Xianxia. Its huge body couldn't even be described as a bird. It was even bigger than an elephant. If it crushed him, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Xianxia immediately raised his blade and punched out. However, the 9-headed Thunderbird was too strong. He was directly sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. The scene was incomparably intense. Mountains and seas roared, one after another. Xianxia patted the dust off his body. His face was cold. He had to win this battle because he couldn't afford to lose. Although the 9-headed Thunderbird was terrifying, it wasn't enough to make him cower in fear. Xianxia's physique was undoubtedly strong. Even after being hit by the 9-headed Thunderbird, it didn't affect him much. He stood up and his aura became even more ferocious. It was as if he had taken root in the arena. This time, Xianxia didn't look down on the 9-headed Thunderbird anymore. He chose to face it head-on. Under the dragon transformation, the physique of a human and a dragon became stronger. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Xianxia to have a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. This time, Xianxia is going to go all out. Xianxia nodded silently. Xianxia's eyes also became more and more passionate. With a low roar, the 2 of them clashed again. Boom! The terrifying collision caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Jiang Chen's body of flesh and blood collided with the nine-headed thunderbird. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would actually be able to withstand it. The two were evenly matched, and no one had the upper hand. Even after Jiang Chen had used the dragon transformation, his body did not grow much. Compared to the nine-headed thunderbird, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, the fact that Jiang Chen could withstand the nine-headed thunderbird's attack caused a series of boos and disbelief. Although there were over 100 battles going on, due to the commotion caused by Jiang Chen at the registration area, as well as the nine-headed thunderbird he had faced, 80% of the spectators were paying attention to him. Very good. You've made me angry. The nine-headed thunderbird raised its head and its body flashed. Its seemingly cumbersome body suddenly shot towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. Their speed was so fast that it left people speechless. The battle between the two tigers was extremely intense. Oh no, I'm afraid Jiang Chen is already at a disadvantage, Balzaha said in a low voice. Balzaha said in a deep voice. Because Jiang Chen's footsteps were very messy, it would be difficult for him to move at this rate. The 9 heads of the nine-headed thunderbird had a sharp beak that was as sharp as a knife, inching towards Jiang Chen inch by inch. Get lost. Jiang Chen bellowed. His movements seemed messy, but they were actually steady and orderly. The nine-headed thunderbird was fast, but Jiang Chen was not at a disadvantage. It was just that this was the first time he had fought the nine-headed thunderbird, so Jiang Chen did not know his opponent's strength. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought, but he was becoming more and more stable. Although the nine-headed thunderbird had been suppressing him, it had not made any substantial progress. Instead, he was a little anxious. This human at the 7th heaven of the Star Royal Realm had actually been able to withstand several waves of his attacks. This was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Looks like this guy won't be able to last much longer. Ha ha ha. Of course, the nine-headed thunderbird. Do you think you can fight just anyone? I remember an expert at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm died in his hands. He was swallowed alive. It was a miserable sight. I've also heard about this matter. It seems like it happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, it startled many people. However, once you step onto the war beast stage, then life and death will be determined by fate. Even if you turn into ashes and die without a burial ground, you can't blame anyone. Look, the nine-headed thunderbird is moving again. The nine-headed thunderbird's combat strength was extremely shocking. Jiang Chen's dragon body did not gain any advantage against it. An ordinary 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm would have been beaten up by Jiang Chen. However, the nine-headed thunderbird was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen was surprised, but the nine-headed thunderbird was even more surprised. It even wanted to kill Jiang Chen quickly to restore its reputation. Crow's head curse. The nine-headed thunderbird let out a series of buzzing sounds. 9 heads, 9 different sounds. It was like a deafening cry, but also like the roar of a powerful army. In short, the 9 heads burst out a curse, causing Jiang Chen's complexion to slightly change. This guy was really powerful. Moreover, his soul power was very terrifying, even more powerful than a human's. This kind of curse, when 9 kinds were combined together, could disturb the mind of others, causing them to be distracted and finally die from a splitting headache. This is the nine-headed thunderbird's crow's head curse. It's his innate talent. God knows how many human experts he has hunted. Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were solemn. He was worried for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you must hold on. Tong Ling murmured. His eyes were full of hope. Jiang Chen should not have fallen like this. His luck was too bad. He actually drew the top 3 magical beasts in the entire beast fighting coliseum. The possibility of defeating the nine-headed thunderbird was very small. As long as he could survive, it would be good enough. Jiang Chen's expression was as usual. His eyes were looking straight ahead. He had no distractions. He was completely unmoved. Even if it was a curse that made one's scalp tingle, in his eyes, it was just the noise of a headless fly. It was impossible for it to hurt him. You want to play mental suppression with me? Then, have a taste of my methods. Jiang Chen sneered. His eyes gradually narrowed into a line. Soul-snatching divine art, soul-killing soul. Jiang Chen's mental strength was constantly released. His soul was like a sky full of clouds, sweeping over. The nine-headed thunderbird's heart trembled. Jiang Chen's soul-killing soul caused him to be defeated in an instant. His mental strength suffered heavy damage. He spurted out blood and fell back. That scene shocked everyone. The entire beast fighting stage was in an uproar. No one could have imagined that Jiang Chen could actually force the nine-headed thunderbird to retreat. Damn it! How dare you injure me? You're courting death. The nine-headed thunderbird was furious. A little human could actually break his crow's head curse. Moreover, he almost suffered a backlash. It seems like your methods are only SOSO. Jiang Chen said coldly. It made the nine-headed thunderbird even more indignant. He even flew into a rage. I'm going to tear you into pieces. I'm going to turn you into ashes. Thunderbolt Eye. The Eye of Thunder, that was the nine-headed thunderbird's trump card. 9 bolts of thunder shot out of his eyes and pierced through the void. The thunder flickered continuously, locking Jiang Chen inside like a prison, making it difficult for him to advance or retreat. The Eye of the Thunder and Lightning had an overwhelming momentum, causing the sky to spin and the earth to spin. The entire beast battle arena was extremely nervous. Countless demonic beasts were shocked, and countless spectators were terrified. If not for the formations supporting the beast battle stage, the entire beast battle arena might have already been razed to the ground. That's too terrifying. The power of the thunder can turn people into ashes. The nine-headed thunderbird lives up to its reputation. Who can be a match for such a magical beast? Although the nine-headed thunderbird isn't an ancient magical beast, it's stronger than one. That's right. It seems that only a stellar realm expert can subdue this magical beast. It's impossible for anyone at the Star Emperor realm to defeat it. I can only say that Jiang Chen is too full of himself. Does he think everyone is a fool with the dark heart of 2 ancient magical beasts? Now that a real ancient magical beast has appeared in front of him, he must be completely dumbfounded. Haha. Exactly. He's shooting himself in the foot. Perhaps even he didn't expect that fate would be so wonderful. He actually drew the nine-headed thunderbird. Who would the heavens spare? Disdainful voices rose and fell in the crowd. Compared to the nine-headed thunderbird, Jiang Chen was too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Anyone would be turned into ashes under the nine-headed thunderbird's Eye of Thunder. It wasn't that Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, but that there was always someone stronger than him. He was strong, but the nine-headed thunderbird was stronger. Tong Ling, Balzaha, and the others were already breathing heavily. They also felt threatened by Jiang Chen's crisis. The nine-headed thunderbird was probably Jiang Chen's fate. They didn't even dare to imagine how Jiang Chen would win. They just wanted him to survive. After all, not everyone could survive the nine-headed thunderbird. Jiang Chen, you must be all right. Xianxia sighed with mixed feelings. Although they had not known Jiang Chen for a long time, they admired Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen had saved them several times. Even though it was filled with difficulties and obstacles, he had never left them behind. In the snow region, he had saved them from danger. Jiang Chen's kindness would never be mentioned. They would always remember Jiang Chen's kindness and gratitude in their hearts. This was the most basic principle of a human being. Jiang Chen, come out. You must come out. Tong Ling prayed silently. When the 9 lightning pillars fell, the audience burst into cheers and roars. Their hearts were filled with passion and passion. They didn't know Jiang Chen, so they hoped that the human experts would fall one by one. It was like the mentality of hating the rich. They didn't have the ability to rush into the war beast stage, so they naturally didn't want someone to be stronger than them. However, whoever could laugh until the end would naturally receive the attention and respect of the crowd. The dazzling multicolored lightning was like a colorful cloud. The warbeast stage had completely turned into a lightning purgatory. Layer after layer of lightning radiated in all directions, and layer after layer of lightning burst forth. Outside of the warbeast stage's restriction array, it seemed calm and tranquil, but in reality, it was like the end of the world. The plasma surged and the thunder was ear-piercing. Jiang Chen's human dragon body was gradually engulfed in the lightning pool. The nine-headed Thunderbird had already occupied the absolute initiative. Jiang Chen's death seemed to have become inevitable. Gradually, Jiang Chen's figure was completely submerged within. Under the lightning, he turned into ashes. You dare to fight with me? Only death awaits you. Die. Let's seethe. Eye of lightning, desolate annihilation. The nine-headed Thunderbird's cry resounded between heaven and earth. The people in the Warbeast stage surged, and their passion was completely ignited. The entire Warbeast stage was a boiling cauldron of voices. This time, Brother Jiang has completely fallen. Balzaha staggered and almost fell to the ground. He seemed to have lost his soul. After all, the nine-headed Thunderbird couldn't be defeated. The lightning didn't extinguish, and it multiplied endlessly. The Warbeast stage had already become the focus of the audience. Even Tong Wudi, who was on the high platform, was no exception. It seems like this guy was defeated by the nine-headed Thunderbird in the end. Tong Wudi sighed and said with a chuckle. Originally, he thought that Jiang Chen could be considered a true expert since he could overcome so many obstacles. However, he didn't expect that this young genius, who had killed 2 ancient demonic beasts, would ultimately fall in the Warbeast arena. He couldn't blame anyone for his fate. It could only be said that he was unlucky to have drawn the most troublesome nine-headed Thunderbird. The result would have been incomparably tragic. The Eye of Lightning drowned Jiang Chen. Regardless of whether he lived or died, there were very few people who could survive the nine-headed Thunderbird's attack. However, only Tong Wudi knew how terrifying the Eye of Lightning was. It was because he had captured the nine-headed Thunderbird from the dark forest. Although it couldn't resist him, it was an absolute nightmare in the hands of a Star Emperor. Brother Jiang, sigh. Xianxia was inconsolable. He looked at the flashing lightning. Jiang Chen had a deep bond with them, and they had gone through life and death together. Was this friendship going to end just like that? Tong Ling was even more despondent. Although Jiang Chen was a little arrogant, he was their best friend. The bond that was formed when they went through life and death together was something that no one could understand. The nine-headed Thunderbird was too terrifying. How could Jiang Chen resist it? He was completely drowned by the Thunderbird. Sigh, another fallen person has been born. It seems like it won't be easy to go to the Tianqi Milky Way city. Without experiencing life and death, without going through hardships and obstacles, who can casually succeed? This is fate. You can't win against fate. How can the nine-headed Thunderbird be defeated so easily? Even the current arena lord might not dare to say that he can defeat the nine-headed Thunderbird. Him? Hee, I already said that this kid can't do it. Another wandering soul. This? Everyone, look. It was Unknown who cried out in surprise. Amidst the lightning and fire, a vague figure floated above the arena. Exclamations after exclamations resounded throughout heaven and earth. You're not qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen's voice was ice-cold, bloodthirsty, and filled with a murderous aura. Tong Ling suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head. At that moment, the entire arena became quiet. The other hundreds of battles had already ended. Only the battle between Jiang Chen and the nine-headed Thunderbird was still ongoing. How is this possible? This is impossible. Isn't this too strong? He can actually survive under the Eye of Lightning? You're still alive? The nine-headed Thunderbird was shocked. Other than Tong Wudi, who had brought him back from the dark forest, no one else had survived his Eye of Thunder. This was the first time it had happened. Since you're so confident in your Eye of Thunder, I'll show you what the true power of thunder is. Jiang Chen's body was surrounded by circles of lightning, but he was still safe and sound. How could anyone not be shocked by this scene? If he was an ordinary person, he would have been struck to death by the lightning, or even turned into ashes. You want to compete with me in the power of thunder? You're overestimating yourself. My Eye of Thunder is peerless. How could you? Before the nine-headed Thunderbird could finish his sentence, lightning flashed in Jiang Chen's hand. The first lightning appeared, the dawn sky golden lightning, then, the second lightning appeared, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, the third lightning, the severing drought lightning, the fourth lightning, the 1,000 flame destruction lightning, the 4 lightning bolts surged in his hand, forming a series of lightning bolts. The nine-headed thunderbird's expression became more and more solemn. The 4 lightning bolts fell at the same time. At that moment, he was in complete despair. The Eye of Thunder that he was most proud of didn't have the slightest bit of pride to speak of. The 4 lightning bolts continued to stack. The domineering power that could destroy heaven and earth made the nine-headed thunderbird panic. Every head was filled with horror. Even Tong Wudi, who was standing on the high platform, gradually narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of Jiang Chen's 4 lightning bolts. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the lightning source of 4 lightning bolts. How could Tong Wudi not know? But how did he do it? To be able to fuse 4 different lightning bolts into one's body without interfering with one another was simply unimaginable. The world was big, and nothing was too strange. Tong Wudi was shocked, but he didn't panic. After all, he was a stellar-level powerhouse. Jiang Chen's ability wasn't enough to shock him. However, this kid's foundation surprised Tong Wudi even more. It was much stronger than his own daughter's. 4 different-colored heavenly lightning struck down from the sky and spread around Jiang Chen. The power of the lightning instantly devoured the 9 thunderbirds. Everyone on the scene was stunned and dumbfounded. They didn't know what to do, they didn't know how to express the fear and pressure in their hearts. It was too strong, the 9-headed thunderbird was completely charred by the 4 lightning bolts. Although he didn't turn into ashes, he was completely dead. There was no hope for him to survive. The 9-headed thunderbird didn't know whether he should rejoice or die a worthy death at the hands of the lightning that he was most proud of. However, at that moment, the bestial battle arena became quiet. When the lightning gradually dissipated, Jiang Chen stood on the arena. In front of him was the 9-headed thunderbird that couldn't be more dead. Its 9 heads were all smashed by the lightning bolts. Its body was badly mutilated. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people were in awe of Jiang Chen. The strong would always be respected. Regardless of the result, even if they had mercilessly ridiculed Jiang Chen, at this moment, no one could deny Jiang Chen's existence. Killing the 9-headed thunderbird would set off a huge uproar in the arena. The 9-headed thunderbird, which had never been defeated in the past 100 years, was completely annihilated this time. Who wouldn't be shocked? Who wouldn't be afraid? It's dead. It's really dead? Tong Ling's face was filled with shock. A smile gradually blossomed on his face. Jiang Chen didn't disappoint them. Even the pinnacle magical beasts in the arena fell at his hands. This guy's trump card was too strong. Even in the snowy region, he didn't display all of it. This thunderous attack had caused the 9-headed thunderbird to fall at the hands of its strongest attack. In the next moment, the entire arena cheered. Jiang Chen was the last to finish the battle. However, he didn't disappoint them. That was because the excitement of this battle was definitely the most shocking in the entire beast battle. This trip was really worth it. It's too satisfying. The origin stones were well spent. Ha ha ha. Back then, none of us thought highly of this Jiang Chen. Now, it seems like he has taught all of us a lesson. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pail. The words of the ancients still make some sense. This time, I really believe that he killed 2 ancient magical beasts. Such a technique is truly amazing. Anyway, I'm impressed. Under so many lightning bolts, he could still rise from the ashes and kill his opponent. This Jiang Chen is truly a dark horse. That's right. That's right. Everyone was in awe. From the initial disregard to the final victory, Jiang Chen could be said to have overcome all the difficulties and won the hearts of the crowd. Amazing, Jiang brother. This time, you've completely become my idol. Xianxia pulled on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said with a stern face. That's right. From now on, I'll follow you. Ha ha ha. Balzaha was also full of excitement as he said with a smile. He had finally put down a huge stone in his heart. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Chen, nodded slightly, and let out a long sigh of relief. This guy always made people so worried, but he would always give them a different surprise every time. Jiang Chen had completely completed the first round of the beast battle. This battle had also set off an uproar. In the next few decades, no one would be able to surpass him. After all, the nine-headed thunderbird could be said to have been arrogant for 100 years before falling in the hands of Xianxia. You really scared us to death just now. Tongling rolled his eyes at Xianxia, but he couldn't hide his joy. After all, this could be said to be the best battle in the entire battle. Moreover, the nine-headed thunderbird was directly obliterated by Xianxia, which completely established his position. In the Colosseum, at this time, Xianxia had undoubtedly become the real focus. I know what I'm doing. Xianxia's face was calm. Tongling rolled his eyes and was speechless. They were here in fear for Xianxia, but he didn't even take it to heart. How infuriating. But you can't let your guard down. Your battle just now must have attracted everyone's attention. In the second round of the battle, you are likely to become the target of everyone. When that time comes, everyone will gang up on you. For you, it is very likely that it will be your doom. Balzaha retracted his smile, because Xianxia was currently in the limelight. This wasn't a good thing, as it would draw more attention to him. Then, he would have nowhere to hide, and he would have to be extra careful when being targeted by others. Bar is right. Xianxia, you really have to be careful. If you show off too much, you will expose yourself to the eyes of these people. At that time, you will be the first target they will suppress. Xianxia was also deeply worried. Xianxia had indeed received the cheers of the entire audience, but before the beast battle was completely over, no one could determine who was the real expert. Anyone could fall from the altar, and Xianxia was no exception. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Xianxia, you have to be careful. The next battle is very important for you. Tongling said in a low voice. Now, only Xianxia had not participated in the beast battle. As for the second round, it would continue on the second day, and they were allowed 1 day of rest. Xianxia did not disappoint. The 4 of them all entered the second round. It could be said that everyone was happy. However, only 96 people were left in the battle of 1,000 people. The degree of cruelty could be seen. Even if there were less than 1/10 of the people left, the difficulty of the second round would increase infinitely. Especially for Xianxia, he attracted the attention of the audience, and also attracted the firepower of the audience. No matter which group he was in, he would become the target of everyone's joint attack. At dawn the next day, after they rested, the entire Colosseum was already packed with people since a long time ago. A few tens of thousands of people were gathered together, and it was truly terrifying. The clamor of the crowd caused one to sigh with pity, and the blood in one's entire body boiled. Start drawing lots. Get ready. Balzaha said. More than 90 people who entered the second round had finished drawing lots. In the end, Xianxia was in one group, Tongling was in another, and Balzaha and Xianxia were actually in the same group. I didn't think that the two of us were fated. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. Get lost. Who wants to be in the same group as you? Balzaha said without any trace of politeness, directly stabbing Xianxia's heart. You have no conscience. See how I will deal with you later. Xianxia scolded with a smile. Be careful. Xianxia glanced at the 3 of them. The second round of group battles would have 32 people in a group. This was the real test of strength and endurance. As the saying goes, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. You too. It will be harder for you than us. This time, you will definitely be the first to be attacked. Be careful. After Tongling finished warning them, they also finally entered the Warbeast stage. These 3 battles were completed at the same time. 3 Warbeast stages, more than 100 people's battles, will be presented in the Warbeast arena at the same time, giving everyone the strongest and most exciting battle experience. Over 100 people entered the arena one after another. Xianxia felt quite a few gazes directed at him. It seemed that Tongling and the others were right. At this moment, he had already become the target of everyone's attention. It was all because he had killed the 9-headed thunderbird in the first stage that everyone recognized him. Moreover, his threat level was the highest. In this kind of group attack, the first person to be killed would definitely be him. Xianxia! 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 Roars resounded throughout the beast battle arena. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. It's all your fault. You guys are just here to watch the show. If it weren't for you guys, would I have been pushed to the heart of the struggle? Right now, he was already standing at the peak. While he was enjoying the attention of everyone present, the impact he would receive next would be the greatest. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Xianxia had become the target of everyone's envy and jealousy. It also made him stand in the wind. The bird that sticks out will be shot, if not him, then who else? Xianxia naturally didn't want to become the target of everyone's attention, but he had no other choice. He could only brace himself. I'm afraid Xianxia is finished this time. Right now, everyone is staring at him. What can he do? Who asked him to not know how to restrain himself? Now that he is being targeted, he deserves it. Humph, it's easy for you to say. Yesterday, you encountered the nine-headed thunderbird, an existence comparable to an ancient demonic beast. Do you think you can keep a low profile even if you want to? I'm afraid that Xianxia was also forced to be killed. If he could endure it, he would definitely amaze everyone. However, it's a pity that the nine-headed thunderbird forced him to use his full strength. It also let everyone see this potential threat. If he doesn't come out, how can he pass the second round? You're right. I reckon that Xianxia has no other choice. This is no longer something he can decide. Facing so many experts who are eyeing him covetously, which one of them wouldn't want to take charge? It can only be said that he's unlucky. I, on the other hand, hope that Xianxia can once again show off his brilliance. Since he's a dark horse, he'll be a dark horse to the end. He. That's a fantasy. If everyone didn't know his strength, maybe he would hide it and act weak before finally erupting. It wouldn't be difficult for him to pass the second round. But now, it's too late to regret. On the high platform, there were many different opinions. Xianxia's battle had undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. However, whether he could laugh until the end was not certain. After all, those who could participate in the beast battle were not cowards. Those who could defeat the demonic beasts and enter the second round were the elites among the elites. Although Xianxia had a brilliant reputation and yesterday's battle had become the focus of everyone's attention, he was also a thorn in the flesh of these beast-fighting warriors. If he wanted to obtain the title of beast-fighting warrior and wanted to go to Xianxia Galaxy City, then he must sweep away all obstacles and defeat all opponents. The moment Xianxia stepped onto the beast-fighting stage, he could feel the other 31 pairs of cold eyes staring at him. They were filled with battle intent. What should come couldn't be avoided. Xianxia could only give it his all and fight. Looks like there's no way to escape. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earthweir. Only by fighting could he resolve his worries. In the face of so many ninth heavenly layer star emperors, Xianxia simply wanted to curse. The other two beast fighting stages didn't have such a stiff atmosphere. It was like a life and death calamity. Xianxia, if you choose to withdraw now, maybe you still have a chance to live. But if you're stubborn, then don't blame us for being impolite. If you want to die, we can help you. Right, if you withdraw now, we can let you go. Otherwise, humph, we'll gang up on you. No matter how ruthless you are, you'll have to obediently bow down. If you want to live for a few more years, I advise you to withdraw. Xianxia, even if you're strong, can you beat so many of us? That's right. Ha, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. More than 30 people all looked at Xianxia with a cold smile. If they could subdue him without a fight, that would naturally be the best. They were completely on the same side, sharing a common hatred against the common enemy. Only by defeating Xianxia would they have a chance. Although they weren't really afraid of Xianxia, this guy defeated the nine-headed thunderbird. In order to be absolutely safe, they had to do this. They had to kill Xianxia in the cradle. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Although there was no agreement, these people completely excluded Xianxia. Only by doing this could they ensure their chances of advancing. Isn't this too unfair? So many people are attacking Xianxia, wanting to kick him out first. It's really despicable. I originally wanted to see them fight to the death. Now that Xianxia is directly kicked out, I've been looking forward to it for nothing. then there's nothing we can do. This is the path he chose. It's not against the rules. Xianxia is so strong. If they want to stand out, they have to fight with Xianxia to the death. However, these people are smart. They eliminate the biggest threat first. Then, they will have a better chance. Someone sighed secretly. This is too difficult for Xianxia. It seems that there's no chance for me to see a group of heroes fighting for supremacy. Many people sighed in their hearts. However, the reality was cruel. Even if Xianxia was a deity descending to the mortal world, it would be useless in the face of so many experts. Just when everyone was mourning for Xianxia and was sure that he would choose to retreat, he actually did the opposite and took a step forward resolutely. It went without saying what this step meant. If he retreated, Xianxia's life could be saved. However, if he took a step forward, swords and spears had no eyes. More than 30 experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm would definitely kill Xianxia without a burial place. You're courting death. On the fighting beast stage, someone snorted coldly and stared at Xianxia angrily. Since he is so stubborn, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Yes, kill Xianxia first. It's not too late for us to fight later. Otherwise, with Xianxia here, it will be difficult for us to move an inch. Kill! Endless roars resounded in the fighting beast stage. Xianxia looked steadily forward. He had already made up his mind. In this battle, he must kill one to warn the others. He must let everyone know that he was not a pushover. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you are prepared to lose your life. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and shouted. His expression was stern. The battle was imminent. This guy is quite courageous. There are 30 people here. If he can break through the encirclement, then the last stage should be easy. Tong Wudi looked at Xianxia, who was as still as a mountain. Xianxia's courage was indeed commendable. Facing more than 30 fighters at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, he could still walk leisurely and remain so calm. Ordinary people couldn't do that. His courage alone was worthy of praise. Even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to walk towards the tiger's mountain. Taking a step back would open up the sea and the sky, but he still chose to brave the wind and the waves. Xianxia held his sword and stood there fearlessly. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Naturally, he wouldn't be chased away by these people. Sword 22. Xianxia drew his sword and rushed into the crowd like a tidal wave. All of a sudden, many fighters went all out and fought fiercely with Xianxia. Although they didn't have any agreement, Xianxia's strength made them afraid. They had to practice to eliminate him so that they could have a foothold. 31 people were all at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. None of them was a master who could take charge alone. Moreover, they had all advanced by defeating demonic beasts. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. As for whether he could defeat them or not, it would depend on his actions. Xianxia, where are you going? Catch him and kill him. We can't let him escape. Xianxia was even more cautious. He fought and retreated at the same time. Although the limitless sword cooperated perfectly with him, he only cared about the front and not the back. There were too many people. Even a real half-step star-level expert might not be able to take them lightly. Even ants could kill an elephant when there were too many of them. Moreover, they were not ants, but bloodthirsty bats. It didn't take too many of them. 3 to 5 of them would make it difficult for him to move. As soon as Xianxia started the fight, he was forced into a very difficult situation. He kept wandering on the edge of the fighting beast ring. The scene was extremely fierce. Xianxia only had one choice, which was to run away like a rat. Although he also wanted to fight back, after all, if he could defeat them head-on, his prestige would definitely rise to a higher level, which would make them admire him more. However, his strength was limited. The 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm who were charging at him had already made Xianxia miserable. The only thing he could do was to run away blindly and weaken their power. In the end, he tried to survive in the cracks, but he was in a very difficult situation. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to fight to the death with them, but he was very clear about his own strength. At the end of the fight, Xianxia was confident that he could kill 20 people, but the rest of them might let him die without a burial place. Without absolute confidence, Xianxia didn't want to die here, so he could only choose to run away, but it wasn't admitting defeat, it was just a strategy. Otherwise, if he was afraid of death, Xianxia would have already admitted defeat. But how could he be willing? Gradually, Xianxia was besieged by many experts. It was difficult for him to move forward, but his speed was unparalleled. These people couldn't help but admit defeat. But blindly running away didn't mean victory, on the contrary, it attracted even more disdain. You're truly too disappointing. I had originally thought that you were some sort of hero. But now, it seems that you're nothing more than a coward. TSK, isn't that so? We can only run away since we can't beat them? Ha ha ha, what is this? Only a lackey would do this, right? You are also worthy of being called a beast-fighting warrior? You are also worthy of entering the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City? You are simply a joke. Like a rabbit, you run quite fast, but it's a pity that you are like a wax spearhead made of silver, good to look at but useless. Hee hee hee. Don't hide, little bastard. You only have this much ability. Everyone sneered and said, but they didn't give up on chasing Xianxia. Each of them spoke eloquently and didn't put Xianxia in their eyes. You are a group of shameless things, you still dare to talk about heroes in front of me? If you are a group of heroes, then you have more than 30 people ganging up on me? I'm not afraid of you even if it's a one-on-one battle. Are your faces made out of stone? You are still boasting shamelessly, this is the first time in my life. Xianxia said with a cold smile. These guys were undoubtedly trying to provoke Xianxia into submission. At the very least, it would be a life-and-death battle. Xianxia would definitely die if he accepted the challenge. However, Xianxia was running around, not giving them a chance at all. That was the most disgusting thing. They were furious to see that Xianxia didn't move at all. Although Xianxia didn't dare to fight them head-on, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill Xianxia. The crowd was also infuriated by Xianxia's scolding, but they could only vent their anger on Xianxia. They were determined to kill him. All of a sudden, everyone rushed forward. Xianxia's situation became even more difficult. More than 30 people at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had made up their minds. Xianxia would definitely be in a more difficult situation. Compared to Xianxia, Balzaha, and the others, Tong Ling's situation was the best. Most people knew that Tong Ling was Tong Wudi's daughter, the daughter of the city lord. Who would dare to kill her? If they really killed her, she would disappear from Norton City at any time. Moreover, if Tong Ling's life was really in danger, Tong Wudi would not stand by and watch, even if it was against the rules of the beast battle. Everyone knew how terrifying Tong Wudi was, so Tong Ling was not destined to be the first target in this battle. However, when it came to a life-and-death battle, as long as it was not a life-threatening situation, they would not be soft-hearted. Defeating Tong Ling did not mean that they had to kill her. Furthermore, Tong Ling's identity had played a very big role in the second stage where all the heroes were vying for supremacy. No one would be so blind as to specifically target the daughter of the city lord. Wasn't that courting death? Therefore, Tong Ling did not have many opponents, and she was not in a hurry to make a move. She conserved her strength and hid her cultivation. The last battle was the time for her to explode. Identity was also a part of one's strength. The person Tong Ling was most worried about was Xianxia. Balzaha and Xianxia could protect themselves no matter how bad they were, but Xianxia was different. He was facing more than 39th sky of the Star Royal realm. This was a desperate battle. Xianxia could not defeat them at all. Back in the snowy field, the Great Snow Mountain demons had been suppressed by Xianxia's 5-elemental trigram fire formation, and their cultivation had been damaged. That was why they had been forced to retreat by Xianxia. These people were all top-notch experts. Since they could stand out in the first round, their combat strength was bound to be real. On the other hand, Xianxia's situation was getting more and more difficult. He had no choice but to run for his life, relying on his speed to move around the edge of the arena. This was the final battle. It was impossible for Xianxia to fight against more than 30 warriors. However, he still refused to admit defeat, and it was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. You fool, don't you know that taking a step back will make all the difference? Tong Ling could not help but sigh in his heart. But Jiang Chen was hanging on to his last breath, being surrounded and intercepted by dozens of people. In such a small arena, where could he run to? Jiang Chen's sword was indeed ferocious, but could he defeat all of them? Defeat 1, defeat 2, defeat 3, there is a limit to one's strength. He was facing more than 30 experts who were much stronger than him. The battle had become extremely brutal and had entered the climax. Jiang Chen was severely injured. More than 30 people were attacking him one after another. He had nowhere to hide. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for him to be completely eliminated. Jiang Chen had no choice but to face 30 experts who were chasing after him one after another. He had no way to escape. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was killed. He's really overestimating himself. He clearly had the chance to leave at the beginning, but he didn't take it seriously. Now, he can't even leave even if he wanted to. These people will definitely not let him go. This is called asking for it. Did he really think he could defy the heavens and change his fate to fight 1 against 30? Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Sigh, this is fate. Jiang Chen is unwilling to admit defeat, but he has harmed himself. He doesn't know that where there's life, there's hope. Once he's dead, everything will be over. He can't blame anyone. It can only be said that he was too careless. Who does he think he is? In the first round, he showed off his abilities too much, causing him to become the target of everyone. Now it's difficult. Everything is too much, fate is bound to end early. Jiang Chen is perhaps the most dazzling star in this beast battle, but also the shortest one. On the spectator stand, sighs and sneers filled the arena. Jiang Chen had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention, but even more people were watching him as a joke. 1 against 30, wasn't this nonsense? Overestimating yourself, now you know the pain, but there's no medicine for regret in this world. Even if Jiang Chen knew that he would die, it was too late for regrets. I'll see where you can escape to. Even if you want to escape to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from this arena. Hee hee. Jiang Chen was being targeted. He could only choose to retreat. If it wasn't for the might of the heavenly dragon sword, he would have already been defeated. Even so, Jiang Chen was suffering as he retreated. His strength had been greatly reduced. Facing the 30 jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards who were all targeting him, Jiang Chen could not call for help even if he called for help. Death was approaching Jiang Chen step by step. A trace of despair flashed in Tong Ling's eyes. Jiang Chen, why are you always so stubborn? But at this moment, she couldn't afford to be distracted anymore, because the next few experts she had to face had all arrived. 30 people had fallen. Only she and another expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm were left in the arena. She couldn't afford to be careless. Miss, I'm afraid you're going to lose to me in this battle. The red-haired man in a green robe looked very arrogant and unsociable. He even felt sorry for the audience, but his strength was unquestionable. He had defeated his opponents one after another. In the last battle, he faced Tong Ling, which was a show of respect for the city lord's mansion and Tong Wudi. However, Tong Ling didn't think so. She had to go to the Tianqi Galaxy City. She had to defeat her opponent. Not necessarily. Make your move. I won't show any mercy. Tong Ling's momentum was vigorous. She was about to charge. When the two of them fought, the red-haired man finally realized how powerful Tong Ling was. She had been hiding her strength. Coupled with her identity, no one dared to fight her to the death. Therefore, she had kept her strength very well. It seems that I really can't underestimate you. Miss, watch my sword. The red-haired man sneered, but the long sword in his hand didn't slow down at all. The blade was sharp, and its momentum was like a dragon, making Tong Ling quite nervous. Tong Ling's mind was as one. She had to go all out in the last battle. Childish shadowless sword. Tong Ling's figure was like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely shocking. His sword skill was invisible and he was as fast as a swan. This time, Tong Ling's sword skill made the red-haired man realize that something was wrong. He didn't expect Tong Ling's attack to be so terrifying. Moreover, he didn't take Tong Ling seriously at first. But now, it seemed that he was completely defeated. The shadowless sword's momentum could swallow mountains and rivers. Its overbearing momentum was unstoppable. No, the red-haired man's face was pale. However, Tong Ling's shadowless sword had already cut his long hair and stabbed his shoulder. It was quite close to his throat. She didn't kill him not because she didn't dare, but because she didn't like to kill people. She was strong, but she couldn't bully the weak. "Thank you, miss, for not killing me." Although the red-haired man was defeated, he was still proud. His face was full of surprise. Tears flowed down his face as he hurriedly rolled away. As expected of the daughter of the city lord. That sword is really too powerful. Like father, like daughter. Back then, I heard that city lord Tong used this childish shadowless sword to defeat countless opponents. Step by step, he reached the peak and became the city lord of Norton City. Many people sighed endlessly. They admired Tong Ling very much. In addition, her identity was different from others, so she attracted the gazes of countless people. More people understood how terrifying she was. Balzaha and Xianxia were also defeated. Although their lives weren't in danger, they were in great pain, and their injuries were severe. Sigh, I didn't expect that golden-haired girl to be so strong. We both lost. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It's good enough that we survived. Anyway, we still have a chance. Let's fight next year. I don't believe I can't enter the Awakening Galaxy City. Balzaha didn't feel any pressure and said with a serious expression. What about Jiangchen? Jiang brother looks a bit strained. Xianxia stared at the arena where Jiangchen and the others were. 30 against 1, wasn't this a bit too unfair? However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. Fists were the hard truth. He really might not be able to hold on. Tong Ling's voice was extremely low. Although they had won this battle, Jiang Chen's crisis was still affecting her heart. There was no way out. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. 30 people. This wasn't a fair battle at all. It was a one-sided suppression. He kept retreating, hiding, struggling at death's door, but he was never willing to give up. Even though he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, Jiang Chen still wanted to forge ahead without fear. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that he couldn't lose. De Huang was waiting for him, Longshan was calling him, and Feng'er was suffering somewhere in the everlasting world. What he had to do was sweep away all obstacles and charge out of this cage-like place. He had to stand at the peak of the Awakening Galaxy City and let the entire Heaven Awakening planet see him, as well as those who wanted to see him. Jiang Chen, die. Ha ha ha. Still want to run? Dream on. After killing you, we can compete for the final victor. You tumor should have died long ago. Everyone, work together. If we delay, something unexpected might happen. Change? Gagaga, that's impossible. Even if it's the Heavenly King himself, he won't be able to escape from our palms. How can a single person defy the heavens? Everyone sneered and ridiculed Jiang Chen again and again, pushing his situation to the brink of collapse. He could lose at any time. As long as he fell, they would all be happy, and the real battle had just begun. At this time, Tong Ling and the other yellow-haired girl had already finished their battle and became the final victors. They directly advanced to the third stage and waited to challenge the previous arena masters tomorrow. Now, only Jiang Chen's arena was left. Jiang Chen was resisting everyone. To be exact, no one wanted to see Jiang Chen live. That was because they had felt an immense pressure when they had been fighting the nine-headed Thunderbird. This threat had to be nipped in the bud. Moonlight Slash. Heavenly Lake Sword Technique. Tornado Shadowless Kick. Jiang Chen's mind was as one. His expression was gloomy. He had endured endless pressure. From the beginning of the battle until now, there were more than 10 wounds on his body. Blood was dripping, and the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. However, for Jiang Chen, as long as he did not fall, he could still fight. Groveling, struggling at death's door, advancing step by step, and being battered and exhausted, now, Jiang Chen was really like an old dog, cowering at the edge of the arena and brushing shoulders with death again and again. F*CKU, I've had enough. Jiang Chen roared angrily. At this moment, the formation he had set up at the edge of the arena was finally completed. He was not running, but he was constantly setting up the formation. As long as the formation was completed, so what if there were 39th Heaven Star Emperors, the Ashura Sword Formation, 18 5th-grade swords, and Source Stones were completely activated. This time, Xianxia did not use himself to drive the formation. Instead, he used 100 million 5th-grade Source Stones. The Sky Dragon Sword was the eye of the formation, the 18 5th-grade swords were the foundation, and 100 million Source Stones were the source of the formation. Not only did Xianxia set up the formation, but he also set up an endless death formation. In other words, this formation could not be broken, unless it was broken by force. 18 rays of light were emitted, sealing off the entire arena. More than 30 people felt a sense of suffocation. It was impossible for the source strength in Xianxia's body to be endless, but the 100 million source stones were an endless source of power. Moreover, this time was completely different from the past. Xianxia was already prepared. If you do this once, I will do it 15 times. If you want to kill me, there is no need for me to keep you here. Xianxia's goal was not only to defeat them, but to kill them all. To kill, one must be swift and decisive. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he could not be indecisive. If you want to kill me, then I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. The moment Xianxia activated the formation, more than 30 people felt that something was wrong. What's going on? I don't know. Why do I feel like we are surrounded? This is a formation? What a powerful formation. What can a mere formation do to me? Break it. Someone was unwilling to give up. He slashed out with his sword, wanting to break the formation. However, he was immediately pushed back by the Ashura sword formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. At that moment, many people's expressions changed. What kind of formation is this? Isn't it too strange? Don't tell me this was done by Xianxia? It's hard to say. Where is Xianxia? There. He's up there. Xianxia stood proudly on the Ashura sword formation and shouted in a low voice. Kill without mercy. The formation was activated quickly. Everyone exclaimed. 18 beams of sword light were as dazzling as the sun. They dashed around and shuttled back and forth in the formation on the arena. What a terrifying sword energy. Retreat. Retreat. After an exclamation, the expressions of the 30-plus people changed abruptly, and they were shocked. This sword formation was really too strong. They tried repeatedly, but they were unable to break the formation at all. Moreover, the backlash from the formation heavily injured them. Subsequently, the numerous sword lights were like piercingly cold frost that enveloped everyone's hearts. I can't go on. Help me. I can't go on. I don't want to die. Xianxia, I was wrong. Please let me go. I really don't want to die. Asshole, I'm going out. What should I do? What should I do? Hold on, everyone. I don't believe that there's no way to crack this formation. Can a Star Emperor at the 7th heaven go against the natural order? Terrified shouts reverberated in the formation and resounded in the arena. Puff, 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 whoosh, 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 the continuous sword shadows caused many people to be pierced by the sword chi. They were severely injured, and some even died on the spot. In less than 10 seconds, 9 people had fallen to the ground. Fear continued to spread. What a frightening formation. Even I can feel a chill down my spine from here. Seems like the people within this formation aren't going to make it out alive. That's right. How could Xianxia create such a powerful formation? It's terrifying. 1 against 30. He, this Xianxia is a freak. No, it should be said that he is an existence comparable to the gods. More and more people on the spectators' seats exclaimed in shock. 18 light pillars and 18 sword shadows had sealed off everyone on the arena. Xianxia stood proudly like a god of war who was fighting for his life. Who would have thought that an expert at the 7th heaven of the Star Royal Realm would have such a powerful technique? It was against the natural order. More than 30 people were trapped in the formation, and 10 of them had already died. Tong Wudi was silent. He wanted to attack, but in the end, he restrained himself. That was because he could sense how abnormal this formation was. If he forcibly broke it, he might be able to, but he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The entire arena would be razed to the ground. The energy of 100 million fifth-grade source stones would explode in an instant. Coupled with the backlash of the formation, the colossal beast-fighting arena might turn into a sinkhole. There might even be countless casualties. Even he wasn't confident that he could survive. This formation was too vicious and too perverse. This formation is terrifying, but it doesn't seem to be irreversible. How many source stones would it take to defeat more than 30 people at the ninth heaven of the Star Royal Realm just by relying on the formation itself? Based on my estimates, this array formation would probably require hundreds of millions of grade 5 source stones to completely stabilize it. Moreover, it would need an endless supply of source stones. Even a stellar-level powerhouse would not be able to destroy this array formation. Are you serious? Isn't that too much, 100 million fifth-grade source stones? Oh my god. Is he still human? This Xianxia is too terrifying. Many people who knew about formations couldn't help but gasp. 100 million fifth-grade source stones was an astronomical figure for them. A person in the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm would be considered extremely wealthy if he had 3 or 5 million source stones. However, this formation had cost more than 100 million grade 5 source stones, which was enough to prove that its power was not without reason. Wouldn't it be better to use 100 million fifth-grade source stones to cultivate? If he had to stake everything in this battle, 100 million fifth-grade source stones would be enough for an ordinary person to break through to the star level. Of course, that was just an ideal situation. Many people wouldn't have a chance to break through in their entire lives. Xianxia had used hundreds of millions of dawn stones to create this formation. Its tyrannical power shocked everyone. This formation had turned into a peerless killing formation, one that couldn't be broken. None of the people who were trapped in this formation could come out alive. Xianxia looked straight ahead, his eyes were cold. They only had themselves to blame for everything that had happened to them. They didn't have to fight to the death, but they didn't dare to let Xianxia live because he would become an obstacle in their path. Their path to becoming a true expert would be filled with thorns and bumps. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, "Don't worry." They wouldn't be at ease if they didn't kill Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia killed them without any guilt or hesitation. He was invincible. Anyone who stood in his way would die. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as ice. No one could stop him. Mother ****, Jiang brother is going against the heavens. There are so many people. Oh my god. Balza's body trembled. His face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for those people in the formation. However, they had brought this upon themselves. They had teamed up to surround Xianxia and wanted to kill him. Only now did they realize that they had kicked an iron plate. This iron plate made all of their expressions change. Each of them wailed in pain. The aura of death permeated the entire arena. That's the right thing to do. Those people didn't know what was good for them and wanted to kill Jiang brother. Do they regret it now? Help? Even the Heavenly King can't save your life. Xianxia sneered. He felt gratified for Xianxia and was very excited. Killing and drinking blood was a matter of course. Only those who survived would be strong. Those who failed would never be remembered. However, Xianxia has already angered everyone. He is too cruel. He didn't give these people a chance to live. Tongling said worriedly. Why? Did they deserve to kill Xianxia? Isn't it reasonable for Xianxia to kill them? Xianxia didn't agree. 30 people killed you. The law doesn't punish the masses. You killed 30 people, which makes you an executioner who kills people like flies. Balzaha glanced at Tongling and said in a low voice. However, no matter what, Xianxia didn't do anything wrong. He was forced to do this, Tongling said. At the moment of life and death, Xianxia had struggled on the edge of death countless times. If he could turn defeat into victory, why couldn't he kill everyone? Although this battle didn't advocate life and death, Xianxia's method wasn't wrong when facing enemies who wanted to kill him. Xianxia's formation was a killing formation of death. Even Tong Wudi couldn't do anything about it. Save me. City Lord, save me, I beg you. Xianxia, I was wrong. I beg you to let me go. I don't want to die. I still have a wife and children. I can't die, I give up. I quit. I don't want to play anymore. Sob, sob, sob. Why? Why are you so cruel? Why did you kill all of us? Xianxia, you devil. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Roars and screams reverberated in the arena. This battle seemed to have become a massacre. Xianxia, let them go. Tong Wudi's majestic voice appeared in the sky. The atmosphere in the arena became extremely oppressive. Nearly 20 experts at the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm had died in Xianxia's formation. The whole arena was in an uproar, but some people were also full of doubts. Xianxia was an executioner. The formation is complete. It can't be broken. Xianxia looked up and met Tong Wudi's eyes. This is a massacre. It's against the original intention of our battle. A real warrior shouldn't be full of killing intent. He shouldn't be a devil, right? Tong Wudi frowned and said Lung Lung. That's right. This guy is too evil. He kills people like flies, but he's still so arrogant. City Lord, you can't let him go. Such a good competition was actually turned into a slaughterhouse by him. Such a vicious person, even if he becomes a beast fighter, I reckon that he will still be a person who has committed countless crimes. Sighs and sighs could be heard everywhere. Everyone knew that Xianxia's formation was too terrifying. Only a few of the 30 or so people were left. Why should I wait to be executed just because they want to kill me? The law doesn't punish the masses? 30 people killing one, is this the original intention of the beast battle? Isn't it because they're afraid that I'll suddenly appear and kill everyone, making them lose the chance to compete? Isn't it because they want to strangle the danger in the cradle? And I killed 30 people, so I'm the executioner, the great demon? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Others want to kill me with ulterior motives. Do I have to welcome them with a smile? Even if I could, I wouldn't do it. Since they want to kill me, I will kill all of them without any hesitation. I, Xianxia, will only kill those who deserve to be killed. All of them deserve to die. Xianxia roared. Xianxia's words were sonorous, making people's blood boil. However, Tong Wudi's expression wasn't good. Xianxia's words were equivalent to disobeying him, but they were reasonable. No one could say anything about it. Only some people who were unwilling to accept it splashed dirty water on Xianxia. In their eyes, Xianxia kills people like flies. But in my eyes, he only wants to protect himself. Is that wrong? Tong Ling sighed. Whether it was right or wrong, at this moment, Xianxia's azure sword formation had completely stopped, because the 30 people had already fallen. There was no longer a chance for them to live. Corpses were lying on the stage, dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Although many people were dissatisfied with Xianxia, they couldn't deny that Xianxia's strength had shocked them all. 1 against 30, all killed. Although it was cruel, it made people's blood boil. The cheers and shouts of celebration made people tremble. Xianxia! 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 In the end, he was the victor. He killed everyone, but he also won the attention of countless people. This was not a game, but a battle of life and death. Xianxia never showed mercy, because a kind person would only become a kind person's epitaph. There was no doubt about Xianxia's strength, killing people was just an appetizer. If he didn't kill others, others would kill him. This was the reality of a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong were respected. Only the living had the right to speak. Xianxia withdrew all of his swords. Everyone in the arena was shocked. This battle was even more terrifying than the one that killed the 9-headed Thunderbird. Xianxia's name had finally resounded throughout the beast battle arena. It had even become a taboo existence. This is also a skill. If it was someone else, wouldn't they be dead? That's right. Could it be that he's still waiting for death? I support you, Xianxia. Man is born good. No one wants to kill people and become a great demon, but when they are forced to do so, who can wait for death? Damn, that was fun. That group of bastards wanted to gang up on him, but in the end, they reaped what they sowed. Ha ha ha. The eyes of the crowd were bright. Some people sighed, and naturally, there were people who supported Xianxia. He was not wrong. He could only survive by killing everyone. The title of the Beast Battle Warrior was not for nothing. Without the courage to fight the world, how could one be called a warrior? Balzaha and Xianxia rushed to the edge of the arena and received Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was already on the verge of death. He had suffered many injuries. In this battle, he had become a killing god. Even the city lord could not do anything to him. It was really amazing. You won. Tongling smiled sweetly. Her eyes were filled with gratification and emotion. Xianxia's journey to where he was today was really not easy. This guy had almost died and was targeted by everyone, but he still stood his ground and stood on the peak. This battle had given him a lot of fame, and made him a popular figure in Norton City. A young genius was only SOSO. The beast battle had made him famous. It's all because the people of Norton City were too enthusiastic. There were so many people, and I almost couldn't handle it. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. It was already a miracle that he could survive. Have a good rest. Tomorrow is the last battle. As long as you can win against the arena master, you can enter Xianxia Milky Way City. Tongling said. You guys, how about it? Xianxia asked. Except for me, the two of them are done for. Tongling shrugged and said indifferently. Ling Er, can you not be so harsh? No matter what, we are friends of life and death. Xianxia pretended to be dissatisfied. He had already extinguished the fire, but Tongling still poured cold water on him. It was really too depressing. That's right. Miss Temper has been spoiled by you. I curse you to be beaten tomorrow. Balzaha laughed. Bastard, you're courting death. Tongling glared and slapped Balzaha's neck. The latter was not angry. They were childhood sweethearts, and Balzaha and Xianxia had deep feelings for Tongling. They had both friendship and love. Even Xianxia was very envious of them. After returning to the house, Xianxia began to quickly heal his injuries and recover his strength. The battle tomorrow could not be underestimated. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. He had now become the wind vane of the beast battle. The battle tomorrow would affect the hearts of countless people. Moreover, he had already taken half a step into Xianxia Milky Way City. Xianxia had to be more careful. If he failed at this time, he would probably be too sullen. Today, he had almost failed. Fortunately, he had lost half his life to survive. Your injuries are too serious. Master, let me protect you. I always feel that this house is not safe. The Black King appeared beside Xianxia and said sternly. He was constantly observing the movements in the surroundings. Okay, you be careful too. Xianxia said. His injuries were too severe today, so he had to focus on healing himself, and he couldn't afford any disturbances. Norton City wasn't an iron fortress, and he had almost been ambushed by the arrogant Great Master Lu, so he had to be extra vigilant. Those who did not attract jealousy were mediocre. Xianxia was never afraid of others finding fault with him. He wanted to let everyone see his strength. After tomorrow's battle, he would leave Norton City. The heavenly awakening Galaxy City had always been a place that he longed for. Only there would he have a bigger stage to show his strength. Xianxia looked up at the bright stars in the Milky Way City. It was said that only by standing in Xianxia Milky Way City would one be able to touch it. Only by looking up at the Milky Way City would one have the feeling of being shoulder to shoulder with the starry sky. The night wind was slightly cold, and the sky was gradually changing. The quiet old house was filled with cicadas from time to time. The Black King looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The flowers and trees around seemed to be suffocating. The trees longed for peace, but the wind never stopped. Someone is here. The Black King said in a low voice, but he didn't dare to disturb his master. Who is it? Anyone who dares to step into the house will be killed without mercy. The Black King roared angrily. His eyes were filled with disdain as he observed the surroundings. He felt that this pressure was extremely terrifying, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, his master was in the middle of cultivation. He would rather die to stop this man. You didn't expect this, did you? We meet again so soon. A cold laugh resounded in the yard. The man was shrouded in a blue robe. Only his eyes could be seen, staring at Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia opened his eyes slowly, without any distractions. At that moment, he also felt a great sense of crisis. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't fight at all if he didn't break through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if he did, he would need a large number of source stones to recover. Apparently, this man had come prepared. It seemed that he had been watching Xianxia for a long time. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, a homeless dog. How dare you come here? Do you want to die? Xianxia said coldly. This man was the blue-robed man who had taken them out of the ancient snow region. At this moment, he was no longer struggling at death's door. He had become extremely fierce. Compared with the man in the ancient snow region, he was a totally different person. The domineering aura covered the yard. He was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, and he was even stronger than the Black King. You're just a dead dog struggling at death's door. Even if someone protects you, they can't save your life, the blue-robed man said with a smile. The blue-robed man said with a smile. In his point of view, Xianxia was like a turtle in a jar, there was no way for him to escape. Back when his strength had been damaged, he hadn't dared to directly clash with Xianxia. After leaving the ancient snow region, he had hurriedly hidden himself. He had schemed for 20 years just for that jade tablet. He hadn't expected that it would be snatched away by an uninvited guest from the ancient snow region like Xianxia. How could he not be angry? He wanted to dig out his heart and tear out his lungs, to grind Xianxia's bones to dust. He had thought that it would not be easy to find him. If this guy went into hiding, it would be very troublesome for the blue-robed man. However, he did not expect that he would dare to participate in the beast battle with great fanfare, which saved him the effort of looking for him. Perhaps it was because he didn't know the use of the jade token. Otherwise, he would have found a place to hide it. But this was also good. He was finally relieved. How arrogant of you. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. I let you escape last time, but this time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Xianxia said lightly. Is that so? Just based on what you have now. Do you think this is the ancient snow region? Do you think I'm a fool? Ha ha ha. The blue-robed man laughed wildly. His eyes were like torches, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Don't be so arrogant. You'll have to defeat me first. The Black King snorted coldly, facing the blue-robed man. The two of them were at daggers drawn. The battle was imminent. Xianxia didn't dare to stop for a second. He kept swallowing source stones to recover his strength at a faster rate. The blue-robed man brought him too much pressure. This man was the strongest person below the star level that Xianxia had met so far. Back in the ancient snow region, the blue-robed man couldn't exert all his strength. Now it seemed that the seal had been lifted completely. Xianxia could not defeat him without breaking through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The higher one was at the peak of the Star Emperor realm, the more difficult it would be. Every step forward was like reaching the sky. And the truly stable experts at the peak of the Star Emperor realm would be even stronger. This blue-robed man was one of those experts. The Black King didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and fought with the blue-robed man at close range. Horrible collisions and intertwined with each other again and again. The Black King was also very strong, but he was a bit overwhelmed when facing this blue-robed man who had recovered his strength and returned. Even the Black King didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill the blue-robed man with one blow. It seemed that it would not be as easy as he had imagined. However, even if he died, he would protect his master. From the moment he surrendered to Xianxia, his life didn't belong to Xianxia anymore. Even if he had to face a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, the Black King would make a way for Xianxia. Boom! Earth-shattering roars resounded through the earth. The world was spinning. The Black King's sharp claws tore the air. His momentum didn't diminish at all. Like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, he kept clashing with the blue-robed man. The feeling of fists hitting flesh was very exciting. However, the Black King's situation became more and more difficult. The blue-robed man also punched hard. His roar was like thunder. He suddenly rushed forward and knocked the Black King over. Xianxia saw everything, but he had no way to deal with it at the moment. He could only finish his recovery and breakthrough as soon as possible. "You can't stop me," the blue-robed man said disapprovingly as he approached the Black King with a sinister smile. His robe was fluttering in the wind. "Even if you die, don't even think about taking a step forward." The Black King stood in front of the blue-robed man fearlessly, looking death in the eye. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blue-robed man's attacks were ruthless, and his fists were swift and fierce. Every punch landed on Black King's sharp claws, causing Black King's hands to tremble uncontrollably. It was the simplest and most direct confrontation between the two. Crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out, and Black King's injuries became more and more severe. The blue-robed man became more and more ruthless. The Black King didn't care about anything. The blue-robed man wanted to kill this guy to crush his arrogance. As long as he didn't kill the Black King, he couldn't touch Xianxia. This guy was like a dog's skin plaster, sticking to him. The blue-robed man became more and more furious. "Get lost." The Black King blocked with his arms and rushed forward without hesitation. Once again, he exchanged blows with the blue-robed man. His whole body was sent flying. His injuries were very serious. The blue-robed man patted the dust off his body and frowned. This guy was really hateful. "Die." Devil God Fist. Layers of demonic shadows came one after another. Fist shadows intertwined, making it impossible for the Black King to hide. The Black King was already seriously injured. Now, it was even worse. The Black King's body was sent flying. He kept gasping for breath and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Overconfident dog. "Humph," the blue-robed man approached again. The Black King's body was still unmoved. He stood in front of Xianxia, protecting him with his life. "If you want me to die, don't think you'll have it easy too." "Master, I'm sorry," Black King murmured. His eyes were filled with guilt. He had tried his best, but he still couldn't defeat the blue-robed man. His strength was infinitely close to the half-step star level. The blue-robed man moved faster, fiercer, and more ferocious, trying to kill the Black King. Qin Wendian clenched his fist, and it was as if a huge rock had descended from the heavens. It smashed into the Black King's shoulder, directly penetrating his shoulder blade. He was on his last breath. The second punch came, but it was blocked by Xianxia. He grabbed the blue-robed man's fist with both of his hands and protected the Black King. He was knocked back a few dozen meters, and there were 2 deep trenches under his feet. "Don't blame yourself. Leave the rest to me." Xianxia's face was gloomy. He looked at the Black King behind him. He was in a very dangerous situation now, and his life could be in danger at any time. Although Xianxia hadn't broken through yet, he had recovered more than half of his strength. "Your formation might be useful in the ancient snow region, but it won't be useful now." The blue-robed man sneered. "Don't think about running away. I've already sealed this place. No one will know. Hand over the jade card and I can leave you with a complete corpse." "Okay, tell me, what's the use of the jade card?" "I'll give it to you," Xianxia said faintly. "You don't deserve to know. Because that thing should belong to me. I've been hiding in the ancient snow region for 20 years, but you stole it. So, you must die," the blue-robed man said furiously. Xianxia had ruined all of his plans and even took away the jade card he yearned for. He couldn't wait to eat Xianxia's flesh and bones. "Is that so? Then I'm sorry. After leaving the ancient snow region, you still dare to come back. You're really not afraid of death. It's still not certain who will win today." Xianxia restrained his aura. That punch just now had already made him feel the terror and irritation of the blue-robed man. I have to admit that your strength is indeed very strong. I have also seen the battle in the arena. Your attainments and formations are indeed very strong. However, it's a pity that I will absolutely not give you such a chance. So many people have been killed by you. Even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to escape from the formation. But now, if I were to kill you, it would be as easy as taking something from my pocket. The blue-robed man's eyes were cold and incomparably confident. Xianxia was very strong, but he was built on top of a formation. Without the formation's support, his strength would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, this guy was able to use hundreds of millions of origin stones to build a formation base, so he definitely had a lot of treasures on him. However, everything else was secondary. The most important thing was the jade plate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 20 years in the ancient snow domain, waiting patiently for the opportunity to become a wedding dress for Xianxia. But today, everything would be erased by him. You're quite arrogant. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? My life is right here, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it. Xianxia held his blade in front of him and stood still like a mountain. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I'll send you to hell. The blue-robed man waved his fist, his footsteps were steady. Every step he took was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The impact on Xianxia was quite great. Xianxia directly used the dragon transformation and the dragon soaring technique. His strength increased again, even reaching the 9th heavenly layer Star Emperor realm. The fierce dragon body collided with the blue-robed man. Both Xianxia and the blue-robed man didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. They were not only fighting, but also consuming their life force. Bang! 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 Xianxia's body was thrown back again and again. Many bones in his body were broken and blood kept flowing out, but he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The blue-robed man's condition was much better than his. After all, his strength had not recovered to its peak. Moreover, the gap between the two was very big. You're not my opponent. Accept your fate. The blue-robed man leaped, descending from the sky with an astonishing momentum. His fist smashed down as if it was splitting the sky and earth, destroying everything in its path. Sword 22. Sword 23. Sword 24. Xianxia's figure was like a sword, waving the heavenly dragon's sword and dealing with the blue-robed man again and again. The blue-robed man was even more ferocious, his iron fist met with Xianxia's, which made Xianxia even more shocked. Demonic divine fist, no one can stop me. The blue-robed man punched again, like an iron chain crossing the river. Xianxia couldn't escape at all. Sword 28. Sword stance. The wind of the fist collided with the sword chi. Xianxia's strength and imposing manner were intertwined. The sword 28 had unleashed Xianxia's imposing manner to the peak. Relying on the momentum of the sword rain filled the sky. The blue-robed man didn't waver, only one punch, the wind caused by the fist shook the sky. Xianxia was once again forced back dozens of steps, spurting blood. It wasn't that sword 28 wasn't strong enough, but the difference in strength between the two was too great. In addition, Xianxia was injured, this battle was too unfair for him, but there was no such thing as fairness in this world. The blue-robed man's body was also slashed with more than 10 sword wounds, but the residual force was not enough, and was deterred by the fist wind, so it didn't completely kill him. Really tenacious and unyielding, but now, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight, how are you going to explain? Even the heavens can't save you. Die for me. The blue-robed man's attack arrived. Xianxia was like facing a great enemy, quickly retreating, but just at the moment when he couldn't retreat, another light shadow descended from the sky, directly injuring him. Xianxia's chest, all of his ribs were caved in, blood spurting out. Xianxia leaned on the heavenly dragon's sword, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked coldly. Another person wanted to take his life. This person's strength was not weaker than the blue-robed man. Another expert appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? The blue-robed man looked at the black-robed man in front of him, frowning. This guy could actually ignore the seal that he had set up, and even ignored him. Although the seal was not strong, to be able to do this quietly, it was enough to say that this person in front of him was not simple. Kill his people, I only kill people. The black-robed man said in a low voice. Only kill people? Humph, it seems that there are quite a few people who have their eyes on me. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He didn't know who this black-robed man in front of him was, but at this time, he was completely in a dead end. There was no way to escape. I don't care who you are. If you want to kill and rob, then don't blame me for not being polite. The blue-robed man looked at the black-robed man. Xianxia was very sullen. I'm about to die, but I don't even know who these two bastards are. It's really depressing. All right. The black-robed man's low voice revealed a trace of age and hoarseness, slightly nodding his head. You're Lu Deshui's man? Xianxia said in a low voice. He was silent, cold, and murderous. He didn't even show his eyes. His whole body was shrouded in black. Xianxia was slightly surprised. Did he know this guy? Or was there something wrong with his identity? Otherwise, why would he be so secretive? The blue-robed man was the same. Apart from his eyes, Xianxia hadn't seen his face yet. He was hiding. He was either guilty or a ghost. Xianxia knew he didn't stand a chance in this fight. He had to leave as soon as possible. If he kept fighting against these two, he would only be exhausted to death. There were strong and weak cultivators in the 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm. Some of them could even fight against 10 of them alone. If he had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Xianxia would still have a chance to escape. But he didn't have the time now. To break through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, he would have to consume at least 200 million source stones, and he couldn't consume them in a short time. Let's do it. The blue-robed man said in a low voice. 2 at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm bullying 1 at the 7th heaven. You two are too shameless. A lazy and disdainful voice rang out above Xianxia and the others. An old man in ragged clothes with a stooped back reclined on the eaves. He smacked his lips and drained the wine in his gourd in one gulp, as if he hadn't had enough. Old man, do you want to die? The blue-robed man, Lung Lung, said. This old beggar who had appeared out of nowhere annoyed him. It's you. You old liar. F***CKU. Xianxia also cursed the old man inwardly. This was the guy who had cheated him of his source stones. Yang Wolao. Hey, we meet again, young man. It's fate. Yang Wolao took a look at Xianxia. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Xianxia's heart was pounding. Is this old fart courting death? If these two people wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be an easy thing to do? Fate, my ass. Xianxia was a little annoyed. This old thing was too disgusting. Stop trying to mystify me. Old thing, are you courting death? The blue-robed man said. Yang Wolao waved his hand and said impatiently, do the youngsters nowadays not know how to respect the old and cherish the young? You keep calling me old thing, why do you call me that too? TSK, unfortunately, you're not my father. The blue-robed man was enraged. If you're not, then so be it. I didn't recognize you as my son. Yang Wolao curled his lips. You're an old man who doesn't die, and you regard me as a thief. I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the blue-robed man struck out, the wind from his fists came one after another. Yang Wolao took to his heels and ran. He looked flustered, but in fact, the blue-robed man didn't even manage to touch the hem of Yang Wolao's clothes. The blue-robed man's eyes gradually narrowed. It seemed that this guy had hidden his strength well. He really couldn't underestimate him. F***CK. Xianxia was shocked. This old thing was not bad. Senior's kung fu is indeed amazing. I admire you, I admire you. Xianxia said solemnly. What? The old swindler has become a senior? He he he. Yang Wolao glanced at Xianxia and laughed strangely. This amount, I'll guarantee your safety. Yang Wolao raised his index finger at Xianxia. 10 million origin stones? Fine. It's decided then. Xianxia nodded excitedly. This old swindler seemed to have some skills. Now that he was facing a mortal enemy, he couldn't care less. You're wrong. It's 100 million. Yang Wolao laughed. Why don't you go rob someone? Xianxia's face was gloomy. Stealing and robbing are all despicable people. Yang Wolao, earn money with a conscience. You invested 100 million in the Beast Battle Arena's formation. You're a rich man, so it's impossible that you don't have money. I've been protecting you for a long time. He. I've always been a very reasonable person. I'm fair and just, and I don't cheat anyone. I didn't ask you for 200 million origin stones. I'm really too kind. Yang Wolao laughed as if he were a smiling tiger. Xianxia rolled his eyes. It seemed like he had been too high profile. It seemed like everyone knew that he had used 100 million grade 5 origin stones to set up the formation. This old bastard had smelled the scent of money on him, so it was reasonable for him to appear here. Fine. 100 million it is. Xianxia gritted his teeth. This old swindler had saved his life at a critical moment. 100 million origin stones wasn't much. After all, it was just a worldly possession. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Ace bodyguard, requesting to go, he. Yang Wolao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Naturally, he wasn't worried that Xianxia wouldn't pay up. Xianxia's life was in his hands. Would he dare not pay up? But at the end of the day, he wasn't one of those petty thieves. He earned money with a conscience. Old bastard, don't be so shameless. If you don't scram, I'll kill you as well. The blue-robed man's gaze was sharp, but he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Even though they hadn't exchanged blows, this old bastard's speed had shocked him. He actually dared to say that he would save Xianxia. Did he think this was a market? Haggling over the price? Then you can try. I, Yang Wolao, have always been a man of my word. Since I've accepted 100 million origin stones, I'll definitely keep my word. Yang Wolao said confidently, then turned towards Xianxia. Give me the money. Okay, Xianxia said helplessly. He directly threw 100 million origin stones ring at Yang Wolao. Yang Wolao accepted it with satisfaction, his eyes squinting into a line. Kill them all. The items are yours, but the people must die. The black-robed man glanced at the blue-robed man and said in a low voice. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They quickly rushed forward. Yang Wolao wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and rushed forward. His whole body became sharp, like a sharp blade, rushing left and right. The two of them combined were actually unable to do anything to Yang Wolao. They even advanced cautiously at every step. This old bastard has some ability. Xianxia's heart trembled. Although this old swindler wasn't a good person, he really came forward at the critical moment. He was an ace bodyguard. This money was not wasted. The black-clothed man and the blue-clothed man tried their best, but they still couldn't break through Yang Wolao's defense. Xianxia seriously suspected that Yang Wolao's strength had already reached the half-step star realm. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to defend against the two of them so easily. But now, it seemed like Yang Wolao didn't have to put in any effort at all. The black-clothed man and the blue-clothed man who were charging at him in a menacing manner were having a hard time. If this continued, they would probably be exhausted by Yang Wolao in the long run. There was no need for this old swindler to act. This old guy's strength is too strong. The blue-robed man complained in his heart. If it weren't for the jade tablet that he wanted so much, he would have run away a long time ago. This guy was indeed a wily old fox. Whether it was strength or battle experience, he was far above the two of them. As he moved, it was like he was taking a stroll in the park. Senior, hurry up and kill them. This will prevent future trouble. Xianxia said in a low voice. You asked me to protect you, but you didn't ask me to help you kill people. Killing people is different. 100 million origin stones per person. Yang Wolao said calmly. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This made the two of them even more anxious. F***ck. I didn't say anything. Xianxia couldn't bear to part with 200 million origin stones. He didn't have many origin stones left to begin with, and these 2 lives would cost him hundreds of millions of origin stones. That would be a huge loss. The 2 black-clothed men tried to break through Yang Wolao's defense again and again, but they were mercilessly forced back. They panted heavily, their hearts filled with shock. You old thing? Do you think that no one in Norton City can deal with you? The black-clothed man said in a low voice. You can try. Are you threatening me? Do you think that I begged for food in Norton City all these years for nothing? Yang Wolao looked at him disdainfully. These two guys are too annoying. I plan to do a promotion. Buy one, get one free. 100 million origin stones. I'll help you kill them all. What do you think? Yang Wolao frowned. His face darkened as he glared at the two black-cloaked men. Buy one, get one free, Jiangchen laughed bitterly in his heart. You old thing, you see that I'm not willing to spend money, so you're playing tricks on me. At this moment, it was the two of them who pricked up their ears and became much more cautious. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Yang Wolao moved his palms. Wind and thunder rumbled and crushed downwards. The entire sky darkened, as if the mountains and rivers were about to shatter and the earth was shaking. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. Just you wait, Jiangchen, I won't let you off. The blue-clothed man held angrily, full of unwillingness. However, Yang Wolao was too strong, and he had no chance at all. If Jiangchen really took out another 100 million, then the two of them might be killed by Yang Wolao. The black-clothed man didn't hesitate either. After the blue-clothed man retreated, he also disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Jiangchen let out a long sigh of relief. This old liar wasn't completely useless after all. Those two guys aren't simple. It seems like you've offended quite a few people. What jade tablet did that blue-clothed man want from you? Yang Wolao said with a sinister smile. What does that have to do with you? Don't ask blindly. Jiangchen said in a low voice. I saved you just now. Is this how you treat your savior? Young people nowadays are really too rude, sigh. It's not like I didn't give you money. You've been paid. Jiangchen laughed. Although this old liar was somewhat eccentric, he was a very principled person. Since he had saved him, he would definitely not make things difficult for him. That's true. You have to be careful in tomorrow's battle. The arena masters of the beast battle are people who have experienced life and death battles time and time again. Those who are able to successfully defend the arena are not easy to deal with. Looking at your miserable state, you will be in danger. Yang Wolao said with a chuckle. He took the wine gourd and staggered away. Jiangchen's heart became extremely serious. Although this Yang Wolao was a friend and not an enemy, he was greedy for money. However, what was the background of this mysterious old liar? Jiangchen had to be on guard. There was also the blue-clothed man and the black-clothed man. Although the blue-clothed man's identity was unknown, Jiangchen at least knew his purpose. As for this black-clothed man who appeared out of nowhere, not even a trace was left behind. Jiangchen didn't even know who he had offended. That Master Lu didn't seem to have the ability to invite such a powerful expert. He invited a group of mobs. Then, what was the background of this person? The most important thing was that they didn't show their true faces. Their identity must be the key. Forget it. Don't think about it. I'll deal with it when it comes. Jiangchen shook his head helplessly. He had escaped from death. Tomorrow's battle was even more serious for him. Yang Wolao was right. How could a master who could successfully defend the arena be easy to deal with? Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. It was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now, his enemies were in the dark, and Jiangchen was in the light. It was useless to think too much. The only way was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Jiangchen calmed down and began to cultivate wholeheartedly. He had seriously realized that his strength and cultivation were not enough. He had to improve it as soon as possible. Jiangchen kept swallowing source stones at an extremely fast speed. He had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The breakthrough was imminent. It was a matter of course. This time, Jiangchen almost used up all the source stones. There were only tens of millions of them left. However, he was quite satisfied because his strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Although it was only one heaven, it was like an improvement of a large realm. Otherwise, why would people always say that it was more and more difficult to cultivate to the peak of the Star Emperor realm? There were thousands of Star Emperors, but geniuses who could really break through and reach the star level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This time, Xianxia had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It was a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. At this moment, if he ran into that blue-robed man again, Xianxia wouldn't be afraid. The night passed quietly. The night wind left no trace. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly on the ground. The pines and cypresses in the courtyard were emerald green, setting off the morning light. Accompanied by the sounds of birds and insects, a new chapter of the day had begun. After a night of recovery, the Black King had recovered most of his strength. However, his injuries were too serious. It would not be easy for him to recover in a short time. His body was not as strong as Xianxia's. "Congratulations, Master. Your strength has improved again." The Black King was also happy for Xianxia. After all, the situation last night was too dangerous. The Black King was also very relieved that they had escaped. He was even happier that his master had become stronger. "It seems that I can open the Buddha Prison Pagoda again." Xianxia's eyes lit up. He hadn't opened the Buddha Prison Pagoda for a long time. This time, his strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He finally felt an unusual call. It seemed that the Buddha Prison Pagoda was responding to him. "Then let's open it quickly and have a look." The Black King was more excited than Xianxia. If it was a treasure left by the previous master, it would probably be of great help to the current master. If there was really a peerless divine item as a backing, they wouldn't have been bullied miserably like last night. They had almost said goodbye to the eternal world. "Okay, I'll open it right now." Xianxia was full of anticipation. He hoped that this time, it wouldn't be like before. After opening the pagoda, it would only be filled with Tao laws, which would be of little help to him. Xianxia held his breath and concentrated. Carefully, he mobilized the qi in his body and opened the 6th level of the Buddha Prison Pagoda. At that moment, Xianxia felt as if a different door had been opened in front of him. It was like a brand new world, filled with brilliance and a dreamy feeling. "What is this?" Xianxia looked at the ark floating in front of him, his brows furrowed. This is the sea-tide divine ark? What do you mean? Is this thing very powerful?" Xianxia was surprised. The ark was about 3 meters long, and it was exquisitely crafted. It was very beautiful, and there were many pavilions. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was an immortal palace, but it was a smaller version. The deep-sea divine ark is a secret treasure of the starry sky. It is a high-grade secret treasure of the starry sky. Even the overlord of the Xianxia star does not have such a treasure. Black King said with envy. Xianxia was stunned. Was this thing so mysterious? A secret treasure of the starry sky? Even the overlord of the Xianxia star did not have such a treasure? The so-called secret treasure of the starry sky is a treasure that can complete a jump between the star boundary and the star field. If you want to go from the Xianxia star to the ancient dragon star, you will arrive there in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. It is more stable than a transmission array. If a transmission array is used between star fields, it is very likely to collapse. However, this secret treasure of the starry sky is the pinnacle of speed. It can travel through the eternal world's starry sky like walking on flat ground. The secret treasure of the starry sky is made of meteoric iron. It is more precious than any divine weapon. Moreover, the secret treasure of the starry sky is something that every interstellar wanderer dreams of obtaining. However, this thing is too rare and too extravagant. Moreover, it is priceless. Even if you have the money, you may not be able to buy it. Black King's expression was very serious. His eyes were fixed on the deep-sea divine Arkansas. One could imagine how shocked he was about this secret treasure of the starry sky. Xianxia was also a little excited by Black King's words. This thing was so awesome. Wouldn't it be easy to run around in the future? It was even more powerful than the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven could only perform short-distance space-time teleportation, and it consumed a lot of energy. This secret treasure of the starry sky was simply a peerless treasure. No wonder the Black King said that any interstellar wanderer would want to have a secret treasure of the starry sky. Listening to him, even his blood started to boil. He couldn't help but want to explore the starry skies and become an unrestrained interstellar wanderer. Xianxia stretched out his hand and took the deep-sea divine boat into his hand. He realized that the deep-sea divine boat could expand to 108,000 feet and shrink to the size of a walnut. The 108,000 feet deep-sea divine boat was like a moving city. Xianxia was shocked and amazed. Although it had been through the baptism of countless years, the deep-sea divine boat still gave him a mighty and domineering feeling. Even the Black King was so excited. One could imagine that with the deep-sea divine boat in the future, Xianxia would have one more life-saving means. When the Tsunglan godly boat was attacked by universe masters, it was already in tatters. I didn't expect it to be repaired by Master. Congratulations. I wonder when the Nine Heavens Pagoda Palace will regain its former glory. Black King said emotionally. That day will come. Senior Pagoda Dragon is also a hero of his generation. I will definitely not bury his glory. Xianxia said with a smile. The Black King didn't mean anything else. Master, please don't take offense. The Black King was afraid that Xianxia would think too much, so he didn't mean to disrespect him in the slightest. I'm not that petty. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a warm smile. Master, this deep-sea divine boat is really too precious. You must never let anyone know about it. A gentleman's treasure will arouse the envy of others. Even the overlords of the Apocalypse planet will be tempted if they see the deep-sea divine boat. The Black King said solemnly. This item was too precious, and anyone would have bad thoughts about it. Especially those who had bad intentions, they had to be extra careful. The current Norton City was still a foreign place to them. Xianxia nodded and carefully put away the deep-sea divine boat. He made some preparations before heading to the bestial arena. The battle for the bestial warrior title was just around the corner. Whether he could pass or not would depend on today's battle. If he won, his name would go down in history and resound throughout Norton City. He would then head to Tianqi Silver River City and reach the pinnacle of life. If he lost, he would become a nobody. There was no such thing as a genius. There were only 3 arenas left in the bestial arena because there were only 3 battles today. They were Xianxia, Tong Ling, and the lady in yellow who had defeated Balzaha and Xianxia. The bestial arena was filled with hundreds of thousands of people. Xianxia and Balzaha had arrived earlier than Xianxia. As soon as they saw Xianxia, they waved at him. Why are you only here now? The battle is about to start. Why are you still taking your time? Xianxia said with a smile. The loss of yesterday's battle was hard for him. However, he had to live his life one day at a time. He was very happy that Xianxia and Tong Ling had advanced to the next round. Not being able to advance to the next round meant that they were not as good as the others. It was not scary to admit defeat. What was scary was not being able to face defeat. Tong Ling has already entered. You have to do your best today, Jiang brother. Don't let those people look down on us. Balzaha patted Xianxia's shoulder heavily. He had high hopes in his eyes. After all, he and Xianxia had already been eliminated. However, they still hoped that Xianxia could help them achieve their dream of entering Tianqi Silver River City. Don't worry. I will win this battle. Xianxia was full of confidence. He looked at the two of them and walked straight into the bestial arena. It's starting, it's starting. I haven't slept the whole night. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this moment. Who isn't? There were many dark horses in yesterday's battle. Xianxia and that yellow-robed girl, Luo Ying, were unexpected. Especially Xianxia, he stole the limelight and killed more than 39 Heaven Star Emperors. Oh my god, I still feel a little scared when I think about it. Luckily, I wasn't in the same group as him yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to watch the show today. It's coming, it's coming. The main event is coming. I wonder if the Yin will prevail today, and if Xianxia will be able to defeat the arena champion. It's hard to say. Although Xianxia stunned many people in yesterday's battle, he didn't rely on his own strength to defeat his opponent. He used a formation, which is equivalent to a trick. However, today's battle is not a tag team battle. The champions who can stay in the arena for many rounds are the best of the best in the Star Emperors. They are the real fierce ones. Xianxia's formation won't work. More and more people in the audience started to discuss with each other. There were 3 main characters today. Whoever could win would naturally become the focus of everyone's attention. The dark horse Xianxia, the unknown yellow-robed girl, Luo Ying, and Tong Wudi, the daughter of City Lord Tong, were all interesting to watch. Silence. Suddenly, the Colosseum quieted down. It was rare for the City Lord to be in charge of the competition. The reason was that he was there to support his daughter. Tong Wudi didn't have any misgivings. After all, this was a place where one could only stand out with one's own ability. Relying on connections wasn't the right way. Even though Tong Wudi was the City Lord, he couldn't control everyone's mind. Money and power were the most worthless things in this world. Only strength, a strong enough strength, was the hard truth. Today's battle will determine who is the real genius and who is qualified to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. The winner is king. There's no need to say more. I know you have been impatient for a long time, my dearest people. Let me see your hands, your cheers, your shouts. I declare that the ultimate battle begins now. The first battle, challenger Tong Ling and the arena defender Anjadelu. After Tong Wudi finished speaking, Tong Ling was already in position on the arena, waiting for the arena defender to appear. In the distance, a black shadow broke through the air and smashed into the arena like a mountain. Boom! A loud noise stirred up a lot of dust. A 9-foot-tall man appeared, looking down on Tong Ling. In front of him, Tong Ling was like a doll. Tong Ling's heart sank. He held his sword tightly, facing the giant in front of him. He didn't look away. If he defeated him, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would be right in front of him. Anjiadaru, this guy is not simple. I heard that he has overcome many obstacles and killed many experts. He practices external martial arts and is invulnerable. Ordinary Star Emperor in the 9th heaven can't withstand a single blow from him. Looks like Miss Tong has met her match. He. Anjadelu isn't the strongest, but Miss Tong can't be underestimated either. The two of them looked at each other, ready to fight at any time. Everyone in the audience broke out in a cold sweat. The ultimate battle that everyone was looking forward to was going to be very exciting. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Anjiadelu said faintly in a deep, low voice. He was the champion of the arena several times in a row. Whether it was strength or cultivation, he was infinitely close to a stellar-level powerhouse. He was not afraid to deal with this little girl in front of him at all. However, Tong Ling was the daughter of the City Lord after all. At least Anjiadelu did not dare to kill her. It was fine as long as he defeated her. How would I know if I haven't fought you? You're indeed very strong, I have to admit, but I'm no pushover either. Come on, let me see if you're really as strong as the rumors say. Tong Ling had made all the preparations. She had been waiting for this battle for a long time, so she would not easily admit defeat. Although his silhouette was small, he was like a snake coming out of its hole. He took the initiative to attack with his sword. Roar, with Unjud's roar, the battle between the two began. Tong Ling had been taking the initiative because she was faster and more ferocious. The sharp sword Chi leaped up and approached Anjiadelu again and again. The confrontation between the two became more and more intense, arousing the cheers of the audience. However, Anjiadelu also caught up. After all, he was the champion of the previous arena. His strength was evident. Although Tong Ling's sword was light and fast, her strength was far from being able to hurt Anjiadelu. She could only advance step by step. In the face of Anjiadelu's heavy punches, Tong Ling's sword Chi was not even enough to shock the opponent. Anjiadelu's cross-training was indeed worthy of his reputation. In less than 20 moves, Tong Ling had already fallen into a great passive position. Tong Ling's situation is not very good, Xianxia said with a frown. From his point of view, if Tong Ling didn't try to be flexible, he would always be suppressed by Anjiade. In the end, no one knew when he would be able to make a comeback, and he might never be able to make a comeback. Ling is too careless. She knows that this guy's overbearing strength is very fierce, but she is still fighting with him. Isn't this asking for trouble? Barzaha said anxiously. Ling Er's skill is agility type. If she meets a power type like Angiadelu, she will lose more than she wins if she can't make the enemy advance. Xianxia analyzed seriously. Her Tong family sword technique is very good. Jiangchen murmured. He hoped that she could perform better than usual. The shadowless sword technique had shocked him a lot. If she could go one step further, she might be able to match him. Although Angiadelu was overbearing and fierce, as long as Tong Ling pulled the formation, the two would have their own strengths and weaknesses, and it would be difficult to predict the outcome. Ling Er, I hope you won't let me down. Tong Wudi's eyes were dignified. As the city lord, he had high hopes for his daughter. If Tong Ling could win this competition and successfully fight in the arena, then his face would be full of glory. Tong Ling advanced step by step, and Angiadelu was even more unforgiving. One heavy blow after another gave people the feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on them. Even the spectators felt suffocated. It could be seen that Angiadelu's level was not ordinary. Sky-soaring wave. Genesis Chi rose from Angiadelu's hands, and fist winds raged. Monstrous waves blasted downwards, leaving Tong Ling with nowhere to retreat or hide. Tong Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and tumbled away. At the edge of the arena, she looked very embarrassed. Although this blow could not defeat her, it made Tong Ling incomparably shocked and frightened. Then, Angiadelu's murderous weapon was even more threatening. His blade cut through the Gordian knot, and the wind from his fists caused every move to be fatal. The first spurt of energy would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. Angiadelu was the most obvious example. His momentum could not be stopped, and his attacks could not be stopped. Only by doing so could he be full of vigor and invincible. However, Tong Ling could only evade the most ferocious attack. She had been waiting for an opportunity all this time. Tong Ling held a pill in her hand and swallowed it directly. Her speed and strength were multiplied, and she was able to erupt at once. Tong Ling's face was drenched in sweat. She naturally could not let go of any opportunity. The Tong-style shadowless sword reappeared, and light and shadow overlapped. Shadowless was like a bolt of lightning, destroying everything in its path. Even Angiadelu's expression changed abruptly. He did not expect her strength to become so terrifying. Her strength had risen by at least 2 levels, catching Angiadelu off guard. The Tong-style shadowless sword was a 2-pronged attack, giving him a fatal blow. Angiadelu was incomparably depressed, but Tong Ling's momentum was stronger than his. Her shadowless sword shot towards the sky in a shocking manner. At this moment, Tong Ling's strength had greatly erupted, and even Jiangchen was extremely surprised. This is the effect of a pill? Jiangchen's heart shook. He was well aware of Tong Ling's strength. Without the support of a pill or a secret technique, it was impossible for Tong Ling's strength to soar to the peak. Even Angiadelu could only flee in a sorry state. Under the Tong-style shadowless sword, he was like a stray dog, completely losing his former glory. He tumbled off the arena and handed over the position of arena master to someone else. She won? Ha ha ha. Balzaha said in disbelief. Tong Ling's final killing move had been well prepared, and it had caught Unjut off guard, making them extremely excited. She is indeed the daughter of the city lord. We can't catch up. Xianxia sighed, but he could not hide the joy in his eyes. At the same time, he and Balzaha looked at each other. Both of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. Their disappointment was indescribable. From this moment on, it was impossible for the two of them to be with Tong Ling. Entering Tianqi Galaxy City meant that Tong Ling had ascended to the heavens in a single step. There was a huge gap between them and ordinary people. How could a high and mighty swan like them, the ugly ducklings on the ground, look up to them? This was human nature. Although the two of them were happy for Tong Ling, they also felt sad for themselves. The person they once loved the most would soon leave them. Amazing. She's a tiger daughter. She's so awesome. Angiadelu didn't expect that he would fail miserably in this battle, right? Ha ha ha. It's really satisfying. My blood is boiling. Miss Tong is indeed strong. I'm confident that I can't take her sword in this battle. Can you stand there if you're not strong? There will always be someone stronger than you. The first place to enter Tianqi Galaxy City has finally been locked in. Tongling stood with her sword. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but the excitement in her eyes was overflowing and full of passion. I did it. I finally did it. Tongling looked at Jiang Chen and the others, crying tears of joy. At that moment, she had defeated her opponent and gained the qualification to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. This was the result of her hard work for 100 years. It was also the beginning of her dream. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City carried the dream of a young girl. She had followed her father to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City in the past. At that moment, she swore that one day, she would stand proudly in this place. This dream was not only for Tongling, but also for every cultivator on the path of the strong. They always had awe in their hearts. People strive to climb higher and water flows lower. Who didn't want to stand under the sky of Tianqi Galaxy City and look up to all living beings? Even the Wind Cloud 9 city paled in comparison to the apocalyptic Galaxy City. If one could enjoy the scenery in heaven, who would want to stand in hell and look up at it? In this world, only the victors would be remembered, and the losers would only be reduced to the background, scattered and crushed into dust. Congratulations. This time, you are the true goddess of Norton City. Jiangchen said with a smile. Tongling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded heavily, crying tears of joy. That's right, why are you crying? From now on, you're going to the Awakening Galaxy City. You can go find your Yunling Fei. Balzaha grinned, but his heart was full of bitterness. How could Xianxia not feel the same? Liking someone didn't necessarily mean having them, as long as they could be happy. Tongling hugged Balzaha and Xianxia. She couldn't bear to let go of their friendship. At that moment, she realized that she might not be as happy as she had imagined. However, life is full of ups and downs. Everyone wants to go further and fly higher. Jiangchen smiled without saying a word. Tongling wasn't as strong as he had imagined. The second match was between the yellow-clothed girl named Luoying, and the arena defender was a skinny and sinister young man. He was called a young man because he wasn't very big, but his eyes were extremely cold, emitting a thought-provoking aura. No one dared to look down on him. Arena defender, Rodman. The young man said with a smile. His eyes were very bright, like the boy next door. However, the yellow-clothed girl didn't look down on him. Arena defender, Luoying. Luoying's red lips opened slightly as she said lightly. Little sister doesn't look very pretty. Looks like I don't have to worry about destroying a flower. Rodman sneered and rushed forward. The two curved swords in his hands shone with a cold light. This young man doesn't look simple. Jiangchen said. Young man? This guy is older than me. He should be more than 500 years old. Back in Norton City, he was also a rare fierce person. It's just that he's young. Don't judge a book by its cover, brother Jiang. Balzaha said with a face full of emotion. Jiangchen couldn't help but look forward to the third battle. What kind of opponent would he face? Rodman's curved swords were very powerful. They were fast and strange. His skinny body was also like his style, appearing and disappearing unpredictably and easily. However, Luoying was equally shocking. She was like a fearless female warrior. No matter how cunning Rodman was, she could always see through his moves and gain the upper hand every time. This made Jiangchen more and more certain that she was indeed powerful to stand out among so many experts. The two clashed, layer by layer. Luoying gradually gained the absolute upper hand. Although she was a woman, her attacks were big and her fighting style was more fierce. It wasn't an injustice for Balzaha and Xianxia to lose to such a person. Time flowed by. After a quarter of an hour, the yellow-clothed woman finally defeated Rodman. Although this battle wasn't as soul-stirring as Tongling's battle, it still gave people a pleasing feeling. Luoying was like a female warrior as she swept through Rodman. No matter how much wind blew at her, she wouldn't budge. This is too exciting. There's no luck to speak of in a battle of this level. There's no doubt about the strong ones. These two previous arena champions didn't manage to defend their arena successfully. I wonder if the next person will bring us a surprise. The last arena champion? I think the odds are against Jiangchen. He. Do you even know who it is that stabbed you with those words? Of course. That person is the Iron Blood Warrior, Xianxia. Even the City Lord said that he's the only one who can pass through the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. If the City Lord is so sure, it's enough to show how strong he is. That Xianxia is doomed. In a one-on-one battle, who would give him the chance to set up a formation? Haha. The Iron Blood Warrior, Xianxia, is the City Lord's adopted son. It's enough to show how much the City Lord values him. Luoying retreated, and Xianxia took the stage. The third match also caused the audience's enthusiasm to soar. Of course, it wasn't because of Xianxia, but because of the Iron Blood Warrior. Every battle with him was a kind of enjoyment. He would crush his opponent with absolute power. The battle didn't stop, and he would live forever. This was the Iron Blood Warrior, Xianxia, iron armor, silver helmet, long spear in hand. His body was like a pine tree, standing firm. His eyebrows were cold, and his temperament was like ice. Just by standing there, he could give people a great pressure, as dense as an ice cave. Xianxia stood on the arena, the most obvious. His eyes were like the edge of a knife, and his long spear emitted a cold light, making people shudder. The Iron Blood Warrior lived up to his name. Xianxia knew that this would be the most difficult battle he had fought since he came to the Heaven Awakened planet. There was only a layer of difference between the two, but Xianxia had just broken through while Xianxia had stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 9th layer for many years. Moreover, Xianxia was also a peerless genius, which made the gap between them even more obvious. In the late Star Emperor realm, every heavenly layer was extremely huge. Xianxia was now at the 8th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm, so it was not a problem for him to fight someone of a higher realm. However, the problem was that this Iron Blood Warrior Xianxia was also a dazzling star. It would not be easy to defeat him. From the cheers of the audience, Xianxia could feel the blazing dominance. I heard that you killed more than 39th tier Star Emperors in a row. Interesting. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said calmly. He didn't sound surprised at all. Instead, he seemed to be sighing. However, I was very disappointed when I learned that you did it with a tactical formation. If you could really kill more than 30 Star Emperors in the 9th heaven with your bare hands, I could fight you with all my strength. That would be very exciting. In that case, I've disappointed you. Xianxia couldn't help but rub his nose. This Xianxia seemed to be able to do it? He could still talk and laugh while facing 39th tier Star Emperors? Xianxia didn't believe it, but his actions made Xianxia very cautious. A person who could make the entire arena cheer couldn't just rely on acting cool. Xianxia was very familiar with the battle intent in his eyes. It was very similar to Longshirson's. That battle maniac only had battle in his heart. Only a battle could make him feel that his existence was meaningful and valuable. Sort of, but it should save me a lot of trouble now. I'll kill you and enter the Heaven Awakened Milky Way City. It's that simple, Xianxia said. Good plan. Very good, but if you want to kill me, you'll have to show your true abilities. Just talking won't be enough. Xianxia stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance. He stared at Xianxia and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. You're quite eloquent. I wonder if you have the same confidence and calmness with your skills. Xianxia held his saber horizontally and stabbed his spear into the ground of the arena. Step by step, he slowly walked towards Xianxia. However, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified at this moment. Oh no, if this guy goes against Xianxia, he won't be able to escape. Balza's face was full of bitterness. He had been worried about this all along. Ever since the yellow-clothed woman had faced Rodman, he knew that Xianxia's opponent had been locked in. Xianxia is in a tough spot. Xianxia's face was gloomy. The Iron Blood Warrior Xianxia was the nightmare of their generation. Everyone hated and envied him. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't surpass Xianxia. No matter how talented they were or how many resources they had, they would always be left behind by Xianxia. Although this guy hadn't killed more than 30 experts at the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm like Xianxia, when he had been at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm, he had killed more than 50 wolves at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Someone had witnessed that battle at the edge of the dark forest, and the name of the Iron Blood warrior had spread like wildfire. They had never considered Xianxia among their opponents, because this guy wasn't human at all. Jiang Chen was now going against Xianxia, who was at his peak. In Xianxia's opinion, Jiang Chen would most likely die in this battle. Can you ask Xianxia to show mercy? Ling Balzaha looked at Tong Ling. Tong Ling's eyes were full of despair. He shook his head helplessly. It's too late. I don't know why, but Xianxia's eyes are full of murderous intent. He might have been enraged by Jiang Chen. He has killed so many experts at the ninth sky of the Star Emperor realm, which is a threat to him. Therefore, Xianxia has no hesitation. This battle is very difficult for Jiang brother. My only hope is that he can survive. Xianxia looked at Balzaha. No, I have to go to my father. I can't let Jiang Chen die. Tong Ling turned around and left with a serious expression. At this moment, the battle between Jiang Chen and Xianxia had begun. If I run into Xianxia, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. Luoying, the woman in yellow, frowned slightly and murmured. She was very curious about who would have the last laugh in the battle between Jiang Chen and Xianxia. One was an overlord, and the other was a genius who had caught up. Although many people favored the Iron Warrior Xianxia, Luoying was also very curious about whether Jiang Chen could change his fate or not. Compared to the first battle where Jiang Chen had killed the nine-headed Thunderbird, the second battle where he had killed more than 30 experts at the ninth sky of the Star Emperor realm was even more shocking. Because the battle of the Arena Masters was not something that could be seen at any time. The battle with the Iron Warrior Xianxia was even more difficult. On the high platform, Tong Wudi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were clear as he watched the battle. Father. Tong Wudi was taken aback by Tong Ling's call. He turned to look at her, his cold eyes showing a hint of gentleness. You're here? Father is proud of you for the arena battle this time. He. Tong Wudi said with a smile. Everything is because of Father's teachings. Father, I want to ask you a favor. Tong Ling said with a smile. What is it? If Jiang Chen is defeated, can I ask Father to save his life? Tong Ling said expectantly. Tong Wudi shook his head and sighed. This is not a child's play. The beast battle has existed since ancient times. Once you enter the arena, life and death are determined by fate. Even I can't control it. So, whether Jiang Chen can survive or not depends on his own ability. But, Tong Ling said anxiously. No buts. Ling I'm your father, but I'm also the city lord of Norton City. I can't interfere in the beast battle. Even if it's you, I won't cheat. I think Jiang Chen still has hope. After all, everyone knows his ability. Why? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your friend? Tong Wudi said with a smile. I believe in him. Tong Ling gritted her teeth. Her heart was full of worries. Jiang Chen, I hope you can defeat him. Tong Ling's eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Chen and Xianxia. The battle between these two had attracted the attention of millions of people. The last person to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was about to be decided. The strong will never fall. Xianxia is your sworn brother. You should be more concerned about him, not Jiang Chen. His origin is unknown, and he's not from our Heavenly Awakening planet. However, I won't be partial to anyone. Just watch the battle. Tong Ling did not think too much about it. Jiang Chen was her true friend, her sworn brother. As for Xianxia, he was merely her father's subordinate. He was her sworn brother in name, but the two of them did not interact at all. They could only be said to be familiar faces. Why should she worry about Xianxia? On the other hand, Jiang Chen's heart could not remain calm. The battle had already begun. He could not afford to be careless. The iron-blooded war god Xianxia was known as the mountain of the younger generation of Norton City. Whoever could surpass him would become the pride of the people, the focus of the world, and the expectations of millions. But this mountain had blocked countless young talents, and in the end, they were all mercilessly defeated by Xianxia. Jiang Chen's thoughts were solemn, and he was meticulous. Xianxia was not careless either. His first attack was like a thunderbolt, and a series of explosive sounds tore through the air. Xianxia acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and his attack was at its peak. Rumble, 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 the wind from the fist was like thunder, and Xianxia could not defend against it. He could only watch helplessly as Xianxia's attack approached him, but he could not block it. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Xianxia's eyes were solemn. After activating the dragon transformation, he attacked with all his strength, directly colliding with Xianxia. Both of them revealed their sharpness, and it was like two planets colliding. Heavenly thunder stirred up the flames of the earth, and their auras rippled out, causing the people outside the arena to subconsciously retreat. This shockwave was really too strong. Xianxia was directly forced back dozens of steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were sharp, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. As for Xianxia, he did not move at all, and stood there calmly and calmly. One move, just one move, and neither of them was willing to admit defeat. This kind of confrontation of flesh and blood was filled with the explosive aura of hormones, and it was unknown how many young men and women were overwhelmed with emotions. Passion collided, meeting on a narrow path. Xianxia put on a gloomy smile at the corner of his mouth, looking more and more playful. Xianxia deserved to be called an iron-blood warrior. As soon as they exchanged blows, Xianxia felt a great pressure. Wherever the wind from Xianxia's fists passed, Xianxia could not resist at all. If Xianxia's dragon transformation were not powerful enough, Xianxia would have probably torn him apart. It was indeed difficult for an ordinary cultivator at the 9th heaven of Star Emperor to exchange 8 or 10 moves with Xianxia. This Xianxia doesn't look simple either. Xianxia's attack, if it were me, I would have been smashed into a dog. That's right. It seems that Xianxia didn't rely on luck to break through all the obstacles and enter the final battle. If he were an ordinary warrior in the 9th heaven of Star Emperor, he would have been killed long ago. Although it was just a simple attack, I can see that Xianxia wanted to finish off Xianxia directly, so he used at least 80% of his power. However, Xianxia actually blocked it. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he still blocked it. Iron Blood Warrior. Hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. It's true that Xianxia is strong, but there seems to be a gap between the two of them. I don't think Xianxia has even a 10% chance of winning in this battle. The onlookers were all astonished. Although the first exchange between the two had been very short, it had shocked them greatly. Brother Jiang, you have to hold on. This Xianxia is too domineering, Balzaha said solemnly. As he looked at the arena between Xianxia and Xianxia, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. The two of them could be said to be a battle between the strong. One was a newly advanced warrior who had the bearing of a king and was above the fighting beasts, while the other was a veteran god of war. The outcome of the battle between them would affect everyone's hearts. However, Xianxia had killed more than 30 experts before. Although he had become famous after that battle, he had killed them using a matrix, so there were suspicions that he had resorted to trickery. However, Xianxia was different. For so many years, he had been doing very well in Norton City. He had relied on his pair of iron fists that refused to submit to anyone. You're not bad. I'm starting to get interested in you. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said calmly. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you. Xianxia sneered. In this battle, one of them had to fall, so Xianxia would give it his all. There was absolutely no room for error. He could not lose, and he could not afford to lose. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Then I'll step on your head and let everyone see how ridiculous you are. Relying on a matrix to kill people, how much ability do you have? Show me. Xianxia's eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his hand again and rushed towards Xianxia. Without any hesitation, he wanted to blow up Xianxia's head. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Xianxia was unmoved by the wind. He took root under the arena as the two of them continued to exchange blows. The fists of an iron-blooded war god gave Xianxia a great threat. The wind generated from his fists were as fast as a swan, and the strength was shocking. Using both of them at the same time, there was no weakness at all. He was simply a human-shaped weapon, tirelessly advancing forward. In close-quarters combat, Xianxia had never submitted to anyone. The two of them clashed tit for tat. With his dragon transformation, his strength was comparable to King Kong. Both of them continued to exchange blows, and neither of them was pushed back even half a step. Even though Jiang Chen was repeatedly punched by Yi Zhongxian, his shoulder was in extreme pain. The other party wasn't having it easy either. Jiang Chen believed that his body had also caused him to suffer a lot. They didn't retreat because of the battle intent in their hearts. Whoever took a step back would have already lost in terms of momentum. Good fellow, I didn't expect you to be able to block so many of my punches. But let's see how long you can last. Just admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhongxian laughed maniacally. He fought wantonly without any scruples. I'm afraid you aren't having it easy either, right? It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. What's the rush? Jiang Chen Lengling said. But at this moment, Yi Zhongxian was already a little impatient. Jiang Chen had blocked 2 waves of his attacks, and he already felt a little embarrassed. He should have killed Jiang Chen with a single blow, but Jiang Chen allowed him to live until now. How could he not feel resentment? Miluo fist. Yi Zhongxian was in a berserk state, and the sound of the wind whistled through the air. His rage engulfed the surroundings, and the Miluo fist's movements became even faster and more unpredictable. The fist winds were sharp and domineering, and his momentum suddenly rose, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat step by step. His anger surged, and Jiang Chen was under great pressure. Jiang Chen dodged each of Yi Zhongxian's attacks, fearing that he wouldn't be able to avoid them in time. Yi Zhongxian's punches were too ruthless. Even with his dragon transformation, he almost couldn't withstand it. In the end, Yi Zhongxian finally gained the upper hand. This is tough. This time, Jiang Chen is really in trouble. Blindly defending is already impossible to defend against. The means of the Iron Blood War God can't be underestimated. Jiang Chen doesn't have any leeway left. If this continues, Jiang Chen will definitely lose in less than 10 moves. He doesn't have the ability, yet he still wants to fight to the death. This kind of hand-to-hand combat is the most exciting, but it's also the most exhausting and despairing. Once his body can't withstand Yi Zhongxian's fierce attacks, he will most likely lose. Although this guy is in decline, I can't help but admire his courage. He was able to exchange dozens of moves with Yi Zhongxian. This result is enough for him to be proud of. If he hadn't met Yi Zhongxian, Jiang Chen might have been able to advance easily. Yes, how can there be a genius? Jiang Chen is very strong, but unfortunately, he met an even stronger and more abnormal Iron Blood warrior. It's over, it's over. Jiang Chen was already struggling. Yi Zhongxian's methods were like Mount Tai pressing down on him, not giving him a chance to breathe. This time, with the Miluo fist, he was determined to crush Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen knew that what Yi Zhongxian wanted to do was not only kill him, but also establish his might. Yi Zhongxian had long been famous, and Yi Shiwen had caught up. Yi Zhongxian wanted to step on Yi Shiwen's body to let everyone know about him and establish his glory as an Iron Blood god of war. Moreover, his eyes were full of fierce murderous intent. There was no hesitation, as if he had a deep hatred for Jiang Chen. This was what surprised Jiang Chen the most. However, the more it was like this, the more he couldn't let his opponent take advantage of him. Jiang Chen's goal was to stay alive and set foot on the peak of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. This Iron Blood god of war was just a small obstacle. Jiang Chen couldn't let himself sink into it. Reverse Dragon Scale. Jiang Chen displayed the Reverse Dragon Scale. Although it was only one piece, it was enough to stun everyone. He was afraid that if he displayed 6 pieces of the Reverse Dragon Scale, it would make City Lord Tong Wudi fearful and covetous. The Reverse Dragon Scale was the symbol of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen appeared in his dragon transformation, so no one felt that it was inappropriate. However, the appearance of the Reverse Dragon Scale shocked everyone present. After all, the Eternal Dragon Clan was a great clan, one of the top existences in the Eternal World. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually be a member of the Eternal Dragon Clan. It is said that only the direct descendants of the Eternal Dragon Clan have a Reverse Dragon Scale. Some people deeply agreed with Jiang Chen, and their faces were filled with shock. A trace of hope towards Jiang Chen was aroused once more. The Dragon's Reverse Scale is a great treasure of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Xianxia is a member of the Eternal Dragon clan. This is beyond everyone's expectations. Would Xianxia really dare to kill an Eternal Dragon? I don't think so. That may not be the case. Although the Eternal Dragon clan is powerful, they are still far away. The Eternal Dragon clan may not invade with all their might just for a Star Emperor realm expert. You're right. This isn't some kind of conspiracy. This is a fair duel. Let alone the Eternal Dragon clan, even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to interfere. However, since Xianxia has taken out the reverse dragon scale, it seems like there's going to be a winner in this duel. Kakaka, it won't be easy for the Tenny loyal sage to eliminate Xianxia. As soon as the reverse dragon scale was revealed, even Tong Wudi's face became solemn. With the help of the reverse dragon scale, Xianxia already had the means to fight against Xianxia. This battle had just begun. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. I knew he wouldn't fall so easily, Tong Ling said with a smile, full of confidence. She had been quite worried about Xianxia at first, but Xianxia's strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, and he was protected by the dragon's reverse scale. It wouldn't be so easy for Xianxia to break through his golden body. It seems that you really have a lot of confidence in Xianxia. Tong Wudi stroked his daughter's head affectionately and said with a smile. When Xianxia led us out of the ancient snowfield, it was a massacre. In the ancient snowfield, hundreds of 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm cultivators couldn't do anything to us. This time, Xianxia won't let me down. His desire for the apocalyptic Milky Way city is even stronger than mine. I believe in him. Tong Ling gradually regained his confidence in Xianxia. He was the brightest star in the arena that was the center of attention. Ancient snowfield, Tong Wudi murmured. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Do you like him? Tong Ling blushed and shook her head. No, he's not my type. But Xianxia is my good friend. He's like Balzaha and Xianxia. We're brothers in life and death. I won't abandon him. I won't give up. Tong Wudi heaved a sigh of relief at Tong Ling's serious expression. It seemed that he had worried too much. The battle continued. With the dragon's reverse scale and dragon transformation, Xianxia fought Xianxia to a standstill. The dragon's reverse scale made Xianxia's strength skyrocket. He began a love-hate relationship with Xianxia. Although Xianxia was startled, he didn't panic. Even though Xianxia was from the Eternal Dragon clan, he wasn't easy to deal with. He wouldn't show mercy in this arena battle. The dragon's reverse scale's defense was amazing. Xianxia couldn't break through Xianxia's defense at all. The two clashed unscrupulously, and it was even more bloody. On the contrary, Xianxia didn't dare to advance too rashly. This was the first time he had met such a tough opponent like Xianxia. Under his brutal attacks, even rocks and meteorites would be smashed into pieces. But Xianxia surprised him again and again. The dragon's reverse scale's amazing defense gave Xianxia a lot of pressure. The two of them separated their offense and defense. They exchanged punches and palms. That kind of primitive impact gave people the most direct experience. The two of them were already panting from exhaustion. Xianxia retreated after one attack. His footsteps were steady and calm. But he knew that he had to go all out. You should be proud to make me use the D-long spear to kill you. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pulled out the D-long spear from the arena. The spear radiance was terrifying. The cold light was fierce and the sharp light was vast. Xianxia no longer underestimated his opponent. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty fighting spirit. It's useless to say more. Life or death, it's all fated. Today's battle will be the end of you. Xianxia pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword took advantage of the momentum and slashed towards Xianxia. Once again, it aroused the cheers of countless people. This battle affected everyone's heart. You're courting death. Xianxia snorted coldly. Xianxia, this unknown person, wanted to overtake him and take over his position. Xianxia had to kill him as soon as possible. In the Norton city, he had never submitted to anyone. Xianxia's sudden rise had filled his heart with resentment. This battle could be said to be a battle between the strong. If it was anyone else, they would have already won. Xianxia wouldn't have waited until this moment, and Xianxia wouldn't be so moved. The quota to enter the Tianqi galaxy is mine. The limitless sword was like a blade in the sky. He started with the 22 sword technique, and each sword was stronger than the last. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. Xianxia's Genesis Qi wasn't weak at all. With the addition of the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Limitless Sword, Xianxia was definitely stronger than most Peak Star Emperor experts. Against Xianxia wasn't the slightest bit afraid. The Limitless Sword was unfathomable. Xianxia looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He also felt the pressure that Xianxia brought to him. What a domineering sword! What a terrifying sword technique! Tong Wudi's heart trembled. This was the second time that Xianxia had shocked him. Xianxia's sword made him increasingly fearful. Even he didn't have such a peerless sword, and he was filled with envy. Xianxia's limitless sword was vividly displayed. Rather than saying that the sword technique made the sword complete, it was better to say that the sword created the sword technique. The two complemented each other. Most importantly, the person wielding the sword would be able to unleash a rainbow that was all-encompassing. Such a sword technique had completely surpassed his own strength. Invincible under the heavens, Tong Wudi thought in his heart. Xianxia's limitless sword was so exquisite that he had to watch it carefully. Xianxia was invincible among those of the same level. Even the Iron Blood War god Xianxia could only avoid it. Xianxia didn't use his sword to suppress others, because his sword technique had reached the pinnacle. The most important thing for a sword user was to unite with the sword. However, Xianxia still couldn't completely control the sword spirit of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Even so, his sword was still suffocating. Even Xianxia wouldn't dare to underestimate such a sword technique. It's too terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying sword technique. I didn't feel it before, but Xianxia seems to have broken through. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The difference of one layer is like the difference between heaven and earth. This battle is going to be interesting. Now that's interesting. What's the point if it's one-sided? The battle between Xianxia and Xianxia was deeply felt by the spectators. Many of them had seen Xianxia's methods in the past 2 days. Today, he suddenly became strong and changed his previous style, which had already frightened many people. Previously, Xianxia relied on the matrix to kill people. Although he was ruthless, he was still soft and gentle, which was why many people were quite disdainful of him. However, in today's battle, Xianxia completely made them feel oppressed. The sharp sword qi was so sharp that no one could resist it. Cloud-breaking spear. Solitary cry of the phoenix. Xianxia's spear technique spun, creating wind and water as it collided with Xianxia's. Genesis Qi surged and scattered in all directions, creating thousands of waves. Wherever the sword passed, Xianxia's cloud-breaking spear technique became even more difficult to maintain. Xianxia's sword technique had already reached the 28th sword, the strongest attack. Xianxia and Xianxia's gazes clashed. A loud clang rang out, and this time it was Xianxia who was forced back a dozen steps. His face was ashen. Although victory and defeat had yet to be decided, the fact that Xianxia had forced him back was already a great humiliation to the arena master who had been famous for a long time. But Xianxia knew very well that Xianxia was not so easy to defeat. Even if he relied on the array to kill those people, he still couldn't be taken lightly. As the saying goes, whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good cat. In any case, Xianxia stood at the last moment, and Xianxia was in a very dangerous situation. The 28th sword's momentum had already made Xianxia breathe heavily. Today, it would be difficult for Xianxia to shake his footsteps if he didn't have star-level battle power. Again. Xianxia naturally wasn't willing to lose to Xianxia, and he wouldn't lose at all. Xianxia's infinite sword was an eye-opener and dazzling to everyone. They didn't know where Xianxia's sword came from and where it ended. Hundreds of thousands of people couldn't figure it out, and it was the same for Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated so many times. He thought that his spear was unparalleled in the world, but he still lost to Xianxia. Xianxia waved his spear, and his anger rose. It was impossible for Xianxia to replace him. Jiang Chen's momentum didn't diminish, and he went all out. The most powerful thing about the infinite sword was that it was unpredictable. From the beginning of the sword to the end of the sword, you wouldn't know how it changed. There were no rules or traces to follow. Jiang Chen displayed the infinite sword to the extreme. Not only did his swordsmanship sublimate, but his momentum was also crushing. Xianxia held the spear in his hand, and continuously launched a desperate attack on Jiang Chen. This time, he was a little excited. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a clown. How could he take away his spot? Hundreds of thousands of people were watching, and he could only succeed. Cloud-breaking spear. Cloud-rising waves. Xianxia followed like a shadow, and flashed with the spear radiance. Before he arrived, the spear arrived first. The spear radiance was 9 feet high, and it looked down on the sky. Jiang Chen's figure was steady, and he took one step at a time, using offense as defense. The roar of the sky dragon sword formed a sharp contrast with Xianxia. Not only did Jiang Chen not stop, but he also became more and more calm. The sword chi turned, and the moon 9 provinces. Go to hell. Jiang Chen's sword fell, and the spear radiance was messy. Xianxia was forced to stagger back, his long hair dancing in the wind, and his face dark and flustered. The limitless sword made Jiang Chen's strength rise steadily, and he was already in an invincible position. Compared to Xianxia, who was already a little confused, he was even calmer. The outcome of this battle had become unpredictable. Jiang Chen is so scary. He is only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he is so abnormal. I don't want to be his enemy in my life. Yeah, it's lucky that we didn't meet him before. This guy pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. Who can stand it? Looks like Xianxia is in danger. Not necessarily. No matter what, Xianxia is the best of the younger generation in Norton City. He won't admit defeat so easily. The two fought back and forth, but it was obvious that Jiang Chen had the upper hand. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Jiang Chen didn't underestimate his opponent. The moment Xianxia didn't completely fall, he wouldn't have won. Brother Jiang, good job. Ha ha ha. I knew you couldn't be so weak. Balza's eyes flashed, and he was very excited. Jiang Chen was the real dark horse. When everyone didn't think he could win, he challenged the strongest of the younger generation, the god of war, Xianxia. He thought it was like a moth flying into a flame. But now, it seemed that it was still unknown who would win. At least, Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about Xianxia now. If Jiang Chen can really defeat Xianxia, then his victory will be well-deserved. Then he will be the role model of the entire Norton City. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight, no matter who it was between Jiang Chen and Xianxia. If they wanted to stand at the peak of the beast battle, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. This battle was more like a fated battle. If it was anyone else, they would have already succeeded. However, these two ferocious tigers did not dare to be careless. Jiang Chen wielded his sword, stirring up another wave. The limitless sword moved with the wind, following the blade. Xianxia's spear shadows were domineering, clashing with Jiang Chen. No one was willing to fall behind. They fought with their lives on the line, the winner would be the king. Great Luo Golden Spear, set the universe. Under Xianxia's rage, his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. He brandished his spear, causing monstrous waves. Waves of chi and spear shadows covered the sky, crushing down. The golden spear radiance shot out in all directions, forcing Jiang Chen to be incomparably serious. The limitless sword took on all the attacks, but Jiang Chen was still standing tall. On the contrary, his sword's shadows were everywhere, dominating the battle, pressuring Xianxia to the point that he could not breathe. He tumbled out, dust flew, his face was pale, and blood flowed. The limitless sword could be used to attack and defend. The limitless sword could be used for both offense and defense. It was unpredictable. It made Xianxia feel bitter. At this moment, he was completely defeated. Jiang Chen had taught everyone a lesson with his superb limitless sword. If there were only two types of swords in the world, it would be Jiang Chen's sword and the other's sword. His sword was unique and unfathomable, it was heaven-defying and invincible. The highest realm of swordsmanship was none other than the unification of man and sword, the unification of heart and sword. However, Jiang Chen had not only fused with the sword, he had also fused the sword and sword together, sublimating both. His sword was unparalleled in the past and the future, 28 swords, unparalleled in the world. Jiang Chen left him in the dust. At that moment, Yi Zhongxian's expression became incomparably grim, because this battle had reached the most dangerous moment. He was once full of confidence, but the shock brought to him by Jiang Chen was too great. When one's combat strength was inferior, his body was inferior, and his means were inferior, what else could he be proud of? Although he had the upper hand in terms of strength, Jiang Chen's battle prowess could not be measured with common sense. You're a good opponent, but unfortunately, this world is cruel. Only one person can go to the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, and that person is destined not to be you. Jiang Chenlongling stared at Yi Zhongxian. Is that so? I don't think so. This battle is still my world. Yi Zhongxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still filled with the desire to fight. Yi Zhongxian took out a pill and swallowed it. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt his aura skyrocket. His strength had also undergone a great change. He was much stronger than before. Eat this little rejuvenation pill. Let's see what else you can use to fight me, said Yi Zhongxian in a deep voice. The corners of his mouth curved in a sinister smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were sinister. He seemed to be a completely different person from the iron-blooded war god from before. He couldn't lose. From the moment he stepped onto the arena, he had already decided that there was no way out. Little rejuvenation pill? Jiang Chen frowned. The pill Yi Zhongxian had eaten was the same as the one Tong Ling had eaten. It restored the Genesis Qi in one's body and greatly improved one's cultivation. Not bad, this little rejuvenation pill has allowed my strength to reach the half-step star level. Let's see how you can fight me, ha ha ha. Yi Zhongxian raised his head and laughed wildly. His hands clenched into fists, and his imposing manner reached an unprecedented height. Little rejuvenation pill? Yi Zhongxian is really generous. It seems that he is determined to win this battle. Sigh, you can't blame Yi Zhongxian. But isn't this against the rules? No, because if you have a little rejuvenation pill, will your opponent not fight you in a life and death battle? Seriously, is this little rejuvenation pill really that terrifying? Is it really that powerful? Of course. A little rejuvenation pill is worth tens of millions of Genesis stones. Do you think anyone can afford it? It can save one's life at a critical moment, instantly restore one's strength, and increase one's cultivation base. Its value is ridiculously high. But compared to Jiang Chen's 100 million Genesis stones battle array, it still pales in comparison. He. That's not necessarily true. The little rejuvenation pill is priceless. Those who can refine a little rejuvenation pill are definitely rare alchemy grandmasters. A little rejuvenation pill can even move a star stage expert. Jiang Chen didn't expect Yi Zhongxian to take a pill. Moreover, the pill was extremely precious, and it was the first time he had heard of it. Most importantly, Yi Zhongxian's strength had really reached the half-step star level. This made many people exclaim in surprise. Father, did you give that little rejuvenation pill? Tong Ling suddenly raised his head and looked at Tong Wudi. Is this the tone you used to talk to your father? Tong Wudi said, glaring at Tong Ling. Although Yi Zhongxian is my adopted son, he has also risen in fame and strength over the years. It's not a big deal for him to have a little rejuvenation pill. The price of this battle is not small. But now, he is only a half-step star level, and he hasn't reached the first level of star transformation. His strength is only on par with a half-step star level. Do you think it's so easy to reach the star stage? Even if he has reached the peak of the Star Emperor stage, the next step is still very difficult. A half-step star level needs to go through the third level of star transformation. Only after completing the third level of star transformation can he cross the Star Emperor stage and enter the star level. This step is as difficult as reaching the sky. Many people have been buried in front of the door. That's the worst. Tong Wudi sighed. Tong Ling agreed. However, at this time, Jiang Chen's situation had become even more dangerous. Yi Zhongxian, who was a half-step star level, had completely crushed Jiang Chen in terms of strength. He had nowhere to hide. Half-step star level. Xianxia murmured. The crisis had risen again. Xianxia had used his trump card and swallowed a little rejuvenation pill, which made his strength increase by leaps and bounds. If they fought again, Xianxia would definitely be in danger. This feeling of power is too good. Xianxia, give me your life. Xianxia flew out with a long spear in his hand. He looked like a king again. In terms of momentum, he had completely crushed Xianxia. This time, Xianxia is doomed. Half-step star level. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xianxia is really ruthless. How can he not be ruthless? Do you think he would be willing to waste a little rejuvenation pill? That thing is priceless. But with the little rejuvenation pill in hand, this battle should be over. How exciting! Today's battle has caused one's blood to boil. This is too exciting. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Xianxia used the ancient soaring dragon art, causing his strength to soar, but it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The medicinal effect of the little change pill was too strong. Xianxia had reached the half-step star level, while Xianxia was at most a peak star emperor. Although there was only a slight difference, and he wasn't even a true star-level expert, it was still a world of difference. One wouldn't understand unless they were truly involved in the battle. What a powerful half-step star-level expert. Xianxia felt a pressure in his heart. The limitless sword had also lost its dominating power. In the face of absolute strength, any power was useless. Cloud-breaking moon ascension. Xianxia swept his spear horizontally, breaking through thousands of caddies. Endless Genesis Chi surged out. Xianxia evaded the attack, but he couldn't avoid his opponent's attack. There was no place for Xianxia on the huge stage, and even his shoulders were pressed down. The pressure of a half-step star-level expert made it difficult for Xianxia to breathe. Xianxia kept retreating. In many people's eyes, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. The battle was coming to an end. Xianxia's strength was too strong, unparalleled. After eating the minor restoration pill, his combat strength had reached the half-step star realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had directly advanced to the next realm. Ha ha ha, you're not my match in the end. Die. Hope you'll be reincarnated into a better body in your next life. Xianxia roared as spear light pierced through the air with thunderous momentum, causing everyone present to tremble. If a half-step star-level expert was already like this, how could a true star-level expert be like this? Xianxia couldn't retreat, unable to move under the pressure of Xianxia's aura. He could only stand there and receive the spear, but Xianxia was powerless. Everyone knew that Xianxia's life was finally coming to an end. Tong Ling's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, and he couldn't wait to rush to Xianxia and fight side by side with him. Brother Jiang. Xianxia and Balzaha's breathing also stopped. Their lives became extremely small at this moment. The spear light arrived in the blink of an eye, and Xianxia couldn't dodge. That power was unstoppable. Xianxia didn't move, but his eyes were filled with determination. Xianxia's strength was extraordinary, but if he wanted to kill Xianxia, it was far from enough. Even though Xianxia had eaten the minor restoration pill that could greatly increase his strength, Xianxia still couldn't kill him. Xianxia didn't even look at Xianxia. Starlight erupted from his body, causing his strength to skyrocket in an instant. He was like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. With a swing of his sword, a 300-meter-long sword beam was unleashed. The first layer of the star shield entered Xianxia's body, causing his overall strength to increase tremendously. The conversion between source energy and star energy had given him an incredible amount of strength, allowing him to overpower Xianxia. Where the spear arrived, Xianxia's sword cut through the rainbow shadow, causing Xianxia's expression to change abruptly. His body trembled, but Xianxia's sword force had already arrived. It was simply unimaginable. His strength wasn't weak, but even a half-step star-level strength couldn't stop Xianxia's sword. Shocking the heavens and earth, crying ghosts and gods, where the sword tip pointed, it shook the 9 heavens, everyone was stunned. Xianxia's strength gave them a feeling of boundless strength, as if he was going to attack at any moment. At this moment, Xianxia was in complete despair. No. Father, save me, Xianxia roared in a hoarse voice, his body trembled. He wanted to escape but couldn't. The sword light slashed down, and his body was directly split into two. Blood splattered everywhere, and the divine spear in his hand was split into two. Together with his body, it scattered on the stage. The scene of Xianxia's death was shocking. No one had expected such a reversal. Xianxia had the strength to win the battle, but he was overturned by Jiang Chen at the last moment. It was like a fairy tale, but even so, Jiang Chen had done it well. He had killed Xianxia with a single strike. That strike was filled with the overbearing power of destroying the heavens and earth. It was incomparable with the support of the star energy. Jiang Chen breathed out a long sigh of relief. His face was pale as he staggered and knelt down on one of his knees, gasping for breath. Relief could be seen in his eyes. He had finally won this battle. Xianxia Silver River City, I, Jiang Chen, am here. This is impossible. Impossible. Tong Wudi frowned, and his heart shook. Xianxia was his right-hand man, his adopted son. Over the years, Tong Wudi had poured a lot of effort into Xianxia, but now, Xianxia had fallen. He couldn't even enter the Xianxia Silver River City and had become history. Jiang Chen's sword was too fast and too strong. Even Tong Wudi did not expect that Xianxia would be killed in just one sword strike. This Jiang Chen was terrifying and infuriating. Compared to Tong Wudi's anger, Tong Ling was very happy. Jiang Chen did not disappoint and obtained victory. Now, both of them could go to the Xianxia Silver River City together. Her father's face was extremely ugly. Tong Ling stuck out her tongue, too lazy to argue with him. No matter what, Xianxia was her father's right-hand man, and also his adopted son. It was inevitable that her father would be sad about his death. At this moment, the crowd was boiling with excitement. Everyone who was standing on the high platform thought that Jiang Chen was going to die, but the reversal was just too fast, catching them off guard. Some of them even had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Didn't Xianxia win? However, Xianxia's corpse had already fallen on the stage. Waves of exclamations and shouts resounded through the clouds. Jiang Chen was enjoying the cheers and excitement from all directions. His heart was filled with confidence. Ha ha ha, as I said, Jiang Chen will definitely be the final winner of this battle. That's not what you said just now. That's because you heard it wrong, he he he. Xianxia's name was once the nightmare of many Norton City's geniuses. This time, Jiang Chen defeated Xianxia and became a new legend. The Norton City's geniuses will be rewritten again. This is the true style of a king. He didn't walk the normal path, and he overcame all difficulties. Jiang Chen's name is well-deserved. The strong would always be respected. No matter when or where, the strong would be respected. This was the law of survival. Jiang Chen had won the final victory, and this had surprised many people. Xianxia's domineering and iron-blooded war god had become history, and had turned into nothingness. Within the beast fighting arena, it was an unprecedentedly grand occasion. Intense cheers filled the air, and it was deafening. It had been many years since they had seen such a wonderful battle. Jiang Chen, what a good Jiang Chen! Humph! Tong Wudi coldly humphed and turned away. Tong Ling lightly sighed and shook her head. Xianxia was her father's hope, and he had been raised by her father for many years. He wasn't her father's son, but they were even closer. She knew that this feeling was very uncomfortable, but the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. If Jiang Chen lost, then the one to die would be him. The beast battle had finally come to an end. Jiang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he could go to Xianxia Milky Way City with peace of mind. Jiang Chen looked around, feeling a little sad. My son, Feng Er, where are you? Longsher San and De Huang, where are you? Jiang Chen believed that they would definitely go to Xianxia Milky Way City. Only there could they attract the attention of the entire Xianxia planet. Congratulations, Jiang brother. Ha ha ha, you really made us worry. Balzaha said with a gratified expression, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Although he did not have the qualifications to enter Xianxia Milky Way City, at least Tong Ling and Jiang Chen did it. He was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, my heart is about to jump out. In the future, when we go to Tianqi Milky Way City, you have to take good care of Ling Er. Otherwise, I will definitely not forgive you. Xianxia laughed. You too, don't talk so much. Aren't you just envious of Jiangchen? Work harder in the future. I will wait for you at Tianqi Milky Way City. Tong Ling laughed and scolded. Sigh, what's the use of being envious? This year's beast battle is too intense. Even if I advance to the third round, I won't be able to win. What kind of beasts are you facing? Without 100% certainty, you might lose your life if you're careless. You still have to be cautious. Caution is the parent of safety. In the next beast battle, without 100% certainty, I won't take the risk. Balzaha said with a serious expression. Then I will wait and see. Jiangchen laughed. Today is a happy day. Shall we have a drink? Xianxia suggested. Sure, let's drink till we're drunk. Tong Ling's eyes lit up. Go back and rest first. Jiangchen, your injuries are too serious. Tong Ling was in a difficult position. Who are you looking down on? If you want to drink, then drink to your heart's content. Jiangchen said disapprovingly. He curled his lips and patted his chest. Yes, today, the two of us will send you off. Ha ha ha. Balzaha laughed heartily. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. They left the beast fighting arena together and found a tavern to drink to their heart's content. During the banquet, Balzaha and Sandro were both drunk. Friendship and love were drifting apart at this moment. For so many years, they were childhood sweethearts, the best playmates, and the most intimate friends. They could even sacrifice their lives for others. The appearance of Jiangchen had strengthened their relationship, and they had even recognized Jiangchen as their life-and-death friend. However, when Jiangchen and Tong Ling both embarked on their journey, Balzaha and Sancho's emotions became extremely complicated. They could only release the feelings of many years in their hearts and drown their sorrows in alcohol. Although they talked in detail until late at night, the disappointment in their words was not limited to this. Jiangchen understood that Tong Ling's departure and their trip to the heavenly awakening galaxy city would be a knot in their hearts for the rest of their lives. However, people wanted to climb higher, and no one was willing to stay in a corner. Many people were willing to risk their lives, even if they ended up covered in wounds. We'll be leaving in 3 days. I don't know when we can meet again. Balzaha and Sancho are my best friends. They must be very sad. I hope we can meet again in the heavenly awakening galaxy city in the future. Tong Ling sighed and looked at his two friends who were drunk into a pool of mud. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. People have to learn to grow. Leaving is not the end. The world is big, and everyone is wonderful. How can you know what they are thinking? If you are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? If you are not me, how can you know that I don't know the joy of a fish? The heavenly awakening galaxy city is a threshold, and a mountain in everyone's heart. As long as that mountain stands, their faith will never collapse. I believe that they will all be in the heavenly awakening galaxy city in the near future. Jiangchen said with a smile. He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and turned to leave. The night was silent. Jiangchen quickly recovered his strength. Although he didn't break through to the 9th level of the Star Emperor realm after this battle, he still benefited a lot. It made him feel the terror of a half-step Star Realm warrior. Xianxia wasn't a true half-step Star Realm warrior. He only reached this level by relying on the small rejuvenating pill. A true half-step Star Realm warrior would undoubtedly be stronger. Jiangchen didn't know if he was a match for a half-step Star Realm warrior, but he felt more and more danger. There were unknown opponents, people spying on him in the dark, and the blue-robed man eyeing him covetously. Jiangchen didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all times. Power. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Only power matters. Jiangchen made up his mind. The heavenly awakening galaxy city was definitely more dangerous than this place. If he wasn't careful, then he might not be able to move an inch. The heavenly awakening galaxy city was the holy land of everyone's dreams. Naturally, it had its mystical places. Even Jiangchen was a bit curious. He wanted to explore this legendary place and find out what was so legendary about it. 3 days later, Jiang Chen, Tong Ling, and Luoying gathered at the Colosseum. City Lord Tong Wudi awarded them the Colosseum Warrior nameplate. This was also the key to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. The three of them looked at the nameplate in Tong Wudi's hand. Tong Ling was no exception. As the daughter of the city lord, she was full of pride. These are the nameplates of the three of you. They were awarded by the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. All three of you have the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. I hope you won't be arrogant and impatient. In the future, you will truly become a part of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Tong Ling, Jiang Chen, and Luoying, do your best. Immediately set off. The housekeeper of the city lord's mansion will escort you. On the way, don't act recklessly and act on your own. Listen to Dong Yi's arrangements. Ling especially you. Don't throw a tantrum. If anything goes wrong, I will look for you. This time, housekeeper Dong will not let you go. Tong Wudi said in a deep voice. His face was cold and meticulous. When Jiang Chen and Tong Wudi looked at each other, he could feel the coldness in Tong Wudi's eyes. Tong Wudi was very unfriendly towards him. There was even a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Jiang Chen maintained his composure. After all, Xianxia was his godson and he was the one who nurtured him. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk to Xianxia. After all, compared to the city lord, he was still too weak. Plus, he wasn't a match for the city lord. However, the dignified city lord of Norton City shouldn't be calculated with him. After receiving the nameplate, Jiang Chen held it in his hand. He was full of confidence. He had already prepared for this. Dong Yi, Tong Wudi said. Here. You must take good care of them and send them to the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. Dong Yi understands. Dong Yi nodded and looked at Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen was startled. Even the old housekeeper of the city lord's mansion was so powerful. It seemed like he shouldn't provoke the city lord of Norton City. After all, he had killed his foster son. Fortunately, with Tong Ling here, Jiang Chen was at ease. You must keep in touch with me. Take care of your sister for me. When she has time, let her come home to visit. Tong Wudi patted Tong Ling's shoulder and sighed. His heart was a little sad. His daughter was about to leave his wings. Tong Wudi couldn't protect her at all times, so he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, father. I will. When we reach the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City, I'll go find my sister first. I can't wait. He he he. Tong Ling's eyes were bright and full of joy. Even Jiang Chen hadn't thought that Tong Ling would have a sister in the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. He was indeed worthy of being the son of a general. Go, go. Tong Wudi waved his hand and turned to leave. He didn't want to see his daughter leave. Let's go. Dong Yi looked at the three of them and said in a low voice. Then, he left the city. Jiang Chen and the others followed Dong Yi and left. The Norton City was vast and boundless, but it was just a small city around the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. As the core of the Heavenly Awakening planet, it was even more vast. Uncle Dong, how long will it take to reach the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City? Tong Ling asked curiously. Replying to Miss, it will take about half a month. To reach the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City, we need to pass through the Xianxia Forest and the Light Province Great Rift Valley. There are bandits everywhere, so we must be careful. Dong Yi said with a silly smile. Then why don't we use the teleportation formation? Jiang Chen said. Teleportation formation? Humph, you're too naive. Dong Yi didn't have such a good temper with Jiang Chen. The teleportation formation isn't stable, and using it on the Heaven Awakened planet will easily mess up one's direction and location. There are many chaotic flows of space-time on the Heaven Awakened planet, and not all places can be used to fly. There are some places that even star-level beings wouldn't dare to enter easily. Luoying glanced at Jiang Chen and said lightly. Thank you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As for Dong Yi, he snorted disdainfully. He didn't have a good impression of Luoying and himself. Of course, it was different for Tong Ling. Don't worry, Jiang Chen. With Uncle Dong here, we'll be fine. Uncle Dong is a half-step star state and has reached the third level of star transformation. One more step and he'll become a true star state. At that time, he can go anywhere on the Heaven Awakening planet. Even the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city won't stop him. Tongling said to Jiang, telling him to be at ease. The Xianxia Forest and the Light Province's Great Rift Valley don't sound like good places. Jiang shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened. It's good that you know. For your safety, I have to move forward with my life on the line. Don't worry, or else don't blame me for not warning you. We need to walk the road below us step by step. Flying directly to the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city is simply wishful thinking, Dong Yi said coldly. Dong Yi said with a cold expression. It seemed that the road to the apocalyptic Milky Way city would not be peaceful. Jiang sighed. However, this was also a kind of training. The most important rule of life on the Heaven Awakening planet is not to meddle in other people's business. You don't even know who the other party is. You don't even know how many experts there are in this world. The Heaven Awakening planet is very, very big, so big that you can't even imagine it. However, there is always someone better than you out there. Aside from the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city and the Wind and Cloud 9 city, there are still many terrifying evil powers that are not easy to deal with. Luoying glanced at Jiang. This guy didn't seem to have seen the world. He looked simple and honest. She couldn't imagine that he had killed the iron-blooded war god Yi Zhongxian. I understand. Just know your place. Jiang said. The road ahead was full of thorns. Before his power reached the level where he could change the world, he shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, he might die without a burial. Furthermore, the Heaven Awakening planet was too big. It was bigger than any planet Jiang had been to before. Even the ancient dragon planet was just a drop in the ocean compared to it. In 3 days, we'll pass through the Xianxia Forest. There are many bandits and gangs there. Miss, you have to follow me closely, Dong Yi said seriously. Dong Yi said with a serious face. After leaving Norton City, there was an endless desert. Dong Yi flew very low in the sky, and the three of them followed closely behind him. They were very careful. The Xianxia Forest is in front of us. Be careful. After flying for 3 days, Dong Yi said in a low voice at dusk. They had already reached the edge of the Xianxia Forest. The surroundings were dark green like a sea of trees. There were all kinds of vegetation, and many of them were strange. Jiang had never seen anything like this before. There were towering mahogany trees that were hundreds of meters tall, lush green bamboos that were hundreds of meters tall, thick vines that stretched for miles, and plants with 7-colored flowers. There were also 8-winged butterflies that occasionally flew by. They were as big as a person's face. Everything here was very mysterious and dazzling. No wonder it was called the Xianxia Forest. The terrain here was also very precipitous. The reason why it was called precipitous was because it fluctuated between high and low. One moment, you could be in a ravine hundreds of meters deep, and in the next moment, you could see the terrain rising and falling thousands of meters high. This was not a mountain range, but a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Xianxia Forest. It might take us 4 or 5 days to pass through the Xianxia Forest. It's 100,000 miles deep, so we'll have to travel at least 10,000 miles in a day. Moreover, we'll have to travel day and night without stopping. It's a dangerous place, so it's best if we don't stay here for too long, Luoying said in a low voice. Luoying whispered. Jiang didn't expect Luoying to know so much about Xianxia Forest. It seemed like he was still a newbie in Heavenly Awakening Star. Big Sister Luo, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Even Tongling admired Luoying. He had grown up in Norton City and hadn't left for 100 years. He had very little experience, but Luoying was very knowledgeable. Tongling deeply sighed and felt ashamed of his inferiority. Not at all. Luoying gently nodded. The group began their journey of chasing their dreams. When they passed by a deep hole in the forest, they found 2 groups of people. No, I beg you, please let us go, I beg you, my daughter is only 11 years old. You're all beasts. Let her go. She's only a child. Come at me. Don't kill me, no, no, ah. Mournful screams rang out incessantly. Xianxia frowned and looked over. It was a group of merchants. There were more than 10 men, and all the men had been killed. Only 3 women were being mercilessly ravaged. 2 of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s, and the youngest girl was only 10 years old. However, she had been stripped naked, and her body was covered in bruises. She was curled up and shivering. Bitch! Call again? I'll beat you to death if you do. It's boring to die. Hee hee hee, I'll make you beg for death. I've tasted fresh food for many years. This little girl, hee hee, is my type. The sinister laughter was very ear-piercing. The scene was even more heart-wrenching. The screams were hair-raising. They were devoid of humanity and moral values. Those people were not worthy to be called humans. They were no different from beasts living in the forest. They were even more abominable than beasts. Help! Help! My daughter, I'll kill you. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. You scum, you're worse than beasts. The angry voices were endless. The louder the scolding, the more excited the perverted bandits were, and they ruthlessly ravaged these people. Hurry up and leave. Don't cause more trouble. Dong Yi said in a deep voice. Seeing Tong Ling, Xianxia, and the others' expressions change, Dong Yi quickly killed their thoughts. The cruelty of this world is far more terrible than you can imagine. It's even sad. The weak can only be reduced to prisoners, or even worse than pigs and dogs. Don't look at it anymore. Many people die like this every day. What you have to do is to be yourself. There are many unfair things in this world, and there are even more pitiful people. Only by sticking to your original heart can you achieve success in cultivation. Original heart? What's original heart? Xianxia's face was gloomy. Is the original heart indifferent? Is it cold and heartless? I'd rather not have such an original heart. The path of cultivation is the way of heaven and earth, the origin of all things. If people are so cold-blooded and heartless, how are they different from beasts? There are many such things in the world, but since I, Xianxia, have encountered it, I can't ignore it. Xianxia's eyes were sharp, staring straight at Dong Yi, unmoved. Are you courting death? Dong Yi shouted sternly. So what if I'm courting death? If I don't dare to do anything when I see such injustice, then what's the point of cultivation? Although I don't have the heart of a bodhisattva to punish evil, when encountering such a thing that angers both humans and gods, I still have to do something. Humans were human because they understood good and evil, understood beauty and ugliness, and knew how to be grateful. Moreover, how were these people different from animals? I can't exterminate all the evildoers in the world, but I definitely can't allow such a thing to happen in front of my eyes. They are completely devoid of conscience and commit all sorts of evil. I can't turn a blind eye to them. You may leave, but I, Xianxia, must intervene in today's matter. Otherwise, my conscience will never be at ease for the rest of my life. Xianxia was firm and resolute. If it was murder and arson, he could pretend that nothing had happened. Murder was just a small matter. However, it was impossible for Xianxia to turn a blind eye to such an evil act of raping a young girl and ravaging her to death. Tong Ling and Luoying also sank into silence. There was no doubt in Xianxia's words that if they chose to turn around and leave, then their humanity would be obliterated. Humans were different from animals and beasts. Humans were divided into good and evil, and if they didn't even have the most basic sense of kindness, that would be the most terrifying thing about them. Humans were different from animals and beasts, and if they didn't even have the most basic sense of kindness, that would be the most terrifying thing. Xianxia resolutely stayed behind. Even in the face of Dong Yi's roar, he remained indifferent. I don't want to become a muddle-headed person who isn't even comparable to the walking dead, because there is still a meaning to living. I don't want to become an animal. Even if I have to die, I don't want to live in this world. Even if I die on the battlefield, I don't want to feel guilty. Xianxia's words were sonorous. In the ears of Tong Ling and Luoying, it was deafening. That young girl had suffered from a trauma that she couldn't get rid of for the rest of her life. It was a shadow that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Even if she was killed, no one would care. However, killing and violence were two completely different things. Xianxia was right. They couldn't forgive themselves for turning around and leaving just like that. This would become a knot in their hearts. In the future, it might become a nightmare on their path of cultivation. You're a madman. Dong Yi angrily glared at Xianxia. In his eyes, he had long become accustomed to these tragic scenes. The weak were only fit to be the stepping stones of the strong. In the eyes of the strong, they were nothing but playthings. You're already numb, but I haven't. I'm glad that I still have a conscience that hasn't been obliterated. I don't regret being born a human, and I don't regret dying as a wronged soul. Xianxia coldly glanced at Dong Yi, then turned around and left. Tong Ling followed Xianxia without hesitation. Why are you following me? You shouldn't have come. Dong Yi's mission is to protect you. Xianxia frowned. He and Luo Ying might be able to fend for themselves, but Tong Ling was Tong Wudi's daughter. She was Dong Yi's priority. He didn't want to drag her into this. If I leave, my conscience will also hurt. That little girl is only 10 years old. She hasn't experienced the wonders of life. She hasn't even passed the prime of her youth. She shouldn't be trampled and tortured to death like this. Tong Ling's pretty face was covered in frost. Xianxia knew that this girl's determination wasn't something he could shake. It seems like you won't be able to stay out of this. Luo Ying glanced at Dong Yi and smiled calmly. Then, she followed Xianxia and Tong Ling. She couldn't tolerate her conscience being obliterated by this world's ugliness. Damn it. This Xianxia is seeking death. Dong Yi's eyes narrowed as he sneered. Xianxia looked at the young girl who had been raped. His heart ached. This group of unforgivable bandits. Even if he killed them 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to erase the scar in their hearts. The little girl, who was about 10 years old, was thin and weak. Most of her clothes had been torn, and she was being groped by the bandits. The two women couldn't escape their fate. Their bodies were wet and they screamed in despair. A bunch of bastards. Get lost. Xianxia shouted. His sword energy buzzed as he pointed at the bandits. Bastard. Who the hell dares to meddle in other people's business? I'll kill you. A man with a feminine smile turned around and looked at Xianxia and the others. His eyes flashed. Oh? They're here to send us girls. Ha 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 ha. Brother June, it seems like we're lucky today. That's right. These 2 girls aren't enough. Now, they send us 2 more. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't take it anymore. Hee hee hee, I like this kind of juicy girl. One look and I can tell they're good girls. Why are you still standing there? Brothers, let's go. The group of bandits were beaming with joy. They looked at each other and were ready to make a move. Let's have fun tonight. There were more than 20 people, and all of them were above the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Brother June was a half-step star-level expert. For a moment, Xianxia and the others had to be careful. The appearance of Luo Ying and Tong Ling stimulated their desire, making them even crazier. With Gao Jun's order, the group of people rushed forward and surrounded Xianxia and the others. I'm sorry to have dragged you 2 into this. Xianxia said. Humans don't choose to run away. Some things can be done, and some can't. Luo Ying said in a low voice. Kill. As soon as Gao Jun gave the order, more than 20 experts of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm attacked. Xianxia was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. These people were even more powerful than those he had met in the Colosseum. These people had lived with their lives on the line. Every one of them had survived countless desperate situations. Even the young talents in the Colosseum were no match for them. Moreover, their strength depended on real swords and spears. They fought step by step, against people, against nature, and against demonic beasts, gradually building up their courage. If you wanted them to bow down, you would have to crush their necks. Even if they were opponents with the same combat strength, they could still win. Because no one dared to underestimate those who had survived bloody and fiery battles. Xianxia knew that this was going to be a tough battle. Xianxia took the lead and raised his sword. The Sky Dragon sword moved with ease, showing off its edge as it charged. However, his opponents were also very smart. Jiang Chen's sword was very fierce. They had no choice but to confront Jiang Chen head-on. They had thought that Jiang Chen, who was at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, was a pushover, but they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be the fiercest one. Luoying and Tong Ling followed closely behind. They were strong enough to fight 5 people at the same time. For a moment, Jiang Chen completely blocked the attacks of the bandits with his powerful means. He was fighting 10 people at the same time. His combat strength was shocking, the limitless sword was unpredictable. More than 10 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm could do nothing to Jiang Chen. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Interesting. Gao Jun sneered. He was quite curious about Jiang Chen's strength and his sword. Jiang Chen looked harmless, but his strength was actually very ferocious. However, the bandits under Gao Jun's command were also very fierce. They wouldn't be afraid even if they were to exchange one for one. Who wouldn't be afraid of a life-threatening battle? Gradually, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Tong Ling and the others had fallen into a passive position. The situation was very tense, because Tong Ling and Luoying couldn't withstand the shameless means of these bandits. Although Jiang Chen was able to withstand the suppression of these bandits, he couldn't maintain it forever, because at this moment, Gao Jun was about to make a move. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. If I kill you, I'll enjoy these 2 women. You're so reckless. You don't even know how to enjoy the blessings of having 2 wives. Ha ha ha. Gao Jun took a step forward. The feminine smile at the corner of his mouth was overflowing. He had locked his eyes on Jiang Chen. Half a step to the star realm. As soon as Gao Jun made a move, Jiang Chen felt an invisible pressure. This guy is really abnormal. He's so strong. Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but sink. A genuine expert half a step to the star level. He was definitely not at the level that Xianxia could reach by taking some pills. Gao Jun arrived like a roaring wind and thunder. Jiang Chen stood there with his sword as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He rushed forward violently. He drew his sword and looked around. He exchanged 3 sword moves with Gao Jun. Gao Jun's hand seals changed continuously. His palm wind and thunder moved. The surging momentum was destructive. Jiang Chen was directly knocked back. His face was pale, and blood gushed out. He stared at Gao Jun. It turns out that your strength is only so. You want to meddle in my business? Who do you think you are? Gao Jun kicked. Jiang Chen blocked with his arms. He was directly knocked back dozens of steps. He looked serious and meticulous. Behind him, more than 10 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm were eyeing him fiercely. They could attack at any time. These 2 beauties make me a little restless. He he he. Gao Jun looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly. Killing him was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. His mind was not on Jiang Chen at all. Instead, it was on these 2 beautiful women. He looked them up and down, rubbing his hands. It was obvious that he had been itching for a long time. Friend, I'm Dong Yi, nice to meet you. At this time, Dong Yi also appeared in front of everyone. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Gao Jun. Gao Jun's heart trembled. Lung Lung looked at Dong Yi and couldn't help but become serious. After all, Dong Yi was a half-step star-level expert. Dong Yi? I don't care who you are. You'd better not disturb my elegance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Gao Jun said in a deep voice. I'm the butler of Norton City. City Lord Tong Wudi is my master. I wonder if you can give me some face? Dong Yi said calmly. The butler of Norton City? Gao Jun raised an eyebrow. Someone beside him whispered. Brother Jun, he seems to be the butler of Norton City. I stayed in Norton City for a period of time in the past. I've heard of the butler of Norton City. Dong Yi. Gao Jun was a little depressed. He didn't expect these guys to be the protectors of Norton City. How unlucky. Okay, then I'll give you some face and take one person away. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You only have one chance. Okay, thank you for your generosity, brother. Dong Yi nodded slightly and said with a fist salute. Tong Ling was stunned and looked at Dong Yi in disbelief. Not to mention her, even Gao Jun and the others were a little stunned. This butler of Norton City was really straightforward. He said he would take one person, and he didn't even bargain. I only want her. Dong Yi pointed at Tong Ling and said. You're straightforward. I like it. Take your people and leave. Gao Jun said. Although he was very unhappy, they were still close to Norton City. Once the people of Norton City wanted to find trouble with them, he would also have a headache. Although they might not be afraid of the people of Norton City in Xianxia Forest, they were after all one of the 9 cities of wind and cloud. Even bandits would not want to make things difficult for them. No. We'll leave together. Tong Ling said firmly and glared at Dong Yi fiercely. I'm sorry, miss. I have to take you away. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the city lord. Dong Yi said in a low voice. Even Gao Jun was very surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be the daughter of the city lord. Gao Jun was very glad that he didn't do anything to her. Otherwise, the city lord of Norton City, Tong Wudi, would definitely not let her go. But this was also good. He didn't have to worry about the consequences, and he could be unscrupulous. What a deep affection. Ha ha ha, Butler Dong, my patience is limited. If you don't leave, don't blame me for turning against you. Today, I'll give you face. Don't take advantage of me. Who is my master, Taoist Chui? I think you should have heard of him. Gao Jun sneered and stood with his arms crossed. His face was full of arrogance. I'll leave now. Taoist Chui. Luo Ying's expression changed. Obviously, she had heard of Taoist Chui before. Who is Taoist Chui? Jiangchen knew that someone who was even more powerful than Gao Jun. Even Dong Yi was shocked by him, so he must be a ruthless person. Taoist Chui is one of the 4 evildoers in the Xianxia Forest. Legend has it that he has 3,000 Dao companions and many experts around him. His subordinates are all his disciples, and he himself is a genuine star-level warrior. In the Xianxia Forest, no one is willing to be enemies with Taoist Chui. This guy is the only carefree wanderer on the Tianqi planet. Even the people of Norton City don't want to offend him. Luoying said solemnly. At this time, she and Jiangchen had already become Dong Yi's sacrificial pawns. It seems that this is not going to be easy. Jiangchen smiled bitterly and looked at Tong Ling. No matter what, Jiangchen hoped that she could live. Leave this place and wait for me on the Tianqi planet. I will definitely go. Jiangchen said. No, I won't go. Tong Ling said angrily. I'm sorry, miss, I offended you. Dong Yi moved like lightning and restrained Tong Ling. He took her away and disappeared into the forest without hesitation. What a pity. The fat meat that was in my mouth is gone. Fortunately, I still have a beauty like you. Otherwise, I might not even be able to sleep tonight. Gao Jun laughed. Without Dong Yi, he didn't have to worry about anything. Jiangchen and Luoying looked at each other. At this moment, their crisis was even greater. Jiangchen and Luoying were not surprised by Dong Yi's decision. At this critical moment, he would naturally protect the city lord's young Mississippi. They had no relatives or friends, and they were asking for trouble. Who would care about them? The only one who could help them was himself. Kid, the price of meddling in other people's business is to die without a burial place. Go and capture this little girl. Later, everyone will enjoy her with me, ha ha ha. Gao Jun said with a sinister smile. He approached Jiangchen step by step. This guy had some ability. In order to not lose his men, he had to personally kill Jiangchen. There's no point in talking. You have to be able to kill me first. Jiangchen was fearless. From the moment he decided to turn back, he had already disregarded life and death. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. In fact, he was even more afraid than others because he still had a lot of things to do. However, Jiangchen couldn't ignore things that went against his will. Otherwise, there would be no meaning for him to live anymore. Jiangchen, watch out. Luoying looked at Jiangchen and nodded slightly. She hadn't chosen to stay for Jiangchen's sake. She had chosen to stay because of her own heart. This group of heartless fanatics deserved to die. Yes. Xianxia nodded and faced Gao Jun. At this moment, he had no more worries. Tong Ling had already left. What he needed to do was to fight to the death with Gao Jun. This was Jiang Chen's first time fighting against a true half-step star-level expert. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. At the very least, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position after 2 exchanges. The strength of a half-step star-level expert wasn't just for show. Yi Zhongxian had already become history. This time, Jiang Chen was bound to challenge a new height. Whether he could survive or not depended on this battle. Gao Jun was ready to go. He didn't want to give Jiang Chen any chance. He wanted to end this battle quickly so that he would have time to enjoy women. Jiang Chen directly performed the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique. He had to go all out in this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance. The 2 figures clashed in an instant. The heavenly dragon sword was sharp, attacking from both sides. Jiang Chen exerted his greatest strength to the extreme. Again and again, Jiang Chen was pushed back by Gao Jun. Although he wasn't defeated, the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier. He was in excruciating pain all over his body. If he was an ordinary peak star emperor, he might not be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attacks. However, a half-step star-level expert was completely different. Gao Jun was only at the first level of the star transformation realm. If his strength reached the second level, Jiang Chen might not have a chance at all. The Overlord sword swept across the sky. Gao Jun formed a seal in his hand again and fought with Jiang Chen. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, but he was steadily suppressing Jiang Chen. His thunderous means made people shudder with fear. East Wind Seal. Gao Jun's hand seal reached the sky, forcing Jiang Chen to step back directly. His sword was dancing, buzzing and clanging. Starlight enter the body. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Starlight covered his whole body. As the light flickered, it was like a vast sea. The starlight was dazzling, as if he had divine help. As the sword fell, Gao Jun's pupils contracted and his face darkened. He reached out both of his palms and finally took Jiang Chen's attack. However, he was also forced to step back a dozen steps. He stared at Jiang Chen in shock. A guy in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor had forced him to step back. It was unbelievable. Great. I'll let you have a taste of my West Extreme Seal. Gao Jun didn't step back. Instead, he moved forward to meet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's long sword rushed forward. The raging power of the stars descended again. Now, Jiang Chen had reached the full closure of the first level of the astral pole. Using the power of the stars to fight with Gao Jun, it was a duel between the strong. With the support of the power of the stars, the heavenly dragon sword was even more successful. The 2 clashed again. This time, it was a tie again. However, Jiang Chen's strength had been exhausted. After all, he was still weak. It was not easy for him to wield the sword twice. The West Extreme Seal shone with golden light and then disappeared. However, the killing intent in Gao Jun's eyes was even stronger. Jiang Chen made him feel threatened. If that sword attack had been 30% stronger, even he would have been killed here. Gao Jun didn't give Jiang Chen any chance. Seeing that Jiang Chen was gasping for breath, he quickened his pace and punched heavily with his palms, which were like hands that could destroy the world. Dragon's Reverse Scale. Jiang Chen casted out the 6 reverse dragon scales. His whole body shone brightly like a god. Facing Gao Jun's palm, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He dashed forward in an instant, his sword danced in the air. The palm print was like a knife that could destroy heaven and earth. However, it couldn't break through Jiang Chen's defense. Gao Jun's face looked even worse. What a strong defense. This is Dragon's Reverse Scale? Gao Jun was shocked. He didn't expect this guy to have so many Dragon's Reverse Scales. The 6 lights flickered endlessly and completely dissolved his attack. It was incredible. This time, it's my turn. Torrential Starlight. Jiang Chen roared. After the starlight entered his body, it shot out like a rainstorm. The starlight beam shot through Gao Jun's body. This was the strongest attack of the first level of the astral pull. Countless invisible torrential starlight directly shot Gao Jun into a hornet's nest. This, impossible. It was at this moment that Xianxia fell to the ground. The Genesis chi in his body had practically been depleted. He was currently an arrow at the end of its flight and had no strength to continue fighting. Killing Gao Jun was already his limit. On the other side, more than 20 people at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm shuddered and felt their hair stand on end. In their eyes, Gao Jun was invincible, but Xianxia, who was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, had such terrifying ability. How could it be? Although Luoying was in a disadvantageous position, Xianxia's means made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even if Xianxia was just a paper tiger, they didn't have the strength to fight anymore, fearing that they would end up like Gao Jun. Retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Brother Jun is dead, retreat. Everyone's faces were ugly, and they no longer wanted to fight. They retreated like the tide. Luoying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was also covered in wounds. She hurriedly ran to Xianxia and knelt on one knee. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Okay. Xianxia nodded and looked at the 3 remaining women in the caravan. He felt a little sad. You should leave quickly. If you are late, there will be more people chasing you. Xianxia Forest is too dangerous. Don't ever come back. The little girl was already crying her eyes out. She was protected by the 2 women as she stared at Xianxia helplessly. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. After the 3 people knelt, they didn't have time to pack up and hurriedly rushed into the distance. Let's also leave quickly. Luoying glanced at Xianxia. They had killed Daoist Chui's disciple, so it would be difficult for them to move in Xianxia Forest. They had to leave as soon as possible. It was better to be safe than sorry. Daoist Chui was one of the 4 evildoers of the Xianxia Forest, and his power had reached the star level. He was not someone they could compare to at the moment. After offending such a villain, they could only choose to retreat. Moreover, they had not intended to stay here for long. They were merely passing by, and they were already on the verge of death. Now that they had provoked a fatal disaster, even Dongyi had to stay away from them. The only person they could rely on was themselves. You should be more familiar with the Xianxia Forest than me. Xianxia smiled. Let's leave this place first. It will take at least 6 or 7 days to reach the Light Province's Great Rift Valley. There are too many dangers in the Xianxia Forest. Luoying said seriously. The 2 of them didn't have time to rest and quickly left the place, heading deeper into the forest. Xianxia Forest, in the center of a valley. The dozen or so bandits were scared out of their wits. They ran back, their faces filled with horror. Oh no, second senior brother, something terrible has happened. A villainous bandit gasped for breath. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. All of you are so terrified. What a scandal. If Master were to see this, all of you will definitely be punished. The skinny second senior brother, Leng Leng, who was dressed in a yellow robe, said. Gao Jun, Brother Jun was killed. What? Ma Yuliang suddenly stood up and turned to look at the person behind him, glaring at him fiercely. Say that again? Big Brother Jun was killed. Just now. Ma Yuliang's body trembled. His face was as gloomy as water. He clenched his fist tightly and threw the person in front of him away. Gao Jun was his sworn brother and was one of Daoist Chui's top 10 disciples. He was also the youngest brother that they were very concerned about. He was Ma Yuliang's sworn brother who had gone through thick and thin with Gao Jun. How could Ma Yuliang not be angry when Gao Jun was killed? Who has the guts to kill our Chui family army? You're courting death. Ma Yuliang roared angrily. His voice shook the forest for thousands of miles, scaring away flocks of birds and beasts. Second senior brother, you must avenge Brother Jun. Sob sob sob. Bring me there. I don't care who he is. I'll make him die a horrible death since he dared to touch our Chui family army. Ma Yuliang's voice was bone-piercing. The group of people followed Ma Yuliang and went straight to the depths of the Xianxia Forest. Xianxia didn't stop and headed towards Heavenly Awakening Silver River City. Along the way, no matter what obstacles they encountered, the two of them didn't stop for even a moment, because once they stopped, another crisis would come. That is? Thousand Feather Phoenix? Luo Ying's eyes lit up when she saw a colorful and dazzling flying phoenix. Thousand Feather Phoenixes were rare demonic beasts. Moreover, the viridescent flower plume on its head took thousands of years to form. This Thousand Feather Phoenix actually had two plume on its head. It meant that this Thousand Feather Phoenix's cultivation was definitely not low. However, Luo Ying's eyes still had a hint of blazing light. Is this the Thousand Feather Phoenix? The viridescent flower plume on its head is indeed a treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes moved as he said in a low voice. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. No matter how anxious they were, it wouldn't make a difference if they could obtain this viridescent flower plume. It would definitely be a great fortune. The viridescent flower plume could be used as medicine. Moreover, it was very beautiful. It was something that countless royalty and nobles coveted. It could only be found by chance. Now that the two of them had encountered it, they naturally did not want to let go of such a good treasure. The two of them flashed and turned into two gusts of wind. They instantly chased after it. Sister Phoenix, can I borrow the viridescent flower plume? Luoing asked. Despicable humans, you want my viridescent flower plume again. None of you are good. Pooh. The Thousand Feather Phoenix spoke in the human language and sneered. If you don't want to lend it to us, we will have to use our bodies. Jiangchen said with a smile. Use our bodies? Do you think you are worthy? This old lady, can travel tens of thousands of miles with a single somersault. You want to chase me? No way. In the past, there was a shameless De Huang dog who chased me for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he couldn't catch me. In this world, besides the peerless genius of the Rock clan, no one can catch me. He. The Thousand Feather Phoenix said disdainfully. She didn't put Jiang Chen and Luoing in her eyes at all. These two people wanted to touch the viridescent flower plume on its head. It was simply wishful thinking. Dead dog? What kind of dead dog? Jiang Chen was stunned. The dead dog that chased her for 3 days and 3 nights? Could it be De Huang? Jiang Chen was excited and asked hurriedly. However, the Thousand Feather Phoenix had already turned around and turned into a gust of wind and lightning. Bastard! Come back here! Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth in anger and chased after her. This person probably knew about De Huang. He couldn't let her escape. Even if she had to go to the ends of the earth, he would catch her. Want to chase me? He, in your next life. The Thousand Feather Phoenix's voice reverberated in the air. However, her figure had already disappeared. Luoing also followed the two of them. At this time, she would definitely give it her all. For the viridescent flower plume, they had risked their lives to chase after her. After entering the Tianqi Star, Jiang Chen hadn't heard any news about De Huang. However, the De Huang dog that Qian Feather Phoenix had mentioned had moved Jiang Chen. Could it be De Huang? Whether it was or not, he had to ask clearly. He wouldn't let go of any clues. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer, he. Qian Yufeng said proudly. She didn't need to exert any strength at all. She could soar with just a flap of her wings, while Jiang Chen and the others had to consume a huge amount of Genesis Qi to barely keep up. In this way, it would not take long for them to be defeated. At that time, they might even die of exhaustion. That damn dog had chased her for 3 days and 3 nights, but she was fine, while he had almost died. That guy's perseverance had left a deep impression on Qian Yufeng. Unfortunately, there were not many people in the world who could defeat her. At least in Xianxia Forest, if she dared to say that she was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. After chasing for half a day, Luoing was panting a little. At this speed, it was impossible to catch up with Qian Yufeng. Moreover, Qian Yufeng had been wandering around this area. If Taoist Chui's disciple really caught up, they would be in big trouble. Give up, Jiang Chen. If we continue to chase, it will only bring us harm. Luoing said. I won't give up, even if I die. Jiang Chen said firmly, making Luoing feel helpless. When he was stubborn, he would not care about anyone. You don't even want your life for a Qinghua feather? Luoying said, but Jiangchen didn't have any hesitation. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. He didn't know whether Big Yellow was dead or alive. He didn't know where he was. This was his only clue. Jiangchen knew that he had to capture Qian Yufeng while she was not far away. Otherwise, if she really escaped, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack in the Qiangqi forest. Now, Qian Yufeng was still teasing them, and she hadn't used her full strength yet. So, he had to seize this opportunity. Sky Ascending Stairway. Jiangchen took out the Sky Ascending Stairway and used Form Displacement Shadow. The space around him was constantly distorted, and his speed suddenly increased. Time and time again, the distance between them was constantly shortened. At that moment, Luoying was also dumbfounded. Jiangchen's speed was too fast, even faster than Qian Yufeng's. Had this guy been hiding his strength all this while? At this time, he finally exploded. Perhaps, he didn't want to continue being entangled with Qian Yufeng. Qian Yufeng was also startled. She had intended to have some fun with these two humans, but she didn't expect that they would catch up with her. Did this fellow take the wrong medicine? That's too fast. Qian Yufeng was horrified. Jiangchen's stairway to heaven teleported again and again, which made Qian Yufeng lose the upper hand. In a blink of an eye, Jiangchen had caught up with her. You want to run? Not a chance. Jiangchen did not hesitate. He formed a seal with his hands and smashed it towards Qian Yufeng. The distance between the two of them was shortened. Damn it! Qian Yufeng was shocked. She sped up and dodged Jiangchen's attack. She wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. However, Jiangchen was like a dog's skin plaster. This time, she couldn't get rid of him even if she wanted to. If you don't stop, I will kill you. Jiangchen's cold voice sounded in Qian Yufeng's ears. Qian Yufeng snorted disapprovingly. A star emperor at the 8th sky wanted to fight with her, a star emperor at the 9th sky. Wasn't he courting death? Dream on. Qian Yufeng retreated as she fought. She used her speed to the extreme, but it didn't help. Jiangchen's battle was also fierce. In less than 10 moves, Qian Yufeng had lost her ability to fight. Her speed was also greatly reduced. The battle was coming to an end, and Qian Yufeng was the loser. She couldn't beat Jiangchen, nor could she run away. She was like a fish on the chopping board. Qian Yufeng's only advantage was her speed. Once Jiangchen crushed her in speed, she would be at her wit's end. The Star Emperor at the 9th sky was not weak, but she was unlucky to have encountered Jiangchen. Now, let's see where you can run to. Jiangchen said coldly. Please spare my life. Hero, please spare my life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life. I beg you. Qian Yufeng knelt in front of Jiangchen and kowtowed. She didn't have the arrogance she had before. She could only admit defeat in Jiangchen's hands. Luoying was relieved. Jiangchen's means were beyond her expectation. It seemed that her previous worries were unnecessary. Even if Jiangchen didn't kill Gao Jun, he could still escape unscathed if Gao Jun wanted to kill him. This kind of speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Even a star-level expert might not have the chance to catch up with Qian Yufeng. Jiangchen's means made Luoying look at him in a new light. Now you know how to beg for mercy. What were you doing before? Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. He then plucked the 2 azure flower feathers from Qian Yufeng's head. Qian Yufeng's body trembled, but she didn't dare resist. The azure flower feathers had taken her thousands of years to grow. Without them, she could still live, but if she continued to fight with Jiangchen, she might die. Jiangchen's azure flower feathers were extremely powerful. Qian Yufeng, who had lost her viridescent flower feathers, was no longer as beautiful as before. She had completely lost her soul. Here. Jiangchen took out a viridescent flower feather and handed it to Luoying. For me? Luoying was startled. She didn't covet Jiangchen's viridescent flower feather. After all, Jiangchen had risked his life to obtain it. Thank you for standing by my side. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape that disaster. Jiang Chen didn't like to owe others. Jiang Chen was very touched that Luo Ying was willing to stand by his side at the critical moment of life and death. There wasn't much friendship between the two of them. He also knew that Luo Ying probably couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. That was why she had fought with him against Gao Jun and the others. However, without Luo Ying, Jiang Chen would have been in a very dangerous situation. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this viridescent flower feather was what she deserved. Jiang Chen insisted again and again, so Luo Ying accepted it and nodded slightly to show her gratitude. "I can spare your life, but you have to answer a question of mine," Jiang Chen said. "Go ahead, great hero. I will tell you everything I know." Xian Yufeng cowed out continuously and said in fear. "Let me ask you, where is the Dahuang dog who chased you now? Does he have a tuft of white hair on his forehead? He's very arrogant and swearing." Jiang Chen stared at Xian Yufeng and asked with a heavy breath. Yes, there is a tuft of white hair on his forehead." "How do you know?" "And this guy is very arrogant. He even said that he would stew me. Unfortunately, he chased me for 3 days and 3 nights, but still couldn't catch me," Xian Yufeng said in a low voice. "Then where is he now?" Jiang Chen said hurriedly. "This? I also don't know. But he stopped chasing me in the end." "It seems that he was entangled by someone, something called," Xian Yufeng murmured. "If you can't tell me, I will kill you." Jiang Chen's cold voice made Xian Yufeng tremble. "Yes, Commander Yu. I only know that the silver-armored Commander Yu is called that by someone behind him." "Commander Yu? Wearing silver armor?" Jiang Chen frowned. "It might be someone from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse." Luo Ying muttered. "Horsemen of the Apocalypse? No matter who it is, if they dare to touch De Huang, I will never let them off." Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and his voice was so low that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Whether it was Qian Yufeng or Luo Ying, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Jiang Chen's murderous aura was too strong. If it's really a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I advise you to be careful. Those who can be called commanders are 1 in a million existences, and their strength is definitely outstanding. The people of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse are all battle-hardened and 1 in 100. Even the people we selected from Windy Nine City may not necessarily be able to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luo Ying reminded Jiang Chen. "I know, but De Huang is my brother. If anyone dares to touch him, I, Jiang Chen, will make them go to hell even if I have to die." Jiang Chen let go of Qian Yufeng and did not kill her. Qian Yufeng thanked him profusely and turned to leave. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also extremely anxious. He must rush to Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City as soon as possible and find that so-called Commander Yu. Even if it was the Horseman of the Apocalypse, he had to kill his way out. Luo Ying nodded. Jiang Chen was indeed a person who valued friendship and righteousness. She knew this very well. He could not erase his inner conscience when dealing with strangers, let alone his brother. This was also reasonable. "Let's hurry up and go to Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City now," Luo Ying said. Right now, their time was very tight. At the very least, they had to leave Xianxia Forest first. "I'm sorry for making you and me suffer." Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. After all, he and Luo Ying could only be said to have met by chance, and their relationship was not very good. The fact that she could be at ease accompanying him was already a great deal of trust. Just as the two were about to leave, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard, completely blocking their retreat. "Them again," Luo Ying said in a low voice. She had recognized the person who had fought with her earlier. He was Gao Jun's companion, Priest Shui's disciple. "Looks like we've been targeted," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. "The two of you killed my junior brother Gao Jun?" Ma Yuliang walked over slowly and said with a smile. "Utterly devoid of conscience and inhumane. You deserve to die," Jiang Chen said lightly. Heh, that's interesting. But I'm always on the side of those close to me. Since you're so tough, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson. You're only in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I don't know where your confidence comes from. In this Xianxia forest, no one has ever dared offend our Chui clan. My master has gone into seclusion and hasn't emerged into the world in these past few years. I never expected that all of you juniors actually don't know how to appreciate kindness. Even if it's the members of Windcloud 9 City that pass through my Xianxia forest, they aren't willing to go against us. You're truly too young. Ma Yuliang calmly smiled. Although he came for revenge, his anger did not show on his face. Then you'll have to kill me first, Jiangchen said. Although Ma Yuliang's appearance had doubled the pressure on him, he wasn't a pushover. After killing Gao Jun, a half-step star-level expert, Jiangchen was more confident. Although Gao Jun was only at the first level of the star transformation realm, he was still a half-step star-level expert. Jiangchen wouldn't be as restrained as before if he fought Ma Yuliang again. You've got guts. But you killed my junior brother. This debt must be settled. This little girl is indeed very beautiful. If I give her to master, he'll definitely like her. Ma Yuliang glanced at Luoying. His eyes were filled with a trace of sinister lust. Luoying furrowed her brows. None of these bastards were good people. Daoist Chui's subordinates were all evil thieves with no bottom line. He was also the most despicable of the 4 great evildoers. Naturally, his disciple had perfectly inherited his legacy. How arrogant. A bunch of scum. Luoying shouted. Both sides were ready to fight, and the battle was imminent. This little girl is also very hot. Why don't second senior brother accept her? He, master has 3,000 beauties. He doesn't lack one more. That's right. Second senior brother should accept her. This is a joyous occasion. We are willing to cheer for second senior brother. Many of the junior brothers supported Ma Yuliang. Alright, then I'll accept her. I'm sure master won't blame me. Ha ha ha. Ma Yuliang laughed heartily. Let's do it now. Jiangchen and Luoying looked at each other. Since things had come to this, they had nowhere to run. They could only fight. Although Priest Chui was one of the 4 evildoers of the Xianxia forest, they didn't want to be enemies with him. At least, who would want to get involved in karma when passing through this forest? However, there was always a reason for everything, and they couldn't do anything about it. Luoying was also ready to fight. She and Jiangchen looked at each other and nodded. Then, they faced Ma Yuliang and the others. Jiangchen took the initiative and attacked first. Only when he had the absolute initiative could he be more relaxed. Ma Yuliang's strength was definitely above Gao Jun's, so Jiangchen didn't dare to underestimate him. He drew his sword and looked around. Jiangchen's killing intent soared as he slashed at Ma Yuliang. Ma Yuliang's whole body shook. He held his spear tightly, and the red tassel flashed. He fought with Jiangchen in an instant. Terrifying spear radiance was accompanied by the sound of sword chi. It was dazzling. This battle made Priest Chui's disciples' blood boil again. Gao Jun was gone, but their second senior brother was there. He would definitely win. This time, more than 30 experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm approached Luoying again. There were more than before. Luoying's situation was more horrible than Jiangchen's. She was even in danger. If it were those experts from before, Luoying could deal with them, but she couldn't say that she was sure to win. She even had to advance step by step. But now there were more than 30 experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, so she couldn't fight them at all. She advanced step by step and clenched her teeth. Her life might be in danger at any time. On the other hand, Jiangchen and Ma Yuliang were really facing each other with equal harshness. Every move, and every peck were like heavenly thunder stirring the earth fire. Jiangchen used all his means. At this time, he had nothing to hide. He directly turned on the power of stars. The Sky Dragon sword cooperated with Jiangchen to rush left and right. The sky was full of dazzling starlight. The sword rain was cold, and the ripples of light flew. They set off a cloud of dust in the forest. Accompanied by the light and shadows all over the sky, the battle between Jiangchen and Ma Yuliang became more and more intense. As expected, heroes come from the young. I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive. The smile on Ma Yuliang's mouth was extremely bright. Spear shadows fell from the sky, bringing unprecedented pressure to Jiangchen. Cut the crap. Give me your life. Torrential starlight. Whirlwind spiral shadow. Ma Yuliang's attack was astonishing. He used the battle to sustain the battle, using offense as defense. He clashed with Jiang Chen with all his might. At that moment, both of them took a few steps back, looking extremely serious. Ma Yuliang was shocked. This guy was too strong. Ma Yuliang's strength was only 1/10 of his. He had never heard of such power and attack from an 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Even if there were 39th sky of the Star Emperor realm, he wouldn't be surprised. However, Jiang Chen had already made him feel a great threat. This guy couldn't be left alive. If he stayed, he would definitely become a great threat. He might even shake the foundation of his master, Daoist Cui, in the entire Xianxia forest. Ma Yuliang knew that this was definitely not an exaggeration. If he reached the half-star level, he would probably be able to challenge star-level warriors. This kind of ability to fight above his level was the most terrifying. He was invincible at the same level and could even surpass his seniors. Not every genius could have such a heaven-defying ability. He had to kill him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Jiang Chen was also extremely shocked. This Ma Yuliang was very powerful, much more powerful than Gao Jun. He was still at the peak of the half-star level, the first star transformation. It was not easy to break through to the 3rd star transformation. That was why there were countless experts at the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm, but very few half-star level warriors. Those who could really break through to the star level meant that they could go anywhere in the world. There was nothing they couldn't do in the eternal world. Being an interstellar wanderer was the dream of countless people. Interstellar wanderers weren't poor vagrants or beggars. They could wander around the 3,000 planets with the entire eternal world as their background. They could become true experts and go wherever they wanted. That was how the word wanderer got its name. Jiang Chen was also thinking about breaking through to the Star Emperor realm as soon as possible and becoming a star-level warrior. That way, he could go to more places to find Jiang Feng. Facing Ma Yuliang's attack, Jiang Chen tried his best, but it was still difficult to deal with him. This battle was more difficult than he had imagined. Come out, 7th brother and 8th brother. Looks like you two have to deal with this guy. Ma Yuliang said with a smile, looking into the void. There's more? Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't expect that there would be someone spying on him at this time. He didn't even notice the other party's whereabouts, but Ma Yuliang did. Jiang Chen thought that his senses were extremely sharp, but there was still a flaw in everything. 2nd brother is indeed 2nd brother. Ha ha ha, you're amazing. 8th brother and I tried to hide, but we still couldn't escape your fiery eyes of truth. A young man in a red battle robe waved his long sleeves and laughed. Beside him was a man in a green robe. He had arrived late, and his face was full of smiles. 2nd brother, how have you been? He he he. Wei Mo's laughter was very feminine, but Ma Yuliang's expression did not change. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I might not be able to see through others, but I can recognize the two of you even if you turn into ashes. Cut the crap and lend me a hand. Ma Yuliang said. To be able to make 2nd brother feel troubled, he does have some ability. I heard that this is the person who killed Junzi? 7th brother Wei Qian said with a smile. This pair of brothers appeared and disappeared mysteriously, never leaving each other. They even ate and slept together. Even Ma Yuliang didn't dare to say that he could easily defeat them. With them around, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Those who kill will always be killed. This grudge must be avenged. This little girl is pretty, I like her a lot. Wei Mo's smile was full of sinister and cunning. Ma Yuliang frowned and said coldly, kill him first, and we'll enjoy him together. I was waiting for you to say that, 2nd brother. He he he, let's do it. Wei Qian's eyes lit up. His gaze roamed around Luo Ying's body, and he was already drooling. This girl might not have a peerless face, but her figure is rare. I like it, I like it. Wahahaha. Wei Mo and 3rd brother Wei looked at each other and directly joined the group to kill Jiang Chen. Another 2 half-step stellar-level experts made Jiang Chen's heart sink to the bottom. Ma Yuliang was not too difficult for Jiang Chen. At least he could still be in an invincible position. However, 3 half-step stellar-level experts had directly sealed off his path of retreat. Now, he was in a dilemma. Although these so-called brothers did not seem to be very close, it was not a problem for them to deal with a common enemy. If Xianxia wanted to escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Luoying was also very anxious. Her situation was not much better than Xianxia's. Now that Xianxia was fighting 1 against 3, it was even worse. Go to hell, little bastard. Wei Mo's momentum was soaring. The 3 of them were like a tiger, crushing Xianxia's situation very difficult. He did not even have a chance to fight back. Xianxia was tired of dealing with them. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand also shook for a while, and he was surrounded by danger. Xianxia had used all of his skills, but he still couldn't turn the tables around. These men's attacks were too cruel and fierce, and the area he could cover was getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, he would definitely die. Xianxia was going to die. Xianxia constantly sought for a change, but the situation was getting more and more intense. You want to escape from the palms of us brothers? You are too naive. Ha ha ha. Wei Qian shouted and followed Ma Yuliang closely. The 3 of them advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, completely locking down Xianxia, not giving him a chance to escape. However, Xianxia's strength still shocked Wei Qian and Wei Mo. Although this guy was in a bad state, it was not easy for him to still be able to stabilize the situation. However, in their opinion, it was only a matter of time before they killed Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia was becoming more and more passive, Luoying finally made a move. A Qingyun sword pierced through the air, sweeping across the horizon. Her strength suddenly rose, and the experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm beside her all retreated in defeat. Luoying, on the other hand, still had the strength to break through the enemy's ranks. Compared to before, her strength had increased a lot, and she had already reached the level of half a step into the star level. A minor recovery pill? Xianxia was stunned. There was no doubt that Luoying had taken a minor recovery pill. Her strength continued to rise, and her aura kept reaching the peak. The Star Royal Realm experts around her were all beaten up by her, dying miserably one after another. The solitary dance with a sword was shocking. This time, Xianxia finally saw how strong Luoying was. She wasn't any weaker than him, maybe even stronger than him. That ferocious sword chi was unstoppable. Who said that a woman was inferior to a man? Luoying had killed more than half of the 9-level Star Emperor experts. At this time, she began to turn her spear and aim at the 2 brothers, Wei Qian and Wei Mo. Xianxia's current situation was too dangerous. If they were allowed to continue, Xianxia would definitely die. Therefore, Luoying had no choice but to display her full strength. She did not even hesitate to use a small rejuvenation pill. The value of a small rejuvenation pill was quite terrifying. It was enough to save them from a hopeless situation. As Luoying joined the battle with Xianxia and the others, Xianxia also breathed a sigh of relief. Their situation had changed a lot in an instant, and they could finally catch their breaths. Although there was still some pressure, it was at least insignificant. They were already very lucky to be able to contend with Ma Yuliang. Be careful, Xianxia warned. After all, Luoying did not have much experience in dealing with these half-step Stargrade experts. Therefore, Xianxia had to be extra careful. With a powerful helper like Luoying, the 2 of them had also become much more relaxed. However, Xianxia knew that it was still unrealistic to want to reverse the situation. However, at this moment, they already had a chance to escape. It's all up to you. Ascend the sky stairway. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He urged the ascend the sky stairway in his hand and pulled Luoying's hand. Follow me. Their figures constantly flickered and disappeared into the depths of the void. Ma Yuliang and the others chased them relentlessly, but in the end, their efforts were futile. Xianxia and Luoying's figures had long disappeared into the sky. Chase them, Ma Yuliang said through gritted teeth. If he let Xianxia and Luoying escape so easily, how could he still have any face left? Although he did not know where Xianxia and Luoying were, they definitely only had one goal. They had to pass through the Xianxia forest and head to the Tianqi Galaxy City. These 2 little bastards actually want to escape from our palms. Let's see how many legs they have. Just keep heading south. Wei Qian also nodded silently. The three of them stepped into the air and rapidly ascended, flying towards the edge of the Xianxia forest. That was their only way out. Jiangchen also consumed a lot of energy to use the Heaven Ascension stairway. Even though they were far away from the Xianxia forest, it wasn't easy to enter the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. In front of them was a barren land that stretched for dozens of miles. It was surrounded by yellow sand, and there was not an inch of soil or vegetation. We're already at the edge of the Xianxia forest. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley should be right ahead. Luoying said sternly. We should be safe once we leave the Xianxia forest. Those guys won't chase after us anymore, right? Jiangchen let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for just now. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. You've already given me your Qinghua plume. If I don't put in some effort, how can I accept it? Besides, I'm also saving myself. Luoying smiled sweetly and retracted her jade-like hand from Jiangchen's hand. Jiangchen was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Even though we've already left the Xianxia forest, we still can't go there. Luoying turned around and said in a low voice. Why? Jiangchen was puzzled. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley is right ahead. Let's go and take a look first. Luoying didn't answer Jiangchen's question directly. Instead, she quickly passed through the lush desert and finally saw a bottomless and boundless abyss. This is the Light Province's Great Rift Valley. Luoying said. It's indeed bottomless. This abyss is crisscrossing, and we can't see the end of it. How are we going to get there? We shouldn't be able to get there by flying, right? Even though Jiangchen had never seen it before, he could sense that this place wasn't ordinary. The setting sun in the distance shone on the Great Rift Valley, making it look very wide and boundless. You're right. You're right. It's already dusk and the storm has started. Look at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, there are already tornadoes sweeping over. The sky above the Great Rift Valley may seem ordinary, but it's actually surging with invisible wind blades that can tear people into pieces. Even a stellar-level powerhouse will be torn into pieces. No one dares to step into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province at this time because it's no different from courting death. Luoying's words made Jiangchen look at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. Sure enough, tornadoes were sweeping over. Although the sky above the Great Rift Valley looked calm, it was actually filled with spatial turbulence. It was indeed impossible to pass through such a situation. How can we get there? Should we take a detour around the Great Rift Valley? Jiangchen pondered. Take a detour? He, don't even think about it. This Great Rift Valley runs through almost half of the Heavenly Awakening planet. Rumor has it that this Great Rift Valley was created by a peerless powerhouse. The power of one palm shook off half of the Heavenly Awakening planet, creating this Great Rift Valley. It's something that everyone praises. However, that was something that happened millions of years ago. If you take a detour, you might end up going from the extreme west to the extreme east. Moreover, you might even get lost in the other dangers of the Heavenly Awakening planet. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley isn't the most terrifying. There are many places that no one has ever set foot in, and they're filled with danger. That's why no one wants to take this risk. Luoying chuckled. We have to wait. The tornadoes will retreat at noon every day. That's the shelter period for the star's rotation. The shelter period only lasts for 2 hours. Once the shelter period is over, the Heavenly Awakening planet will rotate again, and the storm will come again. We won't be able to go there then. We have to reach the other side of the Great Rift Valley in 2 hours. This is undoubtedly a great test. We don't have much time right now. Jiangchen said worriedly. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley was right in front of them, but they couldn't rush over. What he was most worried about was Ma Yuliang's group of 3 half-step stars chasing after them. Luoying's minor rejuvenation pill had already worn off, so the 2 of them had no chance of winning against the 3 of them. I hope they won't chase after us. Luoying said apprehensively. However, that was just her way of comforting herself. Daoist Chui's disciple was famous for being sinister and cunning. She had also killed so many of his people, so how could they just let it go? Sure enough, as Luoying was pondering, she heard the sound of wind breaking in the distance. 3 figures were floating in the air. If it wasn't Ma Yuliang's group, then who could it be? 3 dog skin plasters. I really can't get rid of them. Jiang Chen's heart sank. There were pursuers in front of them, and their path of retreat had been cut off. Their only chance of survival had been completely cut off. Under the setting sun, the 3 figures were lengthened. Jiang Chen and Luoying exchanged glances. They both knew that there was no way out. You're quite good at running, you little brat. If it wasn't for the Light Province's Great Rift Valley blocking your path, you would have really left me behind. What a pity, what a pity. Man proposes, God disposes. It's currently dusk and you guys can't cross the Great Rift Valley. Just obediently surrender, he. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. Luoying glared at the 3 of them. A bunch of evil thugs. Today, I will fight with you to the end. Killing 1 won't be a loss, and killing 2 will be a gain for me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword and stood upright, his aura undiminished. A deathbed struggle. The end result is still death. Why bother? The road of life is long. Why not live a carefree life? Why do you have to get involved in karma that you can't bear? Unfortunately, you can't escape from my palm. Ma Yuliang stood with his arms crossed and said in high spirits. Don't struggle later. I will run away with you. I want to see if I can rush out of the Light Rift Valley. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Luoying. Luoying and Jiang Chen looked at each other with a complicated expression. Are you crazy? Even a stellar-level expert can't pass through the Light Rift Valley. If we don't wait until noon, no one can pass through. Luoying frowned. Do you trust me? Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Luoying. Luoying's eyes moved slightly. At this time, they had no way out. Even if they fought with Ma Yuliang and the others, they would still die. If Jiang Chen wanted to pass through the Light Rift Valley, he must have something to rely on. Should she really trust him? Luoying nodded. She knew that Jiang Chen was more mysterious than she was. Whether it was in Norton City or when he killed Gao Jun, she was very surprised. This time, she hoped that he wouldn't bring her to her death. Luoying nodded. She entrusted her life to Jiang Chen. If 2 lovers love each other for a long time, how can they stay together day and night? Don't worry, we'll take good care of this little girl for you. Little bastard, from today onwards, she'll enjoy it immensely. When the time comes, she'll have to thank us properly. In life, it's best to be happy while you can. Wei Mo looked at Jiang Chen and Luoying being affectionate, which made him somewhat annoyed. You're courting death. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. He was ready to take action. It seemed as if he was going to break through the enemy lines, but he was actually running away. He pulled Luoying and the 2 of them rushed towards the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province without hesitation. At this time, Luoying also closed her eyes. Life and death were determined by fate. Wealth and honor were determined by the heavens. It all depended on whether Jiang Chen could bring them out or not. Ma Yuliang did not expect that these 2 fellows would head to the Great Rift Valley of the Light Continent to seek their deaths. What a waste of God's gifts. That bastard. He actually dragged a woman to die together with him. Damn it. Wei Qian's face was gloomy. It turned out that they had been busy for half a day for nothing. The duck that was in their mouths had flown away. Who wouldn't be angry? This can be considered a good story. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. If he dies, then so be it. Ma Yuliang turned around and left calmly. There was only death awaiting them if they barged into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province at this time. This was their fate. I'm so unlucky, damn it. Wei Mo was also very unhappy. But after all, these 2 people had already gone to their deaths. They could only be depressed alone. Facing the terrifying storm, when Jiang Chen stepped into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province, he took out the Sea Wave Divine Boat. He exhausted all of his power to activate the Sea Wave Divine Boat. Moreover, the consumption of the Sea Wave Divine Boat was considerable because this secret treasure of the starry sky was also extremely terrifying. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if the Sea-Wave Divine Boat was controlled by a stellar-level expert, it was still not easy. However, Xianxia did his best to stabilize the Sea-Wave Divine Boat and forge ahead in the storm. At that moment, Luoying was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't the secret treasure that Xianxia had used the Sea-Wave Divine Boat? Ordinary people might not know, but she knew very well that this treasure was the Azure Wave's divine ship. Even stellar-level powerhouses would keep it a secret. Divine weapons were easy to obtain, but secret treasures were hard to come by. This was the case for Starry Sky secret treasures. Luo Ying's expression was extremely solemn. She looked at the storm outside the secret star treasure and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Xianxia only dared to take the risk because he controlled the secret star treasure. Otherwise, the two of them would have been completely finished. Secret treasure of Starry Sky. Luo Ying couldn't believe her eyes, but Xianxia's means had once again shocked her. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. Who didn't desire to possess a Starry Sky secret treasure that would allow them to step foot into the universe and travel unhindered? I hope you can help me keep this secret, Xianxia said. He had no other choice but to do this. Otherwise, he would have died. The secret treasure of Starry Sky had saved them. He hoped that Luo Ying could keep the secret for him. However, this secret treasure of Starry Sky was priceless. Who wouldn't be jealous? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Luo Ying said. If the news that Xianxia had a secret star treasure of Starry Sky spread out, then he might be hunted down by all the experts on the Tianqi planet. After all, Xianxia had a peerless secret treasure in his hands. This was enough to stir up a storm on the Tianqi planet. Regardless of whether one was a gentleman or a despicable person, in the face of absolute benefits, many people wouldn't have any humanity to speak of. Xianxia also believed that Luo Ying wasn't such a person. Otherwise, he would have fled by himself. Rumble. Boom. A series of violent tremors caused Xianxia and Luo Ying to feel as if they had been hit heavily. Their entire bodies fell to the ground. The spatial turbulence tore at the Azure Wave Divine Boat. However, the Azure Wave Divine Boat was incomparably hard. Even the waves of spatial turbulence that could destroy the heavens and earth couldn't destroy the Azure Wave Divine Boat. However, it was really too difficult for Xianxia to control the Azure Wave Divine Boat. After being shaken by the successive storms and the impact of the spatial turbulence, he completely lost control of the boat. The Azure Wave Divine Boat was constantly being tossed around in the storm. The sky and earth were spinning, causing Xianxia and Luo Ying to feel dizzy. The earth-shattering impact was like the end of the world. They were like a ship being battered by the waves of the sea, drifting about without a trace. Xianxia was also shocked. Fortunately, they were on the Azure Billow Divine Boat. Otherwise, they would have been torn into pieces by the spatial turbulence, leaving not even their bones behind. The Azure Wave Divine Boat continued to descend. Unable to control the Azure Wave Divine Boat, they could only fall into the Great Rift Valley. After an unknown period of time, the Azure Wave Divine Boat finally stabilized. Finally, it violently crashed into the mountain range and completely stabilized. Luo Ying's long hair danced wildly. She looked like a heroine returning from a fierce battle. Although her hair looked messy, it had a unique charm. Xianxia's breathing was extremely rapid. He calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He looked at Luo Ying and said, "It seems like we've stopped?" "It seems so. The spatial turbulence has also subsided. Let's go out and take a look," Luo Ying asked curiously. The two of them left the Azure Wave Divine Boat and stood on top of a large mountain. Their eyes swept across the entire mountain range. The mountains here weren't very high. Occasionally, they would see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. However, they were all shallow. There weren't any famous mountains or rivers, but the scenery was beautiful. The entire mountain range was filled with colorful flowers. On top of the mountain, a few oxen walked leisurely. The forest at the foot of the mountain was sparse, but there were countless birds and beasts. Butterflies danced among the flowers. "What is this place? Isn't it too beautiful?" Xianxia said with a face full of emotion. Such a scene was full of poetic and picturesque beauty. There was no immortal aura floating around, but it was filled with an earthy aura. Every inch of land seemed to be brimming with the breath of spring, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. I don't know. I've never heard of such a place before. This is most likely the space under the Great Rift Valley. I didn't expect there to be a paradise here. Luo Ying's eyes widened with excitement. Women were naturally very interested in beautiful things. Who didn't have a young girl's heart? Luo Ying breathed in the fresh air. Although she didn't know where she was, her relaxed mood didn't make her feel like she was in danger. Even though she was in the Great Rift Valley, everything was still beautiful and peaceful. I feel that the space here is very special. I can't even use my Genesis chi to fly in the air, but it's really beautiful here. There is no spatial turbulence under the Great Rift Valley. We have to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible, Xianxia said. The two wandered in the sea of flowers on the hillside. They could only rely on walking to measure the mountains. However, Xianxia found many precious medicinal herbs, and his eyes lit up. So many blood spirit grass and hibiscus flowers. These two things are rare and precious medicinal herbs, Xianxia said in shock. Moreover, the age of these herbs was very good. They were hundreds or thousands of years old. These medicinal herbs were what Xianxia needed. For an alchemist, these herbs were like spiritual stones everywhere. Although these medicinal herbs are very precious, they can't be stored for a long time. Once they are no longer fresh, their efficacy will be greatly reduced. Luo Ying was also very surprised, but after thinking about it, she still shook her head. For now, it was better to leave this place first. It doesn't matter. I'll harvest a wave first. Xianxia smiled. He quickly turned into a money grubber and started harvesting the herbs in this place. There were dozens of different herbs, and some of them were ones Xianxia had never heard of before. However, he was able to estimate the value of these herbs based on the intensity of their fragrance. In the end, Luo Ying felt a little helpless. Xianxia had harvested almost all the medicinal herbs on the hill and had no intention of stopping. Brother Jiang, when do you plan to harvest them? Shouldn't we hurry to find a way out? Luo Ying frowned. You're right. Xianxia nodded, feeling a little awkward. He threw all the herbs he had collected into the Buddha prison palace. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts went crazy and started to fight for the herbs. In just a short while, all of them were eaten. But Xianxia couldn't just leave Luo Ying alone. He harvested the herbs alone. In the end, he could only harvest the herbs as he walked. Everywhere he passed by, it was truly barren. Everywhere he passed, it was truly barren. In 3 days, Xianxia had plundered countless medicinal herbs and harvested almost the entire hill. Luo Ying was speechless as she watched. Obviously, she wasn't very interested in these medicinal herbs. They still didn't know if they could get out. At this time, Luo Ying was still thinking about how to find a way out. However, Xianxia had already fed all the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison palace until their stomachs were round. The rare medicinal herbs had completely excited the demonic beasts and they began to roll around in the Buddha prison pagoda. Xianxia was also very excited. Other than some of the more precious medicinal herbs, he had stuffed almost all of them into the demonic beasts. Their digestive abilities were far more terrifying than that of humans. There were no side effects at all. As long as it was a treasure, they could absorb it all. As the strength of these demonic beasts continued to increase, Xianxia's strength also increased. As one of his trump cards, Xianxia would never use it unless it was a critical moment. Moreover, the strength of these demonic beasts would definitely increase greatly this time. The Black King had been cultivating all this time and it was very likely that he would break through to the half-step star level in one fell swoop. Therefore, even when he was fighting Ma Yuliang and the others, he didn't wake the Black King up. Who's stealing here? After hearing a loud shout, Xianxia and Luo Ying were slightly stunned. They saw a long-haired man holding a long spear pointing at Xianxia and Luo Ying with an angry expression. Someone's here? Xianxia and Luo Ying's eyes lit up. They didn't expect that there would actually be people here. They hadn't discovered them in the past few days. The man was wearing hemp clothes. The long spear in his hand was somewhat simple and unadorned, as if it had been polished by hand. There were also 3 white watercolors on his forehead, which seemed to be some kind of symbol. Behind him were 4 young men with dark bodies. However, they weren't as sturdy as him. However, they were also glaring at Jiang Chen and Luo Ying, especially when they saw that all the precious medicinal herbs in the surrounding mountains had been swept clean. The two thieves in front of them were the ones who had stolen their medicinal herbs. "Are you the natives of this place?" Jiang Chen asked with a stern expression. "Outsiders, kill without mercy. You stole our medicinal herbs. Your crime is unforgivable," Emoka said in a deep voice as he pointed his long spear at Jiang Chen. "Sorry, we didn't mean to offend you. What is this place? We only stepped into this place by chance. As for these medicinal herbs, you might have misunderstood. I was afraid that someone would accidentally eat them and die. Don't you know that every medicine is 30% poisonous?" Jiang Chen said with a righteous expression. Even Luo Ying was shocked by Jiang Chen's shamelessness. Stealing medicinal herbs and still acting so righteous? Speaking with justice, Jiang Chen looked at Luo Ying and thought to himself, I didn't know that these medicinal herbs had an owner. Moreover, I didn't waste them. I gave them all to my beast to eat. What he said seems to be reasonable. Brother Emoku, what should we do? Baisi, the young man behind Emoku, scratched his head and said with a suspicious expression. He stole our medicinal herbs. No matter what, it's wrong. This kind of thief must be killed. Emoku said resolutely. Don't be so agitated, brother. Listen to me, Jiang Chen hurriedly said. He wasn't afraid of these people, but he wanted to understand how to lead this place through the natives. I won't listen. I won't listen. Emoku grasped his spear and approached Jiang Chen, thrusting straight at him. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He did not have the intention to kill, but chose to block. However, he found that he was unable to mobilize the Genesis Chi in his body. Instead, he was forced back a dozen steps by Emoku. That kind of terrifying power made him completely helpless. In that instant, Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed that not only could he not fly, he could not even mobilize Genesis Chi. How can this be? Jiang Chen fought against Emoku with his bare hands. Even without the support of Genesis Chi, his body was still strong. The dragon transformation could not be changed. That tyrannical body was more terrifying than countless demonic beasts. Therefore, when Jiang Chen displayed the dragon transformation, Emoku was greatly shocked. Jiang Chen's imposing manner did not diminish. He punched out again and again, steadily gaining the upper hand against Emoku's spear. At this time, Emoku was also very annoyed. He was the strongest man in the clan, but even he could not defeat the herb thief in front of him. It seemed that this guy had a lot of background. Hurry up and attack. Emoku shouted in a low voice. At this time, the three of them approached Jiang Chen and joined forces with Emoku, while the other two targeted Luo Ying. Without the support of Genesis Chi, Luo Ying's strength plummeted, and she became a woman without the strength to truss a chicken. The man captured her without any trouble. Luo Ying was also very depressed. Why can't I use Genesis Chi in this damn place? Although Jiang Chen was strong, he was currently fighting against 4 people at the same time. Although the dragon transformation was strong, his opponents were not to be trifled with. Jiang Chen could feel that each of them had the strength of 1,000 caddies. Although they could not use Genesis Chi, their strength was surprisingly great. It would not be a problem for them to lift a 10,000 caddy boulder. Stop, or I'll kill her first. Seeing that Luo Ying was captured, Jiang Chen's heart sank, and his eyes narrowed. What do you want? Who are you? Why did you come to our hidden fog village? For millions of years, no one has ever come here. Our ancient teachings say that outsiders must be killed without mercy. Emoku Lingling said. We broke in by accident and have no malicious intent. We also want to leave as soon as possible and do not want to stay here any longer. If you continue to be aggressive, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen and Emoku stared at each other, facing each other. You guys are all unreasonable barbarians. I thought I had arrived at some kind of paradise, but I didn't expect you to be a group of barbarians. Jiang Chen said with a sneer. Our people are simple and honest. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. No outsider has ever intruded. Who knows where you came from? Are they trying to harm us? He even stole the entire hillside's medicinal herbs. It's obvious who the one with ulterior motives is. Moke didn't want to be outdone. As I said, I'm just afraid that someone might accidentally eat the herbs and get poisoned. Who knows if there's anyone here? Those who don't know can't be blamed. Xianxia argued. This group of people was full of hostility towards them, but they did not seem to be very smart. What he said seems to make sense. Beth said in a low voice. You idiot, speaking up for an outsider. Don't tell me he doesn't deserve to be punished for stealing our medicinal ingredients? Moke glared at Beth, still not letting Xianxia go. What do you want to do? I'm all ears. Why make things difficult for a weak girl? Are your people so simple and honest? Xianxia sneered. Moke's face darkened and he couldn't hold it in anymore. Come back with me. Your life and death will be decided by the patriarch. All right. Xianxia nodded because if he didn't agree, Luoying would be in danger. Moreover, he couldn't mobilize his Genesis Qi and was unfamiliar with the environment. Thus, Xianxia could only come up with such a plan. Perhaps, he might be able to escape from death. Luoying looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. If Xianxia abandoned her at this time, she wouldn't blame Xianxia. After all, it was a matter of life and death. But for her own safety, she decided to stay. Let's go. Moke looked at Xianxia and Luoying. The group of people walked down the hill and entered a river valley with a rapid flow of water. The surroundings were filled with ancient vines, and the pleasure of fish and water was enviable. Along the way, Xianxia saw dozens of people dressed in the same linen clothes as Moke and the others. Everyone cast curious gazes at them, some with panic, and some with fear. These people lived in caves and gathered around bonfires, living an ancient and simple life. Bring them to the clan hall. I will go and invite the patriarch. Moke looked at Bei Si and the others behind him, then turned around and left. Xianxia and Luoying were brought to a spacious cave. There were several stone chairs around them, and a stone table was neatly arranged in the deepest part of the cave. Bei Si and the others brought Xianxia and Luoying here and then stood guard at the door. You're experienced and knowledgeable, but you don't know the origin of this group of people? What kind of place are we in? Xianxia's heart was perturbed. Although he didn't feel too much pressure, he still felt uneasy. This paradise on earth was indeed beautiful and rich in resources. However, when his strength was weakened, the pressure he felt from head to toe increased. Compared to Luoying, although he was still fine, Xianxia didn't like it when others held his fate in their hands. Luoying smiled bitterly, her face full of embarrassment. I'm not omnipotent. I've never heard of the people here and the existence of the Hidden Mist Village. Do you think there's anyone alive in the Great Rift Valley where even star-level warriors are torn apart by the space turbulence? As for them, I'm afraid they've been living here all along. If we want to get out, we have to rely on them. I hope so. Even they can't get out. I don't know if they don't want to or can't get out. I think we have to rely on ourselves. Xianxia pondered. At this time, outside the cave, an old man with a stern face walked in step by step with a walking stick. Moke was next to him. The old man's steps were a little messy, but it wasn't to the extent of collapsing. He looked weak, even worse than Luoying. Patriarch, it's them. They've stolen all the herbs on the southeast side of the mountain. These two are outsiders. What should we do? Moke asked. Cough, cough, the elder coughed and looked at Xianxia and Luoying deeply, murmuring. Outsiders. Outsiders, you guys can cross the space turbulence and come to our Hidden Mist Village. It seems like it's also fate. Mao Yushan seemed to be thinking. Dare I ask, Senior, how can we get out? We originally thought that this is an ownerless land, so we offended you. I hope Senior can forgive us. We didn't do it on purpose. We just wanted to find a way out. Xianxia nodded slightly. Since we're here, we can't get out. Since we're here, we should just accept it. Herbs are meant to be eaten, not to mention that we can't use them. Mao Yushan smiled. It seemed that he wasn't as shocked as he thought about the uninvited guests, Xianxia and Luoying. He also didn't have the anger and rejection that Moke had. But, Patriarch, Moku was a little embarrassed, but since the patriarch had spoken, he could only sigh and let out a sigh. Patriarch, we accidentally broke into this place. Please tell us how to get out. As I said, you can't get out once you're here. Why do you have to worry about it? Isn't it good to live a good life in this fairyland? Working at sunrise and resting at sunset. There are no worldly troubles, no love or hatred. Isn't it good to be a simple ordinary person? The reason why it was called the Hidden Mist Village was that the people who entered here could never recover their strength. Starting from zero was another kind of life. Ha ha ha. Mao Yushan chuckled and turned away. I don't believe it. If you can't get out, how did you get here? Chief, even if you don't tell me, I will turn this place upside down. I won't stop until I get out of here. Jiangchen looked at Chief Mao Yushan's back and said in a deep voice. Mao Yushan's footsteps paused slightly. He shook his head and sighed. Even if you know, you can't get out. In the end, it's all for naught. Why give yourself hope? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. There was a glimmer of hope in his heart. It seemed that there was a way. No matter how difficult it was, he would never give up. Chief, please enlighten me. Jiangchen bowed slightly and said sincerely. Mao Yushan looked back and saw Jiangchen's firm eyes. He smiled bitterly. 30 miles to the east is the 100-Bird Mountain. There's a void spirit spring there. The spring water falls from the sky and flows into the cliff. It's said that as long as you can find the source of the void spirit spring, you can leave this place. The void spirit spring is in the sky and no one can go there. The source of the spring is nowhere to be found. You're not the first, but you won't be the last either. Mao Yushan looked at Jiangchen with a faint smile. That's the guidance of the gods. The 100-Bird Mountain is full of danger. Strange things often happen there. The people of the Hidden Fog Village never go there. Take care of yourself. Jiangchen and Luoying looked at each other. At this time, they had no other choice. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, they had to go on. Let's go and see. No matter what the result is, I don't want to give up. Jiangchen said firmly. Living a mediocre life in a place like this isn't the life I want either. Luoying laughed. Jiangchen could tell that Luoying's ambition was even greater than his own. She was even more unwilling to stay here for the rest of her life. Even if this place was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, even if the sky was high and the clouds were clear, even if this place stood aloof from worldly affairs. The two of them followed the chief's instructions and left the cave, heading east. Follow them and take a look. Don't let them cause any trouble. Mao Yushan said to Moke. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Moke nodded solemnly and left after receiving the order. The two of them had walked for more than half a day before they arrived. Not being able to fly in the air was like having their legs broken. It was extremely difficult. It was already dusk, and the sun was setting. Jiangchen followed the current and climbed up the mountain. Finally, he could see the tall and majestic mountain. Hundreds of birds were flying around the mountain, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. It was refreshing, and the spirit spring was flowing down from the top of the mountain, splashing everywhere. The void spirit spring that the chief mentioned should be on this 100-Bird Mountain, said Luoying. The 100-Birds Mountain was very large, and the mountain range stretched on endlessly. It was impossible to see the end at a glance, and the cliffs towered thousands of feet high. Climbing the mountain had become a difficult task, at least for her. Without the support of Genesis Chi, Luoying was not much stronger than an ordinary person, not to mention that she had already walked dozens of miles during the day. Luoying kept rubbing her legs, her face a little pale. I'll carry you, Jiangchen said. No need. Luoying's face turned red, and she hurriedly waved her hand. How can you go up the mountain like this? It's okay, I can do it. Luoying insisted. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Birds and beasts were resting, and the moon and stars were sparse. The two walked another few hundred meters, and the mountain rocks grew steeper and steeper. Luoying's feet were blood-red from the friction. She was no longer the peak star emperor expert who could walk as if she was flying. I'll carry you, Xianxia said again. This time, Luoying did not refuse. She bit her red lips, blushing, and nodded silently. She had never dreamed that she would one day fall into such a situation. She was even weaker than an ordinary person. Xianxia's physique was completely incomparable to Luoying's. Whether it was the dragon transformation or the reverse dragon scale, Xianxia could walk as if he was walking on flat ground. Even without Genesis Qi, he still couldn't be underestimated. His body was as strong as steel, and it was still terrifying. At midnight, Xianxia and Luoying finally reached the top of the mountain. Even Xianxia was sweating profusely from carrying a heavy load. Luoying took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Xianxia's face. Luoying was very grateful that Xianxia did not leave her side. There were some things that didn't need to be said, but she remembered them in her heart. "Put me down," Luoying said embarrassedly. Luoying said embarrassedly. She could feel that Xianxia's back was drenched in sweat. The two of them looked around. It was pitch black. There were only a few stars in the sky. They couldn't see anything else. The so-called void spirit spring had also disappeared. In the middle of the night, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. "It seems that we can only wait until tomorrow to find it." Xianxia gasped for breath. He sat on the top of the mountain, gazing at the starry sky, and smiled bitterly. "Since we are already here, we have no other choice." Luoying also sat down, sighing with emotion. She was really afraid that if she spent the rest of her life in the hidden fog village, it would be unimaginable. The world is big and full of strange things. I didn't expect that we would end up like this. Xianxia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He desperately wanted to leave this place, but everything was determined by fate. Who could predict what would happen in the future? "In the end, I am responsible for falling to this point." "I'm really sorry," said Zhou Yuan. If he hadn't meddled in other people's business back then, he wouldn't have killed Daoist Chui's disciple. If he hadn't killed Daoist Chui's disciple, he wouldn't have been hunted down. If he hadn't been hunted down, he wouldn't have fallen into the Light Prefecture's Great Rift Valley, and he wouldn't have become a turtle in a jar. Fate is so magical. I have never regretted it, nor do I complain. Everyone has their own ambitions and their own brilliance. Luoying was very open-minded. Although she didn't want to stay here, whether she could leave or not depended on fate. "By the way, you are not from Norton City, right?" Luoying asked curiously. "No, I come from planet Xianxia," Xianxia said. That was how it was for now. The everlasting world was so big, no one would be surprised no matter what. "Planet Xianxia, I've heard of it. It doesn't seem that big. You can walk from planet Xianxia to planet Tianqi. You must be 1 in a million," Luoying said confidently. "You flatter me. I think you are the one that I'm most curious about. I am from planet Tianqi, but I don't like to show my face in public. I want to prove myself with my own strength." Luoying and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. "However, the eternal world is just too big. Even if you are at the top of the heaven-awakened planet, once you reach a certain height, you will still feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. There is an even vaster world outside the heaven-awakened planet." Luoying seemed to be at a loss. The stars in the sky were just like her, lost and helpless. "What is your dream?" Luoying held her chin and looked curiously at Xianxia. "Protect my family and find my child," Xianxia said. "Child? What happened to your child?" "He's gone. I've searched all over planet Crimson Afterglow, walked through planet Ancient Dragon, and stepped onto planet Tianqi. Only by standing higher and further can he see me. When I can find my child one day and protect my family, then my wish will be fulfilled. Old vines, old trees, small bridges, flowing water, and spending the rest of my life with my family is the most beautiful thing in the world." Xianxia's wish was not extravagant, but it was harder than reaching the heavens. "I really envy you. You have someone to worry about. I hope you can fulfill your wish soon." Luoying looked a little disappointed, but Xianxia did not ask. Luoying yawned. Perhaps she was too tired during the day, but she fell asleep on Xianxia's shoulder. The next morning, the sun shone brightly on the mountains. Luoying stretched and opened her sleepy eyes. She found that she had slept on Jiang Chen's shoulder for the whole night. She felt very awkward. I'm really sorry. I was too tired last night. It's fine. Jiang Chen chuckled and stood up. He looked at the mountains in the distance and found that the spring in the sky did not exist at all. The gurgling water came from the sky. There's no spring here at all. Could that old man be lying to us? Luoying was rather puzzled. She looked all around her, but she couldn't find any spring source. There was only a stream of spring water that fell from the sky and flowed past the 100-bird mountain. It should be a formation. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he pondered. He looked around, his eyes filled with seriousness. He couldn't see any spring source, but the spring water was indeed falling from the sky. There was no need for the old chief to lie to them. He didn't even make things difficult for them, so why would he lie to them? Jiang Chen sensed an extremely complicated array that he had never heard of before. However, this was only his conjecture. The fluctuations in the surrounding space were somewhat unusual. This was the result of the environment here, so Jiang Chen had this conjecture. Formation? Really? Luoying's heart skipped a beat. Back then, hadn't Jiang Chen relied on the array to kill more than 30 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm? Hadn't he shaken the beast fighting Colosseum and become famous in Norton City? Perhaps he really had a way. I'll give it a try. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then he started observing the landscape of the surrounding mountains. If it was a formation, and it was in the sky, it would definitely use this mountain as its base. However, it was impossible for a formation to appear out of thin air, and it didn't have any foundation. Luoying was full of expectations. Since Jiang Chen had such a feeling, it shouldn't be bad. His attainments in formations were definitely not low. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many opponents who were stronger than him? Now, it all depended on whether or not Jiang Chen could find a breakthrough point. Jiang Chen sat on the ground, moving with the wind and moving with the qi. He had no distractions. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his mouth focused on his heart, and his mind focused on his dantian. Jiang Chen relied on the no-beginning formation and began to analyze the surrounding mountain terrain and any signs of movement. During these 10 days, Jiang Chen did not move at all. Luoying was incomparably worried. She drank the mountain spring water thirstily and her heart was filled with worry. He had been in a state where he had no desire. He could not tell whether he was going to win or lose. Luoying's heart was also getting more and more anxious day by day. Finally, on the 17th day, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was extremely exhausted, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was haggard. Without the support of Genesis Qi, Jiang Chen's body was like that of an ordinary person. Even if he was stronger than anyone else, he still needed to rest. But for more than half a month, he had not slept or rested. He wholeheartedly sensed the formation in an attempt to find the slightest clue. The string in his mind had been stretched taut. Are you okay, Jiang Chen? Luoying helped Jiang Chen up, her beautiful brows knitted together. I found it. I found the source of the formation. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth drew back. Although he was incomparably tired, he had finally gained something. Luoying was a little distressed for Jiang Chen, but his words made her feel excited. Really? That is to say, as long as we break the formation and find the source of the spring, we can get out. It should be right. Jiang Chen said with difficulty. You should take a rest first. Luoying was worried that Jiang Chen's body would not be able to bear it. It doesn't matter. I have to finish it as soon as possible. Jiang Chen did not want to delay for too long. How long will it take? Luoying continued to ask. At least half a year, at most 3 to 5 years. Jiang Chen said. Luoying was a little shocked, but having hope was better than having no hope. Take a rest first. There is no hurry, Luoying said with concern. Luoying said with concern. Jiang Chen could not fall. If he left her alone, she would be even more lonely and helpless. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and nodded. At this time, he really could not be too hasty. Since he had found a clue about the formation, he had to be even more careful. According to the hidden fog village chief, no one could leave this place alive, no matter who it was. The hidden fog village was under this great rift valley. For thousands of years, he was not the only uninvited guest in this great rift valley. However, no one could leave this place. This formation was indeed strange, and it was extremely hard to discover. During this half a month, Xianxia didn't do anything else. He just focused on searching for the formation. However, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least a year and a half to completely break through this formation. The strength of the person who arranged this formation is beyond my imagination. The Tao contained in it is something that even a stellar-level expert may not be able to understand. If it wasn't for my formation attainments, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Xianxia was very glad that he had persevered in his research for more than half a month. If he had given up early, he would probably have stayed here forever. In just one day, Xianxia had once again plundered all the herbs in Hundred Bird Mountain, causing Luoying to stare blankly. "Can you use so many medicinal herbs?" Luoying couldn't help but ask. "I can refine them into medicinal pills," Xianxia said. "You can also refine pills?" Luoying stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. This guy's attainments in array formations were so high, but he could also refine pills? Luoying couldn't believe it. "This is a recovery pill I recently refined. It may not be as effective as the small rejuvenation pill you ate, but it should still be good." With a flip of Xianxia's palm, more than a dozen round medicinal pills appeared in his palm. Luoying stared at this scene dumbfounded. Her entire person was stunned. Wasn't this too incredible? She didn't expect Xianxia's talent to be so terrifying. Needless to say, his cultivation was strong, and his attainments in array formations were shocking. Now, he could even refine pills. When Luoying looked at Xianxia, she couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. This was really a treasure boy. This medicinal pill has such a terrifying medicinal effect. Although it's not as good as the small rejuvenation pill, its energy is even better. It can at least reach 70% of the power of the small rejuvenation pill. And it's even an 8-patterned medicinal pill. It's really incredible. Luoying's eyes were shining. She looked like she wanted to eat Xianxia in one bite. "I'll give it to you." Xianxia grabbed Luoying's hand and slapped it directly on her palm. "For me?" Luoying quickly withdrew her palm, her expression grim. "It's so valuable, I definitely can't accept it. I can't accept an undeserved reward. This is really too valuable." Luoying was not a person who was greedy for small gains. Although Xianxia could refine medicinal pills, it had nothing to do with her. How could she take Xianxia's medicinal pills for no reason? These 8-patterned medicinal pills were worth thousands of gold. They could only be found by chance. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. It's not very valuable. I still have a lot more." Xianxia scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. These pills were only normal recovery pills, and there were over 100 of them that were 9-lined pills. He was waiting to exchange them for some origin stones in the future. "Hurry up and take it. You still have to stand guard for me. Eat one pill, and I guarantee that you won't need to consume any energy for 2 months." Xianxia insisted on handing the power-restoring pill to Luoying. Luoying could not dissuade Xianxia and could only accept it. "If we can leave this place, if you ever need me, Luoying, in the future, I will definitely follow you from 1,000 miles away," Luoying said solemnly. "Don't be so serious. It's just for you to consume during this period of time. It saves you the trouble of eating those bitter medicinal herbs to replenish your energy." Xianxia shook his head. He did not care about these power-restoring pills at all. Xianxia had been refining in the Buddha prison palace for 2 days and had produced thousands of medicinal pills. He had also given all the medicinal herbs to the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were so happy that they could not close their mouths. They roared continuously in the Buddha prison palace, unable to suppress their excitement. With the addition of medicinal herbs and medicinal pills, their strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. "I'm going to prepare to break the array. Be careful and don't worry about any changes." After Xianxia said this to Luoying, He prepared to break the array again. He ate 5 power-restoring pills in a row. Luoying felt her heart ache when she saw this. This Jiangchen was really a prodigal son. Luoying had a total of 13 power-restoring pills in her hands. She could not bear to eat them at all. If she ate one at a critical moment, it would definitely increase her strength and restore her cultivation. Although it was not as good as the small rejuvenation pill, it would at least achieve 70% of the effect. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Luoying would definitely not bear to eat it. Jiangchen wholeheartedly used the no-beginning array as the array foundation and began a new round of breaking the array. This ancient array was extremely complicated. In Jiangchen's opinion, the person who had arranged this array was extremely rare. Moreover, his current strength was not enough. The efficiency of breaking this complicated ancient array was very limited. All the intersections of the array required him to evolve bit by bit. Only by doing this could he ensure that nothing went wrong. Jiangchen was also afraid that if he lost, he might not have a second chance. In the hidden fog village, under an ancient pine tree, Mao Yushan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared at the starry sky with a dull look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Reporting to the clan leader, Emoka cupped his hands and said. He lowered his head and his eyes were solemn. How is it? Mao Yushan asked. Reporting to the clan leader, those 2 people have been in the 100-Bird Mountain. We don't know what they are doing. Our people don't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. However, it seems that the 2 of them are talking and laughing. They don't look as depressed as before. Huh? Mao Yushan frowned and his eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. You said that they might have found a way to leave? Mao Yushan did not believe it. Since ancient times, no one had ever left the hidden fog village. For them, leaving the hidden fog village was like a fantasy. If Jiangchen could really find a way to leave, it would break the rule of the hidden fog village that had existed for thousands of years. I don't know, but looking at them, they don't seem to be too desperate. Moreover, that man seems to have been studying the mountains around the 100-Bird Mountain. Emoka said with a frown. Maybe after a while, they will lose their patience. Clan leader, why do you care about them? When they know that we can't leave the hidden fog village, they will naturally choose to give up. Well, they know that it's impossible, but they still do it. Sooner or later, they will be defeated by their own stupidity. Mao Yushan nodded and dismissed Emoku. His eyes were a little complicated as he looked in the direction of the 100-Bird Mountain. Those who can enter the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province are not ordinary experts, but the strength of these 2 people is very limited. Interesting. Mao Yushan said to himself. The light in his eyes suddenly became dazzling. No one knew what he was thinking. On the 100-Bird Mountain, Jiangchen's mind was free of distractions and he was focused on breaking the formation. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, spring passed and autumn came. Cold and hot, flowers bloomed and withered. During this year, Luoying quietly stayed by Jiangchen's side. This focused and serious man made Luoying trust him. His eyes always had a different kind of brilliance. From the initial 10%, 20%, 30%, to the current 80%. Luoying knew that the day Jiangchen broke the formation was getting closer and closer. Jiangchen's face was getting thinner and his hair was tangled, which made Luoying very worried. However, Jiangchen was never willing to stop. It seemed that he had been deducing the formation day and night, striving to break it as soon as possible. On this day, Jiangchen was excited because he was finally going to break the ancient formation. One could imagine how excited he was. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, today, I, Jiangchen, have finally broken your formation. Boom, a deafening sound pierced through the air. At this moment, Jiangchen's expression slightly changed. His entire body seemed to have lost its gravity and was floating in the air. Luoying, who was beside him, was also floating in the air, looking at Jiangchen in astonishment. What's going on? Luoying couldn't believe it. I don't know either. Jiangchen smiled bitterly and furrowed his brows. After a loud bang, the 100-Bird Mountain under his feet slowly split open. The mountain crack was about 30 meters wide, and rocks were rolling down from it. Jiangchen felt suffocated, because he saw a huge black rock. The surface of the rock was pitch black, and it looked ordinary. However, the invisible force it emitted shocked Xianxia. This black rock was about 70 to 80 meters square, and it gave him a very different feeling. Xianxia tried his best, but he still couldn't let his body fall. He stayed in the air. This boulder? What's its origin? Luoying looked at Xianxia. I don't know, but it should be caused by this formation, Xianxia said. His heart was filled with doubts. Right at this moment, a spiritual spring appeared in the sky. It was 9 feet wide, and the spring seemed to be filled with endless water. Look, the spring is over there. Luoying was pleasantly surprised. Be careful. Are you sure that the spring is the way out? Xianxia said solemnly. Over there. Kill him. Before Jiangchen's voice fell, an angry roar resounded through the mountain peak. It's the people of the hidden fog village. Luoying looked serious. They're really haunting us. Jiangchen gritted his teeth. These guys seem to have come prepared. There were more than 100 of them. The patriarch said that this guy is the disaster of our hidden fog village. Kill him to restore peace to our village. Kill him without mercy. Emoku sneered, standing at the forefront with a cold face. Hundreds of strong men surrounded Jiangchen. This pitch-black pit is the symbol of disaster. Kill him and our hidden fog village will be safe forever. The people around Emoku stood up one after another, glaring at Jiangchen. You bunch of ignorant people, you're courting death. Jiangchen's face was gloomy. He was still floating in the air and his situation was worrying. With so many people around, it was difficult for him to fight against so many people. Moreover, he had spent a lot of energy to break the formation. Even if he had the power-restoring pill, it would be impossible for him to restore his strength to its peak. He dares to say that we are ignorant. Who is the barbarian here? It's clear. Fight. Emoku waved his hand and the long spear swept towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen was hit by the long spear and was sent flying away, falling to the ground. At this time, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to support his palm and swallowed 2 energy-restoring pills. On the other side, Luoying's figure was gradually sinking. There seemed to be an invisible suction force that was sucking her body towards the giant black boulder. Jiangchen, save me. Luoying's pretty face was pale. At that moment, she felt that her body was completely sucked to the black boulder and gradually lost consciousness. Sure enough, he's a disaster that harms others and himself. Emoku said disdainfully. Hundreds of people surrounded Jiangchen, staying away from the black boulder in the crack. Damn it! Jiangchen shouted in a low voice. However, he couldn't save Luoying now because he couldn't even protect himself. Emoku and the others had blocked all his escape routes. You barbarians, you're making me angry. Jiangchen's eyes were cold and full of anger. Luoying's life was uncertain now. If she was in danger, he would never let these stupid people go. Barbarians? I think you're the barbarian. Making trouble in my hidden fog village, I think you're courting death. For millions of years, no one has been able to leave the hidden fog village. You disrupted my army's morale and disturbed the peace of the hidden fog village. What crime do you deserve? At this time, the chief of the hidden fog village, Mao Yushan, appeared beside Emoku and the others. Emoku and the others quickly made way for the chief. You told me that I might be able to leave here, and now you're here to deal with me? Ha ha ha, the hidden mist village, what a hidden mist village. You weird bastards, I will never let you go. Jiangchen's face gradually turned cold and gloomy. What a noisy fellow. Let's kill him to prevent future troubles. Anyone who dares to disturb the army's morale in the future will be killed without mercy. Mao Yushan said coldly. He didn't even look at Jiangchen. In his eyes, Jiangchen was already a dead man. As soon as Mao Yushan's voice fell, Emoku led hundreds of young men of the hidden fog village to kill Jiangchen with all their might. At this moment, Mao Yushan's eyes fell on the mountain crack that was more than 10 feet wide. His cloudy eyes suddenly shrunk and became dazzling. Found you, I finally found you. Mao Yushan murmured. He was even a little excited. His eyes fell on the huge black rock and his breathing became very rapid. It's been more than 800 years. I thought there was no hope. I didn't expect that God would help me. Ha 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 ha. Mao Yushan was incomparably excited, constantly rubbing his palms. No wonder there is no Genesis Chi in the hidden fog village and we can't fly. It turns out that the meteoric iron has fused with the formation and suppressed the production of Genesis Chi, turning this place into a void. Without Genesis Chi, no one can find this place. If someone doesn't accidentally break in, they won't be able to discover the existence of the hidden fog village. Even if they discover the existence of the hidden fog village, it will be a dead end because once you enter, you can forget about leaving. Mao Yushan finally understood why the hidden fog village was so secretive and full of fantastical colors. It was hard to fathom. The two of you are truly my lucky generals. To be able to die here can be considered as a worthy death. Help me achieve my great cause. I will remember the two of you. Mao Yushan carefully wrapped a slender golden chain around the black boulder and desperately put it into his spatial ring. Such a large piece of meteoric iron was Mao Yushan's goal. Lift, Mao Yushan clenched his teeth. The meteoric iron was too heavy and heavy. Even if he used all his strength, it was still extremely slow. You forced me to do this. Xianxia didn't want to start a massacre, but with over 100 men surrounding him, he was at a loss of what to do. Xianxia had no choice but to fight back with his sword. The limitless sword was able to show his advantage at this moment. His sword technique was calm and ever-changing, allowing Xianxia to advance and retreat in an orderly manner even in a 100-person battle. Even Mao Yushan was quite shocked. Xianxia's methods were indeed not what ordinary people could compare to. This guy had exceeded his imagination. Although he had already thought highly of Xianxia, he did not expect Xianxia to be so abnormal. Even when Mo Ku and the others joined forces to attack, Xianxia was still so calm. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia had not recovered to his peak state before breaking the formation, what harm would there be in a 100-person battle? However, Xianxia did not dare to underestimate these opponents. In the hidden fog village, there was no Genesis Chi, so their strength was tremendous. Each of them had the strength of 1,000 caddies. Heavy punches and sweeping spears, Xianxia paid attention to every aspect. But for a short period of time, he was still in an extremely difficult tug-of-war and was unable to gain the upper hand. Therefore, Xianxia could only retreat as he fought. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but the enemy was just too terrifying. They had been ordered to fight with their lives on the line, for the village, for their faith, and for the freedom that they had been pursuing for millions of years. Xianxia knew that everyone had their own aspirations. He wasn't wrong, and perhaps they weren't wrong either. However, only one side could live on. This was no longer a matter of right or wrong. Luoying was still in danger, and he could not focus on himself. Xianxia brandished his sword and looked around. His movements were bold and unstoppable as he charged forward. Xianxia knew that he had to bring out his trump card. Since he couldn't beat these guys, he would release the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison palace. They must be feeling very uncomfortable inside. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were sharp and fierce. He waved his hand and ordered the crowd to retreat with his long sword. With a wave of his hand, the wind started to blow again. Many demonic beasts rushed out and roared deafeningly, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Roar, roar, I'm finally out. Ga ga ga. Roar. The bear tribe is fearless. Thousands of demonic beasts continued to charge at Xianxia, surrounding him. The scene was quite shocking. Even Mao Yushan could not help but feel his scalp turn numb as he hurriedly pulled the meteoric iron up. Ing, Ling, Mao, Yu, Kuan, there were all kinds of beasts. Some of them were huge like mountains, some of them were agile like ghosts. In short, there were thousands of beasts running out, which made Mo Ku and the others feel pressured. Although they were strong, these beasts were not weak either. They could barely fight against 5 at once, but to fight against 10 at once, everyone's face was filled with depression and bitterness. Plus, these beasts did not have any emotions, they would bite anyone they saw, they would hit anyone they saw, except for their master, Xianxia. The rest of them were crazy, they ran around recklessly. F***ck. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? Why do I feel like I poked a hornet's nest? Where did all these demonic beasts come from? F***ck. It's over, it's over. Is this the end of our Hidden Mist village? Many of the Hidden Mist village's youths were filled with sorrow because they could not fight against these beasts. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, not to mention that these beasts were not ants. Each of these beasts was a great threat to them. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he quickly escaped. His target was Luoying, he could not let her be in any danger. At this time, Mao Yushan used all of his strength and finally pulled the meteoric iron up. Seeing the meteoric iron in Mao Yushan's hand, Xianxia had a bad feeling. At this time, 7 blood-red coffins flew out from the cracks of the 100-bird mountain like meteors, shooting up to the sky and hovering in the air. Luoying landed on one of the coffins. Every blood-colored sarcophagus was the size of a meteorite. They were extremely frightening. There were maps of battles depicted on them, as well as patterns of farming, which filled people with doubts. Mao Yushan's expression slightly changed. He pinched his fingers together, he was even more shocked. A great omen. Not good. Of the 36 stratagems, escaping was the best strategy. Mao Yushan looked at the 7 coffins and was shocked. This was definitely a great omen, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I might not have found the meteoric iron until the moment I die. Mao Yushan looked at Xianxia with an exultant expression. Meteoric iron? Xianxia was stunned. He finally understood the purpose of that piece of meteoric iron. Moreover, there were 7 blood-red coffins under the meteoric iron, which made Xianxia even more shocked. However, at this moment, he could not care so much. He had to get Luoying down as soon as possible. Yes, don't tell me you don't know what this thing is? For so many years, I have mistakenly entered the Hidden Mist village for these treasures. Otherwise, I would not be trapped in this place. Mao Yushan snorted coldly. You are not from the Hidden Mist village? Xianxia said in a deep voice. He did not expect this guy to come from the outside world, just like him. When did I say that I was from the Hidden Mist village? Ignorant fool, I'm just borrowing his stinky body. Mao Yushan's smile was soft and cold. It seems that you are the one with ulterior motives. All of this is your plan. You let the Hidden Mist village deal with me so that you can benefit from it. Xianxia did not expect that Mao Yushan was also from the outside world and not a native of the Hidden Mist village. Ha ha ha, it's not too late to know now. Young man, we will meet again. Wahahaha. Mao Yushan soared into the air and stepped on the blood-colored sarcophagus. Borrowing the momentum, he moved as if he was flying, stepping on the waves and leaping into the spring. Seeing the floating blood-colored sarcophagi falling from the sky, Xianxia did not hesitate. He flew out like lightning and carried the 7 sarcophagi directly on his shoulders. At that moment, Mo Ke and the others were slightly stunned. If it were not for Xianxia, they might have been crushed to death by this blood-colored sarcophagus. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The heavenly dragon sword flew out and slashed through the air, cutting off Mao Yushan's finger with the spatial ring. Bastard! You're courting death. Mao Yushan was about to die, but his finger was cut off by Xianxia. He could not suppress the anger in his heart. The space ring contained his life's work. He had endured hardships for more than 800 years just for this day. Now that Xianxia intercepted him, Mao Yushan was extremely annoyed. Xianxia picked up the space ring and threw away the severed finger. The smile on his face grew even more radiant. Give it to me, or die. Isn't he our chief? How is that possible? He is. The old chief has always been a person of virtue and prestige. The old chief is not so strong. He won people over with virtue and he is so old. How can he still be so strong? You're right. I just heard that he borrowed the chief's skin. Many people from the Hidden Fog village looked at each other in shock and anger. The old chief had always been an elder in their hearts. He had both virtue and talent. But now, he had become a traitor. They could not accept it. Your old chief is dead. He is just a traitor who wants to steal the starry sky meteoric iron. Xianxia raised his sword and clashed with Mao Yushan. The people of the Hidden Fog village were stunned. Although they didn't believe it, the truth was right in front of their eyes. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have been killed by now. The so-called chief was just an impersonator. A sneer appeared on Mao Yushan's face. Although his finger had been cut off by Jiang Chen, it didn't affect his combat strength. Looking at Jiang Chen's incoming longsword, he remained unmoved. With a flip of his palm, a brown wooden sword appeared in his hand, and he charged forward. Clang! An ear-piercing buzzing sound could be heard. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. Needless to say, his heavenly dragon sword was extremely powerful. How could a wooden sword withstand his attack? The limitless sword slashed through the sky, closing in step by step with killing intent. The sharp wind of the wooden sword made Jiang Chen not dare to neglect. On the contrary, he coveted his domineering momentum. On the wooden sword, there were some inscriptions that Jiang Chen couldn't understand at all. They looked like scribbles that could confuse one's mind. Jiang Chen didn't dare to look at them for too long. Strange, it was really strange. Kill him. This bastard killed our patriarch, we definitely can't let him have it easy. Kill. Many experts from the hidden fog village rushed to Mao Yushan at this time. They were burning with anger. They could not wait to tear Mao Yushan into pieces. Are there many people? He, in my eyes, you guys are no different from ants. Mao Yushan was not bothered at all. He sneered and extended his hand. The wooden sword slit his fingertip and a stream of blood splattered out. Jiang Chen frowned. Not good. Be careful. Before Jiang Chen finished his words, they had already rushed forward. They didn't even have time to stop him. Hundreds of people from the hidden fog village were covered by the blood mist. Their charging footsteps also stopped at this moment. They even became sluggish. Kill. Mao Yu brandished his Shenmue sword. Hundreds of hidden mist village masters turned around again, turned their spears, and aimed at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw a trace of blood in their eyes. There was no emotion at all. Their dull eyes only had one target, and that was Jiang Chen. Witchcraft? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Mao Yushan laughed evilly. Jiang Chen was once again submerged by over 100 people. This time, it was the same as before. However, these people had all become Mao Yushan's puppets. Don't kill them. Jiang Chen said to the demonic beasts behind him. These people were also pitiful. They didn't want to be enslaved by Mao Yushan, but Mao Yushan's means surprised Jiang Chen. Although he didn't have the support of Genesis Qi, his means were endless, which was the most terrifying. The demonic beasts and the people from the hidden fog village clashed again. Mao Yushan had resolved the disturbance in front of him. His target was Jiang Chen. Nothing was more important than his meteoric iron. Now it's your turn. Mao Yushan's wooden sword was sharp and carried an indescribably strange aura. Layers of sword shadows appeared and disappeared mysteriously. If Jiang Chen didn't rely on the limitless sword, he wouldn't be able to compete with it. Mao Yushan's steps were like walking on the clouds, which shocked him. Strong, too strong, this was the strongest warrior Jiang Chen had ever met. Even though they were all on the same starting line in terms of strength and skills, there was still someone who could stand above everyone else, and that man was Mao Yushan. Mao Yushan was the strongest warrior Jiang Chen had ever met. 26 swords. 27 swords. 28 swords. Jiang Chen's sword technique swept left and right, making him almost invincible. However, Mao Yushan was always able to find his weakness. His figure flickered and penetrated every opening. Jiang Chen's sword technique had no flaws, but his opponent was always able to strike first. The more Jiang Chen fought, the more frightened he became. If this continued, he would be defeated step by step and wouldn't be able to last much longer. With 6 dragon scales on his body, Jiang Chen's strength continued to rise by relying on the true dragon's body. He was almost invincible. Even without the support of Genesis Qi, he could still counterattack. Wind, rise. Mao Yushan performed a hand seal and swept his hand forward. Jiang Chen felt a terrifying wind whizzing up like a wind blade, tearing his body apart. However, Jiang Chen's dragon body couldn't be shaken so easily. Facing the wind, rushing forward, fearless, to the end, wounds appeared on Jiang Chen's body. The sharp wooden sword stabbed his chest time and again, but Xianxia blocked them with the limitless sword. The limitless sword and the reliant sword were completely unleashed this time. Because there was no need for Genesis Chi, the sword's momentum was particularly important. From the moment the sword was raised to the moment it fell, there couldn't be any slack. Mao Yushan was also frightened by Xianxia's fearlessness. This guy is really going all out against me. Overlapping shadows. Mao Yushan's hand seal changed again, and blood spread across the wooden sword, fusing into the complex inscriptions. Mao Yushan's body split into 9 shadows. Xianxia's expression remained the same, but a storm was set off in his heart. This is a secret technique that transcends Genesis Chi. This guy has really broadened my horizons. The 9 overlapping shadows were scattered around Xianxia, flickering with light. They were extremely fast, and all of them held wooden swords, sealing off all of Xianxia's escape routes. There was nowhere to hide. Mother ****. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He could only try to use the astral pole at this time. Star power came from the stars in the heavens, and this was Xianxia's last resort. Torrential starlight. Rays of starlight filled Xianxia's body, glowing with an unprecedented brilliance. Mao Yushan's expression turned solemn, and he was greatly shocked. The hidden fog village should have been isolated from the rest of the world, and because of the formation set up by the meteoric iron, even Genesis Chi couldn't enter. But there were clearly Genesis Chi undulations on Xianxia's body. How is this possible? Heavenly lightning hellfire symbol. Mao Yushan's blood sacrifice left a trail of afterimages in the sky. He left behind a bloody screen that was like a huge net that covered the sky and the earth as it came crashing down. The net was densely packed, and it was faster and more domineering than Xianxia's formation. In an instant, bolts of heavenly lightning and hellfire descended from the sky. Let's see if you can survive this time. Lightning and fire filled the sky, drowning Xianxia and enveloping most of the mountain peak. Luoying, who had just woken up from her coma, had a very ugly expression on her face. It was like the end of the world. Xianxia, who could not activate his Genesis Chi, had most likely been completely reduced to ashes. Lightning flashed, and flames of anger gushed out. Above the mountain peak, the sky and earth were destroyed. Xianxia. Luo Ying's eyes widened, but it was too late. You want to fight me? Maybe in your next life. Humph. Mao Yushan said disdainfully. It had taken him a lot of effort to deal with this kid. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but he could still persist for so long. Is that so? If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait until your next life. Amidst the lightning and fire, Xianxia was bathed in fire, and the lightning above his head was unscathed. Impossible. Mao Yushan took 2 steps back, his eyes flashing with a look of horror. This, not only him, but even Luoying was dumbfounded. Xianxia was still alive? Did this guy jump out from a crack in a rock? How could he not die? What a terrifying physical body. Mao Yushan was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. Xianxia's actual combat level was quite terrifying. Coupled with this guy's almost diamond-like body, even the heavenly lightning hellfire talisman that he was so proud of could not break through his defense. It seems that if I don't show you some special skills, you won't know who you are facing. For the starry sky meteoric iron, Mao Yushan had made all preparations to kill Xianxia. Mountain moving and sea-filling talisman. Mao Yushan sacrificed his blood to the sky, drew a talisman with his sword, and mobilized the surrounding boulders between the mountains to fall from the sky. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked up. Facing the falling boulders, the heavenly dragon sword cut through them one by one. However, Mao Yushan's mountain-moving and sea-filling talisman made Xianxia very serious. The endless boulders between the mountains were like a rain of stones. If this continued, Xianxia would most likely be exhausted to death. It was more ruthless than the wheel tactic. Maoshan technique? Luoying said solemnly. Xianxia, watch out. His talismans are all illusions. Don't be fooled by them. You can only trust your own heart. Luoying's words made Mao Yushan frown. Where did this little girl come from? How dare they ruin his plans? This woman actually knew his background. She was definitely not simple. Maoshan sorcery? Jiang Chen was taken aback, but he soon fell into deep thought. He didn't know much about Maoshan sorcery, but he could sense how powerful it was. Maoshan sorcery didn't rely on Genesis Qi, but on the art of sorcery. It was unique and awe-inspiring. Illusions, spells. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At that moment, he had a hint of enlightenment. Wasn't this the same as his own array formation? To put it bluntly, it was a different way of fighting. Array formations were more powerful, but they also required more time and energy. On the other hand, sorcery and talismans were completely different. They aimed to kill with one strike and were extremely practical. On the other hand, array formations were more of a test of time and foundation. Without sufficient preparation, even the largest array formation wouldn't be able to trap a dragon. Then I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Jiang Chen directly released thousands of monsters and used them as the foundation of the array formation. He knew these monsters like the back of his hand. With a single thought, they could all be arranged according to his will. This could be considered a way to resist this so-called Maoshan technique. A demon beast's body was much stronger than a human's. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through the air and swept away all the giant rocks. Although it was a very passive situation, the formation formed by thousands of demon beasts had completely resisted Mao Yushen's attack. Mao Yushen's expression was grim. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was filled with anger. He was a star-level expert, but he was being so aggrieved. Now, it's time for me to fight back. Jiang Chen sneered. With a flip of his hand, he released the Buddha prison palace. Thousands of monsters surged out and drowned Mao Yushen's figure. Mao Yushen knew that he had lost the upper hand. This guy had more tricks than him. With so many terrifying monsters densely packed together, it was useless no matter how many tricks he had. I will never let you go. Mao Yushen used the space suspension technique and leaped into the spring. Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, but this guy's escape technique was also very mysterious. Moreover, Luoying was behind him. Jiang Chen couldn't just leave like that. After Mao Yushen left, the people of the Hidden Fog village also regained their senses. They turned to look at Jiang Chen with shame, especially Mo Ku. He didn't even know how to explain to Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, brother. We were blinded by that thief. Please forgive us if we offended you before. Mo Ku cupped his fists and bowed to Jiang Chen sincerely. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He didn't take this matter to heart. They were also kept in the dark. We should go too. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Luoying said in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen. At this moment, the moment Jiang Chen raised his eyes, he saw that the 7 giant blood-colored coffins had flown into the void by themselves. The heaviest coffins turned into black dots and disappeared. What's going on? Jiang Chen was stunned. I don't know. We have never seen it before. I didn't expect that the 100-bird mountain would have such unimaginable things. Mo Ku was stunned. Benefactor, look. The spring is shrinking. Basie pointed at the spring in the air and said. Looks like I should leave too. Jiang Chen nodded to Mo Ku and the others. Since the 7 blood-colored coffins had disappeared, he didn't need to chase after them anymore. Moreover, the 2 of them had mistakenly entered the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province, which was full of thrills. Since they had found the exit, there was no need to stay any longer. Benefactor, take care. Hundreds of ear-deafening shouts warmed Jiang Chen's heart. Although they were hostile towards him at the beginning, it was because they wanted to protect themselves. When they found out that they had been deceived, they were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. They were simple and honest people, they weren't wrong. Jiang Chen held Luoying's hand and stepped on the sky-ascending stairs, rushing into the mouth of the spring. After the mouth of the spring disappeared, the sky was once again filled with the void spirit spring that flowed 3,000 feet downwards. Seems like our hidden mist village isn't a real paradise. Mo Ku sighed. I've said it before. What he said makes sense. Basie murmured. Mo Ku blushed and glared at him, but he didn't say anything. After Xianxia and Luoying left the hidden mist village, they followed the spring and finally landed in a col outside the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province, falling into a waterfall at the foot of the mountain. The two of them looked at each other as if they had just woken up from a dream. Especially Luoying, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Anyway, they had escaped from the hidden mist village, an unknown place. It could be considered a new lease of life. I didn't expect to come out of the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province. It's like a dream. Luoying said with a smile that was even brighter than flowers. Right, do you know the identity of the person who impersonated the chief in the hidden mist village? Xianxia still held a grudge against Mao Yushan. Moreover, Xianxia always felt that that person's strength was much stronger than his. Being able to defeat him was definitely luck. Mao Yushan's magical arts. Sigh, it has been lost for more than 10,000 years. I didn't expect to see it again on the Heavenly Enlightenment planet. Mao Yushan's sorcery? Xianxia was rather surprised. Without the support of Genesis Qi, the Mao Yushan sorcery was simply invincible. If not for his monster army, it would not have been so easy for Xianxia to defeat Mao Yushan. Is the Mao Yushan sorcery very powerful? Xianxia asked. Many years ago, the Mao Yushan sorcery was glorious on the Tianqi star for a period of time. At that time, it was very popular in the entire Tianqi star region, and the Mao Yushan sorcery was respected by countless people. However, it was extremely sinister, so many people were quite resistant to it. As for how it fell in the end, I don't know. It seems that the entire Mao Yushan sorcery disappeared overnight. Everyone who knew the Mao Yushan sorcery in the entire Tianqi star region left. Some people also said that they were all dead. As for why they disappeared from the Tianqi star region, no one knew. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, the people who knew the Mao Yushan sorcery would reappear in the world. Luoying looked a little solemn. She seemed to be very concerned about Mao Yushan. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't worry about the frost on other people's roofs. It's fine as long as he doesn't provoke me. If he does, I will tear him to pieces, Xianxia said in a low voice. He might be a star-grade expert. Luoying glanced at Xianxia with interest. Pretend I didn't say anything. Xianxia laughed. The two looked at each other. They had to hurry to the Tianqi Milky Way city as soon as possible. After passing through the Xianxia forest and the Guangzhou Great Rift Valley, we should soon reach the Tianqi Milky Way city. However, we still have to be careful. I don't know if Mao Yushan will come looking for trouble with us. Luoying said. Xianxia didn't care. He would deal with the situation as it came. Anyway, there was no way out. They couldn't stop moving forward just because there might be danger ahead, right? Xianxia had walked step by step to where he was today. When had he not stepped on danger to advance? There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Xianxia said with a heavy heart. If Mao Yushan was really a stellar-level master and came to find trouble with them, it would be hard for them to escape. Currently, Xianxia was not a match for a stellar-level expert. He would not dare to fight with him until he broke through to the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. By then, he might not even have a 30% or 40% chance of winning. After all, once he broke through to the stellar level, he would be like a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky, and a fish in the sea. The difference between the stellar level and the Star Emperor realm was like heaven and earth. The two of them headed towards the heavenly awakening Milky Way city without stopping. Luoying was worried that Mao Yushan would make a comeback. If that happened, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape. As long as they entered the heavenly awakening Milky Way city, they wouldn't be able to act as they pleased. Even a stellar-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City's public security was famous. No one dared to cause trouble in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Tens of thousands of horsemen of the apocalypse were terrifying existences, and they were all above the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. After a few more days, the two of them finally arrived at the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. At that moment, Xianxia was completely stunned. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was just too beautiful. It was like a silver fortress protruding from the Heavenly Awakening planet. However, this fortress was boundless. As for how big it was, Xianxia didn't dare to imagine it. Moreover, as soon as he entered the range of the heavenly awakening galaxy city, he felt a violent array fluctuation. This array was far beyond his imagination. In his opinion, it could only be described with one word: invulnerable. At the very least, it wasn't something he could comprehend at this time. The silver city walls of the heavenly awakening galaxy city were about 300 meters tall. They were like unreachable mountains. There were people stationed every kilometer. They were wearing golden helmets and silver armor and holding long spears. They looked awe-inspiring, like heavenly soldiers and generals. The heavenly awakening galaxy city seemed to be at the end of the sky. As long as one reached out, they would be able to touch the clouds in the sky. The feeling of holding the sun and the moon and plucking the stars spontaneously arose in their hearts. The immortal palace's courtyard simply couldn't compare to it, because this silver fortress was really too big, and it caused people to feel intimidated just by looking at it. The East Gate. Xianxia's gaze focused on the huge city gate as he spoke in a low voice. Just this gate was as big as the city walls. Even giants and wild beasts that were dozens of meters tall could smoothly pass through. There was only one word to describe it: rich. This is too spectacular. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Such a huge array was already breathtaking. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. At night, the heavenly awakening Milky Way city will be truly beautiful. At that time, you'll feel like you're in a vast sea of stars. That's the most relaxing and joyful feeling. The heavenly awakening Milky Way city's beauty will make people sigh in admiration. As for the East Gate, it's just one of the gates of the heavenly awakening galaxy city. There are also the West Gate, South Gate, and North Gate. You can't even imagine how big the heavenly awakening galaxy city is. Luoying explained to Xianxia as if she was familiar with her family's treasures. However, he was also very curious. Why was Luoying so familiar with the heavenly awakening galaxy city? Could it be that she had been to the heavenly awakening galaxy city before? Don't look at me like that. I did live in the heavenly awakening galaxy city for a while, but I was later driven out. Luoying said with a bitter smile. So you want to fight back? Haha. Xianxia laughed. It seemed that Luoying also had a story. At the very least, she had stayed in the glorious heavenly awakening galaxy city. Even if she was just a shooting star, she still shone. Sort of. I can't just be muddle-headed for the rest of my life. Who says that women are inferior to men? I'll let others see how I relied on my own efforts to become a member of the heavenly awakening galaxy city. There will definitely be a place for me in the horsemen of the apocalypse. Luoying vowed solemnly. Right now, we have only obtained the qualifications to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. If we want to truly become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I'm afraid there are still many trials ahead. Xianxia said. Since it was so difficult to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, it meant that his existence was even more terrifying. Becoming a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse would be a great pride. Yes, that's why it's too early to be happy. Luoying smiled sweetly. She seemed very happy to be back in the heavenly awakening galaxy city. Please show your nameplate. When Xianxia and Luoying appeared in front of the East Gate, two golden-helmeted men holding steel spears blocked their way. There were more than 20 guards of the Apocalypse Galaxy City around them, all of whom were at the ninth firmament of the Star Emperor realm or even stronger. These people were all experts picked out of 10,000. Even if they were also at the ninth firmament of the Star Emperor realm, it would still be a piece of cake for them to fight 1 against 10. With so many guards, Xianxia and Luoying felt great pressure. They were indeed worthy of being the divine soldiers of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Each of them was like a sharp knife, invincible. Luoying and Xianxia took out the nameplates they had obtained in Norton City. You only have 1 year to stay in the Tianqi Milky Way City. If you can't join the Horsemen of the Apocalypse after 1 year, you will be expelled. The guard glanced at them and said in a deep voice before letting them pass. The guard was so domineering that Xianxia did not dare to underestimate him. This person's strength should not be weaker than his. The Tianqi Milky Way City was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although these dozens of people were only guards of the Star Emperor Ninth Heaven, as long as he found Commander Yu, he might be able to find De Huang. He did not care whether he could establish a foothold in the Xianxia Milky Way city. De Huang's safety was the most important. This is just the outer city of the Xianxia Milky Way city, not the inner city. But you have to be careful in everything you do and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, no one can save you. Luoying was afraid that Xianxia would collude with someone in the outer city. If that happened, he would not be able to protect himself. This was not a place where anyone could behave atrociously. Even stellar-level experts had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, the Xianxia Milky Way city would throw him into the boundless universe. Yes, I know. Keep a low profile. Xianxia nodded. He might be able to do whatever he wanted on the ancient dragon star, but he had to be careful in the Xianxia Milky Way city. There were not many people in the Xianxia Milky Way city, but there were also quite a few. The streets were in groups of 2s and 3s. Looking up, one could see the clouds for thousands of miles. Moreover, the Genesis Chi in the Xianxia Milky Way city was extremely terrifying. It was denser than the most terrifying Genesis Chi place that Xianxia had ever seen. Now he knew why so many people racked their brains to enter the Xianxia Milky Way city. This was just the outer city of the Xianxia Milky Way city. After entering the Xianxia Milky Way city, not only would one gain fame, but there would also be unparalleled cultivation resources. There were cultivation treasures everywhere, and every place was comparable to a paradise. Now, Xianxia did not have too many thoughts. He just wanted to find De Huang as soon as possible. We should go to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse as soon as possible. We should at least register first before we can participate in the assessment of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Luoying said. Xianxia nodded. It could be said that he knew nothing about the apocalyptic Milky Way city. With Luoying around, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Luoying led the way, and the two of them arrived at the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, a magnificent fortress in the city. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse was surrounded by green mountains and rivers, and the terrain was open. It was truly a place of tigers and dragons. The guards at the entrance still stopped Xianxia and Luoying. However, when they showed their nameplates, the latter nodded and smiled. You should be new here, right? You want to participate in the Knights of the Apocalypse's challenge. Go on, head right. You'll reach the freshman challenge area 15 kilometers away. Go there and sign up. After the guard finished speaking, Xianxia was stunned. 15 kilometers was only the new student challenge area? It seemed like the Apocalypse Galaxy City was huge, and the Horseman of the Apocalypse was also majestic and domineering. Let's go. Xianxia and Luoying went straight to the freshman challenge area and found the registration area. After the two of them signed up, they found out that the freshman challenge would only take place half a year later. Those who succeeded in the end would undoubtedly be able to enter the Apocalypse Galaxy City and become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. I still have some private matters to deal with. I'll wait for you here in half a year. Remember, you have to keep a low profile. Giving in isn't necessarily a bad thing. Keep your life, and when you become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, that will be the most glorious time. Luoying warned him again and again. Okay. You be careful too. Xianxia nodded and parted ways with Luoying. After all, she also had her own matters to attend to. However, Luoying and Xianxia had experienced life and death together, so she had no worries at all. She definitely had something important to do when she left. Xianxia found an inn to rest at and paid the origin stones. However, he discovered that his hands were already empty. The hundreds of millions of origin stones that he had obtained previously had all been used up. Cultivation was a matter that consumed a lot of origin stones. Without enough origin stones, one could only stagnate. Looks like I'll have to get some origin stones. Xianxia rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. The inns here all had their own courtyards and cultivation areas. Moreover, from a high vantage point, one could see the endless starry sky. It was extremely beautiful, and there were formations and restrictions between them. There was no need for anyone to disturb them. As long as one paid enough origin stones, one could stay here. However, the cost was also quite high. 100,000 grade 5 origin stones a day. Of course, this was not something that ordinary people could afford. Staying here for half a year would cost at least 20 million origin stones. This was no joke. Xianxia needed to cultivate, and he also needed to spend origin stones. Time suddenly became very tight. Let's first refine some recovery pills to exchange for money. Xianxia made up his mind and began to refine the pills. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed quietly. Xianxia had refined more than 300 pills in total. Among them, he kept 109 patterned pills for himself. As for the rest of the 7 or 8 patterned pills, he planned to sell them all. They should be enough for him to consume for a while at least. After this battle, Xianxia's strength had also become more and more stable. He already felt that he was gradually approaching the threshold of the 9th heaven of the Star Sovereign realm. The breakthrough was imminent. All he needed was a suitable opportunity. As for the cosmic meteoric iron, Xianxia still hadn't found anything special about it. He felt that refining it into a divine weapon was a bit of a waste. He would leave it for another day. After a month, Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. When he opened the door, he saw a sky full of stars. The dots of light in the night sky were like moving fireflies, flickering constantly and flowing like water. Looking up at the sky, Xianxia finally understood why this place was called the Xianxia Milky Way City and why it was the core of the entire Xianxia planet. The Milky Way was like a waterfall, spanning tens of thousands of years. The Milky Way was filled with endless mysteries. Looking up at the starry sky, the tranquil beauty, the dazzling beauty, and the beauty of light and shadow made people feel carefree and relaxed. It was easy to enter an indescribable state of mind and body relaxation. Whether it was for cultivation or rest, it was the best place. Xianxia admired it for a while and couldn't help but think of his wife and children in the divine realm. If he could take them to see this scene, how wonderful it would be. If there were no worries, no pressure, no endless running around, it would be the beauty of a family. Nothing could compare to this. But reality was cruel. Only by finding Feng Er and standing at the peak of the eternal world could he enjoy the happiness of a family. All of this seemed simple, but if he couldn't stand at the peak of the eternal world, he would never see hope. Xianxia rested for a night. The next morning, he took the pills and went to the auction house in the city. Xianxia entered the treasure appraisal area. A middle-aged man was sitting calmly on a chair, smoking a tobacco pipe and drinking tea. His eyes were squinted into a thin line, and it was hard to tell if his eyes were open or closed, which made people wonder if he was lying. The middle-aged man was skinny, but he gave off an extremely calm feeling, making it hard to tell how strong he was. There was no one else in the appraisal area. Xianxia was the only one there. "Hello, I want to auction some pills," Xianxia said. "Pills? What pills?" Sun Dashing continued to smack his lips as he mumbled. "Recovery pills." Xianxia took out 2 pills, opened the jade box, and placed them in front of Sun Dashing. He looked at him calmly. Sun Dashing took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He stared at the pills on the table with a serious expression. "Recovery pill? Why does it look like a small recovery pill? But the effects are probably not as good as a small recovery pill." Sun Dashing straightened his body and frowned as he said in a low voice. "It has the same effect as a small recovery pill, but its effects are not as good. It has about a third of the effects of a small recovery pill." Xianxia smiled slightly and said truthfully. It seemed like this appraiser had some skill as well, being able to tell the quality of the recovery pill with a single glance. "Not bad, a small recovery pill is hard to find. This pill looks pretty good." Sun Dashing fiddled with the jade box as his eyes lit up. "How much do you want to sell it for?" Xianxia thought for a moment and raised a finger. 1,000,000 origin stones shouldn't be a loss, right? In any case, the ingredients for these pills were obtained from the Great Rift Valley in Guang Province. That was a natural treasure trove of medicinal ingredients. Unfortunately, Xianxia would not be able to enter again. 10 million? The price isn't too bad, but if you put it up for auction, it's very likely that it won't exceed 12 million grade 5 origin stones. If we buy it, it should be around 8 million origin stones. As for whether you want to sell it to us directly or auction it off, that's fine. If we auction it, it will be an 8% processing fee. The quality of these pills is not very high, with one 7-lined pill and one 8-lined pill. The price difference should be around 1,000,000 grade 5 origin stones. Sun Dashing said. Xianxia did not say a word, but his heart was slightly shocked. Holy shit. Tens of millions of origin stones? It seemed like he had underestimated this pill. If he could obtain the pill recipe for the small returning pill, then wouldn't he be rich? In his opinion, these rejuvenation pills should be stuffed into his mouth by the handful. 8,000,000 grade 5 origin stones per pill was quite a hefty price. How could Xianxia not be excited? I'll sell it to you. Xianxia pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Sigh, but it's a pity that there are only 2. Sun Dashing shook his head and sighed. Not just that. Sun Dashing suddenly raised his head and looked at Xianxia. His eyes immediately lit up. How many more are there? I want them all. Sun Dashing knew that 2 rejuvenation pills was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. However, if he could get his hands on more, the price of these rejuvenation pills would definitely multiply. Even if it could not reach 16 million, 14 million would still be a safe bet. It seemed like this young man in front of him had more. Xianxia raised 2 fingers. 20? Sun Dashing's expression became a little excited and nervous. 20 rejuvenation pills was equivalent to 160 million grade 5 origin stones. This was a big customer. He had to apply for a gold membership for him. No, it's more than 200. After Xianxia said this, Sun Dashing was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so excited that he could not speak. More than 200, starting from 1.6 billion. This was definitely a big customer. He had not encountered such a business deal in hundreds of years. How could he not be excited? Sun Dashing rubbed his hands anxiously. Excitement was written all over his face. The value of more than 200 rejuvenation pills could not be measured by origin stones alone. The profit it could bring them would definitely be terrifying. A small rejuvenation pill was hard to find, and the rejuvenation pill was the most important pill to replace the small rejuvenation pill. As a substitute for the small rejuvenation pill, it would definitely be sought after by many people. There was no doubt about this. When the time came, they would be able to choose any other auction item or buy anything that exceeded 20 million origin stones in the auction house. These rejuvenation pills would definitely be a money-making machine. Exciting. Too exciting. If this business deal was successful, he would be able to earn a lot of money. Furthermore, he would definitely be promoted. This is too much. Brother, wait a moment. I have to ask my superior for such a big deal. Sun Dashing said with a smile and threw away the tobacco pipe in his hand. Servants, bring some good tea. Sun Dashing turned around and entered the inner hall. Xianxia was not in a hurry and sat down calmly. It seemed that his more than 200 rejuvenation pills had really scared him. This appraiser definitely did not have the ability to accept such a big deal. This time even Xianxia was a little excited. He really did not expect that a rejuvenation pill would cost 8 million origin stones. Since this was the case, he did not want to keep them. He might as well sell them all to them. In any case, he only wanted to refine 9 vein pills. These 7 or 8 vein pills were just inferior products in his eyes. 1.6 billion, this was definitely an astronomical figure. Xianxia did not dare to imagine it before. His trip to the Great Rift Valley in Guang Province was not in vain. His harvest was very rich. However, if he was given another chance, he might still refuse. After all, these were exchanged with his life. After a while, a young man in his 20s came out from the inner hall. He was holding a feather fan in his hand. He looked very handsome, but he did not lose his masculinity. He was dressed in a black robe and looked quite handsome. At this moment, Sun Dashing was already following behind him. This is our young master, brother. Sun Dashing said with a smile. Xianxia nodded slightly. Brother, let's have a chat in the inner hall. Please. The young man smiled and was calm and modest. He gave Xianxia a good impression. He was not an arrogant and domineering guy. Xianxia was more willing to cooperate with him. After the two entered the inner hall, Sun Dashing also left. More than 200 rejuvenation pills. Brother, you are really generous. My name is Lu Dehua. May I know what you want? Lu Dehua said with a smile. Jiangchen. You're really straightforward. Brother, I won't beat around the bush with you. 5 million origin stones. I want all your pills. How about it? Lu Dehua said with a serious face. Jiangchen knew that if he wanted to auction these pills, it would probably take a while. Moreover, it would not be easy to directly exchange so many pills for origin stones. The auction house could not directly sell all your pills. If they did, they would earn less money. Hunger marketing was the most important thing. As a businessman, he naturally sought to maximize his profits. Jiangchen needed origin stones now. The Starry River auction house was a big business. They would definitely have these origin stones. There was no need to worry about this. Okay. But I want 1,000 6th grade origin stones. The rest are 5th grade origin stones. Jiangchen said. All right. That's settled. In order to make friends with you, how can I, Lu Dehua, not have any sincerity? Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang, if you have any elixirs in the future, just send them to me. I, Lu Dehua, will accept them all. Lu Dehua laughed and said. Thank you very much. Jiangchen was also very grateful. He didn't expect Lu Dehua to be so generous. However, he probably valued his elixirs. This is the black card of our Xianxia auction house. You can enjoy a 20% discount in any Xianxia auction house. Brother Jiang, you must accept it. Lu Dehua took out a black nameplate and handed it to Jiangchen. All right. By the way, Brother Jiang, I have another question, but I don't know if I should say it. Lu Dehua chuckled. Just say it. Jiangchen looked calm. I know I shouldn't ask, but I'm really curious. Please don't blame me, Brother Jiang. Haha. Was this elixir refined by Brother Jiang? Lu Dehua asked cautiously. After all, this was Jiangchen's privacy. If he asked too much, it would inevitably make Jiangchen feel disgusted. Yes, I refined it. Jiangchen said bluntly. Lu Dehua's face was solemn and he immediately became respectful. The person who could refine this recovery pill was definitely not an ordinary person. Such an alchemy master was exactly what their auction house yearned for. I also have a question. I wonder if you have the formula of small rejuvenation pill here? Jiangchen said with a smile. The formula of small rejuvenation pill, this. Small rejuvenation pill is a rare item. Any small rejuvenation pill, even if it's of ordinary grade, will be sold out. Because this thing can sometimes save one's life, it's really closely related to one's life. Therefore, whether it's the price or its mystery, it's not simple. Even if it's worth 3 or 500 million, no one will take it out to sell. On one hand, it's treasured by the disciple, and on the other hand, the master will starve to death. Therefore, everyone knows that unless it's the inheritor, the formula of small rejuvenation pill will basically not be spread. Lu Dehua said with a serious look. I see. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Jiangchen shook his head disapprovingly. It seemed that it wasn't an easy task to get the formula of small rejuvenation pill. After all, things are precious when they are rare. But, Brother Jiang, if you're willing, would you like to join our galactic auction? When the time comes, my Star River auction house will hand over the pill formula to you, and all the herbs needed to refine the small revitalizing pill will be provided by our Star River auction house. Star Auction can only refine a few small rejuvenation pills in a year, and only one master. Re-star, and star, 2, and 2, Jiang, star, and re-star, and will, and Jiang, and they. Their Celestial River auction house could only refine a handful of small revitalizing pills in a year, and only one grandmaster was able to refine it. Moreover, the success rate was extremely low. Almost all of them were reserved by the rich and powerful, so it was almost impossible for the small revitalizing pills to fall into the hands of the general public. So at the end of every year, 3 small revitalizing pills would be auctioned, which was an unprecedented grand occasion. It was enough to imagine how strong the energy of this small revitalizing pill was. However, there were too many wolves and not enough meat. Among the hundreds of auctioneers in the Celestial River auction house, only the Ace Alchemy Grandmaster could refine it. Only those who could refine the small revitalizing pill could be called the Ace Alchemy Grandmaster. The demand for the small rejuvenation pill was simply impossible to satisfy. Even if one had money, they wouldn't be able to buy it. Those who could buy the small rejuvenation pill were all true experts. If he could add an alchemy grandmaster to the Celestial River auction house who could refine the small revitalizing pill, then his status would also rise, and his power would also increase. At that time, he would be able to completely control the Celestial River auction house. Xianxia furrowed his brows. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. His conditions were very favorable, so he would definitely have many restrictions as well. Tell me, what kind of pill do you want me to refine? Xianxia said. Lu Dehua's eyes lit up. There's hope. Every year, you will have to refine 10 small revitalizing pills, all of which must be tier 5 and above. The price of the pills must be no less than 5 million origin stones. 20 pills. Also, you will be given half of the ingredients you need to refine the pills. In other words, as long as the success rate is no less than 20%, there won't be a problem. The duration is 20 years. Of course, there will be 20 million grade 5 origin stones as a subsidy every year. After these requirements are met, after 20 years, you will still be an honorary alchemist of the Celestial River auction house. Of course, there will be no more restrictions. Any pills you refine will be purchased by the Celestial River auction house at a high price. Apart from no more restrictions, you will still be an alchemy grandmaster under our protection. Why does it sound like a contract to sell my body? Hee. Xianxia smiled and looked at Xianxia with a playful gaze. Brother Jiang, you don't need to be so nervous. Ha ha ha, the more you contribute to our Celestial River auction house, the more you will gain. Moreover, our Celestial River auction house has all kinds of rare resources that we will open to you. There are also the medicinal ingredients warehouse and the pill recipe warehouse. It's not as simple as you think. There's another problem, not everyone is qualified to be an alchemy grandmaster of our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua said proudly. I sincerely invite Brother Jiang to join our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua said with a straight face and deep feelings. Xianxia was a bit moved when he heard about the herb storehouse and pill recipe storehouse. This sounded like a pretty good deal. Alright, it's settled then. Xianxia nodded and said. Lu Dehua was also very excited. He was already excited in his heart, but the premise was that Xianxia really had the ability to refine the small rejuvenating pill. There's one more thing, I may not have the time to tell you, Brother Jiang. If you can't refine the small rejuvenating pill, you can only become an ordinary alchemist. I understand. Xianxia nodded. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, for becoming a member of our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua's face was full of smiles. If Xianxia could refine the small rejuvenating pill, then he would be a trump card in his hands. I just came to the Apocalypse Galaxy City for a month. If I can't pass the assessment of the Apocalypse Knights, I may be expelled from this place. Xianxia said. There's such a thing? Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Even if you can't pass the assessment of the Apocalypse Knights, I can still make you stay here. Lu Dehua said with a confident look. Since he just joined the Apocalypse Galaxy City, then he didn't have any complicated relationships. Lu Dehua also saved some time to investigate his background. Xianxia was quite surprised. It seems that he really underestimated the Celestial River auction house. This Lu Dehua also has remarkable abilities. The Celestial River auction house is really different. Xianxia praised. I swear, you won't regret joining the Celestial River auction house, Brother Jiang. Let's go, I'll take you to get the pill recipe of the small rejuvenating pill. Give me a year's worth of herbs for the small rejuvenating pill first. Xianxia said to Lu Dehua. Alright. Then I will congratulate Jiang brother in advance for his success in refining the pill. Ha ha ha, if you need anything in the future, just come to the Xianxia auction house and find me. Lu Dehua laughed. Of course. By the way, Jiang brother, 7 days later, our Xianxia auction house will have a mid-year auction. There will be a lot of treasures being auctioned. If you are interested, you can come and take a look. Lu Dehua said. Then I must come and take a look. Xianxia said with a smile. By the way, Brother Lu, I have one more thing to ask you. Do you know a person named Commander Yu? Commander Yu? I have never heard of him, but from the name, is he from the Apocalypse Knights? Why? Is Jiang brother looking for this person? Lu Dehua asked. Alright, I will help you ask later. I will inform you once there is news. Lu Dehua said in a serious tone. Then I will have to trouble you. Jiangchen cupped his fists. After taking the herbs for Jiangchen and paying the source stones, Lu Dehua sent Jiangchen away. Lu Dehua's eyes became solemn. If Jiangchen could refine the small rejuvenating pill, then he would have more power and consolidate his position. After returning, Jiangchen took the small rejuvenating pill's recipe and prepared to refine it immediately. If he could successfully refine the small rejuvenating pill, then his battle power would be endless. Even stellar-level experts would have their eyes on the small rejuvenating pill, let alone people below the stellar level. During this trip to the Celestial River Auction House, Jiangchen could be said to have gained a lot. He got to know Lu Dehua, who seemed to be a big shot of the Celestial River Auction House. Lu Dehua even said that he could solve the problem of Jiangchen staying in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Even the city lord of Norton City, Tong Wudi, didn't have this ability. This could only show how amazing the power behind the Celestial River Auction House was. However, Jiangchen didn't think too much about it. After all, he had to rely on himself. If he could become a member of the Knights of the Apocalypse, that would naturally be the best. Furthermore, his identity as the Star River Auction House's alchemy grandmaster was also quite shocking. As a newcomer, Jiangchen had to think about his future. After all, the Apocalypse planet was the core of the entire Apocalypse star field. He had to take root here in order to find Feng in the Apocalypse star field. Jiangchen already had the refining method and the required medicinal ingredients for the small rejuvenating pill. Now that everything was ready, all he needed was one last thing. After studying it carefully, Jiangchen started to refine the small rejuvenating pill. Jiangchen succeeded in refining the first batch of pills, but the grades were only 5 and 6 patterns. 7 small rejuvenating pills were laid out one by one. Jiangchen was quite excited. He had refined these small rejuvenating pills for a day and a night. Sure enough, it wasn't easy to refine them. Moreover, he had the unique refining conditions to refine them. Other people didn't have the myriad chi cauldron or the 5 elemental divine fire, so they had to put in twice the effort for half the result. Jiangchen held the crystal clear small rejuvenating pills tightly in his hand. He was quite excited. These were all precious treasures. No matter where an alchemist was, he was a real rich man. This saying was true. Jiangchen was glad that he had the identity of an alchemist, so he had something to rely on. The medicinal ingredients that Lu Dehua gave him were enough to refine 50 small rejuvenating pills. And Jiangchen used these 7 days to refine all of them. He didn't fail even once, because he was too experienced. Although he was still a rookie in the eternal world, when he walked step by step from Yuan-Tian continent to the divine world, Jiangchen's experience was unparalleled. The most precious treasures that time had left him were these. Jiangchen prepared 10 small rejuvenating pills and 20 recovery pills. These were for the Star River Auction House. As for the remaining 40 small rejuvenating pills, Jiangchen held them firmly in his hand. These were his life-saving pills. 7 days had passed. Jiangchen directly rushed to the Star River Auction House. When Jiangchen arrived at the auction house, Sun Dashing immediately recognized him. "Young Master Jiangchen, this way please. Our young master has prepared a VIP box for you. It's on the top floor of the auction house. Come with me," Sun Dashing said with a smile. Now that Jiangchen was an alchemist of their Star River Auction House, his status was much higher than his. Young Master Lu asked him to wait here. Sun Dashing didn't feel wronged at all. If he could make friends with Jiangchen, he would naturally be happy. A true alchemist grandmaster was an existence sought after by countless people. Young Master Lu is very considerate. "Please, Brother Sunday," Jiangchen said with a smile. Sun Dashing brought Xianxia to the VIP box on the top floor. Food and tea were prepared. There were also two tall and beautiful women in pink cheongsams. They had beautiful faces. They bowed slightly to Xianxia. "Brother Jiang, if you need anything, just tell them." "Anything is fine. This is the best auction stand. You can rest first. I'm going to busy myself," Sun Dashing said with a smile. "Thank you." Xianxia nodded. Lu Dehua was really considerate. Sitting on the big furry chair, the two maids looked like they were waiting for him. Xianxia really didn't have this hobby. He just let them wait on the side. Looking around, the entire venue was very spacious. It wasn't big, but it was estimated that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The entire auction house was extremely exquisite and luxurious, including the stands illuminated by hundreds of night pearls. It was incomparably dazzling. Xianxia drank a few mouthfuls of tea. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a beautiful figure appeared in the middle of the auction stand. The noisy auction house finally quieted down. "Hello everyone, I'm still your favorite Wu Man. Welcome to the Xianxia auction house. Today is the annual mid-year auction. Once again, I would like to welcome everyone present." The woman who called herself Wu Man bowed slightly. Her eyebrows curved like willow leaves and her smile was like a blooming flower. Her beauty caused a thunderous applause. What a beautiful woman. I wonder who would be so lucky to be able to hold such a beauty in his arms. Don't even think about it. She's from the Xianxia auction house. Even a stellar-level expert might not be able to touch Miss Wu Man. Who do you think you are? TSK, although that's the case, isn't it enough for us to entertain ourselves and daydream about it? Ha ha ha. Be careful of the loose tongue. Let's just watch the auction quietly. Maybe we can get something good this time. The auction house was bustling with noise. Although Wu Man's appearance had eased the noise quite a bit, there were still many people whispering among themselves. Dong dong dong, the sound of the bell rang 3 times. The auction house was completely silent. This was the bell that signaled the start of the auction. It was also a warning to the audience. Only by maintaining order could the auction continue. The next auction item is the Power Recovery Pill. As the name suggests, it can recover Genesis Chi and physical strength by at least 30%. It's a substitute for the Little Rejuvenation Pill. 3 Power Recovery Pills are definitely comparable to 1 Little Rejuvenation Pill. There was no Small Rejuvenation Pill, but there was a substitute for the Small Rejuvenation Pill. Moreover, this recovery pill sounded pretty good, and many people were eager to try it out. Damn. Not bad, I can't afford the Small Rejuvenation Pill, but it seems like this recovery pill is worth it. Hee. What are you thinking? This recovery pill is definitely not cheap. It's a life-saving treasure. Think about it, during a crucial moment of a battle, when your Genesis Chi is exhausted. If you eat a recovery pill, you can at least save your life. If you don't have the Small Rejuvenation Pill, this recovery pill is definitely the best substitute. You're right, this thing will definitely be fought over by everyone. However, the price should be around 10 million grade 5 origin stones. If it's too expensive, it won't be worth it. That's true, but it's different for the rich. Therefore, I think this recovery pill will be very difficult to obtain. Xianxia hadn't expected that Lu Dehua would put his recovery pill up for auction. It was obvious that he wanted to make the recovery pill more famous. That way, it would be easier for him to market it. As soon as the recovery pill appeared, people started whispering to each other. They were extremely shocked and wanted to quickly bid for it. Wu Man was also very calm when she saw the reactions of the people present. This was the effect they wanted. 3 recovery pills, starting price 27 million grade 5 origin stones. Each bid must be at least 500,000. The starting price of nearly 30 million source stones was quite high for the common people. Those who could afford it were definitely rich people. 30 million source stones of grade 5 was by no means a small number. Ordinary experts in the 8th or 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had 20 or 30 million source stones, which was their entire net worth. Few people had a net worth of more than 100 million, which was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Of course, the childs of rich families couldn't be compared with them. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell everyone. There are only 3 stacks of strength-returning pills, and the highest bidder wins. If the person with the highest bid is willing to buy all 3 stacks, the rest of the people won't have a chance. In addition, every month, there will be a quota for buying strength-returning pills. If you spend 50 million grade 5 origin stones at our Astral River auction house, you will receive the right to buy a stack of strength-returning pills for 30 million origin stones. In addition, there are only 3 stacks every month, and they are sold in limited quantities. At this moment, Wu Man's words once again whetted everyone's appetite. In other words, this was the first time the rejuvenation pill would be auctioned. The next time they wanted to buy the rejuvenation pill, they would have to spend 50 million every month at the Galaxy auction house. It seemed like it wasn't that easy to qualify. This was hunger marketing. Xianxia couldn't help but admire them. This strength-restoring pill seemed to have an ordinary value in his hands, but in the hands of the Celestial River auction house, its value was much more than that. They truly deserved to be called businessmen. The price isn't low, but 3 pills are better than 1. It's worth a try. I bid 28 million. 28, 5 million. 2,900. 3,000, 31 million, 33 million. 44 million, 44 million, is there any higher bid? 44 million going once. 44 million going twice. 44 million going thrice. Congratulations, friend. The price continued to rise and finally settled at 44 million 5th grade origin stones. This price even shocked Xianxia. 3 rejuvenation pills were almost as expensive as the small rejuvenation pill. Moreover, the rejuvenation pill was promoted by the Galaxy auction house, so it must have a guarantee. This was also the reason why everyone trusted it. After all, anyone would be willing to save their life. The truly rich wouldn't care about this little bit of money. They viewed their lives as more important than anything else. This price also shocked many people. However, if it was used as a substitute for the small rejuvenation pill, it was worthy of it. After all, not everyone could buy the small rejuvenation pill, but now the rejuvenation pill could be bought. Although the bundled sale seemed very disgusting, there were still many people willing to pay. In less than an hour, more than 30 auction items had already been sold. However, the price of the rejuvenation pill was indeed very high. Out of the 30 auction items, only 5 had a price of more than 30 million. The rest were in the hundreds of thousands or millions. The Galaxy auction house's auction had always been praised by people. This was because not only high-end auction items would appear, but low-end auction items would also appear. Moreover, the competition was very fair, and neither old nor young were cheated. The next auction item is a jade scroll. It's extremely large, more than 3 feet long. Although it's a little broken, it has an ancient and long history. The inscriptions on it are unknown, but it's undeniable that it's definitely a treasure worth collecting or studying. The starting price is 10 million. Wu Man said with a smile. When her hand lifted the mysterious red gauze, Xianxia's expression changed. He suddenly stood up. The jade scroll was actually the same as the one Xianxia had obtained in the ancient snow domain. In other words, this jade scroll was the same as the one he had obtained. Perhaps, the 2 of them combined together would become the real jade scroll. The emperor's handwritten letter, Xianxia's breathing became heavy. It seemed that the heavens were really helping him. He must obtain this jade scroll no matter what. What a big jade scroll. What is this thing? Yes, I have never seen such a big jade scroll. Ha ha ha, but it looks like it is not an ordinary item. 10 million? Who are you trying to fool? I think it is just a piece of broken stone. A few scribbled inscriptions are carved on it. Do you think it can turn waste into a treasure? Ha ha ha. That's right. This thing is worth more than 10 million origin stones. Do you want to give it to us as a pillow? You don't say. I really think that the Xianxia auction house is deceiving us. I don't want this thing. Ha ha ha. Many people snorted. They were full of doubts about this huge jade scroll. After all, they had seen some ancient jade scrolls. They were all half a foot or more than a foot long. It was impossible for such a big jade scroll to exist. Even if it was a fake, it was too careless. Of course, there were many rich people. Most of them thought that this jade scroll was not worth it. However, some people were still very optimistic about it. They were already very interested in this jade scroll. Xianxia was even more prepared. He must get this jade scroll. I bid 11 million, 12 million, 14 million, 17 million. The price continued to rise. Although many people did not know what this huge jade slip was, there were many rich people who liked to study it. Some people even valued the inscriptions on it. Maybe there would be some unexpected gains. It was exciting to pick up a treasure that was worth it. 20 million, 23 million, 25 million. Many people joined in. There were more than 20 people. The price went from 10 million to 50 million, and it kept rising. There was no sign of it stopping. There are so many rich people. Ha ha ha, who knows what this broken jade scroll is? Maybe it will be a waste of money. Ah, I really don't understand. I admit that I am gambling, but I think this jade scroll is worth it. Believe me, I will not make a mistake. There is no other way. There are many rich people in this world. We ordinary people should not think too much. Tens of million origin stones to buy a broken stone. Just now, more than 40 million origin stones worth of recovery pill. Isn't it better? Some people flocked to this jade slip while others disdained it. Of course, none of this was important. Xianxia hoped that these people couldn't see the secret of the jade slip. The emperor's handwritten letter. Even if it was a billion, Xianxia had to get it. Gradually, the number of people competing decreased, and the price soared to 80 million. Only 3 people were still bidding. However, Xianxia was still quite calm. After all, the price hadn't exceeded 100 million, so he wasn't too worried. Finally, when the price was finalized at 98 million, the other 2 people finally gave up. Humph, this treasure belongs to this old man, he he he. In a small private room, a skinny old man gently took a sip of tea and said calmly. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely see that this person was Yang Wolao, 98 million. Is there a higher price? Wu Man's expression was serious. She didn't expect that the item that she had unintentionally bought for more than 1 million origin stones would actually increase by 100 times. Wasn't this too ridiculous? However, this was the truth. Someone had taken a fancy to it, so its value was real. Especially after so many years of auctioning, she had long been used to it. Even if someone held a chicken feather, someone would still buy it, and they would pay a high price to buy it. 100 million. Xianxia ordered the maidservant beside him to bid. The maidservant also looked at Xianxia, dumbfounded. She didn't expect this person to be really rich. 100 million, just like that? It seemed like he was very calm, but both of them knew that Xianxia was very interested in the jade slip. When the jade slip appeared, both of them saw Xianxia's strange expression. He must have liked this jade slip very much. Yang Wolao frowned. There was actually someone competing with him? I don't believe it, 102 million. Yang Wolao continued to bid. 110 million. Xianxia continued to bid. 112 million, 120 million. The 2 of them continued to call out bids. However, every time Xianxia called out a bid, the crowd would cheer because he was simply too straightforward. Compared to Yang Wolao's stingy 2 million origin stones, he was obviously much more domineering. F***CK. Damn it, there really is someone who wants to make life difficult for this old man. Yang Wolao's complexion became dignified. He felt that this jade slip was quite extraordinary, so he wanted to buy it to see what was going on. He knew that this jade slip was most likely not simple, but he had to get his hands on it to see what was so special about it. He couldn't tell for sure yet. 122 million. Yang Wolao gritted his teeth and his expression became extremely grave. 150 million. Xianxia's bid once again set off an uproar in the auction house. Holy sh**t, is this jade slip really that awesome? Is there a need to snatch it like this? That's right. Are they all crazy? It's very likely that 150 million won't be able to make it back to shore. Ha ha ha, it's hard to sell it with money. I'm willing. What can you do? Exciting, this is too exciting. This is what you call an auction. My blood pressure is already rising. I can't take it anymore. Hee hee hee. The audience was already extremely excited. 150 million, an increase of nearly 30 million. This was definitely a super nouveau riche. Otherwise, who would be able to spend so much? Could it be a star-level expert? Many people were guessing that if one wasn't a star-state being, very few people would be this rich and domineering. This wasn't the auction at the end of the year yet, but just this jade scroll being auctioned off was already a grand occasion. 155 million. Yang Wolau's expression was extremely gloomy. It seemed that this jade slip was really a treasure? Could it be that someone had already seen through it and was competing with him? 200 million. When Jiang Chen's bid sounded again, the entire audience stood up. Most of them were extremely excited. This was too exciting, wasn't it? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. Although they were spectators, when they saw the birth of a sky-high auction item, their emotions were also indescribable. Many people let out angry roars to show their excitement. Yang Wolau's face completely collapsed. Damn it, don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not let you off. Yang Wolao sighed. 200 million. Although he was very sure that this jade slip was a treasure, he wasn't 100% sure. Moreover, 200 million source stones was too much. It was already the limit of what he could bear. The person who made the bid directly increased the price by 50 million to tell him to stop being so stubborn. Yang Wolao knew that this person was definitely a very bold person. Even if he continued to increase the bid, there was a high probability that he would only be humiliating himself. The person increased the bid by 50 million, and you increased it by 2 million? Isn't that too shabby? Oh my god, this is too amazing. Wu Man was extremely shocked. She nodded silently. 200 million was an astronomical figure for many people. It might be difficult to reach in their lifetime. Increasing the bid by 50 million again and again, whether it was a man or a woman, made them completely crazy. Is there a higher bid? 200 million going once. 200 million going twice. 200 million going thrice. Congratulations, my friend. Deal. Wu Man made the final decision. Jiang Chen's heart finally relaxed. This jade slip finally belonged to him. Fortunately, that person did not continue to bid. However, he was already prepared to go down with that person. 200 million for this jade slip was still within Jiang Chen's calculations. At least he could still accept it. However, no one should know the true value of this jade slip. Even the people of the Star River auction house might not know. You took out the Great Emperor's letter to auction? Aren't you courting death? This kind of treasure, unless it was kicked in the head by a donkey, would never be made public. Jiang Chen was able to pick up such a big bargain because others did not know the value of it. Those who knew the value of it did not have the ability to continue to compete with him. In the private room far away, Lu Dehua was also shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so daring, spending 200 million origin stones to buy this jade slip. He had really underestimated Jiang Chen. However, he had given Jiang Chen more than 1 billion origin stones during the day, so 200 million origin stones was probably nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen didn't participate in the last part of the auction, because he had finally obtained the jade slip that he had been longing for. He was extremely anxious right now. He wanted to piece the two jade slips together and see what kind of reward he would get from it. After getting the jade slip, Jiang Chen rushed back to her residence because she couldn't wait any longer. The two jade slips were almost the same. Jiang Chen couldn't see anything special about them. At this time, the Black King was at a critical moment in his cultivation. Jiang Chen was quite depressed because she couldn't understand the inscriptions at all. However, Jiang Chen's heart was itching, so he still put the two jade slips together. At that moment, something magical happened. The two jade slips merged together, emitting a dazzling golden light. It was so bright that Jiang Chen couldn't even open his eyes. The light and shadow converged and fused into a tall figure. The figure was wearing a black robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were like torches that were as deep as the endless starry sky in the galaxy. He was 10 feet tall and domineering. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and gazed at the sky. That kind of arrogant attitude made Xianxia moved. "Are you Emperor of the Cosmos?" Xianxia said in a deep voice. "Not bad. You actually know of my existence. You're quite knowledgeable. These 2 jade slips are my handwritten notes when I created my martial arts in the past. It's a good fortune for you to get them." Emperor of the Cosmos said faintly. Xianxia was extremely solemn and shocked. This Emperor of the Cosmos was really terrifying. The pressure that he exerted on Xianxia was simply unimaginable. However, that was just an afterimage of the past. In the presence of the great Emperor, Xianxia is unwilling to offend you. Xianxia said in awe. That kind of domineering aura that was in harmony with the heavens and earth was indeed worthy of respect. This was because the Emperor of the Cosmos didn't have any intention of pressuring him. Being superior but not condescending was the most valuable characteristic of a superior. The Emperor of the Cosmos was worthy of respect. "You and I are brought together by fate. I will give you an opportunity. This is the great Emperor's letter, which I created many years ago, 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. The power of the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger is boundless. I hope you can comprehend it well and bring it to greater heights." "That is my wish." Emperor of the Cosmos nodded slightly. His palm flashed in front of Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia could understand all the words on the jade slip. Xianxia was delighted. He bowed slightly and said solemnly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. May I ask if the great Emperor is still alive?" Thinking about the long life of heaven and earth, I shed tears of sorrow. Who in the human world is not like a purgatory? I have nothing left to give up. After Emperor of the Cosmos said this, he dissipated into a beam of light, turned into grey smoke, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Xianxia was quite emotional. Emperor of the Cosmos's words made people think deeply. Even a great Emperor of the Cosmos like him could not do as he pleased. However, Xianxia knew that there were some things that he could not control. Why should he worry for the ancient people? After thinking about it, he decided to take a look at the great Emperor's letter first. The first sentence in the great Emperor's letter was what Emperor of the Cosmos had said before, the power of the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. It was indeed magnificent and domineering. It seemed that the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was definitely extraordinary. As far as Xianxia could see, those pulsating inscriptions seemed to have a life of their own. They constantly flowed into his mind, making Xianxia's mind as one. He was incomparably shocked. The 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger in the great Emperor's letter had been completely absorbed by him and explained in great detail. It was the experience of the Emperor of the Cosmos when he created it. One could imagine how terrifying it was. From the inside to the outside, the beginning of the Genesis Chi, from the Dantian, to the 4 directions, and finally to the finger. Xianxia murmured, incomparably excited. The true essence was all written down by Emperor of the Cosmos. The content of the inscriptions could not be more transparent and clearly described the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. 1 yang finger, double dragon finger, 3-fold finger, 4-phase finger. There were a total of 9 fingers and each of them had a great improvement. From 1 to 9 fingers, each finger was different. Xianxia could deeply experience the 9 forms of guidance. He was amazed and praised because the 9 tribulations heavenly imprisoning finger was too powerful. Xianxia didn't expect that the 9 tribulations heavenly finger was so powerful. I must first master the 1 yang finger. I must do it step by step, and not eat too much in one go. Xianxia's face was solemn. Looks like he needed to work hard and train hard. Only by mastering the 1 yang finger would he have more trump cards. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Xianxia's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. 1 yang finger. All of Xianxia's attention was focused. Genesis Chi gathered on his index finger, causing his aura to surge like a bull. Like a blazing sun piercing through the sky, a glowing shadow shot forth with a vast and incomparable aura. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly, feeling extremely gratified. He had already mastered the one yang finger. The one finger that ends everything truly lived up to its reputation. However, the consumption was far too great. 60% of the Genesis chi in his body had been emptied, and he had to gather all of it on his finger. The moment the finger seal was sent out, a storm would surge forth in an unstoppable manner. It was indeed worthy of being Emperor of the Cosmos's ultimate technique. Jiang Chen did not dare to say that he had completely mastered it, because the improvement of the one yang finger was still up for discussion. He needed to work hard and train hard in order to reach its pinnacle. Jiang Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. The hard work he had put in over the past few days had not been in vain. When Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard, he found the servant girls that had served him in the auction house box. Why were they waiting here? Young master, you're finally out. The servant girl's face was filled with excitement. She had been waiting here for 3 months. What's the matter? Asked Jiang Chen. Our young master has already investigated the matter young master Jiang has entrusted us with. We hope that young master will come over for a chat. The servant girl bowed slightly and said in a soft voice. There's news? Jiang Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly followed the servant girl to the Galaxy Auction House. After arriving at the Galaxy Auction House, Jiang Chen followed the servant girl into the rear hall. At this current moment, Lu Dehua happened to be sipping tea and resting. Brother Jiang, you're finally here. I never expected that you would grow stronger after a few months. You can leave first. Lu Dehua waved his hand at the servant girl. Brother Lu, please speak your mind. Jiang Chen said eagerly. I found Commander Yu whom Brother Jiang asked me to find before. He's indeed a deputy commander of the Apocalypse Knight Legion. He's a half-step star state master with good strength and prestige. There are a total of 5 legions in the Apocalypse Knight Legion, divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This Yu Huan is a deputy commander of the Kuemu Legion. He's in charge of 500 soldiers. He's a tough character. Lu Dehua said solemnly. Brother Jiang, do you have some conflict with this Commander Yu? Lu Dehua probed. No, I'm just looking for someone. N. Lu Dehua knew that Jiang Chen might not be willing to say more, so he didn't ask any more. Here are 10 small rejuvenation pills and 20 rejuvenation pills, keep them well. Jiang Chen took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Dehua. Lu Dehua was shocked and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang is really a genius. I didn't expect you to refine the small rejuvenation pills so quickly. I admire you, I admire you. Lu Dehua valued Jiang Chen even more. After all, as an alchemy grandmaster of Xianxia Auction House, it was enough for him to be promoted to an ace alchemy grandmaster. Lu Dehua's judgment was really right. It's nothing, you helped me a lot, I can't thank you enough. By the way, Brother Lu, I have already finished refining the required elixirs for this year. When I get back, I will give you all the elixirs for the next 20 years. I don't want to wait for another 20 years. Otherwise, wouldn't I really become the contractor of your Starry River auction house? I don't like it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What? Can you really refine so many small rejuvenation pills in a year? Lu Dehua's heart trembled. What kind of standard was this? Being able to refine 200 small rejuvenation pills in a year, even their ace alchemy grandmaster didn't have such means. This Jiang Chen was simply too terrifying. The more it was like this, Lu Dehua knew that he must treat Jiang Chen well. He must not let him leave the Xianxia auction house. At all costs, he must keep Jiang Chen. He had a hunch that this person would redefine their Xianxia auction house. I'll give it a try. In short, I don't want to be tied down and restricted by others. Jiang Chen said. Since that's the case, Brother Jiang, I will return your freedom. From now on, you don't need to fulfill the contract between us, but my Xianxia auction house will still respect you as our ace alchemist. Lu Dehua knew very well that Jiang Chen didn't like to be restrained. If he forced Jiang Chen step by step, it was likely to backfire. Therefore, he was loosening the reins only to grasp better. He opened an absolute green channel for Jiang Chen so that Jiang Chen could fight for the greatest benefits for himself. He gave him enough space, so if Xianxia knew how to return the favor, he would definitely not lose out. He, you really know how to do business, Brother Lu. Thank you, Xianxia will keep your words in mind. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Don't worry, since some things have been promised, they will definitely not be lacking. If that's the case, wouldn't I become a person who goes back on his word? When I have time, I will definitely not let you down. Xianxia laughed, but Lu Dehua also made him feel his sincerity. Since the contract was no longer there, he was also relieved. If Lu Dehua kept using the contract to restrain him, it would make Xianxia extremely uncomfortable. Now that both sides felt his sincerity, Xianxia didn't want to leave the Xianxia auction house. After all, this was a veritable umbrella. Xianxia believed that with his strength, he would definitely get more attention and more benefits. The Xianxia auction house would definitely not treat him badly. Brother Jiang is too serious. Haha, today, let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the scenery. I have an appointment with 3 or 5 friends, and it happens to be a gathering today. How about Brother Jiang come with me? Lu Dehua invited him with great hospitality. It's hard to refuse such hospitality, then I will respectfully accept. Xianxia nodded. Lu Dehua wanted to take him to see the world of Tianqi Milky Way City, so he naturally couldn't refuse. After all, in Tianqi Milky Way City, the status of the Xianxia auction house was still very high. This young Master Lu was definitely not an ordinary person. He was very sincere to him, and Xianxia couldn't let him down. Both sides were mutually beneficial. Xianxia needed the Xianxia auction house and young Master Lu as the backing of Tianqi Milky Way City, while Lu Dehua needed Xianxia's medicinal pills. Let's go. Let's go drink, ha ha ha. Lu Dehua was very happy. At this time, a person walked in from the door. It was Wu Man, the auctioneer of the auction house a few months ago. She was wearing a beautiful blue and white porcelain cheongsam. Her figure was curvaceous, her eyes were like waves, her eyebrows curved like willow leaves, and her smile was full of shyness. Xiao Man is my cousin. You should have met her at the auction before. Lu Dehua said. Xianxia nodded slightly. Young Master Jiang is too polite. You are our Xianxia auction house's trump card alchemist. If you need anything from me, just say the word. Wu Man was elegant and moving. Her smile could topple a city, giving people a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Talking to her would not make one feel any pressure, but like a spring breeze. Their eyes were full of wisdom as they drank and pecked. Xianxia knew that this pair of brother and sister were not simple. Definitely. Xianxia nodded. After the 3 of them walked out of the Star River auction house, they headed towards a restaurant that was filled with guests. It was called the Solitary Restaurant. It was a very spacious restaurant. Although there were many people talking inside, they were very calm and not noisy at all. Lu Dehua took the lead and came to a private room on the upper floor. The 3 of them sat down. Lu Dehua ordered a pot of old wine from the village. It was said that it was more than 800 years old. It was very rare to find a bottle and it was very precious. The 3 of them raised their cups and drank with each other. Wu Man was a woman who was not inferior to any man. She stared at Xianxia and drank with him without any fear. She even carried an air of arrogance. It was rare to see a woman like her. She had a straightforward and calm personality. She was definitely a rare heroine. At this time, opposite of Xianxia and the others, 5 people came. One of them was covered in silver armor. He had an imposing appearance and looked very domineering. There was a sword hanging on his waist. He looked even more majestic. Beside him were 5 armored guards. Their faces were also full of arrogance. The aura between their brows seemed to show that they were superior to others. A beauty like jade. Miss Wu Man is still like a fairy from heaven. She doesn't want to get involved with the mortal world. Wu Man frowned. She didn't like this person. Is the quality of the Knights of Apocalypse all they have? I don't dare to compliment them. Lu Dehua said Leng. Why does young Master Lu say that? Miss Wu Man is a natural beauty and is unmarried. Can't I take pity on her? Love between men and women is human nature. Young Master Lu seems to be a bit too much. The silver-armored man said faintly. Lu Dehua frowned. This person should be a commander-level figure. Since he knew his identity as the young master of the Xianxia auction house and was still so arrogant, he must be a ruthless character. Most importantly, the Knights of Apocalypse had always been arrogant and domineering. So Lu Dehua wasn't surprised. But I don't like you, Wu Man said in a deep voice. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Shouldn't that be the case? I've long since given my heart to Miss Wu Man. I wonder if Miss would do me the honor of having a drink with me. The silver-armored man continued. Yu Huan, don't be so shameless. Do you think the Knights of Apocalypse dare to behave atrociously in my Xianxia auction house? Yu Huan, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the silver-armored youth. Even Lu Dehua was slightly stunned. He didn't know this guy. It was really a small world for enemies. Jiang Chen had been looking for Yu Huan of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but he actually met him here. You're Yu Huan? Jiang Chen said word by word. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant guy like you in the Apocalypse Milky Way City. You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You're not qualified, Yu Huan said with a cold smile. Even Wu Man's heart warmed. It seemed that Jiang Chen also liked her. He actually chose to be a hero and save the damsel in distress at this time. Although he was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, his bearing didn't diminish at all. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. Jiang Chen slowly stood up and walked toward Yu Huan step by step. Brother Jiang, you can't, Lu Dehua said in a deep voice. Attacking the horsemen of the apocalypse on the street meant that they had the right to kill first and report later. Although Jiang Chen's alchemy skills were quite good, he was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If he fought against Yu Huan and the others, he would definitely die. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Facing the brave and fearless Jiang Chen, Yu Huan sneered disdainfully. This guy was just like cannon fodder. He didn't have to worry about him at all. Since he dared to attack him, wasn't he openly defying the Apocalypse Milky Way City? He definitely had the right to kill him. Kill! With Yu Huan's shout, 4 guards rushed out and collided with Jiang Chen. It wasn't that Lu Dehua and Wu Man didn't want to help, but that they hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so impulsive. He was the commander of the Apocalypse Knights and had the power to kill. It was his duty to protect the Apocalypse Milky Way City. If he dared to publicly challenge him, wouldn't that be courting death? On the other hand, Yu Huan took the opportunity to suppress Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen really dared to make a move, he would dare to kill him. Even if young Master Lu was here, he would not be merciful. He was using his position to take revenge, but he was also protecting the security of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. He had absolute power, and no one could say no. The guards of the Milky Way City had a duty to kill one to warn others. Lu Dehua and the others had still underestimated Jiang Chen's obsession. Jiang Chen had no scruples and directly launched a heavy punch. With one punch, the wind and thunder rolled, and the momentum was vigorous. It gave people a fearless momentum, as if he was willing to be cut into pieces to drag the emperor down from his horse. How could Yu Huan let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? This was called establishing prestige. Killing Jiang Chen would also increase his prestige. Even if the Apocalypse Galaxy City was calm and peaceful, it still needed to occasionally cause a small accident to warn others. Moreover, this time, Jiang Chen, a hothead who had come out of nowhere, wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Yu Huan wanted to kill Jiang Chen without mercy. Jiang Chen's fist surged out, and it directly collided with the 4 guards. At that moment, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the entire Apocalypse Galaxy City was protected by an array. Otherwise, this restaurant would have long been razed to the ground. Jiang Chen took 3 steps back, and the 4 guards also took several steps back. At that moment, the entire restaurant became tense. Jiang Chen's strength made everyone tremble with fear. Those were 4 guards of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. As long as they could enter the Apocalypse Galaxy City, their strength could not be underestimated. At the same level, they might not be able to fight 5 at once, but they could at least fight 3 at once. Moreover, Xianxia was only at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. Wasn't this too terrifying? Lu Dehua and Wu Man looked at each other, both extremely shocked. Xianxia's skills were so terrifying. In an instant, they were evenly matched, and the 4 guards of the Knights of the Apocalypse did not gain the slightest advantage. A bit interesting. Yu Huan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. At this time, Xianxia was also unconvinced and wanted to rush forward, but he was stopped by Lu Dehua and Wu Man in public. The Knights of the Apocalypse have the power to kill and enforce the law. We can't fight them head-on. Moreover, Yu Huan's strength is half a step into the Star Realm. It's not as simple as you think. Lu Dehua grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Xianxia's eyes were sharp, and his heart was burning with anxiety. He desperately wanted to know about Dehuang's situation, but he couldn't ask now because Xianxia was afraid that this bastard would harm Dehuang. This was the Apocalypse Galaxy City, not his own divine realm. Xianxia knew that he had to be careful. Lu Dehua was right. This was definitely not the time to be impulsive. Moreover, Yu Huan's strength alone was not something he could contend with. Take a step back, Xianxia. Wu Man also said in a low voice. What? Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Why not? Ha ha ha. Causing trouble in my Apocalypse Galaxy City? Don't you see where you are? You openly provoked the law enforcers and started a fight. Come back with me and investigate. If you have any suspicions, I have the right to kill you to get rid of the scourge of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Yu Huan said coldly and slowly stood up. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Lu Dehua also became very unhappy in the face of Yu Huan's domineering attitude. Commander Yu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Xianxia is our Galaxy Auction House's ace alchemist. It won't be that easy to touch him. If something happens to Xianxia, can you bear the responsibility? Lu Dehua snorted. Ace alchemist. Yu Huan's eyes were cold. Yu Huan's eyes were cold. He didn't expect this bastard to have such an identity. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and enchanters were the ones who were heavily protected in Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill Xianxia. I can spare him the death penalty, but he must come with me today. No. Lu Dehua stepped forward and stood in front of Xianxia, opposing Yu Huan. Young Master Lu, don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I won't give face to the Galaxy Auction House. Although I have to admit that your Galaxy Auction House has a deep background, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse are ordered by the City Lord to protect the Apocalypse Galaxy City. No one can obstruct us. Anyone who disobeys will be punished. Yu Huan continued, his eyes cold, neither servile nor overbearing. Today, he was determined to take Xianxia away. You're just a small commander. Do you really want to make life difficult for the Galaxy Auction House? Yu Huan. Don't be ungrateful. Wu Man was getting anxious as well. This bastard was just using this as an excuse to punish Xianxia and show off his domineering attitude. He must be holding a grudge against her, because he had expressed his true feelings many times, but she had rejected all of them. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. I've always done things this way. Is that so? It seems that the Horsemen of the Apocalypse are really too arrogant. They actually want to punish us for such a small matter? Then why don't you sit with us as well? Don't use a chicken feather as a token of authority. I'm standing right in front of you. Come, let the storm come fiercer. Commander Yu is really conscientious and diligent. It would be an honor for the Apocalypse Milky Way City to have a few more responsible people like you in the Apocalypse Milky Way City. At this moment, 3 young men slowly walked over and stood opposite Yu Huan. Lu Dehua's expression softened, and a smile appeared on his face. Young Master Zong, Young Master Zhou, Young Master Gao, you must be joking. Ha ha ha, since everyone is in such a good mood to gather here, I won't disturb you any longer. Yu Huan laughed dryly. He might dare to challenge Lu Dehua, but now that the 4 young masters of the Apocalypse Milky Way City had gathered, he wouldn't dare to continue making things difficult for Xianxia even if he ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. If he did, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. In the Apocalypse Milky Way City, everyone knew about the 4 young masters. Yu Huan didn't dare to oppose them at all. In other words, if the protagonist of this matter was Lu Dehua, he wouldn't dare either. Jiang Chen was the pushover he wanted to squash. Unfortunately, the 4 young masters had all appeared, so he didn't dare to continue being arrogant. "Got it, hurry up and scram," said a handsome young man, Lung Lung. Yu Huan clenched his teeth and lowered his head obediently. The situation was already over, so he could only leave with his tail between his legs. "Brother Lu, sorry. The 3 of us are late, ha ha ha. Fortunately, you guys came in time. Otherwise, this Yu Huan would be really difficult to deal with. He actually wanted to attack Brother Jiang, but you guys have made up for your mistakes." Lu Dehua waved his hand and patted the shoulder of one of the young men. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Chen knew that these people must have extremely deep backgrounds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to scare Yu Huan away. Moreover, these people were all half a step into the star level. Wu Man was no exception. As for the news of De Huang, it seemed that he could only suppress it for now. The test to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was imminent, and it would be easier to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. However, it seemed that this Yu Huan was also at odds with him. Daring to not give our young master Lu face is equivalent to not giving us face. He's just a little commander. Humph, he really thinks he's something. By the way, Brother Lu, who is this? Lu Dehua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "This is our Star River Auction House's ace alchemist, Jiang Chen, Jiang brother." "Sure enough, you are a talented man, Brother Jiang." "Ha ha ha, an ace alchemist, tsk. This is not something an ordinary person can compare with. Nice to meet you." "That's right. Brother Lu, why didn't you introduce us earlier?" Lu Dehua smiled bitterly. "I've only just met her. Brother Jiang, these are the famous young masters of our Apocalypse Milky Way City. Zhang Xueyou, Zhou Yunfa, Gao Fuqing. Of course, there's also me and Lu Dehua. We are known as the 4 young masters, ha ha ha. I've never met you before, but you all helped me out. Jiang Chen feels guilty, so I've specially given you 3 elixirs. I hope the 3 of you won't dislike them." Jiang Chen smiled and handed the 3 jade boxes to Zhang Xueyou and the others. The 3 of them were taken aback and looked at Lu Dehua. "I know, the rejuvenation pill that has been very popular recently must have been refined by this Brother Jiang, right? I guess it must be the rejuvenation pill inside. Brother Jiang is really generous, ha ha ha." Gao Fuqing opened the jade box, and his expression changed slightly because he was wrong. There was actually a small rejuvenation pill inside the jade box. "Isn't this a little too precious?" Zhou Yunfa was also shocked. "It's just a small greeting gift. Please accept it." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Lu Dehua was taken aback. He looked at the ecstasy in the eyes of the 3 of them and thought to himself, is there a need for a rejuvenation pill? However, when he saw the pill in the hands of the 3 of them, he and Wu Man were both shocked. This is actually a small rejuvenation pill. 3 small rejuvenation pills, this kind of generosity can't be said to be small. Brother Jiang, how can you favor one and discriminate against another? 3 small rejuvenation pills, ah. Lu Dehua said with a pained expression. Although small rejuvenation pills were not impossible to find for Zhou Yunfa, Gao Fuqing, and the others, they were still extremely rare. Even they only had 2 or 3 on them at most. This was a life-saving item, and no one would complain about having more. Moreover, a small rejuvenation pill was worth tens of millions of origin stones. It could only be encountered and not sought. This was a huge gift. Young Master Jiang is really generous. Wu Man was a little jealous. 1 small rejuvenation pill, tsk. Even she couldn't compare to Jiang Chen's generosity. The value of these 3 small rejuvenation pills was at least 100 million, and they were priceless. Look at Brother Jiang. Lu Dehua, next time you buy pills, don't be so stingy. It's not like I'm not giving you money. Brother Jiang is much more generous than you, ha ha ha. Zhang Xueyou looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude, then said to Lu Dehua disdainfully. F*ck. You guys, do you have to embarrass me like this? Come, come, let's drink, let's drink. Today, I will make all of you drunk. Lu Dehua said. Everyone was also very enthusiastic about Xianxia. Although they had helped him once before, it was entirely because of Lu Dehua. However, Xianxia gave them such a generous gift, which made everyone feel ashamed. However, their impression of Xianxia was very good. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, Xianxia was the ace alchemist of the Galaxy Auction House. He was worthy of their friendship. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone went back to their own homes. Xianxia's heart was still thinking about Yu Huan. He must pass the test of Heavenly Awakening Silver River City. At that time, there wouldn't be any problem for him to fight Yu Huan. Today's matter started because of me. I almost implicated young Master Jiang. I'm really ashamed. Young Master Jiang helped me out. Wu Man will always remember this. Wu Man said. It's okay, it's okay. Xianxia didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he didn't do it because of her and that she was thinking too much. Wouldn't that be slapping his face and scolding him? Looking at Xianxia's back as he left, Wu Man was quite concerned. What's the matter? Have you fallen in love with him? Lu Dehua said with a smile. Wu Man rolled her eyes at Lu Dehua and curled her lips. What's the matter? Can't I? The man is unmarried, and the woman is unmarried. Isn't it normal for me to fall in love with him? The ace alchemist of the Galaxy Auction House is worthy of my love. Although his strength is a little weak, he was able to repel 4 guards of the Horsemen of Apocalypse with a punch. He's not an ordinary person. He even fought with Yu Huan for me. Isn't this obvious enough? It's shallow. Lu Dehua said with a smile. What shallow? Wu Man frowned. I said that you're shallow. He wants to find Yu Huan, and he mentioned it to me before. So this time, it's not to stand up for you, nor is it to be a hero saving the beauty. Ha ha ha. Get lost. What kind of brother are you? Wu Man kicked Lu Dehua, who turned around innocently. Thinking of what had just been said, Wu Man blushed slightly. Wasn't this too embarrassing? It turned out that she had been overthinking things. However, Xianxia was the first person who had piqued her interest. Countless people in the Apocalypse Galaxy City were obsessed with her. She didn't believe that she couldn't handle a man at the 8th level of the Star Emperor realm. After returning to his residence, Xianxia entered a state of cultivation until the day of the assessment of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Xianxia packed up and went straight to the Knights of the Apocalypse. When he arrived, the first person Xianxia saw was Luoying. She hadn't missed her appointment and was waiting for Xianxia at the entrance of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Your strength has improved again in the past 6 months. You've actually reached the half-step star level. Xianxia was very surprised when he saw Luoying. Her strength had improved at a godly speed, leaving him far behind. It's just luck. I was about to break through anyway. I've been in seclusion for the past 6 months, so it's a matter of course. Luoying nodded. Let's go. The assessment of the Knights of the Apocalypse is about to begin. When the 2 of them arrived at the freshman assessment area, there were already more than 200 people gathered there. It seemed that there weren't many people who had come for the assessment. However, the elimination rate was also very high. Xianxia saw Tong Ling in the freshman assessment area. She looked a little dazed and depressed. The moment Xianxia's palm patted her shoulder, Tong Ling suddenly raised her head. Her expression became extremely complicated as disbelief flashed in her eyes. She was overjoyed. Xianxia, why you? You're not dead. Do you want me to die that much? Xianxia smiled. No, I thought you were dead. Where have you been all this time? I've been waiting for you here, Tong Ling said, pretending to be angry. Tong Ling pretended to be angry, but her face was full of smiles. Xianxia not dying was a great thing for her. It's a long story. This time, it was also a narrow escape. Xianxia sighed. In the future, stay away from her. You don't deserve her. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Xianxia's ears. It was a tall lady clad in silver armor. She said in a cold tone. The armor flickered with light, and it was awe-inspiring. The woman's features were even more distinct, and her eyes were like a waterfall. Within her domineering aura, there was a hint of gentleness. Of course, that hint of gentleness was not for Jiang Chen, but for Tong Ling, who was beside him. This overbearing attitude made Jiang Chen very unhappy. However, this person was 70 to 80% similar to Tong Ling. She was very beautiful and should have a close relationship with Tong Ling's sister. Don't be a busybody. Jiang Chen and I are good friends. It's not as complicated as you think. Tong Ling said with a wronged expression. Be careful that you don't get sold. Some men just like to live off women. Being able to qualify for the Horsemen of the Apocalypse's assessment doesn't mean that you can enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Tong Yao sneered. Her cold posture was full of oppression. With her half-step star-level strength, she had the strength to look down on Jiang Chen. It's not a good thing to be too arrogant. Be careful not to cause trouble with your mouth. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse shouldn't be a place that hides filth. Everything depends on strength. Luoying looked straight ahead and met Tong Yao's eyes, not avoiding at all. Good. Good, good, good. In that case, let me see if you are strong enough to stay here. Tong Yao said disdainfully and turned to look at Tong Ling. Work hard and don't disappoint Dad's high hopes. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse is our glory. You can only succeed and not fail. Yes. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely succeed. Tong Ling said confidently. What's so lively? The selection is about to begin. Why are you all standing here? A cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. When Jiang Chen saw the man, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. The man was none other than Yu Huan, the man he met in the tavern. He had been brooding over this man and wanted to deal with him. Only Yu Huan knew about Big Yellow's whereabouts, so he couldn't give up on this clue. Hello, Commander Yu. Tong Yao nodded slightly and said in a low voice. Yes. Yu Huan nodded, and his gaze turned cold as it fell on Jiang Chen. This guy was really haunting him. He didn't expect him to come to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The heavens really had eyes. We meet again. Ha ha ha, it seems that this time, you must not fall into my hands. Yu Huan stretched out his palms and clenched them tightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance, and a murderous aura surged. Everyone could feel the domineering and mighty aura emanating from him. Everyone in the surroundings cast sidelong glances at them. Even Tong Yao pulled Tong Ling back and retreated. Tong Yao rejoiced that she had managed to get Tong Ling to distance herself from him. Nothing good would come out of this fellow's conflict with Commander Yu. Commander Yu is the chief examiner of our assessment this time. Isn't this kid courting death? That's right. Of all people to provoke, he's already clashing with Commander Yu before even entering the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. If this guy doesn't stumble, who will? Ha ha ha. Shoo. Be quiet. Trouble comes from the mouth. Everyone's eyes gathered here. The appearance of Commander Yu had already caused a commotion, and Jiang Chen had also become the target of public criticism. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen also felt all eyes on him, but he remained unmoved. Hello, Commander Yu. When I join the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I will naturally meet you. Jiang Chen said. Is that so? But first, you have to have the capital. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse is not a place you can enter just because you want to. Ha 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 ha. Yu Huan laughed loudly. If I can't get in, everyone will be eliminated. Jiang Chen said indifferently. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, the entire assessment area was in an uproar. Wasn't this too arrogant? How could an 8th Heaven Star Emperor brat be so arrogant? So domineering? Was there any justice in this world? Jiang Chen's words made him almost everyone's public enemy. Wasn't he looking down on everyone? What made him so confident? Did he know what place this was? This was the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which gathered all the young powerhouses on the Apocalypse planet. He had to be responsible for his words. Wasn't this blatant provocation? Isn't this too arrogant? I'd like to see what this guy is capable of. If a small tree isn't trimmed, it won't grow. Where did this hothead come from? Does he really think the Apocalypse Galaxy is his village? Does he think he's the prettiest kid in the village? He's courting death. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Even without Commander Yu, this guy will be eliminated very soon. This kind of troublemaker must be dealt with first. I'm willing to bet that it's impossible for this guy to pass the assessment. He'll probably be eliminated in the first round. Who here isn't a genius? If he isn't, he has no right to stand here. Jiang Chen's words caused the 200 new candidates to look at each other in dismay, mocking and ridiculing each other. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't enough to make them feel threatened at all, but he was still being so arrogant. Wasn't he just causing trouble for everyone? A man like this was destined to become the public enemy of all freshmen. There wasn't a single genius who wasn't prideful, and there wasn't a single genius who wasn't arrogant. However, no one was as arrogant as Jiang Chen. Such a person, he must be out of his mind. He doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. He's only in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I really don't know how he passed the assessment of Norton City. Tong Yao curled her lips and said disdainfully. Jiang Chen is quite capable. I'm no match for him, Tong Ling said in a low voice. Tong Ling said in a low voice. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so direct, ignoring everyone else. His arrogance and conceit were unparalleled. You're no match for him, but it doesn't mean that everyone here is no match for him. If you're too headstrong and self-centered, you'll only die a more miserable death. Tong Yao said with a cold smile. Jiang Chen isn't an arrogant person. He must have his reasons. It seems that there's some conflict between him and Commander Yu. Tong Ling said. Only a naive guy like you would think that he's innocent. Going against Commander Yu and looking down on so many freshmen, he'll have a hard time in the future. Tong Yao stood with her arms crossed, looking indifferent. She looked at Jiang Chen as if she was looking at an idiot. This guy was so arrogant that he was digging a hole for himself. Yu Huan's smile became more and more brilliant. The smile on Yu Huan's face became more and more brilliant. This guy was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He didn't even know where he was. How could he be so confident? It was simply unbelievable. Arrogant and condescending. This kind of person would usually be the first to be eliminated after the assessment. Looks like you're not afraid of anything. I'll wait and see if you have the ability to do so. I'll wait and see. Don't disappoint me and get eliminated early. If that happens, I'll be very disappointed. Yu Huan chuckled and shook his head. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at Jiang Chen like a pool of stagnant water. As the chief examiner, didn't he have to make Jiang Chen fall if he wanted Jiang Chen to fall? He dared to challenge him. He had the final say in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse's assessment. Don't worry, I won't disappoint Commander Yu. If there's a chance, I might even challenge Commander Yu. Jiang Chen's words set off another wave of excitement, even the killing intent in Yu Huan's eyes became more and more intense. This kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is simply taking advantage of me. How dare he challenge my authority? He's overestimating himself. At this moment, the people around could no longer be bothered with Jiang Chen. This arrogant and conceited guy will one day be killed by his own stupidity. He hasn't even entered the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, yet he wants to challenge the dignity of the commander. Isn't this courting death? I'm very pleased that you have such thoughts, but there's a price for challenging me. Wait until you enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse first. Otherwise, you won't even have the qualifications to challenge me. Yu Huan said Leng. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. I only have one goal, and that is to spar with Commander Yu. Jiang Chen and Yu Huan stood facing each other. At this moment, they were already at each other's throats, but as one of the deputy commanders of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and a high position, Yu Huan naturally wouldn't lower himself to the same level as Jiang Chen, even if deep down, he really wanted to kill Jiang Chen to vent his hatred. The people around were already completely numb, and they were also full of ridicule for Jiang Chen. He was already extremely arrogant. Everyone now knew that there was an arrogant and conceited 8th Heaven Star Emperor challenging the chief examiner of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse here. This result would definitely be quite exciting. I hope you can reach that step and start from a young age. Gather. Yu Huan shouted. More than 200 freshmen waiting for the assessment all followed Yu Huan to the high platform in the assessment area for the freshmen. There was no end to the surroundings. The assessment area for the freshmen stretched out as far as the eye could see. Apart from the endless mountain shadows and clouds, there was nothing else. On the high platform, Yu Huan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him were 20 peak star emperors from the horsemen of the apocalypse. Each one of them was courageous and domineering. For these people, they were filled with envy and pressure. No one doubted the might of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Thus, countless people racked their brains, wanting to join the horsemen of the apocalypse and become a member of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. They wanted to stand under the starry sky and look up at the endless stars without being expelled. This was a kind of faith, a kind of glory. In the Apocalypse Galaxy City, no one was an exception. Even for the people of the city, the horsemen of the apocalypse was still a supreme glory. They were immortal warriors, invincible godly soldiers. More than 200 people came from every corner of the apocalypse planet. They carried with them a dream that had never been extinguished in their hearts for thousands of years. Their fervent hearts were forever burning, waiting to be reborn after experiencing the wind and rain. If they became a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse, they could bring honor to their ancestors and make the Milky Way city their home forever. No matter how big the world was, there would always be a place for them to go. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation as they gazed at Yu Huan on the high platform. This test of the Apocalypse Galaxy City would determine their future fate. It would be the most important turning point in their lives. Success or failure would be decided here. This is the Apocalypse Galaxy City, the horsemen of the apocalypse. What awaits you is a hellish test. By coming here, you already have qualifications that ordinary people don't have. However, you also need to work hard because this time, the horsemen of the apocalypse will only be recruiting 50 people. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each team will only need 10 people. I believe that you are all elites among elites, geniuses among geniuses. However, reality is cruel. If you want to stay, you have to show more ability than others. The horseman of the apocalypse doesn't need cowards. Yu Huan's shout made everyone's blood boil. However, there were more than 200 people, and only 50 people were being recruited. This showed just how strict the horsemen of the apocalypse's test was. They were all geniuses picked from their respective regions, and they still had to go through layers of screening here. It was incomparably difficult. Thus, you have to go through 3 tests. The first test will retain 150 people. 1,000 miles away, there is a Yingbin River that runs through the west of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Take a ladle of Yingbin River water and bring it back. The first 150 people will pass. The person who takes the least time will definitely get more points. This will be especially important for your development in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Each test is extremely difficult. If you pass the 3 tests of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the first place of each test will become the new captain, with 1 captain and 2 vice captains. You have to remember that strength is just one aspect. If you can overcome the various tests set up by the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, you will be considered a true member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. That is the glory of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Yu Huan said in a deep voice. It's that simple? Isn't it just a competition of speed? Ha ha ha, I'm the best at it. Yeah, whoever is faster will definitely have an absolute advantage. He, I can't wait anymore. Let's get started. That's right. I'm determined to get first place. I don't believe that anyone can be faster than me. Some people in the crowd were already eager to give it a try. They couldn't wait to join the battle and determine the winner quickly. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Now, everyone around them was their opponent. Whether they could advance or not would depend on their own abilities. However, many people were very confident in competing in speed. After all, being fast enough would determine the odds of winning in the battle. Jiang, are you confident? After leaving nursery rhyme, Tong Ling still chose to stand on the same front as Jiang. There's no pressure. Jiang shrugged. Speed had always been his forte. He was thinking about how to get first place in the first test. Really? Tong Ling looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia still had such confidence among so many experts in the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Tong Ling was a little skeptical. Xianxia was indeed more arrogant, domineering, and strong than before. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. Strength is strength. What's there to be low-key about? Xianxia said calmly. Don't underestimate these people. None of them is easy to provoke. Most importantly, you don't know their strength and background. Do you think the first test of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse will be that simple? Luoying looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. Based on my understanding of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, there's most likely a trap. I'll have to rely on my own strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to pass the first trial so easily. We have to see what they are planning. Do you really think it's as simple as taking a ladle of water? He. Luoying smiled devilishly. From the looks of it, we really can't let our guard down. However, I'm still reserving first place. If the two of you have any problems, I'll give you a hand and take second and third place. Xianxia was unruffled. Keep bragging. With the two of us, can you still be number one? Don't blame me for not reminding you, Xianxia. This is not Norton City. You have to leave some leeway for yourself. This time, you just need to pass the test. Save your strength. Don't be like what you did in Norton City. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. More than 30 experts in the 8th or 9th heaven of Star Emperor realm attacked you. Even if you won that battle, you used all your means and almost failed. Luoying said solemnly. I'd better rely on myself. I don't want to be a burden to you. Tong Ling also said with a smile. The two of you clearly don't trust me. I've already laid my cards on the table. Sigh, there's no other way. Being invincible must be lonely. Xianxia had an expression of being invincible and lonely. Luoying and Tong Ling looked at each other and smiled. They were both looking forward to Xianxia's performance. However, it was really impossible to take the two of them with him. Are you ready? Don't waste time on meaningless things. The Horseman of the Apocalypse is waiting for you. Let's go. All the way to the west. With Yuhuan's roar, more than 200 people were almost all ready. Like arrows released from a bow, they rushed out all the way to the west. Among these people, Xianxia found that he was the weakest. There were more than 10 half-step star-level experts, and the rest were all at the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. He was the only one at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. No wonder he was so conspicuous in the crowd. Xianxia's speed could only be regarded as average, but Tong Ling and Luoying were very powerful and were already among the best. More than 200 people rushing out of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse at the same time was also very spectacular. However, as time went on, the gap between them gradually widened. The last few dozen people all used all their strength, wanting to strive for the top, while the people in the front racked their brains, wanting to rush to the first place. Whoever could get first place in the triple assessment could be directly promoted to captain. Who didn't want to be a captain as soon as they entered the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? Therefore, they never gave up on their efforts. The first place was always the most dazzling, while the second place was often just a shadow. It seems that these people are very strong, worthy of being called geniuses. Xianxia thought to himself, extremely solemn. He hadn't used his means yet, and these people were almost evenly matched. However, he was also at the upper middle level, so he was not in a hurry to use his strength. There were many experts around, so Xianxia naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to look down on anyone. He was just targeting Yuhuan. Just because he was talented, did it mean that others were destined to be fools? The universe was vast, the heavens and the earth were vast. Only when countless geniuses gathered together would they be able to manifest a true gathering of heroes. Nobody was given for free. If you wanted to become a person above others, you would have to step on the corpses of countless experts. You would have to make everyone submit to you. However, all of this wasn't simple. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, streaks of rainbow shadows flew across the horizon without end. Every single one of them was fighting with all their might, and they were determined to fight for first place. However, in the sky, hurricanes suddenly appeared and swept past. The wind was very terrifying, reaching a speed of 1,000 meters in an instant. Sand and stones were flying around, and the boulders in the sky were swept into the hurricanes. The wind blades were like knives, and the feeling of the end of the world shrouded everyone's hearts. Even the experts at the peak of the Star Emperor realm didn't dare to take it lightly. They could only advance slowly, step by step. Otherwise, a little carelessness might cause them to fall into an irrecoverable situation and be swept into the hurricanes. The wind blades were one aspect of danger. If they couldn't get out, they didn't know where they would be swept to, let alone whether they would be torn into pieces and disappear between heaven and earth. What a terrifying wind. This is definitely an evil wind. Damn it, could it be one of the tests of the Knights of the Apocalypse? I think it's most likely. They said that they would just take a ladle of water. Isn't this bullying? You can also choose to give up. Then, you will lose the qualification to enter the Knights of the Apocalypse. Alas, I have to grit my teeth and force myself to go through. Facing this terrifying hurricane, Xianxia squinted his eyes. Sure enough, as Luoying had expected, no one could casually pass through this place. They had to avoid the hurricane while moving forward, and their speed was bound to drop. The one who could get out of this place first would be the final winner. It's time for me to show my strength. This first place, I'm definitely taking it. F***CK. Look. Who is that? He's too fast. I couldn't even see him clearly. He actually rushed into the hurricane. Isn't he courting death? He's just eager to show off. Humph. Look at the current situation. Whoever dares to act recklessly will be digging their own grave. Perhaps he's confident in his own strength. Ha ha ha. Whoever gets first place will have the opportunity to become a captain. If it were me, I wouldn't want to give up either. However, rushing into the hurricane now is almost certain to die. That's right. Unless he has the strength of a Stargrade, I feel that even a half-step Stargrade third-level Stargrade expert might not be able to withstand such a hurricane. It's better to seek victory steadily. As long as they can pass this first round, it'll be fine. You can't force things. Luoying, did you see that person clearly? He seems to be Xianxia. That guy. Tong Ling's face was full of shock as he slowly moved forward around the hurricane. Only Xianxia charged straight into the center of the hurricane. I think so. Luoying's expression was solemn. When she turned around, she didn't see Xianxia. That person just now must have been him. So many experts had dared not rush into the hurricane, yet he had actually taken the lead. If he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Luoying hadn't expected Xianxia to be so radical. This was a battle between life and death. Furthermore, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to come out. He's a little too rash, Tong Ling said impatiently. Tong Ling said snappily. However, the worry in his heart was hard to calm down. Perhaps, he has his own plans. Luoying's eyes lit up. She suddenly recalled that back in the Light Rift Valley, Xianxia seemed to have brought her safely into the abyss. If it had been someone else, they would have been torn apart by the wind blades of the Light Rift Valley. Even Stargrade powerhouses were no exception. Although many people were filled with disdain towards Xianxia, they were more worried that Xianxia would beat them to it. Therefore, everyone exerted all their strength and quickly bypassed the hurricane zone, tempering their way forward. The reason why Xianxia didn't care about the hurricane was because he had absolute confidence. Otherwise, he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't risk his life for the so-called first place. However, since he had absolute confidence, there was no need for him to keep a low profile. After all, this was the heavenly awakening Silver River City. He wanted to shine brightly and let everyone see his existence. Within the hurricane, Xianxia directly displayed the eternal immortal wind. He didn't even need the Azure Billow Divine boat as he calmly entered the center of the hurricane. 10 miles of hurricane swept across the sky, making it impossible for anyone to hide. However, Xianxia was in the center of the hurricane as though he was walking on flat ground. Interesting. It seems that the person that commander you thinks highly of has some ability. In that case, I'll add some more ingredients for you. A skinny gray-robed man in the hurricane said with a smile. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wind movement order, Heavenly Stems Wind. The man held a milky white diamond-shaped token in his hand and waved it. The hurricane changed once again, becoming even faster and stronger. Numerous wind blades sliced through the void, shocking many experts and forcing them to move away from the hurricane zone. This hurricane seems a little strange. Xianxia looked around and murmured. The wind blades in the center of the hurricane seemed to be rushing towards him. They bombarded him crazily as though they wanted to kill him. Eternal immortal wind, swish. Xianxia was like a deity. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Step by step, he was as steady as Mount Tai. The eternal immortal wind wasn't any weaker than the hurricane here. In fact, it might even be stronger. Both sides were evenly matched. Xianxia calmly passed through the hurricane. Xianxia moved against the wind. Although he had a lot of weight on his shoulders, he still easily broke through the center of the hurricane. Finally, he successfully passed through the center of the hurricane. No matter who you are, no matter what tricks you use, I, Xianxia, will take them on. Sneaking around like this, what kind of hero are you? Xianxia sneered. If it wasn't for the protection of the eternal immortal wind, he would have died a long time ago. However, when he left the center of the hurricane, he was even more certain that someone was messing with him. Otherwise, why would the wind keep decreasing the moment he left the center of the hurricane? The whirlpool that was targeting the eternal immortal wind also disappeared without a trace. Although Xianxia didn't know who was behind this, he was sure that it was targeted at him. Kid, interesting. Let's wait and see. I hope you have the opportunity to enter the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. Otherwise, we won't have the chance to meet again. Nie Yunfeng smiled and put away the wind movement order. He sat on the mountain peak with a bright smile on his face. After leaving the center of the hurricane, Xianxia was already far in the lead and headed straight for the Yingbin River. The waves of the Yingbin River were turbulent, and the setting sun roared endlessly. At the edge of the Yingbin River stood 10 warriors wearing the armor of the horsemen of the apocalypse. They were quite surprised by Xianxia's appearance. They hadn't expected him to be so fast. In the past assessments, no one had been able to break through the hurricane area so quickly. It seemed like this guy hadn't been delayed at all. You can go back and report after getting the water from the Yingbin River. The silver-armored warrior standing in front of the Yingbin River said in a deep voice. He threw a gourd to Xianxia. After filling it with water, Xianxia turned around and left, ready to report back. When Xianxia turned around and returned, he met many people on the way. Everyone's expression changed drastically, full of shock. F***CK. Isn't that Xianxia? Isn't he too fast? He actually didn't die and even rushed out of the hurricane area. Oh my god. As expected of someone who can challenge Commander Yu. It seems that we all underestimated this guy. Yes, this guy is already back, but we're still on the way to the Yingbin River. This is too much of a blow. Many experts were beating their chests and stamping their feet. However, Xianxia being able to take the lead was due to his ability. There was no point in being envious. However, Xianxia taking the lead made everyone very angry, but they could do nothing about it. They could only watch helplessly as Xianxia walked past them. The first place seemed to belong to him. Xianxia. It seems that we really have to reevaluate him. We absolutely can't let this guy go. Hurry up and run. We won't even be able to enter the top 150 later. Many people seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly rushed forward. Xianxia was gradually getting farther and farther away. Luoying and Tongling took care of each other along the way and remained in the top 50. When the two of them saw Xianxia's figure, they also revealed gratified smiles. This guy was really unexpected, and they had a whole new level of respect for him. As expected, Xianxia easily obtained first place. When he returned to the freshman assessment area again, everyone had yet to return. He was the only one there. Xianxia looked at Yu Huan. The latter's expression was obviously a little ugly. When their gazes met, the fighting spirit of both of them became more and more intense. It was as if they were fierce beasts that could break out of their cages at any time. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Commander Yu. I actually obtained first place. Interesting, but this is only the first round. It won't be that easy to pass the remaining 2 rounds. Yu Huan said faintly, suppressing the anger in his heart. He never thought that he would be humiliated by a freshman taking the assessment. Don't worry, I've said it before. If I can't pass the assessment, no one else will be qualified to advance. Jiang Chen was still full of confidence. Are you provoking me? Yu Huan said in a deep voice. I wouldn't dare. However, I've been looking for a yellow mad dog recently. I heard that he's in the hands of Commander Yu. Jiang Chen said with a smile. A yellow mad dog. He, yes, I do have a yellow mad dog in my hands. However, what do you want him for? I only caught him to guard the house. Yu Huan's words made Jiang Chen's eyes burn with passion. He was even furious. However, he couldn't fall out with Yu Huan yet. This guy actually wanted to use De Huang to guard the house. He raped and killed my sister, so I want to catch him and grind his bones to ashes. Jiang Chen said fiercely, staring straight at Yu Huan. In that case, we can be considered to be fated. However, since you want to take revenge for that dead dog, why don't you kneel down and beg me? Maybe I can be merciful and fulfill your wish. Yu Huan said with a faint smile. It's just a dead dog. If Commander Yu can help me kill it to vent my anger, it's fine. However, it's hard to say who will kneel down and beg who. Jiang Chen didn't show any weakness and confronted Yu Huan tit for tat. It seems that Commander Yu has to deal with this arrogant and conceited guy. Tong Yao said with a sneer, adding fuel to the fire. She also hated Jiang Chen very much. It's too late. The assessment has just begun. Let's play slowly. Yu Huan sneered like a beast staring at its prey. Jiang Chen was completely at odds with him. Jiang Chen was angry, but he was still very rational. At this time, since he was sure that De Huang had a relationship with Yu Huan, he was relieved. After Jiang Chen, it took the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before people started to come back one after another. However, the assessment was still an assessment. Only the top 150 people would be admitted. As for the rest, they were directly eliminated. Some people were happy, while others were sad. However, at least Luoying and Tong Ling had passed the test. I didn't expect to worry about you for nothing. Tong Ling curled his lips and said. Although many people didn't like Jiang Chen, it couldn't be denied that Jiang Chen still obtained first place. In the first round of the exam, he absolutely crushed everyone. This spirit and strength couldn't help but make many people feel deep veneration. However, even more people had long since taken Jiang Chen as a strong opponent, and they didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. I already said that I would lay my cards on the table, but you guys didn't believe me. Don't blame me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. Tong Ling rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to care about him. However, she was still very happy that Jiang Chen could obtain first place. In the future, whether they could fight side by side in the Tianqi Milky Way city would depend on the next battle. More than 70 people were eliminated in the first round. Many people were indignant, but the rules were the rules. They couldn't be changed because of someone, especially the Tianqi Milky Way city's assessment. Failure only meant that one's skill was not as good as others. There was nothing to sigh about. As for those who passed the first round of the exam, they didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, there were still 2 rounds of the exam. As long as one fell behind, it was basically hopeless. After a day of rest, the second round of the exam would begin on the second day. It was still in the freshman assessment area. Yu Huan stood in front of everyone and said to everyone. Next is the second round of the exam. Are you all ready? I'm sure you already know about the first day of the exam. You only have one chance. Once you lose, you won't have the chance to start all over again. Therefore, what you have to do is work hard and work harder to surpass others. Only then will you be able to show yourself. The second round of the exam is in the stone array of Baiming Mountain. Only 100 people will remain in the stone array. The array and the natural barrier of Baiming Mountain will be your greatest enemies. Whoever can walk out first will be a true powerhouse. Let me see your determination. Go, Knights of the Apocalypse. We don't need cowards. After Yu Huan finished speaking, everyone was eager to start the second round of the exam. Stone Array of Biming Mountain. It didn't look like a good place. I didn't expect the exam to be set in Biming Mountain this time. The Stone Array of Biming Mountain is for the Knights of the Apocalypse to train, but the difficulty of the exam is so high. Luoying frowned and said in a low voice. How do you know everything? I really suspect that you were born and raised in the Milky Way City. Tongling looked at Luoying and said with a smile, exactly. That's right. However, I was chased out, so I must return to the apocalyptic Milky Way City fair and square this time. Luoying said nonchalantly. However, Xianxia was getting more and more suspicious. He was afraid that things weren't as simple as they thought. Luoying's strength had broken through to the half-step star realm in such a short period of time. This made him even more curious about Luoying and her understanding of Mao Mountain's techniques. This woman wasn't ordinary. Let's go. Whoever can run out of Biming Mountain first will successfully pass the second round of the exam. Xianxia said. Under Yu Huan's lead, everyone left the Knights of the Apocalypse and arrived at Biming Mountain in the north. The terrain of the northern underworld mountain was very strange. It was very steep and dangerous, and there were many layers of mountains. Mountains surrounded, mountains connected, and mountains stacked on top of each other. It was like a maze, and once someone entered it, they wouldn't be able to get out. Even Xianxia couldn't figure out what was going on with this terrain. This wasn't a formation, but a series of barriers formed naturally by the terrain of the mountain. It looked very chaotic, and once someone entered it, they wouldn't know when they would be able to get out. What a steep Biming Mountain. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's like a natural stronghold. Are we going to find a way out here? That's right. I don't think the second round is as simple as we think. Didn't they say that they would only take a ladle of water in the first round? Didn't there still be hurricanes blocking the way? Yes, who would believe them? Do you think anyone can enter the Knights of the Apocalypse without some real ability? Everyone looked at the huge ancient beast-like mountain in front of them, as if it had opened its bloody mouth to devour everything. The terrain here is strange and even more terrifying than a maze. It's best to be careful. Luoying looked at Xianxia. Although your array formation skills are already very high, it's impossible to use your array formation here. The terrain is ever-changing, and it's impossible to fathom. Xianxia nodded. He naturally knew what kind of place the Knights of the Apocalypse was. The first round was a competition of speed. It seemed very simple, but so many people had fallen and been sent out of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. The second round was bound to make even more people flinch. It's best if the three of us don't split up. This second round looks far more difficult than the first. Tongling looked at the two of them, feeling a little guilty. Let's begin. You have 3 days. This isn't an unsolvable maze. True experts aren't afraid of hardships and dangers. Whoever can get out first will pass. This is simply a maze. We can't find the way out at all, Tongling said gloomily. Tongling said with a gloomy face. They had been searching for half an hour, but there was no clue. Xianxia, Luoying, and the others were all at their wits' end. This is the natural barrier of Biming Mountain. If it was so easy to get out of these stone arrays, they wouldn't have been used for the freshman assessment. Luoying said solemnly. It's not a formation. It's more like one. These stone arrays are all naturally formed, but we're lost in them. Interesting. I'm afraid it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if we want to get out. Xianxia investigated for a long time and found no traces of a formation. Everything was random, and there was no way to find the way out. It was too difficult. But since the Knights of the Apocalypse had used this place as a training battlefield, there were definitely traces to follow. They wouldn't let them be completely trapped here. The stone arrays here are ever-changing. To get out of here, it's not just luck but also strength. Sometimes, the impact of the boulders isn't something we can withstand. If it's light, we'll be seriously injured. If it's heavy, we'll be crushed to death. Be careful. As they spoke, Luoying pulled Xianxia and Tongling and turned to leave. They saw a boulder rolling toward them. It was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. The impact was accompanied by a loud rumble. The three of them held their breath and didn't dare to be careless. As the boulder rolled, they were already prepared. However, the road ahead of them was cut off once again. They could only turn back and look for another way out. How unlucky. It's too scary, Tong Ling said with lingering fear. It was completely dark here, and it was impossible to fly. In the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way city, there were many places where flying could not be done. Some were caused by the geographical environment, while others were forbidden. This road is blocked. We'll have to find another way. Luo Ying's face was filled with helplessness, but there was nothing she could do. They could only rely on luck. Right now, they could only find a way out as soon as possible. Only then could they advance to the third stage. Every step was related to their fate. No one dared to underestimate it. It wasn't just Jiang Chen and the others. The hundreds of experts were all in the same situation. They were trapped in the stone array again and again, unable to find a way out. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. I'll try to use the formation to see if I can find a way out. Jiang Chen observed his surroundings as he searched for a way out. The boulders were constantly moving as though they were alive. Jiang Chen could only rely on his intuition to find a way out. The stone array was too mysterious. He couldn't figure it out and couldn't figure it out. Everything seemed to be up to fate. However, if you're strong enough, you'll be able to find more ways out, and you'll have more chances to leave this place. The coexistence of opportunity and strength was the only way to become an impeccable expert. Damn it. I've already searched for hundreds of paths. Why can't any of them lead me out of here? The deeper I go, the deeper I go. When will I be able to leave this place? That's right, I'm about to suffocate to death. I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat, okay? Look at you. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As long as you persevere, you'll definitely be able to find a way out. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you go out? My brain is about to explode. There are hundreds and thousands of paths, but none of them lead me out of here alive. Even when I turn back, the original path has already changed. Jiang Chen could even hear faint shouts and curses coming from his surroundings. It was obvious that leaving the stone array was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The boulders were constantly moving and the paths were constantly changing. There were thousands and hundreds of thousands of paths. How could one find a way out? Jiang Chen's formation was also unable to change the situation, because there was no trace of it. The foundation of a formation was to have a changeable foundation, and there must be a pattern that could be followed. Even if the formation was formed without any pattern, it still needed to be set up and laid out in the beginning. However, this formation of rocks was giving Jiang Chen a headache. Motherf ***, can this thing really only rely on luck? Jiang Chen laughed bitterly. Although it might not be difficult to leave this place, if they didn't break through as soon as possible, they would be eliminated. The horsemen of the apocalypse would have to bid farewell to them. Jiang Chen couldn't accept this. He wouldn't give up so easily. I must become a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Tong Ling was unwavering. Her sister was a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse, and she was even a squad leader. If she failed, she would definitely be very depressed. She would lose the face of Norton City, her sister, and her father. To Tong Ling, it would be very stressful. We can't go on like this. We don't know when we can get out. Even if we do, I'm afraid we won't be able to enter the top 100. The remaining people will be ruthlessly eliminated. We have to think of a way. Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. This wasn't a child's game. What they could do was fight for first place. If 100 people leave the stone array of North Nether Mountain, then the remaining people will be found by the experts of the horsemen of the apocalypse and be led away. Of course, this is equivalent to being eliminated. Luoying said. How much do you know about the stone array here? Jiang Chen looked at Luoying expectantly. Luoying frowned. Her knowledge was also limited. She didn't understand everything. The reason why the stone array here keeps moving like a living creature is because of the pattern of their movements. It's untraceable, but as far as I know, their movements are caused by the rotation of the apocalypse star. The planet rotates, and because of the existence of gravity, these boulders are attracted to the apocalypse star. They rotate along with it, forming the ever-changing stone array of North Nether Mountain. That's why they form this natural barrier. I originally thought that this was just a part of the stone array and was nothing to be afraid of, but I was too naive. Luoying sighed. She didn't have a complete understanding of this stone array, so she could only reveal everything she knew, hoping that it would be of help to Xianxia. There's no way to fly here. Don't you think it's very similar to a certain place? Xianxia pondered for a moment and looked at Luoying. What place? Tongling was stunned. It's indeed very similar. Luoying muttered. Previously, Xianxia and I narrowly escaped death. We went to a place that's somewhat similar to this place. So, you have a way, Xianxia? Tongling said in surprise, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. I'm not sure, but we can give it a try. Xianxia said in a deep voice. You mean? How do you know it won't work if you don't give it a try? Since the chaotic stone formation here is completely irregular and attached to the North Underworld Mountain, my starry sky meteoric iron might be able to open a path. Xianxia's eyes were burning. He had already thought of a way to use the meteoric iron to break the rubble array and get out of here. If the meteoric iron existed here, it would definitely repel his meteoric iron. When the magnetic field changes, it might be possible to open a path for him. Meteoric iron. Tongling sucked in a breath of cold air. Her face was very solemn. There was no need to say more about the terror of the meteoric iron. Although she didn't know much about it, she knew that it was a heaven-defying treasure. This Xianxia seemed to have gained a lot. When she wasn't around, he and Luoying had gone through a lot. Xianxia activated the cosmic meteoric iron and made it appear in the middle of the rubble formation. The huge meteoric iron shocked Tongling. When the meteoric iron appeared, the surrounding boulders trembled violently. It moved. Tongling was pleasantly surprised. The giant rocks around them were pushed back continuously. Xianxia held the meteoric iron in his hand and used an invisible magnetic field to push the giant rocks away, creating a broad path in front of the three of them. Luoying was shocked by the scene. It seemed like Xianxia's judgment was correct. The meteoric iron could really push away the giant rocks around them, creating a path for them to move forward without any obstruction. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Because of the existence of the cosmic meteoric iron, the surrounding boulders once again became violent, causing those who were lost in the boulder formation to feel even more depressed. Xianxia had pushed the path open, giving them an invisible pressure. However, for Xianxia, it was good enough that they could get out. As for whether those people could get out or not, it all depended on their luck. Rumble, Xianxia and the others moved forward quickly, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. However, at this moment, there was an earthquake. Yes, it was an earthquake. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Huge cracks appeared under their feet, revealing a bottomless abyss. The shaking around them became more and more obvious, causing Xianxia's expression to change greatly. Is it really an earthquake? This is not a good place to stay. Let's go. Why would the North Underworld Mountain suddenly cause such a big earthquake? Everyone's complexion changed greatly. Some people couldn't even dodge in time and were smashed into the underground abyss. How could this be? Yu Huan's expression was gloomy. A natural disaster like an earthquake was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Although the geographical environment of the North Underworld Mountain was very dangerous, and could even be described as abnormal, an earthquake hadn't happened for tens of thousands of years. Now that there was an earthquake, it was a great challenge for them in this new student assessment. Commander Yu, should we stop this assessment? A subordinate asked in a deep voice. It's too late. Whether or not they can survive and walk out will depend on their luck. Yu Huan shook his head. It was impossible to fly in the air here. Once one fell into the underground crack, it would be a 90% chance of survival. However, no one could be blamed for this kind of natural disaster. Xianxia and the other two rushed out of the rubble formation without stopping. After a long time, the earthquake gradually subsided. When the sun was setting, Xianxia brought Luoying and Tongling out of the rubble formation with lingering fear. What kind of existence is in the depths of the North Underworld mountain? Xianxia looked at Luoying and asked. He felt that the earthquake was a little inexplicable. Luoying shook her head. I don't know. In short, very few people will go in. It is considered one of the dangerous places in the Tianqi Silver River City. I heard that many star-level experts would disappear without a trace after entering it. Therefore, gradually, no one dares to challenge this godforsaken North Underworld mountain. As for why this place is so terrifying, I'm afraid only those who have been there would know. Luoying said. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he looked at a mountain ridge and saw a stooped old man walking in the air towards the depths of the mountain. There's actually someone who can walk in the air? Where is it? Tongling was surprised. Impossible, right? The deeper one goes into the North Underworld mountain, it's impossible for anyone to do it. Even star-level experts are no exception. Luoying was also surprised. Look, it's over there. Xianxia pointed at the call in the distance and said. Where is it? You must be seeing things. Luoying chuckled and said. I don't see it either. Tongling spread out his hands with an innocent face. Both of you didn't see it? Xianxia furrowed his brows. When he looked at the valley again, the figure had already disappeared without a trace. Xianxia couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Perhaps he really was seeing things. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face. Yu Huan, who had been waiting for them at the end, was furious when he saw that the first person to walk out was Xianxia again. His face was gloomy. No one had ever been able to get out of this stone formation on the first day. Even in the past, it would take at least 2 days for someone to get out of this formation. However, Xianxia and the other two had actually used less than a day to get out of this formation. Very good. You're really making me like you more and more. Yu Huan murmured. The corner of his mouth was cold. Xianxia's appearance had shocked the dozens of experts of the Apocalypse cavalry around them. I'm sorry, Commander Yu, but I'm the first person you saw again. Xianxia said with a smile. Yu Huan snorted coldly. Xianxia had passed 2 levels in a row, and Xianxia was first in both. This made him hate Xianxia even more. He must not let this bastard enter the Apocalypse Knights. How dare you challenge my authority as a commander? I must kill you. As long as you don't enter the Apocalypse Knights, I can control your life and death. Yu Huan clenched his fists tightly and looked at Xianxia with a cold smile. Don't be happy too early. No one knows if they will have the last laugh until the last moment. Don't end up in vain. If you fail the 3rd level and can't enter the Apocalypse Knights, you might even lose your life. That won't be worth it. Commander Yu's reminder is right. I will definitely be more careful. After entering the Apocalypse Knights, we'll have fun. Xianxia said confidently. He heaved a sigh of relief after passing the 2nd test. One could only enter the Apocalypse Knight Legion after 3 tests. He didn't even have to fight in the 1st and 2nd tests. He was afraid that the 3rd test would be a battle of life and death. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. After Xianxia, a thin youth in linen clothes walked out of the stone array. However, he knew that he was no longer first. Xianxia's figure attracted his attention because Xianxia had always been the most arrogant and domineering existence. He was also the champion of the 1st level and was known for his speed. He did not expect that Xianxia would take 1st place in the 2nd level. You're not bad. The youth in linen clothes stared at Xianxia with an indifferent expression without a trace of emotion. The youth's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Although Xianxia's power was only at the 8th level of the Star Emperor realm, he felt that this guy was very strong. Otherwise, how could he have gotten 1st place in both the 1st and 2nd tests? The goddess of luck couldn't always favor one person. Strength was the true embodiment of strength. You chose the wrong opponent. There are many people stronger than me. Xianxia said calmly. But no one can surpass you and get 1st place. I only trust my intuition. Lunglung didn't seem to take Xianxia's words seriously. He turned and left. This guy is very strong. If we fight to the death, I only have a 40% chance of winning, Luoying said in a deep voice. There were strong and weak half-step star states. Plus, there was the triple astral transformation. Some half-step star states could fight 10 people at once. It might not be an exaggeration. This guy seems to be from the linen race. I saw a linen race symbol between his eyebrows. The linen race is a large race on the heaven-awakened planet. Although it's outside the heaven-awakened Milky Way city, it's a small force. It's not much weaker than Norton City. There are very few linen race members, but they are all very talented. This guy is indeed hard to deal with. Tong Ling also frowned and reminded Jiang Chen. That youth treated Jiang Chen as an opponent, so they had to be careful of him. I hope he doesn't mess with me. Otherwise, I won't be easy to mess with. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't comment. On the evening of the second day, people walked out of the stone array one after another. On the third day, a total of 89 people walked out. Those who hadn't walked out were directly eliminated. What kind of test is this? I haven't even done anything yet, and I'm already eliminated. I can't accept this. What can you do? Can you dismantle the horsemen of the apocalypse? Ha ha ha. It's our fault for not passing the test. It's already good enough that we weren't buried in the earthquake. Be content. This is like a soft knife stabbing me. I'm here to fight, not to play hide and seek. This is so frustrating. Sigh, but it's still better than some people falling into the underground abyss. Being able to keep their lives is a blessing in disguise. Don't think that this is easy. Do you think that those who can pass the test are all fools? If you can't pass the test, it only means that your strength is lacking. Luck and brains are also a part of strength. Otherwise, do you think that just being able to fight is enough? I have a clear mind. I'll play you round and round. I won't even discuss it if I play you to death. That's right. Don't blame the heavens and blame others. A loss is a loss. Regroup, clean up the old mountains and rivers, and fight again in the future. This is the demeanor of our generation. Many people were unwilling to lose because they didn't even know how they were eliminated. However, reality was cruel. If you lost, you didn't even have a choice. More and more people drooped their heads and left Dark North Mountain. Their journey in the Apocalypse Galaxy City had come to an end. If they wanted to fight again, they could only wait for the next recruitment of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. In the second round of the test, 17 people had died and 44 people had been eliminated. No one had expected the arrival of the earthquake, but it was also an unexpected move for the freshman assessment. Even the Horsemen of the Apocalypse hadn't expected it. The weak would never be pitted. This world was always the stage of the strong. Jiang Chen looked at the dejected backs of those people. Each of them was a 1-in-a-million powerhouse, but if they wanted to leave their names behind, they had to surpass others and become the mark of this era. Everything had to start anew. With the third round of the test at hand, the remaining 89 people were all full of spirit. Yu Huan stood on a high hill and looked at the remaining 89 people. The real competition was about to begin. Whoever could laugh to the end would become the true chosen of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. A Horseman of the Apocalypse, Tong Yao was dressed in golden armor, looking valiant and formidable looking. She stood beside Yu Huan and solemnly said, "After 2 rounds of selection, you have all been promoted to Horsemen of the Apocalypse. After 2 rounds of selection, you are only 1 step away from advancing to become Horsemen of the Apocalypse. However, this 1 step could possibly separate many people from the sect forever. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse are the symbol of spirit, leaders, war, and experts. Only after many rounds of selection can you determine whether you are qualified to become a Horseman of the Apocalypse. Once you become a Horseman of the Apocalypse, you will shoulder an incomparably important responsibility. You will use your life as your belief to protect the Apocalypse planet. That is your mission and the responsibility of your life. It is your glory and spiritual pillar that you will never be able to avoid. As for the third round of the test, you will go to the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest to find Destiny Stones. Destiny Stones aren't stones, but rather living beasts that don't have their own consciousness. After death, they will condense into Destiny Stones. Most of them are only the size of a palm. Only those who obtain Destiny Stones can complete the third round of the test. However, there are strong and weak Destiny Stones. Obtaining one doesn't guarantee that you will be ranked in the top 50, But if you don't obtain one, you will forever miss the opportunity to join the horsemen of the apocalypse. In short, the more destiny stones you obtain, the greater your chances of joining the horsemen of the apocalypse. Whoever obtains the most destiny stones will be the champion of the third round of the test. When the time comes, you will become the pride of this new generation of knights. Whether or not you can become a horseman of the apocalypse will depend on your own luck. After Tong Yao finished speaking, the crux of the third round of the test was clear. The conflict between them was bound to arise. The first and second rounds of the test didn't involve a confrontation between the new students. The third round of the test directly released them into a true battle of life and death. In order to enter the horsemen of the apocalypse, they would definitely fight for more destiny stones. At that time, a battle would be unavoidable. For the sake of their dreams, their lives would become pitiful. At that time, surviving would be their only hope. This would be a battle between cornered beasts, where the fittest would be eliminated. The destiny stones were just a pretense. Whether or not they could defy the heavens and change their fates would depend on their own strength. This was a test destined to be filled with bloodshed. It looks like the real battle is finally about to begin. My broadsword has been thirsting for blood for a long time. That's right, I've been impatient for a long time, ha 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 ha. Whether or not we can have the last laugh will all depend on our own ability. I love this kind of battle the most. It's simple, violent, and very direct. The winner takes all. That's the law of the jungle. Everyone, be careful. The 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest is not a good place. I have heard of the legend of the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest before. It is a truly dangerous place. Many people have lost their lives in the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest. Don't make it sound so terrifying. Our greatest enemies are the people around us. What's so scary about the 100 Ghosts Bamboo Forest? TCH. We only have one goal, and that is to obtain more destiny stones. Even if we have to kill and plunder, we won't hesitate. The horsemen of the apocalypse didn't say anything, which means that this is a game without rules. 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest? Destiny Stone? Xianxia was startled. What kind of damned place was that? However, as the final trial ground, this place was definitely extraordinary. The final trial was clearly the time for the horsemen of the apocalypse to test their strength. Just like Dark North Mountain, this isn't a good place. However, Dark North Mountain is vast and much more terrifying than the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest. There are many demon beasts there, and many of them rely on absorbing the energy of destiny stones to survive and cultivate. Our opponents aren't just these eager competitors. Luoying smiled. She wasn't worried at all. She had been to the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest before and had some experience. As long as they could find more destiny stones, it would be fine. As for the battle, it would depend on whose fist was harder. Survival was more important than anything else. Only by surviving the destiny stones could one become a true expert. The recruitment of horsemen of the apocalypse was the strictest on the entire apocalypse planet. Furthermore, once one entered the horsemen of the apocalypse, they would have to swear an oath to become a glorious horseman. Everyone was waiting and anticipating. Luoying, Tong Ling, and even more experts were raising their heads in anticipation. Because this was what they had been chasing, it was their belief. They were born and raised on the apocalypse planet. They were the future of the apocalypse planet. If they wanted to see the apocalypse planet's dazzling starlight, they had to become horsemen of the apocalypse. However, Xianxia was different. He didn't come from the apocalypse planet. He only had one dream, and that was to become stronger. To become stronger. To become stronger, thus, he didn't have a sense of belonging, nor could he feel their love for the horsemen of the apocalypse. However, their goal was the same, to become a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse and stand openly on this hot-blooded land. Under the starry sky, they would become the strongest horsemen. My sister told me that the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest has been very chaotic recently. She didn't tell me the specifics, so she told me to be extra careful, Tong Ling said in a low voice. As a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse's assessment team, Tong Yao's words were very trustworthy. Xianxia and Luoying didn't doubt this. It's better to be safe than sorry. Luoying agreed. Although the Heaven Awakening planet was very powerful and the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city was the safest place, there were still countless dangers lurking beneath this starry sky. Looks like the examination this time won't be too lonely. Xianxia stretched his waist, his eyes shining brightly. Different situations call for different measures, and the horsemen of the apocalypse were right in front of him. How could he let others stand in his way? He would kill anyone who stood in his way. No one could stop him from moving forward. Go. The duration of the test this time is 1 month. Whether or not you will be able to undergo a complete metamorphosis within a month will depend on your own luck. Tong Yao's cold voice was filled with coldness and killing intent, and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Apart from being slightly worried about her younger sister, Tong Ling, her heart was as calm as still water. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the horsemen of the apocalypse, one could only be stronger and more diligent than others. More than 80 people were led by Tong Yao to the 100-ghost bamboo forest. Everyone was eager to give it a try. No one wanted to be left behind in this last trial. As long as they could get enough Heaven's Will stones, they would be able to advance. Within this month, there would be many battles. Whoever had the strongest fist would be able to survive and obtain more Heaven's Will stones. As the name suggested, the 100-ghost bamboo forest was a bamboo peak that stretched for millions of miles. It was a boundless sea of bamboo that swayed back and forth. The tall bamboos were 300 meters tall, and the short bamboos were 3 feet tall. The bamboo leaves were so green that they seemed to drip water, and the slender bamboos were like arrows embedded in the bamboo peaks. Be careful. Tong Yao didn't say much. These words contained all of her sister's expectations and worries. Sister, I definitely won't embarrass our Norton City. Don't worry. Tong Ling nodded. In her sister's eyes, she had always been a child, and in her father's eyes, she was a princess who couldn't grow up. However, Tong Ling herself didn't want to live under the protection of her family. She only wanted to be a bird that could spread its wings and soar high. The blue sky and white clouds were what she desired the most. The final round is about to begin. Brothers, let's go. I'll definitely teach all of you a lesson, Whether you're a mule or a horse, you'll have to lead it out for a walk. He, it'll be up to me whether you can laugh until the end. I don't want to be surpassed by trash like you. You're so young yet so arrogant. Let's see if you can still be so unyielding after entering the 100-ghost bamboo forest. The group of newcomers was very arrogant, and they weren't inferior to Xianxia. After all, they had already reached this stage. As long as they weren't too weak, they would basically be able to enter the horsemen of the apocalypse. After all, more than half of the people would be able to advance, but no one knew what kind of difficulties they would encounter during the test. Xianxia and the others quickly entered the bamboo forest, looking for the destiny stone. It was urgent. I'll go first. You two be careful. Luoying said in a deep voice. Aren't you coming with us? Tong Ling asked. I still have some private matters to attend to, and I'm afraid of dragging you down. Take care. Luoying glanced at the two of them, then turned around and entered the bamboo forest. It looks like we're the only ones left to depend on each other. Tong Ling shook her head and sighed. She walked forward, minding her own business. However, when she turned around, Xianxia had already disappeared from behind her, replaced by a thick fog. Xianxia? Tong Ling's heart sank. How could this be? Just now, Xianxia was still behind her. How did he suddenly disappear without a trace? Xianxia couldn't be so bored as to play hide and seek with her here, right? Tong Ling called out a few times, but her voice disappeared into the vast bamboo forest. At this moment, Xianxia also disappeared completely. Xianxia, please be all right. Tong Ling didn't expect this place to be so strange. As soon as she entered, it became like this. Other than the fog, there were only bamboo trees, and Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. However, Tong Ling couldn't care less about Xianxia. At this moment, she could only take one step at a time. The 100-ghost bamboo forest wasn't peaceful recently. This was what her sister told her, so Tong Ling had to be even more careful. At the same time, Xianxia was also confused. He was just talking to Luoying and Tong Ling, but when he turned around, they disappeared into the fog. He couldn't find any trace of them. The mystery of the 100-ghost bamboo forest made Xianxia completely understand. Even with his strength, he couldn't observe the things around him. He didn't even react when people disappeared. The moment he turned around, he wanted to take a look at the surrounding terrain, but when the fog came, he was the only one left looking around. This is really strange. Black King, do you know about destiny stones? Step by step, Xianxia walked deeper into the forest. From time to time, 2 groundhogs would jump out. Birds and beasts were a common sight, but they were all small animals that couldn't even be considered as demonic beasts. Destiny stones are unique to the Heaven Awakened planet. I've heard that this thing can awaken a destiny astral soul, but it's very difficult. The Black King said seriously. Destiny astral soul? What's a destiny astral soul? Xianxia said with a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had heard of this, and he was filled with curiosity. It's the destiny astral soul of a star state. Only those who reach the star state can awaken it. According to ancient legends, everyone is a star in the sky. As long as you awaken your destiny astral soul, you will be able to light up a star in the vast universe. However, it was extremely difficult to awaken one's own natal astral soul. Since ancient times, there were only a handful of stellar-level beings who could awaken their natal astral soul. Even for the nebula realm above the stellar level, only 1 in 10,000 would be able to do so. This is equivalent to the intelligence of some ordinary spirit beasts. Once they awaken it, their power and intelligence will increase to another level. As for the innate astral souls, they are the gates to the universe. I don't know how powerful the innate astral souls are, because I've never awakened one before. However, my master did. In any case, awakening one's innate astral soul is an extremely terrifying thing. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. The Black King said seriously. Xianxia hadn't seen the Black King this serious in a long time. It shouldn't be easy to awaken it with the destiny stones here, right? Otherwise, the Knights of Heaven Awaken and even the people of the Heaven Awakened planet will definitely not let this place go. Xianxia said. Although heavenly mandate astral souls were described by the Black King as divine, it wasn't so easy to awaken one's own heavenly mandate astral soul. The path was long and arduous, and it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. That's true. By the way, after awakening the destiny astral soul, one can roam the heavens. Even on the Heaven Awakened planet, one can observe everything in the Heaven Awakened planet. The Black King continued. The destiny astral soul is this powerful? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. If he could awaken the destiny astral soul, wouldn't he be able to observe the entire Heaven Awakened planet? Wouldn't his chances of finding Feng Air be greater? Xianxia's breathing became heavy, and his heart was blazing with a blazing fire. He didn't know if it was possible for him to break through to the next level. However, Xianxia also knew that it was impossible for even Star Realm experts to break through, let alone him who was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. It sounded like a fantasy, but there was no future without hope. Xianxia's heart was filled with hope. Only with a direction to work towards could he look forward to the future. That's right. The destiny astral soul can be used in battle, and its benefits are unimaginable. Only by breaking through and awakening the destiny astral soul will one know how beneficial it is. The Black King's words constantly stimulated Xianxia. Xianxia's fighting spirit soared, and he excitedly rushed deeper. I will definitely awaken the destiny astral soul, Xianxia swore solemnly. After walking for a long time, Xianxia finally found a crumpled stone. It didn't look like a stone, but the Genesis Chi energy it exuded convinced Xianxia. Although it was only the size of a palm, its existence gave Xianxia great encouragement. This is the Destiny Stone, Xianxia believed it without a doubt. There is an indescribable energy in the Destiny Stone that seems to calm one's mind and brighten one's eyes. It's not Genesis Chi, but it has the same effect. It seems to be able to fuse with Genesis Chi. Xianxia held the palm-sized Destiny Stone in his hand and took a deep breath. The Destiny Stone wasn't a precious treasure, but it could make one's mind and soul clear. It was definitely a good thing. Let's put it away first. Just as Xianxia was about to put away the Destiny Stone, a slender shadow suddenly soared through the sky like a sharp arrow. It streaked past Jiang Chen's ear with a swoosh, as fast as lightning. What the hell? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. When he turned around, the black shadow was already closing in on him again. Jiang Chen immediately raised his saber and punched out with a serious expression, hitting the black shadow squarely. Bang! After a loud bang, the black shadow was forced back by Jiang Chen, and it finally landed on the ground. Only now did Jiang Chen get a good look at it. It was actually a leopard cat. It was more than 2 feet tall, and it had a long beard. It looked like a leopard, and its black eyes were glowing with a cold light as it stared at Jiang Chen. Put it down. The leopard cat spat out the human language and said fiercely. You're just a leopard cat. You want the destiny stone? Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Chen said calmly. With a flip of his hand, he put away the destiny stone. The leopard cat bared its fangs and its eyes were like torches. With a low growl, it charged at Jiang Chen again. You're courting death. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and punched out with the power to pick up a mountain. The leopard cat's body spun rapidly, dodging the attack and playing with speed with Jiang Chen. However, this leopard cat was not easy to deal with. Its strength was at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. No wonder it dared to challenge Jiang Chen. The two exchanged several moves, but Jiang Chen still couldn't catch the leopard cat. He was also quite depressed. It seemed that he had to give it something fierce. Jiang Chen directly used the Heaven Ascension ladder and instantly suppressed the leopard cat. It had no way to resist. 3 punches hit its target, blocking its path of retreat. It rolled away in a sorry state. Meow. Awoo. The leopard cat hissed. Its ribs had been broken by Jiang Chen. It subconsciously retreated, its eyes filled with hatred and anger. Die. Jiang Chen took a step forward and punched again. However, this time, the leopard cat took advantage of the momentum to escape. Knowing that it was no match for Jiang Chen, it directly fled into the bamboo forest and disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. That's it? Jiang Chen smiled but didn't give chase. After all, this was someone else's territory. The 100 Ghosts bamboo forest was very secretive. He was really afraid of being tricked by this leopard cat. It was better to be safe than sorry. Anyway, the Destiny Stone was already in his hands. This was not a place to stay for long. Jiang Chen hurriedly left the place and continued his search for the Destiny Stone. This demonic beast wasn't strong, but he didn't rule out the possibility that it would attract more powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, he had to be extra careful. In less than 10 days, Jiang Chen had already found 4 pieces of Destiny Stones, but the biggest one was only half a foot wide. He wondered if the others would find more than him. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the outside world. He only focused on finding the Destiny Stone. However, danger was approaching step by step. Jiang Chen seemed to feel that these 2 days, there was always someone watching him. He had no choice but to be more careful. Rustle, 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 rustle. You're hiding in plain sight. Show yourself. Jiang Chen roared in a low voice. In front of him, 7 black shadows broke through the air and leaped up, heading straight for Jiang Chen's face. Their momentum was surging, and they were like 7 sharp swords. Jiang Chen was facing a formidable enemy. You're finally here. Jiang Chen's fists were sharp, and the shadows of his fists came one after another. In an instant, he displayed the dragon transformation and faced the enemy head-on. The 7 shadows converged directly. Jiang Chen didn't dare to take them lightly. After being forced back by 1 blow, the 7 shadows advanced instead of retreating. Behind Jiang Chen, more than 10 shadows of light followed one after another. They were filled with a cold and murderous aura, firmly locking onto Jiang Chen. Is it that Tanuki? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Nearly 20 Tanuki, all of whom were at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. This force could be said to be quite powerful. Even he didn't dare to take them lightly. It seemed like this civet cat wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It actually knew how to gather its friends and make a comeback. Moreover, it came prepared. More than 20 civet cats of the 9th heavens of Star Emperor realm brought great pressure to Jiang Chen. Plus, their speed was very fast, almost blocking all of his escape routes. This civet cat knew what he was capable of. That's why it was able to create such a huge force. This time, you can't escape. The tanuki slowly walked toward Xianxia, walking briskly. The corners of its mouth were slightly raised. Xianxia was sure that it was a smile, a strange and feminine smile. Is it really good to sacrifice so many of your tanuki's lives for a piece of destiny stone? Xianxia said lightly. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Die. The tanuki stood with its head held high, turning into a foxy figure. Its red sleeves danced in the wind, and its charming eyes were like waves, but there was a hidden murderous intent. At the same time, the other 21 black raccoons also transformed into enchanting beauties. Their eyes were bright and colorful, and it was as if they had stepped into a sea of flowers. Their hands were seductive, and their legs were as white as jade. Their smiling faces were as sharp as blades. The red-sleeved civet cat, who was in the lead, let out a low roar, and everyone rushed forward. That scene would definitely make one's blood boil, but at this moment, it was full of danger. Xianxia didn't have the time to appreciate the scenery, because if he made the slightest mistake, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. These raccoons were definitely hiding needles and silk floss. The land of tenderness was the grave of a hero. Xianxia lifted his sword and stood up. His heavenly dragon sword roared out of its sheath. It moved as fast as lightning, looking majestic. The surrounding raccoons flickered, and it was impossible to catch them. Xianxia could only use his sword to slash through the air and break this cage of desire. Inescapable net, demonic fox phantom. The overlapping shadows made it impossible for Xianxia to tell where these raccoons were. Their repeated attacks brought him quite a bit of pressure. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. He was trapped in the inescapable net. Rays of rainbow light swept past him. All Xianxia could see was the colorful long sleeves dancing in the air, each and every one of them was deadly. Xianxia seemed to be wrapped in the silk coiling cave. There was no way to breathe in all directions, and he was completely sealed in it. The jade-like hands moved again and again, and the palm wind was like lightning, tearing the air. Xianxia's clothes were also torn to pieces. After all, he was facing more than 20 star emperors in the 9th heaven, and he was in their territory. Xianxia had to avoid the sharp edge. The heavenly dragon sword was deafening like thunder, rising and falling, and the sword momentum was like a rainbow. However, these raccoons were also very tenacious. They fought back and forth with Xianxia. Relying on the advantage of numbers and the advantage of the terrain, these raccoons almost did not give Xianxia any chance to fight back. However, Xianxia's limitless sword was not a joke. It rode the wind and raised the sword, roaming the sky. 28 swords, invisible and shadowless, it pushed forward heavily, relying on the sword momentum, and the storm rose one after another. The limitless sword was all-pervasive. Finally, it tore through all the rainbow-colored chains. Xianxia was finally able to see the light. Meow, these raccoons rushed forward wave after wave, disregarding everything, and even wanted to fight to the death with Xianxia. They did not care about their own bodies at all. It was not a pity if they died, but they absolutely had no intention of retreating. Killing Xianxia was like a mission in their hearts. Xianxia's sword slashed their throats, but the oppressive power of these raccoons was giving Xianxia a headache. After killing one person, he needed to use his shoulder to block the remaining raccoons. Xianxia consumed a lot of Genesis Chi. However, the terror of the limitless sword gradually made these raccoons lose their fighting strength. 28 swords was even more successful, allowing Xianxia to kill in and out without any flaws. A lot of Genesis Chi was consumed. Xianxia killed more than 10 people in a row. 28 swords gave these raccoons a fatal blow. Xianxia did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He killed one by one, and did not leave any room for them to level up. If he had vowed to chase and kill them all, today's incident would not have happened. Xianxia's face was dripping with sweat. These guys were very cunning. Using the stairway to heaven consecutively consumed a lot of energy, because this was the only way to catch up with them. But this time, Xianxia must do it flawlessly. Not a single one could escape. The heavenly dragon sword broke through the wind and waves, and Xianxia began to kill crazily as if there was no one around. It had to be said that these raccoons were very cunning and very strong, causing a lot of trouble for Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not slack off at all. He could not make any mistakes. He must kill them in one blow. Only then could he complete the counterattack. He wanted the Destiny's Stone, and these raccoons also wanted the Destiny's Stone. They had become his most direct opponents. It would have been fine if you had just left, but since you dared to come back, then die. Xianxia dashed left and right. Sword shadows cut through the air like bright lights in the dark night. One raccoon after another fell. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He became more and more bloodthirsty. He killed without mercy. Only by killing everything could he be safe and sound. None of you can escape. Xianxia's murderous aura soared. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. He had long understood that he had to kill quickly. He was not a saint. To live, he must think for himself. If I don't go to hell, who will? Xianxia sneered. Sweat continuously flowed from his face, and his Genesis chi consumption had reached 99%. When he killed the last raccoon, he was also drenched in sweat. He sat down next to the bamboo, panting heavily. His hands rested on his sword as he breathed heavily. A dozen Destiny's Stones dropped from the dead raccoons. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curved slightly. It seems that these guys had not been killed in vain. How could he not take a deal that was delivered to his doorstep? Tisk, tsk, tsk. Don't you know how to be gentle? There were more than 20 of them. How could you just kill them like that? Don't you feel sorry for them at all? Ha ha ha. A man in a green robe with a spear on his back stood in front of the dead civet cats. He kept shaking his head and looking at Xianxia with a sharp smile. His green robe fluttered without any wind. His long hair was messy, but he was exceptionally sharp. The spear on his back was emitting a black light. His spear glinted coldly, and his eyes were like those of a ferocious wolf. Beside him, 7 people slowly walked over from all directions around Xianxia. Xianxia had more or less seen these people before. They were all participants of the freshman assessment. What do you want? Xianxia said indifferently. There are so many destiny stones scattered on the ground. What do you think I want? Do you want me to pick them up for you, or do you want to pick them up for me? Xiaotu said with a smile. I killed them, so the things are naturally mine. Do you want to kill me and rob me? Xianxia chuckled. Xiaotu waved his hand calmly. I didn't want to kill you at first. Even these destiny stones aren't enough for me to kill you, but you're too arrogant. I can't stand people who are more pretentious than me. You're one of them. So, I can only kill you. But it seems that I don't need to do anything. You're still too young. Xiaotu's smile was like a spring breeze after a rain. It was carefree, natural, and incomparably gratifying. The 7 people around him slowly walked towards Xianxia. You're so hesitant to kill me. Why are you still looking for a reason? Xianxia snorted. You're arrogant, but unfortunately, your life has come to an end. Xiaotu said. That might not be the case. Xianxia looked at Xiaotu and said with a ghostly smile. Do it. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Trust me, you'll die a comfortable death. Xiaotu's smile gradually turned ferocious. Ha 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 ha. 7 figures arrived one after another, overflowing with murderous intent as they closed in on Xianxia. These 7 people were all top-notch experts, peak star emperors, super geniuses who could fight 1 against 10. Being able to break through numerous tests and meet the requirements of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, their strength was already infinitely close to that of a Horseman of the Apocalypse. It's too early for you all to be happy. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to reconsider. Xianxia's strength instantly soared after consuming a little rejuvenation pill. His Genesis chi surged as the power in his body reached its peak. You still have the small rejuvenation pill? Xiaotu's pupils constricted, and his expression turned even colder. What a waste of God's gifts. Someone who's about to die wants to use a minor rejuvenation pill to prolong his life. Dream on. With Xiaotu's roar, the 7 of them finally charged forth. Xianxia no longer remained silent and raised his sword. These fellows were all peerless experts, and they couldn't be compared to the civet cats from before. This battle was destined to be even more difficult. The tallest tree in the forest was the first to be destroyed by the wind. They had long disliked Jiangchen. Moreover, they had been searching for the Destiny Stone for a long time. How could they let it go? Killing Jiangchen would make them famous, seize the Destiny Stone, and advance to the next level. This was killing two birds with one stone. You're not strong enough, but you're so arrogant. Today, we will send you to heaven. That's right. I really don't know where you get the confidence to kill him. We will surely become famous. A mere 8th-layer Star Emperor wants us to join forces against him? You're giving him too much face. Kill. Qiu Tu stared fixedly at Jiangchen. How could a mere 8th-layer Star Emperor be so arrogant? The 7 masters came one after another. Jiangchen held his broadsword in front of him and drew his sword to look around. Clanging sounds lingered. Jiangchen's strength had reached the peak of the Star Emperor realm under the dragon transformation. He didn't fear these people at all. However, he had to be on guard at all times. That Qiu Tu might be waiting for an opportunity to attack. None of the 7 great warriors were weaklings. Their figures moved together, moving as fast as lightning. Both sides were fighting back and forth. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Even Qiu Tu, who was standing at the side, was frowning as he prepared himself. It looked like this Jiangchen wasn't easy to deal with. What are you waiting for? Why are you holding back? Qiu Tu's shout caused the 7 great experts to become alert. They didn't dare be careless as they unleashed all of their strength. Sword energy, blade energy, and layers of afterimages were all making it more and more difficult for Jiangchen to deal with them. 28 swords. Jiangchen fought against 7 people alone, but he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. These guys' attacks were all pervasive. Eternal celestial wind. Jiangchen retreated in order to advance. The sound of the wind was like a saber. As the wind blew, he descended from the sky. His sword momentum was overbearing and powerful. Get out of here. A shocking sword radiance pierced into the enemy's formation. 2 people were thrown away, looking quite embarrassed. Jiangchen sneered and slashed at the sky again. The limitless sword was invincible. Taking advantage of his victory, the 7 masters all held their breath and fought with all their strength. Who dared to be careless when it was a matter of life and death? Jiangchen's strength was getting stronger and stronger. The dragon transformation had pushed his strength to the peak. Jiangchen wasn't weak at all when fighting at the same level. He's too powerful. We can't resist his sword momentum at all. Damn it. It's so weird. A Star Emperor Realm 8 can be so strong. No, I can't stand it anymore. We have to stand it even if we can't. Everyone clenched their teeth. Jiangchen started to exert his strength. They didn't know what to do anymore. Facing the double suppression of the limitless sword and the eternal celestial wind, Jiangchen was already unstoppable. The 7 masters kept retreating. Jiangchen seemed to be invincible. He started to crush them while they were down. The 7 of them fled. They couldn't fight against Jiangchen at all. The more he fought, the braver he became. It was as if he was on steroids. So, the 7 of them turned pale and were injured one after another. Star Emperors at the peak couldn't even withstand one blow from Jiangchen. Qiu Tu was so angry that he felt more and more depressed. How dare you? Qiu Tu was finally enraged. It looked like he couldn't just sit back and watch the battle. Jiangchen was fighting 7 enemies by himself, and he was the one who forced his men to retreat. If he didn't act now, the lives of these 7 men would be in danger. A half-step star-level master was finally here. Jiangchen knew that Qiu Tu was going to attack him sooner or later, so he was mentally prepared. Qiu Tu threw out a sky-blasting strike with his bare fists, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken. The punch landed on Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword, causing it to shake violently. Qiu Tu was forced back a dozen steps before he could regain his balance. You're strong, but today, I'll tear you into pieces. You finally can't help but attack? Fine, I, Jiangchen, will accompany you to the end. You do what you want, and I will do what I want. Today, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he tightly grasped the heavenly dragon sword. If he didn't kill a few people, they would really think that he was a pushover. Arrogant boy, die. Xiao Tu took the lead and attacked first. His movements were like a thunderbolt, and a series of punches broke through the air. He wanted to end the battle quickly. His imposing manner was ferocious, and his killing intent was like a rainbow. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen once again activated the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, and his strength rose again. He had already reached the half-step star level, and was not the slightest bit weaker than Xiao Tuesday. Xiao Tu led the 7 of them in the battle, taking the lead and unleashing killing blows. However, they still couldn't take down Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen couldn't hide anymore, the strength of a half-step star realm was not something to be trifled with. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have nothing to fear. But it's your bad luck to meet me today. Xiao Tu sneered. Although he was shocked, he didn't panic. The reason why Jiang Chen was so arrogant was because he had a secret technique that could increase his combat strength. Even Xiao Tu was shocked by this. If he could take down Jiang Chen and obtain this secret technique, his combat strength would definitely rise to another level. The treasured sword in Jiang Chen's hand was extremely terrifying, and his entire body was filled with treasures. How could Xiao Tu not be tempted? He was blinded by greed. Jiang Chen's benefits and the desire to become famous made him extremely tempted. Therefore, he had to suppress Jiang Chen here. The Destiny Stone was only secondary. The treasures on Jiang Chen's body were even more tempting. With the support of the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, Jiang Chen and Xiao Tu's 8 people fought fiercely. They wanted to exhaust the Genesis Qi in Jiang Chen's body first. 1 against 8 was ultimately impossible to survive. Xiao Tu had already calculated that Jiang Chen would not be allowed to make a comeback. After exchanging 100 moves and a quarter of an hour, Jiang Chen's battle power was still extraordinary. On the contrary, they began to show signs of defeat. How could Jiang Chen's battle power be so strong? Seeing Jiang Chen shoving another minor rejuvenation pill into his mouth, Xiao Tu and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. What kind of family was this? Why did they have to eat minor rejuvenation pills one after another? I'm about to die because of you. Xiao Tu and the others finally realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. They were all curious to see if he had more treasures. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Xiao Tu grabbed the spear on his back with a single hand. It flickered with silver light and was extraordinarily domineering. Blood Moon Divine Spear. Lonely shadow filled the sky. Xiao Tu's spear technique changed and his aura suddenly soared. With his divine weapon in hand, he turned the tide. As Xiao Tu charged forward, the sky and earth spun. His shadow was like a blood moon, covering the sun and sky. To be able to die under Boss Blood Moon Divine Spear, this brat should be proud. Ga ga ga. In the end, Brother Qiao still made a move. If we continue to fight, we still won't have the confidence to defeat him. Only Brother Qiao has the confidence to win. Charge. Hold the line for boss. We can't let this guy have any chance to counterattack. The 7 of them swarmed forward once more. Even though they were already heavily injured and had used up most of their strength, if they could not kill Jiang Chen, they would not be able to resolve the crisis. With Xiao Tu before them, they were even more fearless. In this battle, they could already see the dawn of victory. The Blood Moon Divine Spear. The spear was like a blood moon, the tip of the spear rose again and again. The Sky Dragon sword swung and closed, and the confrontation between the two escalated again. The 7 experts risked their lives to protect Xiao Tu, opening up the overall situation for Xiao Tu, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat step by step. The spear's shadow was invincible, and the battle intent was surging. Facing the Blood Moon Divine Spear, Jiang Chen displayed all his skills. The Limitless Sword was not weaker than his opponent, and the Sky Dragon Sword was even more unyielding. With the divine weapon in hand, Jiang Chen was fearless. The consecutive battles had benefited Jiang Chen a lot, and his strength continued to rise. Although Jiang Chen was not a match for Xiao Tu, he did not retreat. He became one with the sword, and the sword chi was shocking. Facing the huge pressure from Xiao Tu, Jiang Chen moved forward and struggled. He wanted to find a breakthrough in the face of adversity. Master. I'll help you. The Black King's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. No need. I'll do it myself. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he gritted his teeth. The 8 people's attacks did not weaken at all, but Jiang Chen found it difficult to move forward. Die. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Ha ha ha. Blood light poisonous dragon spear. Xiao Tu roared, and the blood moon filled the air. Like the drill of a poisonous dragon, it turned into a 100-meter-long dragon. Wherever the spear passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This time, Jiang Chen will definitely die, ha 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 ha. Brother Qiu is mighty and domineering. Everyone was nervous and overjoyed. This spear made them suck in a breath of cold air. If they were in Xiao Tu's position, they would have been torn apart by 5 horses. The strength of a half-step star-level expert was evident. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and his face stiffened. After such a long time, he could finally test the power of his 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. 1 finger ends, 9 fingers break yin and yang. 1 finger of the sun, destroy for me. Jiang Chen's mind was as one, and the moment the finger was out, the sky and earth changed color. The seemingly ordinary finger instantly bloomed at this moment, like the collision of planets, and the light touch of the finger could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Everyone's pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with shock. Even Xiao Tu was prepared to retreat, but it was already too late. The finger grew larger and larger in the eyes of Xiao Tu and the others, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Xiao Tu's sky full of spear shadows and the blood moon poisonous dragon also turned into ashes in an instant. Under that finger, they were as fragile as a thin piece of paper. 1 finger ends, and the sky turned into nothingness. Xiao Tu's body was completely penetrated by the finger. His bones were crushed, and he turned into a mist of blood. As for the 7 experts behind him, none of them were spared. The aftermath of the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger turned them into ashes, and they all disappeared without a trace. Strong, too strong, Jiang Chen collapsed on one knee. His face was pale, but a gratified smile was revealed from the corners of his mouth. Even he himself had not expected the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger to be so terrifying. He had never used his full power when using the 1 finger of the sun in the past, but this time, the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger had completely sucked away all the Genesis Qi in Jiang Chen's body. A single finger had caused the world to spin, and even a half-step star-level expert had been killed. This battle was truly astonishing. The 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger lives up to its reputation. As expected of a great emperor cultivation technique. Jiang Chen tidied things up. He found 22 destiny stones on the bodies of the raccoons and Xiao Tu's group. He was very pleased. Including his own, 26 destiny stones should be quite a lot, right? After resting for 2 days, Jiang Chen's strength increased again. However, he was still a step away from the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Jiang Chen knew that the foundation was the most important, so he wasn't in a hurry to break through. There shouldn't be any problems when the conditions are right. The more destiny stones he found, the happier Jiang Chen became. When he gathered enough destiny stones, he would try to see if he could touch the so-called destiny astral soul that the Black King had mentioned. Jiang Chen moved forward cautiously. After all, after the incident with Xiao Tu, he understood the situation he was in. Some people wanted to step on him and rise to the top. Moreover, the competition for the Destiny Stone had reached a climax. During this period, Jiang Chen saw 2 groups of people fighting. For a few Destiny Stones, there were many casualties. In the battles between more than 10 people, only half of them survived. He didn't participate. After all, the experts here weren't weak at all. He wasn't confident that he could kill them all. The 3 of them were weaker than Xiao Tuesday. It was better to avoid trouble. Jiang Chen wanted to make a fortune quietly. It was better to find his own way. After another 2 days, Jiang Chen found traces of a fight in an uninhabited hill. There was also a lot of blood around. Most importantly, there were actually 13 destiny stones scattered here. No one picked them up. This was strange. This was strange. There were traces of battle here, but why didn't anyone want these destiny stones? This was too unusual. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Looks like I have to go take a look. Xianxia murmured. Curiosity killed the cat. This was an unchanging truth. Moreover, it was very likely that he would find more destiny stones here. Xianxia convinced himself and walked deeper into the hill. Blood was dripping all over the place, and there were even drops of blood dripping down from the bamboo leaves. Xianxia knew that the battle that happened here must have happened just now. Underneath the hill, it was a well-hidden place. The dense forest and mountain range combined together, making it impossible for anyone to see the depths of the place. Xianxia could vaguely hear a deafening roar coming from the depths of the hill. Such a strong floral fragrance. Xianxia took a deep breath. The refreshing fragrance of the flowers made him feel relaxed and happy. He immediately became excited. Wasn't this fragrance too exciting? Even Xianxia couldn't estimate the power contained in this. It seemed that this was definitely a fierce dispute over benefits. Just based on the fragrance of the flowers, I want to see what kind of treasure it is. Xianxia said with a smile while murmuring to himself. These natural treasures were very attractive to Xianxia. Therefore, he had to find out what they were. Xianxia quickened his pace and entered the depths of the hill. At this time, the surrounding vegetation had decreased rapidly. Even in the depths, it was dark, with only some fluorescent light shining. It was definitely a deserted place. Chi, a burst of flames appeared. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and his mind moved. Because he saw a familiar person. In the depths, there was a flower with red, blue, and purple petals. It made Xianxia feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. That was definitely a treasure that made his heart beat faster. This fierce battle must have started because of it. Luoying, the woman who was determined to leave. Her purpose was probably also here. The tricolored stamen was irresistible. Compared to the charm of a virgin and the elegance of the clouds, it was even more carefree. At this moment, Luoying was forced to retreat. In front of her were two scorpions, but they were 3 meters long. Their slender stingers flickered with a black light as they constantly charged forward, making Luoying miserable. The strength of these two scorpions was definitely half a step into the star level, and they were not any weaker than Luoying. Fighting 1 against 2, it was obvious that she was at a complete disadvantage. Although the two scorpions were also riddled with sword scars, she was also seriously injured and vomited blood. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as the scorpions constantly slashed at the two scorpions. The scorpions' defense was extremely astonishing. The most terrifying thing was that they could both attack and defend without any disorder. The stingers were simply their unique peerless divine weapons. It seems that she's about to die. Xianxia frowned. Regardless of the reason why Luoying left, they had both experienced a life and death battle. At this time, Xianxia would definitely not leave her in the lurch. Although the two scorpions were powerful, they were already injured. Xianxia could not just watch as Luoying's decline worsened. The injuries on her body were endless. The blood he saw just now should have been left by her. Get out of my way. Luoying clenched her teeth and fought desperately, but it was difficult for her to do so alone. Her wrists were covered in blood. 22nd blade, 23rd blade. 24th blade, Xianxia brandished his sword. The sword chi was frightening as it approached the two giant scorpions. The crisscrossing sword shadows gave Luoying a lot of opportunities to catch her breath. Luoying's eyes lit up. The appearance of Xianxia made her feel relieved. It seemed that the heavens did not want her to die, both of their gazes met. 10,000 years passed in a single glance. There was no need for words. Xianxia launched a pincer attack from behind, blocking the giant scorpion's path. His limitless sword rose once again, slashing out layer after layer. 27th blade. 28th blade. The momentum of relying on the sword could destroy the 9 heavens. In the deep hill, Xianxia had the absolute advantage. The sword momentum from all directions caused the two giant scorpions to complain incessantly. However, the two big fellows were not that easy to deal with. Luoying and Xianxia joined forces, but they could only temporarily stabilize the situation. The stingers smashed towards Xianxia one after another. They would die if they touched them, and they would be injured if they touched them. Moreover, they were extremely poisonous. This thing was far more terrifying than some poisonous elixirs. Be careful of the poison on their stingers, Luoying said in a deep voice, hastily reminding Xianxia. If the venom hadn't invaded her body, she wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Otherwise, she could at least fight them for a while. After being poisoned, her strength had been greatly restricted. It was impossible for her to be at her peak state like before. Xianxia nodded and did not retreat. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible, and the two giant scorpions were shocked until they were numb. Coupled with Luoying's desperate fight, the two gradually began to take the initiative. The two giant scorpions were very annoyed by Xianxia because their indestructible and pervasive stingers had no advantage in front of the heavenly dragon sword. Buzz, a low sound was heard, shocking everyone. Luoying's pupils contracted, and her expression changed. No, the scorpion tail needle was their only means of attack. Once they used it, it meant that they had exhausted their limited abilities. However, when the scorpion tail needle exploded, almost no one could stop it. The two scorpion tail needles pierced through Xianxia's body at a terrifying speed and finally passed through Luoying's shoulder. Blood spurted out as her arm began to fester. What a terrifying poison! Luoying quickly swallowed an antidote pill, but it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Although the poison had stopped festering, she would still die within a day. However, Xianxia was fearless. Although his body was pierced by the scorpion tail needles, his sword still slashed down at the last moment, forcibly cutting off the heads of the two giant scorpions. However, he also fell to the ground, his long sword as a pillar, and his face was extremely pale. Xianxia! Xianxia! Luoying struggled, her whole body trembling. It was all her fault for harming Xianxia. How are you? Hurry! Quickly eat this detoxifying pill, otherwise you'll die very quickly. Luoying said in a panic. Xianxia looked at Luoying and shook his head with a bitter smile. No need. Why are you so stubborn? Hurry up and eat it. Who knows, we might have a chance to live. You can't just give up on yourself. Luoying shouted. At this time, Xianxia had already given up on her. Her heart was filled with sorrow. All of this had happened because of her. Although Luoying knew that Xianxia's injuries were far more serious than hers, as long as there was a chance, she would not give up. Luoying grabbed Xianxia and directly fed the antidote pill to Xianxia. Her eyes were full of panic and her heart was burning with anxiety. You must hold on. You must. Luoying grabbed Xianxia's hand tightly. There was a glint of tears in her eyes. Although she did not cry, she was extremely struggling. Xianxia was her only friend, a friend that she could entrust her life to. If Xianxia died to save her, Luoying would definitely blame herself. Back then, she had been alone because she didn't want to implicate Xianxia. She knew that there would definitely be demonic beasts guarding the three-life flower. If there was any danger, she would be able to deal with it easily. She didn't want to implicate others. However, Xianxia's appearance had brought her hope, but it had also caused her mood to fall to the bottom of the valley, even to the point of despair. In order to save her, Xianxia still fell in the end. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Xianxia fell to the ground, his face deathly pale. Xianxia, you have to hold on. Hang in there. Once again, Luoying took out several precious pills. Even Xianxia had never heard of them before. However, Xianxia pushed Luoying's hand away and shook his head continuously. Don't waste your pills on me. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I won't allow you to say such things. Luoying gritted her teeth and said firmly. Xianxia was willing to sacrifice his life for her, so what were her pills worth? As long as I'm here, I won't allow you to fall. Luoying directly carried Xianxia on her back and stepped on the three-life flower, her face full of stubbornness. Big sister, I really don't need pills. I'm immune to poison. Xianxia's words made Luoying dumbfounded. She looked back at him. Apart from his body being a little weak and injured, his wounds had even healed. This kind of self-healing speed and ability was terrifying. It didn't seem like he had been poisoned at all. Are you really okay? Luoying asked doubtfully. This guy was more than just a freak. Even a half-step stellar-level poisonous scorpion couldn't make him fall? Oh my god. Luo Ying's heart was filled with indescribable shock and excitement. Now that Xianxia was fine, her hanging heart was completely at ease. Do I look like I'm not okay? Xianxia spread his hands with a smile on his face. Your injuries are very serious, but it's not enough to kill you. Before Xianxia finished speaking, Luo Ying had already fallen into his arms. You're fine, but I seem to be. Luo Ying was dumbfounded. Xianxia's life wasn't in danger, but she could no longer hold on and fell into Xianxia's arms. Xianxia was also stunned. Although his body was immune to hundreds of poisons, Luo Ying couldn't endure it any longer. Even if she had taken an antidote pill and her strength had reached the half-step star realm, she still couldn't withstand the venom of the scorpion tail needle. I might not be able to hold on. Xianxia, this three-life flower. Luo Ying held the three-life flower tightly and refused to let go. Her eyes were full of affection. Don't say anything. This bit of poison can't stump me. Xianxia said confidently, even somewhat disapproving. Do you really have a way? Luo Ying couldn't believe it. This fellow had once again impressed her. Compared to the genius disciples of the Tianqi planet, Xianxia wasn't inferior. He might even surpass them. Xianxia's strength and methods were very terrifying. Even though Luo Ying had been with him for so long, she still couldn't figure out Xianxia's strength. I do have a way, but it might be a little troublesome. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. What do you mean? Luo Ying was very weak, but she was very surprised. As long as she could be cured, it didn't matter how troublesome it was. I need to use my 5-elemental divine fire to push the poison out of your body, and it can only be done by cutting your skin. You're already deeply poisoned, so this is the only method I can use. Xianxia said helplessly. Luo Ying's face stiffened, and she nodded heavily. She knew that at this time, she couldn't care less about the improper relationship between men and women. As long as she could survive, it was fine. Luo Ying was in a very difficult position, but what could she do? She still firmly believed in Xianxia's words. If Xianxia really wanted to do something to her, he would have already taken action. He wouldn't have waited until now. It must be necessary to expel the poison. Okay. Luo Ying said solemnly. Her face was slightly red. If she wanted to leave this place alive and prove herself, she had to accept Xianxia's treatment. If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. Xianxia said. Luo Ying directly tore her clothes to shreds. Her face was pale, but she was still in Xianxia's arms. Xianxia took a deep breath, held his breath, and focused wholeheartedly on treating Luo Ying's poison. Although the 7 emotions and 6 desires made him upset, Xianxia was no longer a virgin. How could he act recklessly? Using fire to treat the poison might be very painful. Bear with it. Xianxia said in a low voice. Xianxia was completely focused. On his palm, the flames were blazing, roasting Luo Ying's body, pushing every inch of her skin, roasting the poison in her body. Step by step, little by little. After a full hour, Xianxia exerted all his effort to expel all the poison in Luo Ying's body. Although the poison in Luo Ying's body had basically been removed by Xianxia, her body was still very weak. Thank you. Luo Ying said in a low voice. At this moment, the relationship between the two seemed to have improved. It's okay. Phew. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He was already seriously injured, and now he had to heal Luo Ying. The two of them were now brothers in the same boat. Both of them were seriously injured. I didn't expect that we could survive. However, the road ahead will probably be more difficult. Luo Ying sighed. At this time, they had to be extra careful to ensure their safety. Is that flower that important to you? You don't even want your life? Xianxia asked. Luo Ying nodded hesitantly. Her mind was wandering, and her thoughts were wandering. After a long while, she came back to her senses. There are some things I don't want to say. I'm sorry, Xianxia. However, I don't mean to harm you. The 3 lives flower is really important to me. It's more important than my life. Luo Ying looked solemn and apologetic to Xianxia. It's okay. As long as we get the 3 lives flower, it's fine. It's a rare treasure. Even I'm jealous of it. Xianxia didn't have the habit of getting to the bottom of things. Moreover, he knew Luo Ying's character very well. The two of them had been through many trials and tribulations, so they still had some trust in each other. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Luo Ying looked around cautiously. Someone's here. Suddenly, Xianxia sensed something in his mind. A few auras quickly approached him. If he wasn't mistaken, someone must have seen the blood stain and the temptation of the 3 lives flower. That's why they came here. Let's go. Xianxia didn't have time to think. He pulled Luo Ying up. The two of them looked at each other and wanted to quickly escape. I finally found you. Where do you think you're going? Chase. 2 different voices appeared in Xianxia and Luo Ying's ears. They knew that they had been discovered. Now, they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, the two of them were seriously injured and would definitely die. What I'm afraid of has come. Xianxia felt rather gloomy. It seemed like it was already too late for him and Luo Ying to escape at this moment, because they had obviously been targeted by someone. Xianxia hurriedly swallowed a small rejuvenation pill, but the injuries on his body were growing more and more serious. The small rejuvenation pill could only restore the Genesis Chi in his body, but his body had already been pierced by the giant scorpion, and he needed to recuperate to recover. Even with the Heaven Ascension stairs, Xianxia was still in a very passive position. A series of afterimages flickered. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. However, since he was carrying Luo Ying, he still had to be extremely cautious. Moreover, his speed was also restricted. You want to escape from the hands of us brothers? Dream on. The man in the lead was as thin as a match and had a sinister face. He wore a golden silk cloak that fluttered in the wind. His neck was crooked, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He chased closely behind Xianxia and Luo Ying. Big brother, I'll go scout first. A slender man smiled sinisterly as he chased closely. His speed had even caught up to Xianxia's Heaven Ascension stairs. This was because Xianxia was currently too weak, and he was also being held back by Luo Ying. The pressure on him was too great. Thief, where are you running to? Put down the things in your hands first. Zhang Baijiang's eyes narrowed into a line as he followed closely behind Xianxia. He was the fastest among the brothers, and with the chasing stars and chasing moon step, no one had ever been able to escape from his grasp. Zhang Baijiang was confident that as long as the other party had not reached the star level, he would definitely be able to catch up. These two people were obviously weakened. Wasn't it wishful thinking to escape from his hands? Xianxia, don't worry about me. You can definitely escape by yourself, Luo Ying said. Life and death was a matter of life and death. With the enemy at their side, they could no longer escape. The other party had 4 people, and all of them were half a step into the star level. Even if they were at their peak, they might not be able to defeat them, let alone now. Luo Ying knew that she was a burden to Xianxia. If he wanted to leave, he could definitely do so, but if he brought her along, it would not be so simple. What nonsense are you talking about? Women are all so noisy. Xianxia frowned and glared at Luo Ying. I worked so hard to save you, and then I'll give you up? I'm sorry, I can't do it. Xianxia did not allow her to explain. It was impossible for him to abandon Luo Ying. A man could only stand between heaven and earth if he had faith. Without faith, he would not be able to stand. The two of them continued to run, heading deeper into the hills. At the back of the mountains, thousands of miles of green bamboo formed a sea of clouds, stretching as far as the eye could see. Luo Ying smiled bitterly in her heart. She was rather touched. Xianxia's actions made her feel more at ease. However, how could they escape the pursuit of these 4 half-step star-level experts? Were they going to die here? Would this place become their mausoleum? Luo Ying did not feel such despair when they were in the Guangzhou Great Rift Valley. However, things were different now, and they had no way out. Suddenly, the moment they raised their heads, they realized that there was no way out in front of them. At the bottom of the mountain ridge, there was a steep cliff. They could not fly in the air. This mountain was an insurmountable chasm for them. In front of them was a dead end, the gate of death. Ha ha ha. Run, why don't you continue to run? Why aren't you running anymore? Little brat, you run pretty fast. If it weren't for the star-chasing moonsteps, I wouldn't have been able to catch up to you. Zhang Baijiang sneered. He held his spear and pointed it at Jiang Chen and Luo Ying. Pft! Pft! With the sound of wind breaking, another 3 half-step star-level experts landed in front of Jiang Chen and the others. What do you want? This is the freshman assessment. If you want the Destiny Stone, just take it, Luo Ying said solemnly. At this time, it would be good if they could preserve their lives, so Luo Ying did not have any extravagant requests. If they only wanted the Destiny Stone, they might be able to escape this calamity. Only children make choices. Ha 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 ha. Destiny Stone, women, and all the treasures on you, I want them all. Zhang Baisong, who was in the lead, said disdainfully. His thunderous laughter completely destroyed Luo Ying's last glimmer of hope. A bunch of bastards. Luo Ying clenched her teeth. These people were bandits who did all kinds of evil. Did such people deserve to be called horsemen of the apocalypse? However, no matter how unwilling she was, she could only look at the weak and sigh. It was useless. The weak were prey to the strong, and there was no justice or evil to speak of. Only the strong could live and write history. Good and evil were just the beginning. In front of the weak, they were like gods, but in front of the strong, they were like ants. It's useless to say all this. I can feel the treasures on you. Hand them over, and I'll spare you some physical pain. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Zhang Baisong looked down at Jiang Chen with a condescending manner, like a king who was giving orders to the world. Our boss has a heart of Buddha. Hurry up and hand over the treasures. Don't say that you don't have any. We've already sensed such precious treasures. Jiang Chen, I know you. You're the most arrogant person in the freshman assessment. Zhang Baisong stared at Jiang Chen and stood with his hands behind his back. Why aren't you arrogant now? Weren't you very arrogant before? TSK, the tiger has become a coward? Ha ha ha. That's right, I thought you were more capable. You're really disappointing. Big brother, I can beat 10 of this kind of trash. No matter what, he's the double champion of the first and second stage. You can't beat him up like this. Him? I'm going to step on his face today. Let's see how he stands up. Trash should have the awareness of trash. Compared to us, how can this guy be called human? The 4 Zhang brothers all had mocking expressions on their faces. Killing Jiang Chen would make them famous. Moreover, they would be able to obtain the mysterious treasure. Why wouldn't they do it? I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed. Sigh. Zhang Baisong sighed. There was only loneliness left in his eyes. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already like a wild beast. He didn't have the slightest fighting strength. Jiang Chen, Luo Ying's lips trembled slightly. It was all her fault for harming Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here and wouldn't have been bullied by these guys. Moreover, they had no way out. Whether you're a mule or a horse, you have to lead it out for a walk. Who doesn't know how to talk tough? You want to kill me? Ha ha ha, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen, who had been silent for a long time, finally revealed a cold smile and said calmly. Hey, hey! Big brother, he actually wants to fight with us? Interesting, this is really interesting. Ha ha ha. Zhang Baisong said with a bright smile. Let me fight with you. If the double champion is defeated by my hands, I'm afraid it'll be too funny. Zhang Bail rubbed his palms together and was eager to give it a try. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he still couldn't deal with him at this time, how would the Zhang brothers be able to survive in the future? The horsemen of the apocalypse would definitely go in, and no one could stop them. Thus, killing Jiang Chen today was just an appetizer. Everyone would know that the Zhang brothers had left and walked out carrying Jiang Chen's corpse. This would make everyone tremble in fear. I'll accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword. At this time, he had no way out and could only give it his all. You'll die, Jiangchen. Luo Ying's heart trembled. She was worried about Jiangchen. This was something that even she had not expected. She was truly concerned about him, and it was not the kind of worry one would have for a companion. She did not want Jiangchen to be defeated like this, and lose miserably. As long as my heart is not extinguished, my will to fight will never cease, Jiangchen said firmly. His sword shadows were like a waterfall, and a cold light suddenly appeared as he faced Zhang Bao. You have guts, like a man, but today is the day you die. Zhang Bao clenched his fists tightly, then he charged towards Jiangchen with a heavy punch. Jiangchen was defending instead of attacking, and he was as steady as Mount Tai. In Zhang Bao's eyes, Jiangchen was like a tortoise hiding in its shell, and he had no combat strength at all. Boring. Go to hell. Zhang Bao shook his head. He raised his fist, but none of his attacks were able to catch Jiangchen. It seemed like he had hit Jiangchen's body, but Jiangchen was always able to escape. This guy was as slippery as a loach, and this made Zhang Bao even more depressed. Jiangchen's movement was so fast that Zhang Bao couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. In a flash, Jiangchen used the mountain press and knocked Zhang Bao away. Zhang Bao staggered backward, his face filled with anger. Ah Lu, I didn't expect you to be so weak, haha. Don't tell me you can't even beat someone who is about to die? Ah Lu. Zhang Bao laughed and said to Zhang Baichen. Get lost. Motherf *Ker, you're courting death. Zhang Bao snorted coldly. He clenched his fists, and two incomparably huge copper hammers appeared in his hands. They weighed more than 10,000 pounds, and as he swung them, they were like rolling thunder. Luo Ying was filled with shock, and she was even more worried about Jiangchen. However, she did not have the strength to fight anymore, and could only rely on Jiangchen alone. Even if his shoulders could bear 10,000 pounds, she still could not see any hope. Zhang Bao wielded the heavenly dragon sword and began to fight with Zhang Bao. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Jiangchen's strength continued to recover, and he displayed the dragon transformation. He was almost as famous as Zhang Bao. Both of them had victories and defeats, and they were fighting fiercely. Zhang Bao was extremely depressed. He originally wanted to use Jiangchen as an example, but he did not expect that it would end like this. Jiangchen was not suppressed by him, instead, he had the tendency to raise his head. If this continued, he would lose a lot of face. Although there were no outsiders among the four of them, he was still a half-step star-level expert. Bastard, Storm Tyrant Skyhammer. Zhang Bao used his special skill. A strong wind rose, and the storm was invincible. He faced the huge hammers and kept smashing towards Jiangchen. However, the heavenly dragon sword was terrifying, and he still had a lingering fear. Jiangchen did not advance, but retreated instead. He changed his previous declining momentum, and the limitless sword took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack, causing a lot of trouble for Zhang Bao. It seems that fourth brother is in a difficult position, Zhang Baisong said faintly. Jiangchen's recovery ability was amazing, but his injuries could not be completely healed. This had already made Zhang Baisong a little depressed. It seemed that this guy had to end the battle as soon as possible. I'll go and help him. Zhang Baichen nodded and flew up. He stepped on a flying swallow and rushed towards Jiangchen. Both half-step star-level experts were at the first level of star transformation. However, for Jiangchen, the pressure was increasing, but his fighting spirit had never been extinguished. Fourth brother, I'll help you. Haha. Zhang Baichen was already standing beside Zhang Bao as he spoke. The two of them looked at each other. Although Zhang Bao was unwilling, he had been fighting with Jiangchen for a long time, and he could not take him down. His big brother could not stand it anymore. When the two brothers joined hands, their strength naturally doubled. It was more and more easy for them to fight against Jiangchen. Luo Ying was still worried about Jiangchen, but he did not embarrass himself at all. The more he fought, the braver he became. Even though he was facing two half-step star-level experts, he was still as steady as a mountain. His momentum did not diminish at all. That kind of indomitable momentum shocked the Zhang brothers. Zhang Bao and Zhang Baichen were furious. If the two of them still could not take down Xianxia, it would not be justifiable. How could a star emperor in the 8th heaven, and an injured one at that, beat them to this extent? Even they themselves felt ashamed. If this continued, Xianxia's arrogance would only become more and more arrogant. Just as the Zhang brothers expected, Xianxia's fighting spirit did not diminish at all even though he was fighting against two alone. The heavenly dragon sword had already become one with the sword. With the pressure from the two brothers, Xianxia clenched his teeth and increased the pressure on himself. Only in adversity could one continue to grow. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Without experiencing a real storm, how could one see the rainbow? The two brothers, Zhang Bail and Zhang Baichen, had already used all their means. 2 half-step star levels, if it were any other ordinary expert, would have been defeated long ago. The reason why the 4 Zhang brothers could run amok was because the 4 half-step star levels were almost invincible and inseparable. Advance together, retreat together, and fight together, Xianxia was like a tenacious and unyielding blade of grass, seeking to survive in the cracks. He took each step carefully, also that he could have more opportunities and more pressure. The strong wind knew the strong grass, and the sharp blade was more than enough. Xianxia's eyes were filled with an unswerving determination. Even if there were endless difficulties in front of him and a bottomless abyss behind him, he still had to temper himself and move forward. He had to break through under pressure in order to become more tenacious and indomitable. Lean on the sword. Xianxia once again stabilized the situation. The 2 half-step star-grade experts had gradually entered their own territory. Although there was pressure, Xianxia was fearless. The sound of the blade and the rain of swords colliding made people's blood boil. The 3 of them fought for a long time, but it was hard to determine the victor. This made Luoying even more excited. This situation wasn't necessarily a good outcome for Xianxia, because their eldest brother and second brother hadn't made a move yet. Only 2 of the 4 brothers were dealing with Xianxia, so he was already unable to extricate himself. Luoying, on the other hand, couldn't help at all. This made her very depressed. At the same time, the person who was even more depressed was Zhang Baisong. He had originally thought that getting rid of a person who was about to die would be a piece of cake. However, his 2 younger brothers couldn't even take him down, which made him very unhappy. The 3rd and 4th brothers weren't weak, but Xianxia wasn't easy to deal with either. If this continued, he would be slapped in the face. Second brother, show him what you're made of. Kill him without mercy. Zhang Baisong ordered Leng Leng. Alright, just wait and see, big brother. With me around, I will definitely slay this fiend. Zhang Baijiang was full of confidence. It was his credit that he was able to catch up with Xianxia. If it weren't for him, Xianxia would have probably found a chance to slip away. However, he had forced Xianxia into a dead end, and Xianxia had fallen into a desperate situation. Now that old 3rd and old 4th couldn't take down Xianxia, he could only do it himself. Xianxia, I'm here to take your dog life. Die. Zhang Baijiang held a 9-foot-long spear in his hand. He held his saber horizontally as he galloped forward. His footsteps were very fast as he leaped forward. The cold light on his spear pressed forward. Xianxia felt like he was facing a great enemy. This Zhang Baijiang was much stronger than the other 2. With him joining the fray, he had completely lost his chance to escape. Not only was Zhang Baijiang stronger, but his speed had also reached the limit. Without using the Sky Ascension stairway, it was impossible for Xianxia to escape. However, he wouldn't leave. Otherwise, what would Luoying do alone? Wait for death? Xianxia couldn't do it. The heavenly dragon sword swept across and deflected Zhang Baijiang's snake spear. However, the 2 silhouettes behind Xianxia managed to push him back. Xianxia's footsteps finally became messy. It was not as easy as he thought it would be to fight against 3 people alone. Let's get rid of him in one go. Zhang Bail said with a sinister smile. The 3 brothers worked together to control Xianxia, not giving him the slightest chance. As the pressure continued to escalate, Xianxia roared again and again. His imposing manner continued to rise, and his strength also improved tremendously. Endless Genesis Chi flowed through his body, completely breaking the shackles in his body. At that moment, although Xianxia was forced to retreat, the Genesis Chi in his body suddenly erupted. Get lost. Jiang Chen's imposing manner instantly rose to the apex. 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm, with the strength to pick up mountains and matchless qi, although in the eyes of Zhang Baijiang and the others, Jiang Chen's improvement wasn't great, it was the difference of 1 heavens that made Jiang Chen feel as if he had been reborn. He broke through in battle and fought a life-and-death battle. The 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm allowed Jiang Chen to succeed in every endeavor. He took advantage of the momentum of his sword to fight the 3 heroes. Jiang Chen's strength had broken through, and he fought against 3 half-step star-level experts. It was a chaotic and surging battle. Jiang Chen's blood was also boiling, and he was in the midst of a fierce battle. However, it was a pity that his injuries were getting worse. Although he had broken through to the 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm, he was still not strong enough. Faced with the 3 people's attacks, he gradually became passive. The long spear swept across, the giant hammer shocked the sky, and the ghostly blade took his life. The 3 of them all exerted their full strength, trying to kill Jiang Chen. After wave of fierce attacks, Jiang Chen finally retreated in defeat. His face was sallow, and blood was gushing out. The heavenly dragon sword couldn't hold on by itself. Faced with the continuous suppression of the 3 people, it was already powerless to reverse the situation. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Luoying murmured. Luoying murmured. She had already prepared herself. There was no turning back in this battle. She would die together with Jiang Chen. Eat my spear. Zhang Baijiang took the lead. His long spear rose into the air like a silver snake, stirring up the wind and clouds, and spinning the sky and earth. The giant hammer smashed down, and Jiang Chen retreated again and again. He pulled Luoying and ran forward. No matter what, at this time, Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he continued to fight, he might really fall. Bang, 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 the continuous bombardment reverberated in Jiang Chen and Luoying's ears. Boulders were rolling down from the foot of the mountain continuously. However, at this time, the force of the giant hammer smashed down, and a pitch-black cave was formed at the foot of the mountain. As soon as the cave appeared, an invisible storm instantly burst out from the cave. Jiang Chen's face suddenly changed, and he used the eternal celestial wind to protect himself. Even Zhang Baijiang and the others changed their expressions when they heard the wind, and they quickly dodged. This storm that burst out from the cave was not even detected by the experts who were half a step into the star level. Their eyes were filled with panic. Big brother, what's going on? Zhang Bail and the others looked at Zhang Baisong and looked at each other. The storm did not stop, and it gradually disappeared after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Jiang Chen looked at the incomparably dark cave, which was deep and full of mystery. An ancient melodious music seemed to be coming from the cave, and it also seemed like a sad cry that passed through thousands of years, which made people's hair stand on end. Jiang Chen simply made up his mind. Anyway, they had no way out. At this time, it was better to go into the pitch-black cave and explore it first. Whether they could survive or not depended on their luck. Jiang Chen and Luoying did not hesitate and quickly entered the cave. In order to avoid the Zhang brothers' pursuit, they could only do this. The unknown is always dangerous, and it's hard to understand. Zhang Bail and the others looked at each other and gave the decision to their big brother, Zhang Baijiang. Big brother, what should we do? Can we go down? Zhang Baichen asked in a deep voice. Zhang Baisong Lingling said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. At this point, we have no other way out. We have to get their destiny's stone and treasures. This Jiang Chen must have a lot of treasures with him. Someone who can take out the minor rejuvenation pill is no ordinary person. Zhang Baisong's words strengthened the brothers' thoughts. After a moment of silence, they followed closely to find Jiang Chen and Luoying. Big brother is right. What are we afraid of? Over the years, when had he ever retreated from the challenge of swimming? This Jiang Chen is quite capable. We couldn't kill him in the first place, so we can't let him go. The Destiny Stone is secondary. We can't bring shame to our reputation. That's right. Follow Big Brother. We brothers will advance and retreat together. A mere Jiang Chen is nothing to us. Zhang Baisong nodded his head slightly. His elder brother naturally had to take charge of the overall situation. Killing Xianxia was just a distraction. What they really needed to do next was to plunder. This pitch-black cave had attracted their curiosity, so it was impossible for them to retreat this time. This cave looks quite mysterious. Everyone, be careful. The 100 Ghosts bamboo forest isn't a good place. Keep your spirits up. Zhang Baisong took the lead. He had the demeanor of a big brother. Naturally, he couldn't let his brothers take the lead. The four of them quickly rushed down and entered the cave in a line. When Xianxia and Luoying rushed into the cave, they were also very cautious. They didn't know what this place was. There was a dim light in the surroundings, which was emitted by the night pearls. This was enough to show that this was not a natural cave. They didn't know whether it was now or in the past, but there had to be people living here. The cave was very vast, and there were many forks in the road. Xianxia and Luoying held each other's hands tightly. Xianxia was worried that they would be separated like when they first entered the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest. The deeper they went, the faintly discernible voices were echoing around, disturbing Xianxia's mind. However, they didn't dare stop, because once they did, they might be caught by the Zhang brothers. At that point of time, there would be no room for them to escape. No matter what this place was, it could at least protect their lives for the time being. You don't know this place? Xianxia looked at Luoying. Luoying used to be a know-it-all. If she didn't know something, then Xianxia would have to be careful. Luoying shook her head. I'm not omnipotent. This cave is really strange, and this faint voice makes me feel uneasy. These caves in front of us all have their own forks. I'm afraid we don't even know where we are. Xianxia sighed. As expected, Luoying did not know. However, this was also within Xianxia's expectations. They could only take one step at a time. The cave was supposed to be dark and damp, but that was not the case here. Xianxia saw some skeletons on the ground. Over the years, they turned to ash with a touch. However, under the white bones, Xianxia saw a few giant destiny stones. They were more than a foot long, bigger than all the destiny stones he had collected before. Is it really a destiny stone? Luoying was still in disbelief as she looked at Xianxia. However, it was undeniable that this was indeed a destiny stone. Seems like it's really fate. Xianxia's eyes were filled with joy. Few people would be able to find such a big destiny stone. Just as the two of them were rejoicing, Xianxia suddenly saw a black and white shadow in the distance. It was furry, as if it had big dark circles around its eyes. It looked clumsy, but it was very agile when it ran. It seemed to have seen Xianxia and Luoying, and the black and white monster ran away. What's that? Xianxia frowned. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia and Luoying were very surprised. There was actually a monster here? What was the origin of that black and white monster? However, when Xianxia and Luoying reached the end of the cave tunnel, the black and white shadow had already disappeared. This made Xianxia very confused. Although it looked fast, it shouldn't be that fast, right? Luoying raised her eyebrows slightly, and the expression in her eyes was extremely complicated. Strange, where does this cave lead to? It extends in all directions, and I can't find a real path at all. Xianxia shook his head. He had a headache, and it was a real headache. In this dark cave, he and Luoying couldn't find a way out at all. Moreover, the faint mournful cries were getting clearer and clearer, which made Xianxia's head hurt. Luoying also frowned. Her headache was getting more and more intense, and she was getting more and more nervous. Let's find a place to rest first, Luoying said. She and Xianxia were both seriously injured. Even if Xianxia's recovery ability was much stronger than hers, it was impossible for him to be like a fighting machine and not get tired for a long time. Moreover, Xianxia had just broken through to the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, and his strength foundation hadn't been completely stabilized. These were all problems, and Xianxia needed to recover more than her. Okay. Xianxia and Luoying found a secluded place to sit down. Xianxia ate more than a dozen elixirs in a row. Luoying was dumbfounded. This guy ate the elixirs as if they were free, and he ate the minor rejuvenation pills more casually than she did. This guy really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Luoying was very clear that there were many things that Xianxia didn't know about her. She didn't know much about Xianxia, and she even needed to slowly get to know him. This mysterious guy hid far more than she did. After Xianxia ate the elixirs, he began to recover rapidly. He constantly healed his injuries, and with his super strong self-recovery ability, it took less than half a day for all his injuries to be healed. He had completely stabilized his cultivation in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. That powerful power once again surged into his heart. Xianxia took a deep breath. This feeling was very carefree. He didn't know when he would be able to touch the threshold of the half-step star level. If he wanted to break through to the half-step star level and complete the triple star transformation, it wouldn't be that easy. What's wrong with you? When Xianxia opened his eyes, he saw that Luoying's expression was very ugly. Although she had also eaten the elixirs he had given her, she had only recovered 60 to 70% of her strength. However, at this time, she was holding her head and frowning. She seemed to be in great pain. My head hurts. I don't know why, Luoying said in a low voice. Luoying said in a low voice, shaking her head. Xianxia could see that she was feeling very uncomfortable. How could this be? Previously, Xianxia had also felt a headache. However, after he recovered his strength, this feeling was reduced a lot. It wasn't enough to affect him. However, Xianxia was sure that the mysterious voice was still bothering them. When Xianxia raised his head, he saw a black and white shadow at the end of the cave tunnel. This made him even more curious. I don't know where the voice came from. We have to leave this place quickly. Although Xianxia was curious, he had a hunch that the hidden danger here might not be something they could control. Yes. Luoying nodded. She struggled and left quickly with Xianxia. They kept looking for an exit. However, they could feel that the voice was getting closer and closer. Moreover, Luoying's splitting headache was getting more and more painful. Xianxia's heart was restless. However, he still couldn't keep his mind clear. This made them even more anxious. Looks like this cave is like a maze. We can't get out at all. Xianxia was very depressed. He was being tortured by the sorrowful voice. However, he couldn't find the exit. This was simply too annoying. Right now, they were in a dilemma. They had no way to leave this place. They couldn't find the source of this sorrowful voice. It was as if they had entered a dead end. Ah! Help! Help! Aren't those the Zhang brothers? They. Luoying and Xianxia were startled. The one who ran past them was none other than Zhang Bale, the Zhang brothers who had fought with Xianxia before. No, while they were in a daze, Zhang Bale's desperate cry attracted Xianxia and Luoying's attention once again. They saw Zhang Bale lying on the ground with blood gushing out. The black and white shadow appeared in front of them again. This time, Xianxia saw it clearly. The black and white shadow was plump and hairy. It was taller than a human and slightly bloated. However, the claws on its hands were extremely sharp. The scratches on Zhang Bale's face extended all the way to his chest. His chest had been torn apart by the black and white monster. He died with his eyes wide open. What a frightening monster. Luoying took a deep breath, her face full of shock. Run! Xianxia pulled Luoying up. The monster's eyes were bloodthirsty, as if it had already regarded them as its target. Xianxia did not want to fight with this guy. Even Zhang Bale, who was half a step into the star level, had been killed in one move. Who could stand this? Staying here would be courting death. Of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best strategy. However, Xianxia found out that the black and white demon beast was extremely fast. Although it looked bloated and clumsy, it had forced them into a dead end. After all, this was its main battlefield, and Xianxia and the others were the ones in the most passive position. Rushing left and right, they continued to pass through the underground cave. Finally, Xianxia and Luoying were forced to an underground plaza. The spacious underground plaza was thousands of meters wide. Xianxia saw a huge stone tablet with 4 words engraved on it, Hidden Edge Land. Hidden Edge Land? Xianxia was puzzled, but he did not feel anything about this place. Hidden Edge Land? This is actually the Hidden Edge Land. It actually exists. Luo Ying's body trembled, her eyes filled with shock. Her shock surprised Jiang Chen. It seemed that Luo Ying knew about this place. You know this place? Jiang Chen asked. His heart was filled with curiosity. This stone stele was 10 feet tall and it was mighty and domineering. It gave off an extremely cold and domineering aura that made one feel oppressed. I've only heard of it in an ancient record. It said that the Hidden Edge land is a prison, and that the most terrifying demon of the Heavenly Enlightenment planet was sealed there. The Hidden Edge land has always been a legend of the Heaven Awakened planet, and no one knows where it is. Some people guess that it's in the No Man's region, while others guess that it's just a legend and is nowhere to be found. Luo Ying was clearly shocked by the Hidden Edge grounds. It seemed like this wasn't a good place. Chi-chi, a low roar mixed with anger rang out, making Jiang Chen and Luo Ying feel as if they were facing a great enemy. That was because the black and white demon beast had already caught up to them. The two of them continued to run forward and saw Zhang Baisong, Zhang Baichen, and Zhang Baijiang. The three of them were facing two black and white demon beasts and were being pushed back again and again. All of them were heavily injured and their lives were hanging by a thread. It seemed like they could be slapped to death at any moment. So many demon beasts? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. These demon beasts were simply too powerful. The three half-step star states were already on the verge of death, and the two of them were also in a difficult situation. Jiang Chen. Save me. Save me. I'll give you all the destiny stones you want. Zhang Baijiang's face was filled with terror. His body was covered in blood, and the claw marks were so deep that bones could be seen. The three of them had no way out. In the eyes of the black and white demon beasts, they were already people who were about to die. Jiang Chen sneered. Save you? I don't even know who can save me now. Even if I can save you, I won't save you. You fellows deserve it. You deserve to die without a burial place. Didn't you want to chase after me? Didn't you want to kill me? Now, they had gone for wool and come home shorn. This was retribution. Jiang Chen, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you think that if we die, you can leave here alive? If we die, you'll die too. Zhang Baisong clenched his teeth and said. At this time, they were already at their wits' end. These two black and white demon beasts that came out of nowhere were too strong. Even so, I want to see you die first. Only then will I be satisfied. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. The Zhang brothers were seething with anger because of Jiang Chen, but they knew that death was approaching them step by step. They had no chance at all and could only face it alone. It felt like the Grim Reaper was stabbing them to death in front of their eyes. No words could describe the despair and bitterness they felt. Swish, 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 before Jiang Chen and Luo Ying could run away, more demon beasts rushed out one after another. There were a total of 11 of them, and they seemed to cover the sky as they rushed towards Zhang Baisong and the others. The screams of the three were still lingering in their ears. The 11 demon beasts were like dry weeds and rotten wood. The three half-step star-level experts didn't even have the strength to fight back. The remaining demon beast firmly locked onto Jiang Chen and Luo Ying. Next, it was their turn. Looking at the three guys on the ground covered in blood, Luo Ying couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. What kind of monsters were these demon beasts? Why hadn't she heard of them? Why wasn't there any news about them? Moreover, they were so powerful that it made her hair stand on end. These fellows were definitely comparable to the experts of the second or third star transformation of the half-step star realm. Although they hadn't reached the true star realm, it would be easy for them to kill Jiang Chen and her. Jiang Chen, what should we do? Luo Ying said in a low voice. Luo Ying's scalp went numb. If it was as she expected, the Zhang brothers in front of her were likely to be a lesson for them. Their deaths were too miserable. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Rush out. Jiang Chen said. Right now, they had no other choice but to rush out. As for whether they could succeed or not, it was up to the heavens. Luo Ying felt that Jiang Chen's words were a fantasy. How could this be possible? However, looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he looked very solemn and solemn. Do you really have the confidence to rush out? Can you really do it? Luoying murmured. Xianxia pulled her hand and used the sky ascending stairway, wanting to use spatial displacement to escape from this place. However, Xianxia didn't expect that his sky ascending stairway would fail for the first time, and he couldn't use it. It's a starry sky meteorite. That huge starry sky meteorite is similar to the starry sky meteorite iron, but it has unparalleled starry sky energy. The Black King's voice appeared in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia looked towards the source of the voice. In the center of the square in front of them, there was indeed a brown starry sky meteorite. The starry sky meteorite had sealed off the space within a radius of 10 miles. Xianxia couldn't use the sky ascending stairway to leave this place. Bang! Cough, cough, Xianxia coughed twice. His face was extremely ugly. Besieged by 12 demonic beasts, they were already at a dead end. I'm the one who implicated you. Luoying said in a low voice, feeling guilty. It's useless to talk about this now. Let's think about how to get out of here. Xianxia shrugged and said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Was there really a chance to leave this place? Luoying asked herself. These black and white demonic beasts were too strong. They were not a match for them at all. Even if they fought with their backs to the wall, the ending would probably be the same. However, Luoying would never admit defeat easily. The same went for Xianxia. The two looked at each other, and the determination in their eyes was exactly the same. Now, it was no longer a matter of whether they were willing to fight or not. They were forced to fight with their lives on the line. Void Dragon Armor. Luoying's delicate body trembled, and a layer of golden dragon-patterned armor appeared on her body. Xianxia was stunned. This dragon-patterned armor was made from a dragon's reverse scale. It seemed that Luoying really had a lot of treasures on her. Fight with our backs to the wall, the warrior is the hero. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. In this life, I have no regrets in knowing you as a friend. Luoying smiled calmly and looked at Xianxia. She stepped forward and fought with her life on the line. How could Xianxia show weakness? He stood back to back with Luoying and began to fight against the 12 demonic beasts. Knowing that it was impossible, they still did it. This was their final outcome. Whether they lived or died, it all depended on today. Xianxia used all his means to fight 1 against 3. He had already reached his limit. The 28th blade could no longer pose any threat to these demonic beasts. It looked ordinary, but it was full of killing intent. The sharp claws and the heavenly dragon sword constantly intertwined, and sparks flew everywhere. Xianxia was forced to retreat continuously. These guys were so strong that they were abnormal. It was the same for Luoying, but she was in a much more difficult situation than Xianxia. Even with the protective armor on her body, she couldn't withstand the deadly attacks of these demonic beasts. Xianxia believed that even a true stellar realm expert wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from the force of these 12 demonic beasts. This wasn't the end of their monstrous strength. Their opponents had nowhere to hide and couldn't find any chance of survival. The 4 Zhang brothers were as strong as a half-step stellar level expert, but they all died here. Xianxia and Luoying were cautious, but they still could not escape. The 12 demonic beasts did not need to go all out. They were defeated with every move. You made an azure light sword. Luoying's strength was fierce. With the protection of the armor, the light sword overlapped. She killed her way into the group of demonic beasts. She entered and exited 3 times, but she still could not turn the situation around. Under the rampaging demonic beasts, blood spurted out. Hell, the demonic beast's momentum was fierce, tearing the sky. Even with the protection of the armor, Luoying was still seriously injured. Her bones were broken more than 10 steps away. Without the protection of the armor, she would have died a glorious death. Although she had broken through to the half-step stellar level, it was still a drop in the bucket. Facing so many half-step stellar level demonic beasts, she finally felt despair. Xianxia was also at his wit's end. Because of the meteorite, the stairway to heaven could not be used. If Xianxia wanted to leave this place, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Seeing that Luoying was gradually being defeated, Xianxia felt miserable. With the limitless sword, he was able to hold his own against the demonic beasts. However, he was being attacked from the front and back. After dozens of moves, he felt that his strength was no longer as strong as he wished. The might of the heavenly dragon sword was still there, but it was a pity that Xianxia could no longer withstand the attacks of these demonic beasts. Eternal immortal wind. 28 swords. One sun finger. Xianxia did not look sideways. He cautiously unleashed the one sun finger, forcing back 4 demonic beasts. However, he was unable to kill them. On the other hand, the Genesis chi in his body had been exhausted, and his injuries were worsening. Although he could recover his Genesis chi by taking the little rejuvenation pill, his body could not last long in a battle. That would drag down his essence, chi, and spirit, turning him into a living dead man. The power of the 9 tribulations' heavenly imprisoning finger could not be said to be weak. One finger could shake the world, and even Luoying was shocked. The incomparably ferocious power descended from the sky and was unstoppable. However, it could not help Xianxia establish victory. The powerful aura directly sent several demonic beasts flying and even seriously injured them. However, there was a limit to one's strength. The pressure on Xianxia increased, and all the demonic beasts seemed to become even more furious. Xianxia was facing threats from all directions. The hope of escaping was extremely slim. Be careful! Luoying cried out, and a sharp claw swiped across the air. Xianxia could not avoid it in time, and Luoying just happened to rush in front of Xianxia. The two were sent flying again, and even the dragon-patterned armor on Luoying's body was completely shattered. Pfft! Luoying spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she smiled bitterly because she knew that she had no chance at all this time. Thank you, Xianxia said in a low voice. The two of them depended on each other for survival, and they had completely become a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. I didn't expect the two of us to die together in the end. Luoying's face was filled with bitterness, and the corners of her mouth were filled with helplessness. Fate played tricks on people, and who could do anything about it? It was supposed to be a simple horseman of the apocalypse assessment, but they did not expect to mistakenly enter the Hidden Edge land. They were really unlucky to encounter these terrifying demonic beasts. If not for the 4 Zhang brothers, they would not have died here. These guys would have already gone to see the King of Hell. Never give up until the last moment. Xianxia stood with his sword, gasping for breath. Death was like the wind, always accompanying him. However, he would never admit defeat so easily. Starlight enter the body, torrential starlight. Xianxia used the astral pull, and rays of starlight rose up. The starlight was resplendent, and like a waterfall, it crushed down. The 12 demonic beasts were all forced back a few steps, but then they became even more turbulent and chased after Xianxia. Not enough, I'm still not strong enough. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. The 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was very strong, and it could force back several half-step star-level demonic beasts, but it was not strong enough. The torrential starlight was also very intimidating, but the reason was the same. In the end, it was because he was not strong enough. Logically speaking, with his current 9-level Star Emperor ability, he should not have been suppressed to this extent against a few half-step star-level experts. These demonic beasts were all monsters at the 2nd level of the star transformation realm. Xianxia could not resist at all. Their power, momentum, resistance, and even their strange and ever-changing speed and mysterious existence all made Xianxia feel helpless. He could not beat them, and he could not run away either. This was what made him the most speechless. The torrential starlight lit up the entire underground palace, and starlight overflowed everywhere. When Xianxia saw the starry sky meteorite also emitting a glimmer of light, he could not help but be moved. Damn you, I'm going all out. If I can absorb the power of the stars in that meteorite, I might have a chance to survive. Xianxia knew that he had to make a final decision at this time. He didn't know what kind of miraculous power that meteorite had, but Xianxia knew that it must contain an infinite amount of star power. Otherwise, when he used the starlight to enter his body, the meteorite wouldn't have suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Life or death, it all depended on this one move. Astral pull, starlight enter body. Xianxia exerted all his strength, his face incomparably dignified. Luoying's face was also filled with shock. Did Xianxia still want to fight to the death? However, with so many demonic beasts in front of them, did they still have any hope of surviving? Xianxia urged the astral pull and leaped up, absorbing the power of the stars and that incomparably huge meteorite into his body. In an instant, those demonic beasts became incomparably angry. They didn't care about Luoying at all. In their eyes, there was only one target, and that was Xianxia. Xianxia could feel that these guys were filled with anger towards him. It was as if him standing on this meteorite was worse than touching their 8 generations of ancestors. They couldn't wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces and kill him with their eyes. However, he couldn't care so much. Strangely, Xianxia felt that the power of the stars in this meteorite was like a tidal wave, crazily pouring into his body, making him feel refreshed. The power of the stars spread throughout his limbs and bones. The carefree and excited feeling was overflowing. Xianxia knew that his idea was absolutely correct. As long as he absorbed the power of the stars, he absolutely had the confidence to erupt with an unprecedented terrifying power. Luoying looked at Xianxia, her eyes filled with doubt. She didn't dare to believe it. He actually turned all the energy in the meteorite into his own. How is this possible? How is this possible? Luoying had never heard of this before. The power of the stars was only a legend. Could the energy within the meteorite be the power of the stars? Before Luoying could regain her wits, Xianxia's sword had already descended from the sky, carrying with it an incomparable and shocking starlight. It was like a torrential rain of pear blossoms raining down on the earth. Chi-chi-chi, an ear-piercing buzzing sound exploded in the air. Starlight shone and shot down in all directions. Xianxia was like a god, looking down from above, causing people to feel intimidated. Terrifying astral energy filled the sky, forcing the 12 demonic beasts back. Astral light pierced through their bodies, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Their bodies were riddled with holes. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he leaned on his sword. He knelt on one knee as if his soul had been sucked out. His eyes were blank and his spirit was extremely weak. Xianxia. Luoying's face was filled with anxiety as she rushed towards Xianxia. At this moment, the demonic beasts had all fallen to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was so shocking that Luoying sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head and coughed twice. His eyes were blank, but he let out a long breath. The 12 demonic beasts beneath his feet had already turned into corpses. Blood and sweat continuously dripped down. An indescribable sense of relief finally appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Too strong. You actually killed 12 demonic beasts half a step into the stargrade with that move. We finally escaped this calamity. Luoying also smiled slightly. The feeling of surviving a calamity was very carefree. However, because of this, Xianxia had overdrawn his body and was completely hollowed out. The astral pull was indeed powerful. Xianxia's choice wasn't wrong. If he hadn't risked his life at the critical moment and swallowed the power of the meteorite, he would have already become a pile of bones. He would have died under the claws of these demonic beasts, just like the Zhang brothers. The power of the meteorite was too strong. If Xianxia hadn't directly released it through the astral transformation, his body would have most likely exploded. Fortunately, everything was within his expectations. I was just lucky. Xianxia waved his hand, his face full of calmness. The Hidden Edge grounds was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had almost lost his glory here. However, at this time, he could leave this place with peace of mind. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave. Xianxia glanced at the movements around him. He felt that this place was very mysterious. The Hidden Edge grounds might not be as simple as they had imagined. There's no rush. You should hurry up and recover your body. Your current body is too weak, Luoying said. She also knew that this place wasn't suitable for them to stay for long. However, Xianxia's injuries were far more serious than hers. He needed to recuperate properly. Just in case, I'll go and explore the surroundings first. You can rest here and recuperate. These demonic beasts are already dead. There shouldn't be any danger here. After Luoying finished speaking, she stood guard for Xianxia and went to investigate the movements around them. Xianxia took a deep breath and swallowed 2 medicinal pills. He began to focus on recovering his strength. However, at this time, Xianxia discovered that the surroundings had started to tremble. Although it was very light, it was real. It wasn't an illusion. His senses were very sharp, so he definitely wouldn't have misheard it. Could it be that this place was going to collapse? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the meteorite in front of him had already lost all its energy. It started to crack bit by bit. The surrounding tremors were getting more and more intense. Looks like this place is going to collapse. We need to leave this place quickly, Xianxia murmured. He had already sensed a trace of danger. You can't leave yet. Master, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, the Black King's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Xianxia was stunned. The Black King's words had a hidden meaning. Why? Each of those 12 demonic beasts has a demon crystal on their body. It's more than countless Heaven's Mandate stones. They survive by feeding on Heaven's Mandate stones. The Heaven's Mandate stones are the source of their life, and the demon crystal is the core of the Heaven's Mandate stone's energy. Ordinary people wouldn't think that Heaven's Mandate stones could help them break through to the next level of their innate astral soul. Although the energy of Heaven's Mandate stones was not small, the amount of energy that could be used as an innate astral soul could be counted on one's fingers. Hence, using a Heaven's Mandate stone to break through to the next level of an innate astral soul was practically unrealistic. However, the demon crystals in front of him were too powerful. It was simply a blessing from the heavens. If you can completely fuse the 12 demon crystals at this time, it might be a transformative baptism for you. It might even be possible for you to break through to the next level of your innate astral soul. Because the energy in these 12 demon crystals is too huge. Moreover, these 12 demon crystals are constantly losing energy. If you don't seize this opportunity now, it's very likely that you won't have such an opportunity again. Once I break through, it'll be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. This kind of opportunity is rare. Xianxia knew that he had no other choice. Miss Luo. Xianxia called out softly. Luo Ying, who was 100 meters away, quickly rushed back. However, at this time, she also felt the surrounding tremors. We may not be able to stay for long. Let's leave this place first. I feel like this place is going to collapse. Luo Ying said solemnly. You go first. I may have to stay for the time being. Hurry up and leave this place. If anything happens, we may all be in danger. I'm staying for myself. You don't have to worry about me, Xianxia said. Why? Luo Ying was puzzled. This place was about to collapse. Why did he still refuse to leave? Everyone has a belief in life. It may be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai, but it's all one's own choice. Perhaps it's insignificant to you, but it's too important to me. I'm guessing that the assessment for you to enter the Knights of the Apocalypse is not just this, right? Xianxia smiled faintly. Finally, it was time for them to part ways. Luo Ying nodded heavily. Everyone had their own aspirations. Since there was no danger to his life, there was no need for him to force others. After all, Xianxia was not a 3-year-old child. He would definitely not do something that would bring about his own destruction. Take care. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Luo Ying turned around and left. Suddenly, Luo Ying stood on the spot and took a deep breath. Then, she said in a deep voice, emphasizing every word, come out alive. Luo Ying left because she had more important things to do. She could not follow Xianxia through life and death, at least not yet. She was very grateful that Xianxia had saved her, but everyone had their own aspirations. Luo Ying's aspirations did not lie here. Xianxia looked at the bodies of the 12 beasts. Sword shadows flashed by and 12 demon crystals were thrown out. Just as the Black King had said, these 12 demon crystals were filled with unparalleled energy. They were all the energy of the Destiny Stone. Breaking through to the heavenly fate astral soul isn't easy. We no longer have a chance. Although the surroundings might collapse at any moment, we must seize every second to refine it. Master, I will protect you, the Black King said in a deep voice. Xianxia clenched his fist and took a dozen demon crystals into his palm. He took a deep breath and began to absorb the demon crystals wholeheartedly. Xianxia rapidly absorbed the energy within the demon crystals. That boundless energy constantly rushed into Xianxia's sea of consciousness. Xianxia's heart was filled with excitement. The energy within the demon crystals allowed his soul to undergo a baptism, allowing it to grow explosively. His vision became clearer and clearer. His gaze was like a heavenly sword, sweeping through the 8 desolate lands. Everyone is a star in the sky. Everyone has their own destiny astral soul. However, it's extremely difficult to awaken it, Xianxia murmured. As the energy within the demon crystals was gradually absorbed, the vision in Xianxia's sea of consciousness grew wider and wider. It even covered a radius of 10 miles, 100 miles, the entire 100-ghost bamboo forest, half of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city, the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way city, the light province's Great Rift Valley, the Xianxia forest. Finally, Xianxia's astral soul had already covered half of the heavenly awakening star. What terrifying astral soul energy! After awakening my heavenly mandate astral soul, I might be able to see through the entire heavenly awakening starfield. Great waves of shock rose in Xianxia's heart. However, when the astral soul energy covered half of the heavenly awakening star, Xianxia already felt exhausted. 10,000 years in a single glance, seeing through the entire universe, powerful, too powerful. Pooh, Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. The 12 demon crystals had all been absorbed, but his astral soul still hadn't broken through. Even the demon crystals, which contained the essence of millions of heaven's mandate stones, didn't allow it to transform. Not enough, still not enough. It's far from enough. Xianxia was very clear in his heart how monstrous it was to awaken his astral soul. Even after devouring so many heaven's mandate stones, it was useless. He could only say that he had awakened a small portion of his astral soul, allowing him to see through half of the heavenly awakening star. But even so, 10,000 years in a single glance, seeing through the entire universe caused his body to suffer a huge burden. Luckily, he had yet to awaken his innate astral soul. If not, he would have already died a tragic death the moment he activated his innate astral soul. Right now, you should be at the void soul realm. Your astral soul isn't stable enough. Master, your strength is still too weak when compared to those supreme existences in the cosmos. Hence, even if you completely awaken your astral soul, you might not even be able to imagine the pressure. The Black King spoke. Wait, Xianxia retracted his astral soul energy. In an instant, beneath the destroyed astral meteor, Xianxia discovered an existence that caused him to panic. That was an incomparably gigantic existence. That was a suffocating existence that was slowly awakening. Because of this, the tremors underground could be felt, and because of this, the astral meteor shattered into pieces. Run. A thought appeared in Xianxia's mind. Right now, he had to run. If he didn't, he might become the cannon fodder of this gigantic existence. Back then, Luoying had said that this was the Vault of Hidden Edges. There was an incomparably gigantic demon hidden here. Could it be that this astral meteor was used to suppress demons? As he thought of this, Xianxia's countenance drastically changed. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. A demon that had been sealed for countless years suddenly moved. How could Xianxia not be shocked? Not only that, the astral meteor he had devoured earlier might very well be used to suppress this demon. However, it was already too late to say anything now. The footsteps of the Grim Reaper were inching closer and closer. If Xianxia didn't kill those fellows, he would die as well. Even the demonic beasts guarding the Vault of Hidden Edges were abnormally powerful. It was impossible for him to deal with this unknown demon. Although Xianxia was arrogant, he wasn't blindly arrogant. He knew that his strength was limited. Kacha, 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 the meteorite gradually shattered, and in the end, all of it turned into crushed stones and rolled away. Xianxia could only see a black shadow. It was huge, and it was slowly shaking. The entire underground cave was shaking more and more violently. Xianxia didn't even have time to look. However, just as he turned to escape, he heard a deafening sound. The clear sky cannot be raised, and the heavens cannot be destroyed. My fate is my own, not the heavens. You want to suppress me? Dream on. The roar that came from the depths of the throat made Xianxia's eyes pop out of their sockets. It was too powerful. This wasn't a power that a star-grade powerhouse could unleash. Although Xianxia had only seen one star-grade powerhouse before, and that was Tong Wudi, even he was probably just a child playing house in front of this demon. The rumbling sound of the ground collapsing could be heard for a long time. Xianxia tried his best to escape. This peerless demonic devil was coming at him aggressively. Even though he had just escaped, he was still as overbearing as before. When Xianxia escaped from the ground, he saw a huge crater that was collapsing. Looking around, he couldn't see the end of it. However, another crater that was tens of thousands of meters deep had also appeared out of nowhere, causing dust to fly into the sky. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and took a deep breath. He saw a shocking red light spreading across the sky. It seemed to have some kind of magical power. Half of the plants that were touched by the light withered. A giant black shadow covered the sky and rushed to the peak of the void. Just what kind of demon is this? It's hard to imagine. Xianxia sighed. He knew that this kind of existence was not something he could hope to reach. Even on the heaven-awakened planet, this kind of power was probably at the top of the pyramid, or even, stronger. At the same time, on the heaven-awakened planet, many people were standing in the sky looking up, their eyes filled with shock and horror. I wonder how Luoying and Tong Ling are doing. Xianxia glanced at the bottomless pit and felt a lingering fear. He already had more than 100 destiny stones with him, but for safety's sake, he had to find more destiny stones as soon as possible before the end of the exam. There was still a long way to go before he could awaken a heaven's fate star. Xianxia knew that he couldn't be too hasty, and the destiny stones were just like a cup of water to a burning cart of firewood. Even if he wanted to use his soul power now, he could only detect a small part of the heaven-awakened planet, and it was far from being able to cover every corner. It would take at least a few days, and he couldn't last more than 10 breaths of time. There was still a long way to go. Xianxia continued on his journey, detouring around the deep pit. After being covered by the red light, more than half of the plants in the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest started withering, and some even completely dried up in the end. The whole process happened within half an hour, and Xianxia felt strange about it. Furthermore, the roars of beasts in the forest had become more frequent. He had never noticed that there were so many demon beasts in this forest before this. Hiss! When Xianxia turned around, he saw a lot of pythons behind him. Each of them was more than 10 meters long, and they surrounded Xianxia from all sides. These demon beasts were very strong, and they surrounded Xianxia from all sides. The eyes of these pythons were scarlet red, and they were filled with a thirst for blood. Xianxia's body moved, and the dozen pythons were the first to attack. They attacked first and rushed in front of Xianxia. It seemed like these pythons only had one goal, and that was to devour him. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia unsheathed his sword and slashed at the cyan-patterned pythons. Sword chi rippled, and the dozen pythons were killed by Xianxia in a few breaths. Although they were ferocious, their cultivations were not strong. After their ferocious attacks, they were cut into several pieces by Xianxia. Xianxia continued forward. In the past few days, he had encountered no less than 20 waves of attacks. He would encounter them a few times a day, and there was no time to search for Tianming. There were all kinds of demonic beasts, and they only had one goal, and that was to kill. All demonic beasts had one thing in common, and that was that they were inhumane, and did not have any intelligence at all. Run! Those demonic beasts are catching up again. Damn it, this group of haunting fellows is too shameless. Don't they know that a cornered enemy shouldn't be chased? That's right. I'm still young, and I still have a long life ahead of me. I don't want to bring honor to my ancestors and become a member of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Why are you thinking about this now? Let's get out of here alive first. Xianxia looked into the distance. 6 or 7 figures were faintly discernible, running at high speed. In the blink of an eye, they were not far away from him. There were 7 people in total, and Tong Ling was among them. Those people were all in a sorry state. There were many wounds all over their bodies. The lightest one had 2 or 3 cuts. They were panting heavily. 6 star emperors in the 9th heaven and 1 expert half a step away from the star level were in such a sorry state. Howl, with a wolf howl, dozens of wild wolves appeared from all directions, surrounding them. Oh no, there are more and more of them. These wild wolves all have the cultivation of the ninth heaven star emperor, and they have the right time, place, and people. We have no chance at all. What can we do? Let's fight. Someone said while gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger and despair. They were all injured. Even if they weren't injured, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with so many demonic beasts. They were in someone else's territory, yet they still wanted to defeat them? How could it be possible with so many people? From the beginning, they had been attacked by more than 10 wild wolves. Their physical strength was exhausted, and in the end, they were defeated. They wanted to escape, but they found that more wild wolves had caught up and completely blocked their way. I didn't expect that I would die here. Haha. Tong Ling said with a bitter smile. Originally, she was qualified to enter the Knights of the Apocalypse, but she did not expect to be fed to the wild wolves at this time. When they broke out of the encirclement, they had already used all their skills. Now, there were 5 times the number of monsters before. Wasn't it impossible to escape? Tong Ling had just done all this. She had just proved herself. As long as she entered the Knights of the Apocalypse, she would be her father's pride, but the result was very different. After going through so many hardships, she would die in the hands of these monsters. This was simply too depressing. She did not know how Xianxia was doing. Tong Ling had lost her way after entering the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest. She had also lost track of Xianxia and Luoying. After going around in circles, she met a few people to resist the danger together. Only by working together could they have a chance to survive. But now, even working together could not stop these terrifying monsters. The 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest lived up to its reputation. Danger was indeed everywhere, and life was hanging by a thread. How unlucky. Too damn unlucky, but I will drag 2 of them down with me even if I die, someone said fiercely. Someone said fiercely. The surrounding wolf heads were a symbol of despair to them. The eyes of each wolf head were filled with an unparalleled killing intent. They all knew that this battle was going to be a battle where only 9 out of 10 of them would survive. Fight! Someone roared. 7 people rushed into the wolf pack and began a desperate resistance. They would die either way, so they might as well fight to the death. Blade lights and sword shadows filled the sky. The howls of wolves were frightening. Those wild wolves were extremely ferocious. They were no weaker than experts in the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Such a pack of wolves could even take down 8 or 10 experts half a step into the star realm. The attacks of the wolves had always been known for their valiance. When Tong Ling and the others attacked, they were forced to retreat again and again. The 50-odd wolves had already formed an encirclement, and their range of movement was getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, death was only a matter of time. Everyone clenched their teeth and resisted with all their might. Those sharp claws and huge bodies crushed down on them, causing them to complain incessantly. The strength of this pack of wolves is simply terrifying. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he said in deep thought. Although the monsters he had encountered before were also very strong, these wolves were very troublesome. His scalp even felt numb. End of chapter 45-43. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.